At the first pause in the flow of his robust oratory, there came a still, small voice from the post office. The actual box on the wall cost only 3 shillings, it is the things inside which cost the other 12. Those were the days indeed, with the post office usually the object of hot pursuit. Much departmental time was occupied with the Lord Privy Seal's insistence that wooden telegraph poles should be replaced by concrete poles made in Britain. Reams of paper were circulated from the department to prove what a disaster this would be, and the chiefs of the whole civil service were regaled for long periods of our precious weekly meeting by the consequent debates. The head of the post office at that time added a certain charm of personality to literary gifts which were known in wider circles, and may have derived more amusement from the exercise than the rest of us. His theme in brief was that concrete poles were more expensive and more dangerous. But Jimmy's bulldog qualities were not so easily frustrated. He wrote to a trade union friend in Australia and got the desired reply that telegraph poles in that country were made of concrete. The air at our weekly meeting was once again charged with the pending ministerial triumph, as the letter was read with all the dramatic effect of the parliamentary artist. Then came the rather languid reply, in Australia they must have concrete poles because the white ants immediately eat wooden poles. A long pause was at length interrupted by a porky voice from the Scottish office. Clearly the only solution for our economic problems is to import the white ant. The Dominions were more directly involved when Thomas went on a journey of several weeks to Canada with the object of developing export markets. Nothing serious was done, it was just a gas and booze tour, and on his return this was soon revealed in the usual farcical fashion. Industrialists were invited to meet us in solemn conclave to hear all that he had accomplished on their behalf, notably on that of the coal chiefs. They assembled, impressed and gratified that a minister of the Crown should have spent so much of his time and the public money acting as their commercial traveller, and were rewarded by a resounding oration informing them in general terms that as a result of his protracted exertions the Canadian market was theirs for the asking. After flowery expressions of gratitude for such an achievement, amounting at first almost to acclamation, some tactless brute of a soldier, who had been a prominent and successful member of the General Staff in the war and had since retired to perform equally valuable service to the coal industry, ventured to raise the delicate question of price, which had not hitherto been discussed. At what price would they have to deliver their coal in the Canadian market which Mr. Thomas had been so good as to obtain for them? The reply was that the minister had fixed all that and that they would find it was quite all right. Question and evasion continued for some time, and at length the industrialist put his point with military precision. America is not only highly mechanized but has a short haul to Canada, while Britain has a long haul. That is why in straight competition the Americans have always been able to beat us there. Does the minister mean he has persuaded the Canadians to pay more for their coal in order to buy British? If so, what is the price? I must insist on an answer. Mr. Thomas, in a condition verging on apoplexy, shouted, "That is a most impertinent question." The gathering dissolved in considerable confusion. So it continued, on and up in the MacDonald terminology, without any intervention from that indefatigable beast who was supposed to be conducting the government. I remained on good terms with him and was able sometimes to see him privately with opportunity to inform him, but was then translated straight into a Shavian comedy with the Prime Minister ready to discuss anything under the sun, preferably the gorse at Lossiemouth, which, he would recall with nostalgia, was then in bloom, everything except the relevant subject on which the life of his government depended. The other two ministers who were supposed to be dealing with unemployment, George Lansbury and Tom Johnston, had even less access to MacDonald, and in any case were usually too occupied with their own departments even to attend our weekly meetings at the Treasury. They appeared to realize quickly that with Thomas we should get nowhere at all, but they always gave me loyal support in my efforts, particularly Lansbury, who was the less busy of the two. Eventually I saw no more of Thomas than was necessary, and got on with the job of working out, within the departments, what seemed to me the real policy necessary to deal with unemployment. Contact with Thomas merely brought further difficulty and embarrassment. For instance, on one occasion he suddenly asked me to announce in the House of Commons that he had just approved expenditure of £70 million to provide employment. I queried the figure, which had appeared in no discussion and no minute, but was informed it was an urgent instruction to announce it from the Cabinet, which had approved it and required the publicity to ease the parliamentary situation. It was the only time in my life I ever gave to the House of Commons a fact or figure which was not valid, or could even be challenged, and I did not forgive the deception. My relations with Thomas deteriorated. I summarized my series of proposals for dealing with unemployment in a document which became known as the Mosley Memorandum. It was circulated to Thomas and the Cabinet. If I recollect rightly, I notified him in proper form that I intended to do this, but he complained that I should first have discussed it with him. I had done this for the best part of a year without result, and the time had come for action. Also, I was on strong and legitimate ground. An unfortunate incident then occurred for which I was not responsible, but which gave my enemies a weapon to use against me within the government. John Strachey took the memorandum home, and an unauthorized person was reputed to have seen it lying about. The gist of it got into the press, and Thomas was quick, with some support from Snowden, to accuse me of leaking it. This was a lucky chance for the old gang, of which they took full advantage. They could ride off in high tantrum on an issue of ministerial propriety and thus avoid all discussion of the real subject, in which their incompetence, indecision and procrastination were to destroy the government little more than a year later. MacDonald was always superb in the injured role of the old Queen suffering an attack of lèse-majesté, and Thomas in a dispute on the level of who pinched the beer money in a local trade union branch was as clever as a monkey getting away with a coconut. We had a lot of trouble but escaped unscathed, except for poor John, whose invariable failure to conceal his intellectual contempt had already got him in badly with the lot of them. John Strachey was an adumbration of later difficulties between the trade union side of the labour movement and those who were called intellectuals, sometimes a misnomer, as the pretent font to intellect is often an inverse ratio to the fact. A real intellectual, of robust constitution and with goodwill in all human relations, is perfectly capable of acquiring the equipment necessary to success in a mass movement. He must really like people, and have the physique to stand the racket of learning to know well a considerable diversity of human beings. He must be at home everywhere, in every sphere of British life in those days, and also of European life in these days. In many intellectuals the fine but delicate motor of the intellect lacks a chassis sufficiently sturdy to carry it far on the rough road of experience. The machine soon breaks, or is withdrawn to some quiet garage of the mind. John Strachey had the necessary robustness of physique and character, but nausea overwhelmed him when his cold intellectual eye surveyed a familiar spectacle, the Labour leader engaged in keeping his party together by importing to high office a strange assortment which was quite unsuited to any place in the government of a great country. Some of the trade union leaders were among the best practical minds of the nation, and would be of value to any administration. Yet not only trade union leaders, but key party figures, were selected by party exigencies rather than their abilities. It is part of the fatality of Labour that the leader is always dependent on a balance of forces which inhibit action. The prisoner leader is an invariable result of the whole structure, psychology and character of the party. MacDonald simply could not afford to dispense either with Thomas or Morrison, who chiefly obstructed action, Thomas because he understood nothing and Morrison because he was a narrow, rigid, vain little bureaucrat, devoid of vision and incapable of movement beyond his office stool. As Minister of Transport he rejected the schemes for national roads which 30 years later had to be put through in a hurry, with all the difficulty of such a task in a period of full employment, while at that time they could have anticipated the coming breakdown of the English road system and have provided work for the unemployed. There were then 30 different road surfaces between London and Birmingham, an inconvenient arrangement even for the stagecoaches when these roads were designed, but Morrison strenuously resisted all proposals for a national road system. He was the man of the local authorities which had nurtured his career. That is why a new generation of young Englishmen spending weekends in their splendid cars have had a better view of the backside of the car leading them in a large, coiling queue than of the glorious countryside of England. Even now the national road system I then advocated is far from complete. No persuasion would make Morrison move as Minister of Transport, and MacDonald had to protect him because he was the party chief and organiser of London, the local Mrs. Fix-It. An excellent adjuster of local disputes within conflicting constituency organisations, he was totally unfitted by natural aptitude or experience for national administration. He had considerable gifts as a propagandist, and in the Second World War made a stirring appeal to the young to go to it, an exercise from which he was unfortunately inhibited in the First World War when young himself, but must then have been as incapable of an executive task as he proved himself early or at the Ministry of Transport. He was an expert on the parish pump, who was later translated by the domestic exigencies of the Labour Party not only to the highest offices of state but even to the Foreign Office when Europe was in the making. He was in the Home Office at the time of my release from detention in the war, and is sometimes given credit for that event. I have always understood it was only the heavy pressure of Churchill which obliged him to release me, but Morrison showed a certain courage in facing the communist-led agitation to put me back. Morrison had a shrewd instinct from his point of view when he wrote to MacDonald rebutting the Mosley memorandum to the cabinet. He complained that it would appear to involve such an overlordship of his executive responsibilities that a minister's life would not have been worth living. He would certainly have shifted uneasily on his well-padded office stool if I had had the power to tell him to get on or get out. No wonder people of that kind resent the entry and action of any dynamic character within the Labour Party. The trouble is that they have the power to obstruct because their removal can bring the party down, and a Labour Prime Minister is consequently not an executive but an equilibrist. His only necessary quality is the capacity to balance on the tightrope until the whole crazy show falls off. Worse even than the obstructive bureaucrat is the Thomas type within the party. The Prime Minister is always liable to have imposed on him a drunken clown as a candidate for high office of vital importance to the whole nation. Soon this freak imported to serious affairs by party exigencies will cut his own throat as surely as the piglet venturing to swim in deep water. This was the inevitable end of the Thomas case, and in the process much damage was done to the national interest. Yet the Prime Minister in his cage of party interest and sentiment cannot resist without breaking the party, until nature has taken its course and the harm has been done. The reasons inhibiting MacDonald from sacking Thomas were his power in the trade unions and his backing in a strong section of the parliamentary party. MacDonald's own position depended on the Thomas element in the party, and although they were so different in character, they were also united by old and strong bonds of friendship and mutual interest. Why should MacDonald break these ties and risk his position on account of an internal debate on economics, of which he understood all too little? Better to retreat like a cuttlefish behind an ink screen of indignation about the memorandum and thus avoid all decision. Thomas too at almost every weekly meeting had been faced with the painful necessity of giving a decision in a discussion of which he understood nothing. Almost invariably there was a point at issue between me and the brilliant civil servant who was his chief assistant, an able but in my view very conservative gentleman. At the end of the debate the adviser would turn to Thomas and say in effect, "May we then take it, sir, that your decision is so and so?" Thomas then had the choice of playing safe and awarding the palm to the civil service, taking a risk and backing the wild man with his Birmingham and ILP ideas, or telling the truth and saying in his vernacular, "I ain't understood a bloody word." He always played safe. So did MacDonald, with the inevitable result not only of my resignation but of the ultimate doom of his government. For my part, one felt quite simply that if I lent myself any longer to this cynical harlequinade, I should be betraying completely the people to whom we had given such solemn pledges to deal with the unemployment problem. I resigned in May 1930, and explained my proposals to deal with unemployment in the House of Commons on May 28. I was not just the young man in a hurry, as they tried to pretend, or the advocate of wildcat finance, in the phrase of Snowden. My plans were based on the new orthodoxy, of which they understood nothing, and had the backing not only of the dynamic genius of the older generation, Lloyd George, with all the immense authority of his peacetime achievement in office and of his wartime administration, but of the master of the new economic thinking himself, J. Maynard Keynes. As all my papers were destroyed by war action while I was in prison, I have to rely on memory for the writing of these memoirs. Happily, however, extensive checking has proved it reliable even in events of many years ago. In the matter of Keynes, I am indebted to Robert Skidelsky. He wrote that I sent the memorandum to Keynes for his comments. I presume this was in order, because he was in a semi-official position and the document had not yet gone to the cabinet. They both agreed it was a very able document and illuminating apostrophe. Keynes supported me throughout this period, and even later went so far as to say to Harold Nicolson he would have voted for the new party. My own memories of this brilliant and charming person with the gentle manner and razor keen intelligence, consist mostly of lunches at his house, sometimes alone and sometimes with the occasion decorated by the exquisite presence of his wife, Lydia Lopokova, of the Russian ballet. A formidable array stood for action, but it was thwarted by the machines the parties had created over years and still more by the type of men the parties produced. The rank and file of Labour, like the rank and file of the Conservative Party, were the salt of the earth, but it was the nemesis of their complacency in a relatively quiet period that they could only produce leaders capable of misleading them. Bonaparte's jibe that the English are lions led by donkeys has often been true of the Labour and Tory rank and file. Those leaders would have disappeared and the machines would have consented to action or have crumpled if the crisis had become graver, as it did in other countries. But it was only just sufficient in England to break Labour and to install in its place a combination of Macdonald and Baldwin. It was that multiplication of 0 by 0 which finally produced the great nullity of Britain's present condition. After Thomas's convivial tour through Canada, it was at least clear that he was not going to persuade the main capitalist countries to accept our goods as a favour to Britain. And few things appeared more improbable than the bureaucrats conducting nationalized industries in Whitehall or thereabouts, making them more competitive on world markets than they were under private enterprise. In any case, the first hesitant steps in this step-by-step socialism had yet to be taken. Labour was therefore thrown back on its original theory, most remote of all from any reality, of effective action through international socialism. There I had already seen not only in depressing theory but in deadly fact what the prospects were. I had been sent as a representative of the Labour Party to a meeting of the Second International in Brussels some time before we took office. The fact that some of the other Europeans were of an altogether different order intellectually from the leaders of the Labour Party at that time in no way affected the basic situation that it would at best take centuries to achieve anything through international socialism. The Frenchmen were interesting to meet, Leon Blum, in particular, a highly intelligent Jew, but even in the much stronger position of a French economy, which in comparison with our top-heavy island was relatively self-contained, neither his intellectual attainments nor his international affiliations saved him from short shrift at the hands of the bankers a few years later when he became Prime Minister of France. Vincent Auriol, afterwards President of France, spoke at these meetings on finance and economics with singular lucidity. Listening to his exposition, I wondered with youthful and still partly insular curiosity, whether his performance would reinforce Kurtzon's description to me of a French statesman, stating with irrefutable logic a case which was afterwards invariably disproved by facts. The one thing clear at the Second International was that no action of that august and well-intentioned assembly was going to solve the immediate problem of unemployment in Britain. This view of the Second International was emphasized by a visit to Berlin in the company of MacDonald shortly before he formed his second Labour government, early in 1929. We had a discussion with the leaders of the German socialist movement who were affiliated to our party in the Second International, but the concentrated talk in the German fashion soon became too serious for the taste of MacDonald. At length, leaning back from the table with his favourite act of the Grand Seigneur, who was a distinguished patron of the arts, he inquired what the current opinion of Van Gogh was in Berlin. Van Gogh? Van Gogh? Ran the puzzled query round the table until someone with a flash of light ejaculated, "A painter." Then my favourite character at the meeting, a fine old sweat of a Prussian drill sergeant, rose to his feet with a click of heels and said, "We ring up the museum, we inquire." MacDonald gave up. So far I had only noted in MacDonald his foolish and ridiculous way of life which wasted the time of the Prime Minister and consequently the time of the nation. The deep element of hysteria in his character only emerged after this European tour. I was then to observe the basic character of these men of double-talking and double-dealing. They were entirely different animals in all things, great and small, to the masters of action whom history has revealed to our judgment. They are unfortunately a recurrent type in our country during periods when the river of history is passing through the quiet and peaceful contemporary scene of Winston Churchill's description, so calm that it can even carry on its tranquil bosom the contemptible figures of Baldwin and MacDonald. The Baldwins and MacDonalds are always present in those circumstances, continually changed and adapted in superficial appearance, with new presentation and make-up to suit the always transient fashion, but in underlying reality they are the same men. They are the goody-goodies, the figures of infinite worthiness, the models of public virtue and private decorum. They are the products of the Puritan tradition, and most faithfully they follow the form of that tradition. Limitless has been the damage they have done to England until now the destruction reaches its climax in the inevitable reaction from Puritan repression. The last direct and notable injury inflicted on the English people by the squalid curse of Puritanism was the abdication, for which Baldwin was primarily responsible. Now comes the inevitable reaction into the contrary absurdity and possible fatality which it had always invited. A generation on the run from its inhibited past will soon find that even the relief of drugs cannot shelter it from the fact of living. The curse of Puritanism may be lost when England enters Europe and a wider consciousness, where an equilibrium can be found again. Meanwhile, a land so respectable as to reject Edward VIII now presents a hilarious spectacle for the diversion of the sophisticated Europeans. The steady old mare which for generations just dragged the milk bottles from door to door on the domestic round has suddenly run away with the cart and smashed the lot. Personally, I am as much against license as I am against repression. We need a return to the sanity and balance of the main European tradition. To revert to Puritanism would be merely to reverse the medal and in the end to lead back to the present disaster in a cycle of inevitability. I deal with these matters to emphasize the catastrophe of Puritanism, both in primary and secondary result, and to advocate a more rational, European outlook. I write also in order to urge my view that an altogether different kind of man is required for the conduct of great affairs. This type has appeared before on the stage of history, and in lesser degree during our own period in the person of Lloyd George. He and other less important contemporaries were rejected largely on bogus moral values by men who were often themselves humbugs, whited sepulchres in the old biblical phrase, whose private lives sharply contradicted their public standards, with the result that a dual morality, and a consequent anxiety neurosis, produced a hysteria which was a danger to the nation's business. We must guard against a reversion to Puritanism whose denial of nature produced these personal catastrophes as well as the present repulsive orgy of license, from which happily the mass of the English people are still free, and aim in the future at producing a new kind of man in statesmanship, who has been adumbrated in the highest prototypes of the past, men of calm and balanced character, of freedom yet of self-control, of discriminating taste rather than of inhibition. This is why I deal briefly with topics which could not be justified entirely by any amusement they may cause, for the jokes are in a sense too tragic and the personal issues involved are too bitter. It is necessary to blow the lid off humbugs so that new values and new men may emerge. I am far from suggesting that the present position of Britain is due to the sexual repression of its prime ministers, for A. J. P. Taylor probably underestimated when he wrote that 6 relatively recent prime ministers had committed adultery. Yet an acute difference between public protestations and private standards, and the consequent habit of humbug, can be an underlying cause of disaster, particularly when accompanied by a way of life which is in conflict with nature itself. Basic character can undoubtedly survive all life's vicissitudes if it be strong enough. Yet weakness of character can be aggravated by experience, just as the weak body further deteriorates in wrong living. Character can best be judged by the way men handle situations of all kinds. MacDonald's conduct in private affairs was all too similar to his action in public affairs. It is to illustrate this point that I follow briefly this by way of history. MacDonald in this sphere was a strange case. He was at that time most handsome, as old men go, with good features, fine hair and a superb voice which was his greatest asset on the platform and in Parliament. Possibly the reason why he became leader rather than the crippled Snowdon was that he was so much better looking. Effie once said to me that in England no man gets far at the bar or in politics unless he is good looking, since the English care about looks. This is not altogether true. I have known some very ugly men who have been a success in politics, but there is something in it, and MacDonald owed much to his physical appearance. Allied to these looks was a very sentimental temperament. Many comical tales used to be told about him. A man who journeyed in the lower ranges of the Himalayas with him and lived in the next room of a chalet with a fine view, told us that MacDonald came out in the morning, just before the sun was rising, and throwing wide his arms exclaimed in his rolling Scottish voice, "The day belongs to the world, but the dawn belongs to me." Such stories made him rather a joke to the younger generation, as they were supported by his obvious vanity and emotional character. MacDonald was in principle a moral man of Puritan antecedent and instinct. In company with many of his colleagues, he would regard a love affair as a fall from grace rather than a fulfillment of life. Yet strangely enough the wittiest thing he ever said to me indicated a wider view of these matters. An old man, who was a well-known supporter and a large subscriber to the party, became involved in a scandalous divorce case. I said to MacDonald, in the lobby, "This may do some harm." "Not at all," he replied. "If the old chap was your age, the public would be indignant because they would know he had enjoyed it. But at his age they know it wouldn't give him much pleasure." MacDonald must have been thinking of Macaulay's analysis of the Puritan opposition to bear baiting, not on account of the pain it gave to the bear, but of the pleasure it gave to the spectators. It was not love affairs but his absurd fashion of life which exhausted him. He had a mass of papers to read, people to see all day long and speeches to make, and on top of this he liked to go out to dinner parties. Being a great snob, the dinners were usually in circles so remote from the party that the Webbs were shocked. In particular, his delight was to sit up all night talking to Lady Londonderry, grandmother of the present Lord Londonderry. They were surely linked only by her curiosity and his snobbery. She was a woman of character, though not very clever, and had a splendid house in Park Lane, the old Londonderry house which was then the scene of the official Tory receptions, when he spent his evenings in these surroundings. The Lossy Loon, as MacDonald sometimes described his young self with nostalgic affection, no doubt felt he had made it at last. It was observing the conduct of MacDonald at this time which possibly gave me my strongly held opinion that men in office ought to live like athletes, not dine out, go to banquets and dinners, but only see people relevant to business. If an athlete lives like that before a world championship, why should not a prime minister live in the same way? Must we English always play at work, and only work at play? It seems to me that statesmen are poor fish if even for the few years at the height of their responsibilities they cannot be serious. Yet they were nearly all frivolous in this way to the last degree, except Lloyd George, who lost little time in his pleasures. As a result, MacDonald was in a state of permanent exhaustion, non compos mentis when it came to discussing serious matters. Yet he was not really a stupid man, for Robert Cecil used to tell me that in his early days he made good speeches. Even as Prime Minister he was still capable of making a fair speech after a few days of fresh air and reasonable food and sleep. He could have done his work well enough if he had led a sensible life, but his social existence made a monkey of him and reduced him to a condition approaching imbecility. What politicians call relaxation is almost always escapism, and there is no escape from supreme responsibility. MacDonald sitting up all night talking to Lady Londonderry, not because he was amorous but because he was a snob and liked idle talk, world leaders at the height of their responsibility losing a day in chasing a ball instead of taking their exercise walking in a wood or a garden and thinking at the same time, statesmen running around public and private dinner parties boozing and gassing until they reach a state of physical and mental exhaustion. The better type in politics seeking diversion by filling the mind with detective stories and rambling Victorian novels as some fill a tired stomach with sweets, instead of resting with eyes covered for the few minutes which can work an almost miraculous physical restoration once the habit is acquired, or reading a classic of enduring beauty which elevates the spirit, or seeking the repose and inspiration of immortal music, now readily available. These may be the real immoralists, guiltier than the men who follow nature but allow no diversion from life's serious purpose. No one can enjoy life more than I do, few at times have enjoyed it so much, but I repeat that a Prime Minister who cannot be serious, entirely dedicated for the few years of his supreme responsibility, is a poor fish. The capacity to be serious also requires long training, a habit of living designed for such a life. Wanted, the adult mind. Shaw was right. It was events after our European journey together which finally revealed the deep hysteria of MacDonald's nature. His speech to the Reichstag was the main purpose of our journey and it had a considerable success, for he was living a more reasonable life than usual and getting some rest. Surrounded by plump young Conservative MPs, to whom MacDonald talked quite lucidly, I never heard the name of Adolf Hitler, and did not even know the Nazi Party existed in the spring of 1929. The embassy suggested that we should invite Frau Stresemann, the wife of the German Chancellor, out to dinner. We were informed that she was a lady in the middle 50s, very young for her age and very gay, and were tipped off that it meant a tour of the night resorts of Berlin. MacDonald behaved seriously, because he thought this a less suitable occasion for the coming Prime Minister than an evening spent in Londonderry House, so he detailed us for the job, with the assistance of our old friend Harold Nicholson, who was councillor at the embassy. Simi and I had never seen anything like that night in our lives. In several of the many resorts to which we were taken, the sexes had simply exchanged clothes, makeup and the habits of nature in crudest form. Scenes of decadence and depravity suggested a nation sunk so deep that it could never rise again. Yet within 2 or 3 years men in brown shirts were goose-stepping down these same streets around the Kurfürstendamm. The Germans in some respects are a rather exaggerated people, as Carlyle observed, there is an impiety, a too-muchness in them. Aldous Huxley added acutely, the Germans dive deeper and come up muddier than any other people. What we then saw in Berlin was of course no more characteristic of the mass of the German people than some excesses in London today are typical of the British people. Yet Apollo and Dionysus are both represented in the vast energy of the German nature, both elements are inherent in the character and a part of its genius. When they fall, the Germans rest like Atlas on the earth, and when the giant rises much depends on what voice is whispering in his ear. My last memory of that evening in Berlin is of poor Harold dropping to sleep at 6 o'clock in the morning while vigorous ladies waltzed with red roses behind their ears and roses drooping from their mouths, and not only ladies, until one of those terrible paper balls in use in German nightclubs hit our counselor a blow in the eye severe enough to wake him up, and with fresh access of official zeal he swept us off to bed. MacDonald did not participate in the festivities of Berlin, but after our return to England suffered some embarrassment from involvement in a romantic relationship which was brought to my notice by others. Most people in the modern world will at least agree that no reason exists in morality or honor why an elderly widower should not have such a liaison. I feel that MacDonald himself was quite unconscious of anything in this affair except his personal emotions. He ran true to the form of Puritanism, relapsing into hysteria. The poor man was just another illustration of nature's requirement sung by the poets, that romance belongs to youth rather than to age. If the habit must become lifelong, at least experience should be acquired early. Elderly statesmen should either know much about love, or refrain from it. Certainly in a position of high responsibility, time and energy should be conserved for the task alone. Such stories are really no subject for laughter, because this pathos of the wreckage of Puritanism has become the tragedy of England today. I do not desire to tell them, because my only purpose is to draw the lesson, not to rule out a Lloyd George in favor of either a MacDonald or the Immaculate Baldwin. No doubt one of the main features in the exclusion of Lloyd George was the dislike of the goodies in the Conservative and Liberal parties for his free way of living, though his private life should have been irrelevant to his public career. His love affairs have been so widely publicized by others that it can now do him no harm to discuss the subject. My only contact with this aspect of his nature was when Lloyd George gave a dinner in a private room in a good and most respectable hotel long since pulled down. I arrived first and he showed me the list of guests, which not only included politicians supposed to be at some enmity with each other, but also names drawn from very different spheres. I said, "This will lift the roof if it gets out." Lloyd George replied with his ineffable dimpling expression, "My dear boy, if everything I have done in this hotel during the last 40 years had got out, you have no idea how many times I would have had to retire from polities." Entire absence of humbug was part of his charm to the younger generation. It has been a common feature of the few really great men I have known. He said to me once, "Love is all right, if you lose no time." I understood it was always his practice to go straight to the point and to press for a decision one way or the other. He did not, of course, go so far as Bonaparte in the celebrated story of a lady arriving to meet him during a council meeting which began quietly but became difficult and increasingly engaged his passionate energy. The ADC is reported to have whispered in his ear, "Madam Mr. Ivy, Napoleon, came Madam attend." ADC, "Madame attend, Napoleon, came Madam say dishabille." ADC, "Madam mist dishabille, Napoleon, came Madam say couch." ADC, "Madam mist couchy, Napoleon, came Madam snail." Such methods may save time, but they scarcely savor the subtler moments of romance. Some of the great masters of action gave more time to this art, and can consequently be charged with some loss of time, but their balanced characters were devoid of hysteria. There is a note of reproach in one phrase of Mommsen which can be found in his great passage on Julius Caesar beginning, "It is not often given to mortals to contemplate perfection." The sentence in my translation runs, "It was not until he had passed the meridian of his years and the torrent of his passions had subsided that this remarkable man attained the acme of his powers as the instrument of action and of destiny." His experiences in early life certainly gave him more practice in handling all situations, both delicate and dangerous, than had the less fortunate MacDonald. Modern biography delights to deal in trivial scandal rather than in large events, and would often do better to discuss the thought and action of the subject. Yet some of these occasions can illustrate a man's way of handling situations. Caesar's calm character and cool method in all things grave and gay, were well displayed when he was suspected by Cato of being an accomplice of Catiline and of winning time for the approach of the rebel army to Rome by protracting debate in the Senate. When a messenger brought him a note, Cato demanded it should, in modern parlance, be placed on the table, but was met with a refusal. On Cato's further insistence, Caesar threw him the note, observing that he could read it, but no one else could. It was a passionate love letter from Cato's sister, Servilia, mother of Brutus. That is why in the final scene Caesar is credibly reputed to have said, "Kai su teknon," rather than "et to Brute." The habit of such Romans was to talk Greek with intimates, in rather the same way as French was used in the circle of Frederick the Great. We can observe even in this limited sphere an altogether different kind of man, a type which is certainly more appropriate to a period when action is required. Men in the classic European tradition showed not only a profoundly different attitude to some of the basic facts of life, but an altogether different character in the handling of situations of all kinds. Hysteria was excluded, all was ruled by purpose, served by character. We need in England today a return to character with neither the hysteria of repression nor of license, in harmony with life, nature and purpose reaching ever higher. The world is character. It is at present too much to hope that we may secure a plenitude of the men in politics of whom Shaw wrote that if enough of them appeared on earth, all our political, ecclesiastical and moral institutions would vanish to make way for a higher order. Yet we might, if not in politics at any rate in art, come nearer to the ideal described in a view of the moral future written in one of Nietzsche's moments of inspiration from which Shaw and some of the best of his contemporaries derived so much. The work of such poets that is, whose vision of man is exemplary, would be distinguished by the fact that they appear immune from the glow and blast of the passions. The fatal touch of the wrong note, the pleasure taken in smashing the whole instrument on which the music of humanity has been played, the scornful laughter and the gnashing of teeth, and all that is tragic and comic in the old conventional sense, would be felt in the vicinity of this new art as an awkward, archaic crudeness and a distortion of the image of man. Strength, goodness, gentleness, purity, and that innate and spontaneous sense of measure and balance shown in persons and their actions in a clear sky reflected on faces and events, knowledge and art at one, the mind without arrogance and jealousy, dwelling together with the soul, drawing from the opposites of life the grace of seriousness, not the impatience of conflict. All this would make the background of gold on which to set up the real portrait of man, the picture of his increasing nobleness. The knowledge given by modern science can help in choosing men today, and in training them tomorrow. I seemed perhaps too crude, too ambitious, and too fantastic, when I once wrote that mankind with the aid of modern science could now play the midwife to destiny, in accelerating evolution. Yet history and science together can at least point to the kind of men required when action is needed. For the immediate purpose of realizing new values in a failing society, I believe we should look not to Puritanism but rather to the classic Greeks and to our own Elizabethans. There is a real danger that a biological revulsion, in the acute Muggeridge phrase, from the crude disgust which our present situation evokes may lead back to Puritanism, setting in motion another cycle of fatality ending again in decadence. I am at this stage concerned chiefly with economics and practical action, and considerations of ethics and philosophy belong to the conclusion of this book. Meantime, I suggest as a principle adequate to the present question, not back to Puritanism and forward with hysteria, but back to Hellas and forward with science. Resignation. The fight at Labour Party conference. In the emergency of 1929 I was able to combine immediate action with long-term plan, tactics with strategy in military terms. I knew by then quite clearly where I was going, and immediate action could therefore serve ultimate purpose. Years of study, and journeys to examine worldwide conditions had brought this clarity. Yet in government I was met with urgent and menacing facts in which theory availed me little. I had to act, and quickly, yet to retain my sense of direction and final objective. Any plan of action should deal with the immediate and the ultimate, with present facts and long-term objectives. Particularly in a national emergency, we have to act quickly with any means to hand, sometimes without regard to further considerations. The first need is to live, then we can plan the future. My resignation speech and the whole policy on which I resigned from the government in May 1930 were therefore sharply divided between a short-term and a long-term program. This dichotomy is not always clearly understood. For example, the unemployment proposals which Lloyd George produced with the assistance of Keynes and other economists resembled closely the short-term emergency program which I produced with the aid of the civil service. Yet the long-term program in the second half of my speech went far beyond anything which Lloyd George or even Keynes were then suggesting. It was not until 1933 that Keynes began to approach this position. Keynes wrote 2 articles on national self-sufficiency in the New Statesman on July 8 and 15, 1933. They jettisoned entirely the classic free trade position and in effect were a lucid exposition of the basic economic conclusions I had reached in government. When I wrote to congratulate him, he replied with his customary charm. Liberal thinkers today begin to recognize a need for new and fundamental measures which liberal leaders were far from appreciating in 1930. For instance, Mr. Grimmond stated recently that in 1930 I possibly understood better than anyone that wage regulation and worldwide changes in the pattern of trade undermined the case for a continuing free trade by one country alone. This indicates a considerable advance in liberal thinking since that period, and is at least partial recognition of the facts which moved me to produce the second half of my program, the long-term reconstruction. That the traditional basis of Britain's island trade was gone forever and that we must seek entry into a wider economic community largely insulated from the chaos of world markets, are facts now generally recognized. They are admitted in Britain's attempts to enter the common market. My policy in the 30s was a developed empire market, and my policy in 1948 was a united Europe, including the Dominions and other European overseas territories. The short and long-term program in my resignation speech were 2 entirely different things, but they coincided rather than conflicted because the short-term program could gain time for long-term reconstruction. The long-term policies were direct heresy in terms of that period, although my resignation speech secured very wide support. It must therefore have been the short-term program, the urgent sense that something must be done and that this was a real effort to do it, which evoked the favorable reaction. It was indeed a wide response which cut clean across all parties. There was a real consensus in support of these emergency measures which is shown in the letters and press support I then received. People do not applaud a speech just for the manner of it, they applaud because they are in agreement with its contents. Few are as capable as Mr. Asquith of appreciating the merits of a performance which entirely contravenes their opinions. The reception of this speech by Lloyd George, Churchill and other speakers in the subsequent debate is well known, but a selection of letters I received from members of all parties may add something. They have never been published before, though none of them was marked private. They revealed a welcome from all sides of the House to an effort at action after years of drift. Your speech was the best I have ever heard in the House, and I imagine must be one of the best of parliamentary performances. Brent and Bracken. It was much the best speech I have heard in Parliament since the war. With L.G.'s assistance you will now put your policy through. Gratitude from us all. It was superbly done. I cannot put into words what I think of its skill and power. Philip Noel Baker. The best and most constructive speech I have heard in the House. It was fair and it was splendid. Clement Davis. It was, I suppose, the greatest parliamentary tour de force this generation will hear. Robert Boothby. A really great parliamentary performance. I was enormously impressed by it. I don't believe there is anyone else in this House who could have done it. Violet Bonham Carter. May a great admirer express his great admiration. John Simon. Finally, the letter which pleased the speaker most came from his mother in the gallery, saying that people of all shades of opinion thought it the finest speech heard in the House for 20 years. It was possibly this experience which contrasted more strikingly than any other with the later course of my life, and provided the high test postulated by Kipling: if you can meet with triumph and disaster, and treat those two impostors just the same, a phrase, like much of the writing of that notable author, verging on the grotesque but containing also in the manner of genius something of a noble truth. Eulogy pelted me with the rose petals of praise like wedding guests a bridegroom, when no one knows what foreboding of future felicity or sorrow time already holds. To present the contrasts which have been the essence of my life, it is necessary to show both sides of the medal, the praise and the abuse. During these recent years the view has been mostly of one side, and to give a balanced picture I depart from the usual practice, to which we English rightly adhere, for reasons I gave in Chapter 10, the whole requires an occasional immodesty. Certainly my life was abruptly changed, at least for a happy interval, by the effect of that speech. I had now moved from the left to the centre of British politics, where in underlying though sometimes unrecognized truth I have remained ever since. The sunshine of almost universal approval dispersed for a time the encompassing shadows. As the Observer wrote later, men and women went to Mosley because something had to be invented to save society. October 8, 1961. The centre and even the right looked towards me, as well as all the more realistic and ardent spirits of the Labour Party. The strength of the support in the Labour Party was soon afterwards openly expressed in the document which came to be known as the Mosley Manifesto. It supported the entire policy and was published in the following July. This manifesto was signed not only by Labour MPs like John Strachey and W. J. Brown, who afterwards helped in the formation of the new party, but also by the miners' leader, Arthur Cook, and by Aneurin Bevan and other influential Labour MPs, such as Phillips Price. The general attitude of the press toward my resignation speech was summarized by the correspondent of the Daily Herald in his description of the debate. An insistent sense of national emergency breaking down party barriers seemed to sweep over members. Sir Oswald Mosley entered a brilliant defense of his attitude followed by a vigorous and detailed offensive. When he sat down there was long and continued cheering from every section in the House. Tory members discussing it with me afterwards seemed almost awed, such was the impression it made on them. The national press appeared to my astonished and gratified breakfast regard to be virtually unanimous. The making of a short-term program to meet the emergency of unemployment was essentially an administrative matter, and could only be achieved by a minister in contact with all departments, who could get the facts and put them together into a whole of practical executive action. Theory was only touched at one point, the then novel concept of deficit financing. The rest was the synthesis of all available plans and the drive to execute them in a workable form with the maximum speed and minimum cost. To get the facts is the first test of administrative capacity. My method is to ask continual questions, probing and searching until the necessary data is available. When the evidence is conflicting, let the experts confront each other and argue it out, with the administrator stimulating the debate continually with fresh questions until truth emerges. The first requisites of effective executive action are clarity and precision, clarity in the ascertainment of facts, precision in the recording of the resulting decision. As a young man and a junior minister facing the emergency of unemployment, with access to all information but without the authority of the Prime Minister or even of the senior minister in charge, I had to rely entirely on persuasion and the capacity to get on well with all the people concerned. I was far from being in a position to employ my favorite method of recording to a secretary at an executive conference the decisions taken, requesting anyone present to suggest corrections or raise objections, and then further recording clear responsibility for executive action on each point. This method always seems to me an elementary executive necessity. Very different were the methods necessary in my position as a minister in the Labour government. I had to walk warily through a labyrinth of time-consecrated departments, and to deal amiably with many agreeable gentlemen at not much more than the pace they were accustomed to travel, before I could collect my facts and piece them together in the plan of action which I recommended first to the Cabinet and then to the House of Commons. My short-term programme immediately to put people to work was not in itself particularly original. Work was to be provided for 700,000 to 800,000 by three main measures. An emergency retirement pensions scheme opened places in industry for 280,000, raising the school age accounted for another 150,000, and a further 300,000 were to be found employment in constructive works. In addition, my resignation speech made a novel suggestion for land drainage and slum clearance by a more direct intervention on the part of the state with a view to short-circuiting the local delays, and advocated something approaching a mobile labor corps under decent conditions of labor and wages. So far as I am aware, this was the first time there was any proposal for a national approach to the housing and slum clearance problems, superseding the slow-moving machinery of local authorities. While the three main schemes to provide work for 700,000 to 800,000 people were not entirely original, the method and machinery for doing this was in those days not only novel, but a direct challenge to current thought, for it was to be done by loans. Even granting the Keynesian principle of deficit financing, which was then revolutionary, the detailed methods evolved with the aid of the departments had some ingenuity. The annual exchequer charge incurred was the surprisingly low figure of £10 million a year. Even today it may be quite interesting to study the contrivances for averaging and amortizing the costs of the scheme over a period of years and reducing to a minimum the budgetary burden. These schemes rested for their success on a mass of detail which I explained in my resignation speech of an hour and a quarter, and the House was good enough to follow it closely and manifestly to understand. Why then did the government not welcome the provision of employment for 700,000 to 800,000 men at the remarkably low annual charge of £10 million to the exchequer, particularly when the detail of the financing was unchallenged by its spokesman in debate? The answer is that the loan method, or deficit financing, during a depression, shocked to the very core the financial orthodoxy of this socialist administration, surprising, but a fact. When I asked, is it wrong in days of depression to raise a loan on the revenue of the road fund for the provision of an emergency program which in days of prosperity is repaid by a sinking fund from the road fund? The answer was that Mr. Snowden thought it very wrong indeed. In fact, the suggestion outraged him even more than it would have shocked Mr. Gladstone. The orthodoxy of the period utterly rejected such policies with a background of Keynesian economics, and both front benches were united in this negation. Mr. Churchill, while he was good enough to welcome the method and manner of my exposition, was equally with Mr. Snowden a prisoner of the old economics. They detested each other, but in finance shared the same opinions. The argument on this crucial matter I stated as follows: it must be remembered that to set many men working for a year costs a great deal of money. It costs £1 million to employ 4,000 men at work for a year, and £100 million to employ 400,000 men for a year. Therefore, if you are going to do this work on any large scale, large sums of money will have to be raised by the state or local authorities to carry it out. How is it to be raised, out of revenue or out of loans? £100 million out of revenue. Who will suggest it in the present situation? It is tous. On the income tax. It must be raised by loan. If the principle of a big loan is turned down, then this kind of work must come to an end. If this loan cannot be raised, then unemployment, as an emergency and immediate problem, cannot be dealt with. I have no doubt that we shall hear from the Right Honourable Member for Epping, Mr. Churchill, in answer to this latter part of my case, what he has so often described as the Treasury view, the view that any money loans raised by the government must be taken from other industrial activities and will put out of employment as many men as are put in employment. How far is that case supported by the present government? I knew, of course, by then that Snowden in this matter completely agreed with Churchill. I should like to have the views of the Chancellor of the Exchequer, for every argument with which I have been met seems to support that case. I admit that there is some force in that view in a period of acute deflation. If you are pursuing a deflationary policy, restricting the whole basis of credit, it is difficult to raise large loans for such purposes as this. Given, however, a financial policy of stabilization, that Treasury point of view cannot hold water. It would mean that every single new enterprise is going to put as many men out of employment as it will employ. That is a complete absurdity if you pursue that argument to its logical conclusion. If it is true, it means that nothing can ever be done by the government or by Parliament. It means that no government has any function or any purpose. It is a policy of complete surrender. It has been said rather curiously, in view of the modesty of my program, that it is the policy of the red flag. I might reply that what is known as the Treasury view is the policy of the white flag. It is a policy of surrender, of negation, by which any policy can be frustrated and blocked in this country. The argument I advanced would now be almost universally accepted, but it was then rejected by both front benches and opposed by the whole weight of the party machines. The time lag between the acceptance of new thinking, or even of new facts, is indeed disturbing in an age when facts continue to move so much faster than the minds of men. I clinched this argument with a reference to the government's faulty method of seeking conversion, which included a quotation from the president of the Board of Trade speaking a few days earlier. During the past fortnight alone £16 million of new capital has been authorized or raised for overseas investment, and so I trust the process will continue, and commented why? Why is it so right and proper and desirable that capital should go overseas to equip factories to compete against us, to build roads and railways in the Argentine or in Timbuktu, to provide employment for people in those countries, while it is supposed to shake the whole basis of our financial strength if anyone dares to suggest the raising of money by the government of this country to provide employment? Here we see the beginning of the clash between a producer's and a financier's policy, between my desire to develop a home market based on the purchasing power of our own people, accompanied by the concentration of our resources for the development of this system, and the traditional view that we should lend money abroad and encourage a swollen export trade for the purpose of building a strong position in international finance. The initial inspiration of this large development of policy certainly goes back to my speech at my first election in 1918 when I used the phrase imperial socialism. It emerged again in 1929 in the developed form of a viable economic area under the general direction of a strong central government. The keyword insulation enters the political vocabulary in the following passage. I want now to suggest that the policy of controlled imports can and should be extended to other trades, for this reason, that if we are to build up a home market it must be agreed that this nation must to some extent be insulated from the electric shocks of present world conditions. You cannot build a higher civilization and a standard of life which can absorb the great forces of modern production if you are subject to price fluctuation from the rest of the world which dislocates your industry at every turn, and to the sport of competition from virtually slave conditions in other countries. What prospects have we, except the home market, of absorbing modern production? I had already established the premise of this argument in the following passage. We must always, of course, export sufficient to buy our essential foodstuffs and raw materials, but we need not export enough to build up a favorable trade balance for foreign investment of £100 million a year, or to pay for the import of so many manufactured luxury articles as today come into the country. We have to get away from the belief that the only criterion of British prosperity is how many goods we can send abroad for foreigners to consume. Whatever may be said for or against the recovery of the swollen export trade that we had before the war, the fact remains that it is most difficult ever to restore that condition again, and facts have to be faced if we are to find any outlet for our present production. I was now fairly launched into a long-term program which took me beyond Keynes and all the thinking of that period. It becomes even clearer at this point of the speech that the whole policy on which I resigned was sharply divided between an ad hoc emergency program to meet the immediate unemployment crisis and a long-term policy to reconstruct the whole basis of our industrial life, changing our economy from a financier's to a producer's system. The long-term policy went far beyond the short-term program, and some way beyond the Birmingham proposals. The only sharp clash between the old thinking and my new thinking in the short term lay in the concept of deficit financing, and there I had the massive support of Keynes, not only in his theory but as already noted in his personal intervention. The long-term policy on the other hand entered seas which were then completely uncharted, whose tidal force all these years later drives Britain to recognize the basic justice of that economic analysis in seeking entry to the largely insulated area of the common market. For to create a system insulated from the world shocks which have rendered increasingly difficult our industrial position and were described in detail for the first time in that speech, it was necessary to discover and develop a viable economic area, and that could only be found either in the Empire or in Europe. When the Empire was lost, Europe became the only possibility for Britain to enter a system containing the two necessities, internal planning, and insulation from the disruption of external factors. The dangers which have now arisen and the needs which are now agreed were foreseen and presented in that speech, but they were then denied by the full force of orthodox opinion and obstructed by the full weight of the party machines. My long-term policy also went beyond the Birmingham proposals, because in essence they were an ingenious method for the management of an expansionary home market in an island economy with the aid of a floating exchange rate, a possibility still relevant in 1968. They added to Labour policy the necessary ingredient of modern monetary thinking, which was entirely lacking, and certain other devices which went beyond Keynes. But in this speech of 1930 I went further, and envisaged an economy insulated from the disruptive world forces, competition of cheap labor supplied by finance with modern rationalized machinery, deliberate dumping below production costs, price fluctuations and collapse of world markets, and also from other countries' exchange manipulations to secure an artificial advantage for their exports, of which I had given warning long previously in parliamentary speeches. The insulation concept led inevitably to the idea first of an empire and then of an European economy, which I developed later in full detail. Imperial socialism then grew up and became adult in a greater sphere. The only possibility of making this idea effective was to develop an area large enough to be viable, containing its own market and with access to sufficient raw materials and foodstuffs. Two experiences had intervened between the Birmingham proposals in April and August 1925 and my resignation speech in 1930, my American journey, and the information I obtained from the departments in my year of office. In America I had seen the developing industrial processes already described. In the government departments I had been able to examine in practical detail the continually increasing difficulties our export trades were encountering. Consequently, I had reached the conclusion that our traditional trading and financial system, resting on a large export surplus, could not continue indefinitely, and that the day would come when we would find considerable difficulty in selling sufficient exports in open competition on world markets even to pay for the essential foodstuffs and raw materials without which our island economy could not survive. In other words, our present balance of payments problem was bound in the end to arise. The main theme which I stated in 1930 is now proved true, and is recognized in the attempts of all British parties to enter a larger and considerably insulated economic unit. Mr. Macmillan as Prime Minister stated when speaking in America on foreign trade, "Your trade is only 7% of your gross national product, whereas ours is 32% of our comparable figures." The implication of this speech, and of all subsequent speeches and actions by responsible statesmen, is that this disproportion could not indefinitely be maintained. The validity of my main theme is now recognized in all present policies, but was then rejected by all parties. They were united in the belief that we could only solve our problems by still further increasing our export trade to world markets. It is true that since then we have increased our exports in absolute terms by means for which the country has no politicians to thank, but we have not solved our problem because our relative share of world trade has progressively declined to the point where we are confronted with recurrent balance of payments crises. Our absolute increase in export trade has been achieved by science and industrial technique alone, Only the remarkable diversification of our industries has saved us, and this has been entirely due to scientific discoveries and technological developments. If we had been obliged to rely on the traditional trades of that period, we should long since have been insolvent. For instance, the vast dimensions of our cotton and woolen trades have shrunk to the negligible in terms of balance of payments statistics, for precisely the reasons I then gave. It is one of the most notable facts of the post-war period that the politicians have twice been saved from the results of their egregious errors by the discoveries of the scientists. If it had not been for the diversification of British industry through new inventions and techniques, we should have been bankrupt long ago. If it had not been for the discovery of nuclear fission, the triumphant armies of Russian communism would have overrun Europe 2 decades back. In the most diverse spheres, the frenzied politicians have attempted to commit national suicide, but have been pulled out of the morass into which they plunged by the saving hand of science. Completely unabashed, the talkers continue to claim the credit without one word of thanks to the doers, and worse still, without even providing them with sufficient funds to prevent the drain to America of brains which have hitherto been the only salvation of Britain. It may be complacently contended that natural luck and the ability of our scientists and technicians can always assure that fresh discovery arrives at just the right moment, and that consequently the politicians had nothing to worry about at the time I was analyzing the demise of our traditional trades on account of factors then easily observable and since proved to be correct. Yet surely statesmen can only deal with facts as they are, and it is criminal to rest the life of great nations on the arrival of these happy chances. The drunk may argue that if he has missed the lamp post once on his way home he will always do so, but this cannot be the sober calculation of statesmanship. Britain has hitherto survived by astonishing luck, and it still faces a crisis which in the end can only be met by similar policies in the new context of Europe and of modern science. When I resigned from the government, in effect I staked my whole political life on 2 main issues. The first was that this top-heavy island cannot continue indefinitely to sell so large a proportion of its total production on the open markets of the world. This analysis is now recognized to be true in the search for another market arrangement. The second was that the purchasing power of the Western world could not indefinitely absorb the production of modern science without the devising by government of new economic policies of a totally different order to the ideas then prevailing. This was not only my view, it was stressed by many of the highest paid engineers of American industry, then known as technocrats. The validity of this second analysis was temporarily postponed by Roosevelt doubling the price of gold in the 30s. And by the sequence of armament boom and another world war. Yet at present the same ominous symptoms begin to reappear, despite the higher purchasing power of the post-war affluent society reinforced by higher purchase. The situation is graver than before, because a large proportion of American production surplus to normal demand has been absorbed by minor wars, by the armament competition of the Cold War, and by the related space program. Temporary prosperity rests on the dangerous abnormalities of higher purchase and the Cold War, in the continent on which depends the rest of the Western world under the present system. We approach the time when these grave issues may be put to the final test, but the measures now necessary to meet them are best dealt with later as a whole in a comprehensive study of my post-war thinking. It may be argued against my position in 1930 and subsequently that my speeches were too alarmist and appeared to suggest a collapse which did not occur. Yet the collapse would already have occurred, but for the intervention of science and the Second World War. Also, in order to awaken a dormant country it may be necessary to speak in strident tones, though I believe it always best, in the long term, to tell the country the plain truth. I know this view separates me entirely from the modern school of statesmanship in more than one country, which believes that you must always tell the people the opposite of the truth, say you are going to the left if you mean to go to the right and vice versa. Yet government by small tricks may be all right in small periods when everything is more or less running itself, But in great periods when great action is necessary, some voice must be raised which tells the people their whole truth and rouses in them a will to act, a passion for high achievement. Particularly is this true of the British people. I would plead guilty if at any time I exaggerated the case in order to get the people moving, but on the record it does not seem that I was much to blame on this score. My considered judgment in my resignation speech when I was speaking to my largest audience in Parliament and to the whole nation outside, was contained in the following passage: "This nation has to be mobilized and rallied for a tremendous effort, and who can do that except the government of the day? If that effort is not made, we may soon come to crisis, to a real crisis. I do not fear that so much, for this reason, that in a crisis this nation is always at its best. This people knows how to handle a crisis, it cools their heads and steels their nerves. What I fear much more than a sudden crisis is a long, slow crumbling through the years until we sink to the level of a Spain, a gradual paralysis beneath which all the vigor and energy of this country will succumb. That is a far more dangerous thing, and far more likely to happen unless some effort is made. It is the tragedy of present Britain that in politics this is precisely what has occurred. There have been a variety of reasons for this disaster to which I then and later drew attention, and will again consider in this book together with remedies for the present situation. We are now engaged with the clash of the 30s between the new economic thinking and the old methods which bear such heavy responsibility for present troubles. It led to a deep rift within the Labour Party between those who regarded the problem in national and those who saw it in international terms. We stood firmly on the ground that it was possible to solve the unemployment problem by purely national action, and our opponents took the traditional view that Britain was entirely dependent on an inflated export trade, on world markets and therefore on international finance. The division between international socialism and imperial socialism, as I called it years before anyone had ever heard of national socialism, was inevitable. Internationalism and socialism were contradictions in terms. How could we make socialism in one small island, depending entirely on selling goods in open competition on the markets of the capitalist world? Was this to be done by nationalizing industries one after another over a long period of time, and haying them more effectively conducted by clerks in Whitehall than by the businessmen who had created them? Meantime, these industries were rapidly succumbing on world markets in face of ever-gathering difficulties, while unemployment mounted at home. Were we to wait while the propaganda of the Second International not only captured the great capitalist countries but slowly converted to socialism every dark corner of the earth? As I put it a little later, the most grotesque assumption in the political world was the basic belief of the old socialism that mankind's awkward squad would suddenly and simultaneously fall into line, and march off together in quick step to the millennium at the command of Bloom and MacDonald. It was an illusion which inhibited all effective action, because it meant that the advanced must always wait for the backward. The step of the fastest was automatically reduced to the pace of the slowest, and this psychology was deeply rooted in the Labour Party. If I am thought to be exaggerating to the point of the reductio ad absurdum, and it is true this method is sometimes the best to illuminate error, in what other terms can a wide range of phenomena be explained, stretching from the speeches of the quite shrewd and sensible J. H. Thomas, saying that our only salvation lay in our export trade, to the fervent singing of the Internationale at party conferences, whose idle dreams were the only reality of international socialism. It is possible at this point not only to understand the deep differences between nationalism and internationalism in all socialist and progressive movements throughout Europe in the immediately ensuing period, but to discern as well the reasons which are today driving all British parties to abandon their international positions, whether socialist, or capitalist and financial, and to seek entry into a larger and considerably insulated economic unit, whether European or Atlantic. They may choose the European solution and reject the Atlantic as I do, or vice versa, but the one thing on which they all agree is that they cannot remain entirely at the mercy of international forces on world markets. The reasons for this complete change of opinion are precisely those which I gave over 30 years ago. We are slowly learning not to blame each other but to condemn the system, hence the escape toward Europe by many who were far from loving Europe. We are not only faced with the competition of cheap, sweated labor which developed more slowly than I anticipated, though it was strong enough to ruin the traditional trades of Lancashire and Yorkshire, but far more mobile factors which can be used ruthlessly against us either for political or economic reasons. America, for example, with a margin of 7% of its total production going in export trade, can always afford to undercut us below production costs in foreign markets if its home trade becomes inadequate, a process impossible for us when 32% of our total trade is involved. Russia, with a self-contained communist economy, can always at a certain point decide for political reasons to put a proportion of its output on world markets well below any production costs. All the other factors which I visualized so long ago are still present, such as the collapse of primary producers and of world prices through overproduction, and the failure of great combines, with consequent price collapse, which can be even more disastrous now than then. Finally, the cheap labor competition which developed gradually before the war is now accelerating with the entry of lower-wage countries into our traditional markets. The exploitation of the far cheaper African labor for competition on an open world market is now a live possibility when political corruption coincides with a complete absence of any trade union protection for the illiterate and helpless worker. Stronger than all economic reasons in the conversion of so many internationalists to the insulated continental economy is a psychological factor, which was one of the main themes of my speeches in the 30s. It is more than a psychological question because it goes to the very root of a great people's freedom. The international system of trade places a nation completely at the mercy of international finance, on which that trade rests. My analysis was soon proved correct. MacDonald's government was broken by the financiers in 1931, Leon Blum's government fell in the same way in 1937, and in 1966 Labour with this experience behind it did not wait to be broken, it quietly took over the policy of its opponents at the behest of the financiers in complete reversal of all Labour's principles. After being the creatures of Wall Street in 1931, and the creatures of Zurich in 1966, it began at length to occur to the Labour leaders that European partnership is better than financial servitude. The interval is 35 years, but the servitude is the same. It happened for precisely the reasons I gave then and have given ever since. The last voices raised in the Labour Party against entry into Europe come from those who prefer the empire now they have lost it. Characteristically, they detested the live reality but now love the nostalgic memory. All creative opportunities like the development of empire in the 20s and 30s were rejected until the real chance was gone, yet now the ghost of the departed is used for the usual purpose of negation and obstruction. In this negative policy they are joined again by those conservatives who boldly stand for an empire they have thrown away without noticing the loss. They remind me of a House of Commons debate long ago in which the monolithic figure of Ronald McNeil stood for a traditional conservative policy in the 20s when all around him had deserted, and I pointed out that if a man stood alone on the battlefield when the whole army had fled, it could either mean that he was the bravest man in the army or just the only one who had not the wit to run with the rest. I must resist at this point the temptation to be drawn into more modern, controversial subjects, such as my argument in the 19,505 that Labour was then behaving in precisely the fashion which Marx had predicted for a failing capitalism. Their only policy was to discard into world markets the production which their international system did not permit their own people to consume, and their only hope, piously expressed by Labour leaders, was that America in the 20th century would take the place of Britain in the 19th century as the international moneylender of the financiers' system to which they were completely subject. Now at last certain facts are recognized, so let as many Englishmen as possible go together into an European economy which is insulated but not isolated. Apart from the issues before the House of Commons and the party which were described in my resignation speech, I should give some account of the methods I and my friends employed to use all the machinery of the Labour Party to secure a change of policy. It was clearly our duty before making any further move to exhaust all possible means of action as loyal members of the party. Therefore, before making my speech in the House of Commons on May 28, I put the issue to the party in the same committee room where Parnell fought for his political life. It is said that I made an error of judgment in forcing the issue to the vote. On the contrary, I had decided after deep reflection, coldly and deliberately in advance of the meeting, to bring the party to a decision or eventually to leave. I was not ready to abandon millions of fellow countrymen to unemployment and near starvation, to further years of suffering, while these comfortable people sat at Westminster in complacent betrayal of the pledges we had given. It was easy enough for them to say, "Young man, wait, why such a hurry?" It was not so easy for people to wait in the slums of Birmingham while we drew our salaries and they drew the dole. I was determined to have a decision between action and inaction, and if the party refused to take action, I felt it my obligation to seek other means to secure it. This was not a young man's impatience, it was a different concept of public life and duty. No one understands now better than I do the need often to wait and exercise patience in public affairs. I have shown some patience in these long years. It is sometimes necessary to delay in politics, to maneuver and to find other paths to arrive at desired objectives. Yet in addition to the ever-present urge of human suffering on a large scale, there was no logical reason at that time why our economy should not have gone quickly to a real collapse. I said in the House of Commons on September 8, 1931, if we take the first 7 months of this year and compare them with the first 7 months of 1929, we find a 45% drop in exports. If that process had continued, Britain would have been ruined, and this would have happened, but for the unforeseeable extraneous factors already discussed and to which the action of British government made no contribution whatever. If I had acquiesced in the indefinite delay of action, I should with the knowledge in my possession have been an accomplice to a real betrayal of my country. Britain survived once again by a series of lucky chances, in the long run possibly unlucky, because the deferment of crisis can make it worse, but to rest a policy on these shifting sands is to be a fortunate teller and not a statesman. It was a situation in which no one who cared for Britain or its people could just sit back and take it quietly. That is why I rejected the appeal of Henderson, and even of my friend Trevelyan and of other good men, not to take the issue to the vote at the party meeting. Their argument was that the party was with me but was not yet prepared to act. I must play for time. Only 29 voted with me. It remained my duty to try everything possible within the Labour Party before making any other move, to give the rank and file as well as the parliamentary party a chance to take action. This meant going to the party conference in October 1930. I have already said that the machinery provided at the party conference did not give party workers, the devoted people who do the work in the constituencies and secure return of Labour M.P.S. any real opportunity to express their will. Each constituency party had one vote at the conference for every 1,000 members or less. This meant that one of the big trade unions could outnumber the combined vote of the constituency parties, and in practice the trade union vote was in the pocket of a few big bosses. When the vote was taken on the unemployment issue, it was reckoned that the constituency parties voted 10-1 in my favour. Yet a single man with the power of Mr. Bevin, who had the transport workers' vote in his pocket, could outvote the lot of them, and he did. A story was in circulation directly after the conference that A.J. Cook's taxi broke down, with the result that he arrived late and that the miners' vote went against us instead of for us. He was often late, but I was too busy at the time to verify whether it would on this occasion have made all that difference. The facts may be left to any historian interested, but it is certainly the kind of thing which could have happened. Even so, the result was a fairly close thing, 1,046,000 votes for us and 1,251,000 votes against. The trade unions were divided. Some of their leaders were strongly in favor of action and I was on good terms with them. The trade unions and the constituency parties together sent me back to the National Executive, of which I had been a member for several years, and Thomas was voted out of the executive. We did not directly clash, because I was on the constituency list and he was on the trade union. Yet it was a fair test of our relative positions, because the trade union vote in those days was decisive on both lists, and I was returned by trade union votes even more than by constituency party votes. It was remarkable, as some of the most powerful trade union leaders, like Bevin, were bitterly against me. Much more notable, because it was a spontaneous demonstration by the rank and file, free from the control of both party and trade union bosses, was the reception I received from the conference. It put me in a strong position which a few extracts from contemporary descriptions will illustrate. Fenner Brockway wrote of the reception given by the conference to my speech: "The delegates rose en masse, cheering for minutes on end. I have never seen or heard such an ovation at a Labour Party conference." Emmanuel Shinwell said, "I shall never forget the occasion when Mosley was cheered to the echo at a Labour Party conference at Llandudno." John Scanlon wrote in his book, The Decline and Fall of the Labour Party, by the time Sir Oswald rose to make his speech, the volume of cheering which greeted his rising showed the amazing hold he had acquired on the minds of the delegates. Sir Oswald's vote was the biggest challenge ever delivered to the governing machine. John Hammond wrote in The Socialist Leader, apostrophe. The cheers echoed round him and he was hailed by wildly excited delegates as Labour's next Prime Minister. Why then did I not hold on and play for time, in the confidence that the party would eventually come my way and I could do what was necessary? This course was strongly urged upon me, and I have been much blamed for not taking it. After all, the government was already near to defeat, and a few more votes that afternoon would have meant its reconstruction, probably under Henderson as Prime Minister and with me in charge of economic policy. Was it not then madness not to have a little patience and to wait a bit? So ran the argument against me, and it had much force. I was strongly, perhaps too bitterly conscious of the conditions of the unemployed who had trusted us, and I felt the betrayal of that trust was a dishonor. This admittedly was an emotional reaction, and no one is more convinced than I am that emotion should not hold sway in great affairs. You may rightly feel the extreme of human compassion, but you should not allow yourself to be in a condition of nervous excitement when you have to operate. However, there was more to it than that. I had become convinced that the Labour Party was incapable of decisive action. I had come to the deliberate conclusion that in real crisis Labour would always betray both its principles and the people who had trusted it. The whole structure of the party, the character and psychology formed over years made this inevitable. The Labour Party could not, by reason of its very nature, be the force the British people desperately needed to save them. A year later I was proved right in the first test of this opinion in the conditions of that time. As crisis developed, Labour simply broke and ran. The leaders went over to the enemy and the rank and file dissolved into fragments of discord and dismay. No party in that condition could be trusted by the country for any serious purpose. I felt that in crisis Labour would always crack. Time may show in the quite near future whether the estimate I then formed of the character of the Labour Party will prove permanently true. It was not that I had a poor opinion of the rank and file of the party, on the contrary, I thought them the salt of the earth. Yet any body of men and women with such leadership and with the long habit of discordant chatter instead of collective action will break into futility in such a test. For many of the trade union leaders and some of my parliamentary colleagues I also had high regard. I simply thought that the leadership had built a party with a structure, character and psychology which was inadequate to great events. The individual character of the leadership over a long term has an enormous effect on the collective character of the party, and in the case of the Labour Party it seemed to me this influence had been fatal. I was deeply convinced that sooner or later a situation would arise in Britain which would require not only new policies but a different order of character and resolution. The conduct of the Labour Party in the crisis of 1931 was one of the most extraordinary paradoxes known to history, as well as an almost unique record of personal incompetence and political cowardice. I gave my summary of the situation during a speech in Trafalgar Square on September 14, 1931. There was an element of farce in the tragedy. Spokesmen of the late Labour government saw in the crisis the collapse of capitalism which they had prophesied with religious fervour. The crisis came in a lucky moment for them. Labour was in office, and had every resource of the state at its command. What happened? The great day dawned, and Labour resigned, cleared out just when they had the realisation of their greatest wish. What must we think of a Salvation Army which takes to its heels on the Day of Judgment? Consensus for National Action, 1930 and today? The formation of the new party. Action, whether in 1930 or 1968, requires the means to act. I proposed a reform of parliamentary procedure, giving the government power to act by order, subject to the right of Parliament to dismiss it at any time by vote of censure. This policy I gave in detail to the Select Committee on Procedure and Public Business on June 4, 1931. I had already proposed the reform of the machinery of government outlined in my resignation speech, which has not yet been implemented, and had previously submitted to a conference of ministers in November 1929 a plan for a small cabinet of action, as in time of war, assisted by an economic general staff. At the time of my resignation I believed that all this could only be done by a national consensus of the most vital elements in the country, and I entered into close relations with Lloyd George and a number of the younger and abler men of all parties. The effort failed then because the degree of crisis was insufficient to secure so great a change. Comparative figures of the economic position in Britain and other countries will illustrate the point. Our country never reached the same grave situation as had prevailed elsewhere in Europe. The economic situation of the 1930s is now recurring, and it will be aggravated rather than ameliorated by the changes science has since brought and by the distortions wars have imposed on the economy of the world. Action of a drastic character will therefore again be required, and it may be of interest to consider not only my long-term policy, but still more the changes in parliamentary procedure and the reform of government machinery necessary to meet the parallel situation, because they remain completely relevant. We may also do well to inquire why in 1930 every vital element in political life was frustrated in the attempt to secure action, why the dull lethargy of mediocrity triumphed in the coalition of Baldwin and MacDonald which commanded the Conservative Party machine. There are only two ways to meet such a situation, a national consensus to secure action, which we first attempted, or a grassroots movement of the people, which I set out to create when that attempt failed. It is right always to try with the utmost patience to secure action by the gentle, English method of national agreement. More drastic action which bitterly divides the nation should only be undertaken if without it the nation may die. This became necessary in my view in the early 30s because the danger was not apparent enough to secure a national consensus, and yet might at any time have become very grave indeed. What then occurred belongs to the rest of this story. I believe the danger this time will gradually become so apparent that a consensus for national action will be possible for the limited period which will be necessary. Indeed, at a certain point it will be inevitable. All great nations which retain vitality and the will to survive decide to save themselves by one method or another at a certain point. That is why, for some time before writing this book, I advocated, and still do, a government drawn not only from politics but from business, the trade unions, the universities, the civil service, the fighting services, and other vigorous elements of national life. Since 1948 I have defined the objective as entry into a completely united Europe, and have proposed long-term measures of reconstruction to achieve and follow that entry. I have also suggested short-term measures, if necessary as strenuous as a wartime or siege economy. No one would be so foolish as to suggest a wartime or siege economy for a permanent basis of British life. It can and should only be the short-term means to the long-term end, or to propose difficult measures if an easier way is available. My contention is that we should have contingency planning for a wartime economy, if all else fails. Even this, of course, will be resisted to the last by those who, over the years, have consistently underrated the seriousness of Britain's position, and have failed to meet any situation in time. Yet the British people would certainly respond to the appeal for a wartime basis of life for a short period in order to achieve great and clearly defined objectives. It should be explained that by this means we could not only live, but could win the position in the world we desire. What, for the time being, we refrained from consuming at home, could if necessary be dumped on world markets with disastrous effects to other economies. We could in the last extremity make ourselves such a nuisance that our reasonable proposals would before long be accepted. We could play the rogue elephant better than most, for the purpose of cleaning up the jungle. We have immense means in our scientists, our technicians, our skilled workers and our productive capacity. All is possible to Britain if the will of our people can be awakened by a government determined to act. The wind and water would be squeezed out of our economy in the process, and subsequent relaxation after this supreme effort could establish a more rational basis of national life. If you take the steady view, as I now do more than ever, that much more needs to be done, the first essential is the means to do it. I believe the measures I previously suggested for the reform of parliamentary procedure and of the machinery of government are still the best to secure necessary action by the democratic process in which I believed then and believe now. We shall see later that my deviation in the interval was not so considerable as is sometimes suggested, for throughout I have stood for the principle of regular and free elections to decide and control the life of the government. There is now much loose talk of business government without any clear definition of what this term means. I gave a definition in a speech during the 30s. The proper relationship of government to Parliament is that of company directors to shareholders. The shareholders should decide broad policy and then give the directors complete freedom to carry it out. If business government means anything clear and practical, it means government given the power to act by the people's representatives in Parliament, in the same way as a board of directors is given that power by the shareholders, subject to their right to interrogate and if necessary dismiss the directors at a shareholders' meeting. This makes sense. It is precisely what I proposed to the Select Committee in 1931, and propose again today. I suggested that government should have the power to act by order, subject to the right of Parliament to dismiss it by a vote of censure. I would now add that MPs should have the right regularly and systematically, though not continually, to interrogate ministers. This makes a practical proposition of the term business government, which as a vague phrase is no aid to clear thinking. Otherwise, business government can only mean that government should itself conduct the whole country directly, as management conducts a business, namely, universal nationalization or interference. The last thing the business world wants. The job of government is to make possible the job of industry, not to do it. This bedrock fact must stand out of the spate of nonsense now talked about government and industry. The main passages of my opening statement before the Select Committee on June 4, 1931, ran as follows. These proposals are not advanced in the idle and mischievous desire to assail venerable institutions or time-honored traditions. They are advanced as the minimum reforms which we believe to be necessary to meet the national emergency which begins to threaten the whole structure of the state. We hold that it is possible to reconcile the requirements of the modern world and of the present crisis with the preservation of popular liberty and the original and proper function of Parliament. This is the objective of our proposals for parliamentary reconstruction. The original and, as we conceive it, the proper function of Parliament was to preserve liberty and to prevent abuse of power by the control of an elected Parliament over the executive. That essential function we propose to retain. Under these proposals Parliament would at any time have the power to dismiss the government of the day by vote of censure. While that power is retained, it is absurd to speak of dictatorship. No man or government can be a dictator who is subject always to instant dismissal by a higher authority. At the same time, However, we hold that it is necessary to afford government far wider powers of rapid action than it at present possesses, so long as the executive retains the confidence of Parliament. In brief, we believe that while a government is entrusted with the task, it should be given a fair chance to do it. To that end we advance the following concrete proposals. 1. General Powers Bill. The first act of a government of action should be the presentation of a General Powers Bill to Parliament. That bill would confer on the government of the day wide powers of action, by order, in relation to the economic problem. Orders under the Act would be laid on the table of the House for a period of 10 parliamentary days. If unchallenged during that period by a substantial body of members, they would have the force of law. If challenged, any orders would be discussed in a brief debate, and a yes or no decision would be given by Parliament. The House would have the power to accept or to reject an order, but not to amend it. 2. Government. The power of government by order would be vested in an emergency cabinet of no more than 5 ministers, without portfolio, who would be charged with the unemployment and general economic problem. The normal cabinet would be retained for less frequent meetings in order to ensure proper coordination and consultation between the departments of government. 3. Budget and supply. The main powers of legislation required by modern government would be vested in it under the foregoing proposals by a General Powers Bill. The problem of budget and supply still remains. It is recognized that the power to refuse supply and to reject taxation is one of the oldest of parliamentary rights, and constitutes a considerable power of Parliament over the executive. These rights would be retained by the allocation of supply days as at present, and by the preservation of Parliament's right to discuss and to vote on the details of a budget. The power to abuse the latter right would, however, be removed, and every budget would be introduced under a strict guillotine procedure. 4. Argument. Argument and further detail in support of these proposals if desired can be advanced verbally before the committee. It is only necessary here to observe that at most 2 or 3 main measures can be passed through Parliament in the course of a session under the present procedure, and that consequently such procedure must be utterly inadequate to the necessities of an emergency situation. No other proposals have yet been advanced by which that situation can be materially altered. In fact, the view is often expressed that the present delay and check upon legislation and the action of government is in itself desirable. Such opinion differs fundamentally from the view here presented. We start from the premise that action is desirable, our opponents start from the premise that action is undesirable. There can be no reconciliation between these two opinions. All who believe that rapid and drastic action by government is necessary must first face the necessity for a fundamental revision of Parliament, whatever their opinions upon the nature of the action to be taken. Only those can reject the principle of profound changes in the parliamentary structure who believe that no necessity exists for such action in the present situation. The onus rests upon those who reject those proposals of showing either that alternative and preferable plans for securing rapid action by government can be adduced, or that no necessity for such action exists. Reading 36 years later the ensuing debate in the committee, with the impartial eye which is time's gift to the partisan, it seems to me that this policy was unshaken by opposing argument to a quite remarkable degree. Far the ablest contributions came from the Liberal chairman, Ernest Brown, afterwards well known as a wartime minister, and his Liberal colleague, Leslie Horblisher, who adduced a ripe Disraelian wisdom in his intimate knowledge of British constitutional traditions. The Conservative and Labour members had changed places in their attitude to me, for the former were relatively friendly and the latter hostile to a point which I found sad, as some of them were old friends. Neither evinced the capacity to illuminate in any way our discussion of the subject. I would today add a suggestion to those proposals which might in any situation be apposite. Any such plan for effective action by government or Parliament is liable to leave the private member with the feeling that he has nothing to do. In the modern situation, I believe a Prime Minister bent on action would be well advised to mobilize the M.P.'s desire for activity in a useful purpose. Why not a committee of all parties attached to each department for a continuous survey of detail? True, a special minister and some civil servants would have to be detached to look after it, and that would cost time and money. Yet they would dig out facts of neglect and inefficiency which would be invaluable to a dynamic prime minister in his drive to get things done. Information is invaluable because it is the basis of action. A prime minister should not thwart, but should use the MP's desire for activity. It could be a nuisance, but a useful nuisance. He should measure exactly and gradually ration the time given in direct access to himself against the benefit derived, and the consequent concentration of discussion would introduce a new business method and sense of executive urgency. Once again the forces of disruption might be canalized for the purpose of construction. With this addition I would stand for these proposals today. I believe they would both make the work of Parliament more effective and shorten the time the House must sit wasting ministers' time in ill-informed discussion. The right to question ministers, to expose abuse and, if necessary, to dismiss government by vote of censure would be scrupulously preserved. In the long interval, I have formulated a number of more elaborate schemes, though none of these denied the basic democratic right of the people freely to elect and to dismiss their government by their votes. Yet for the practical purposes of getting things done smoothly, efficiently and fairly, in the view of rational men, I now think none were so good as these original proposals. We want something which will work with the minimum of friction, and these proposals for the reform of government and the revision of parliamentary procedure may yet meet the requirement of a period when action becomes a necessity. They were resisted by men who then could not see the first crash of their economic, financial and party system which was then just 4 months ahead. We had reached the great divide between the old world and the first effort of Renaissance. My struggle in office to secure an adequate machinery of government was continuous. It is now on public record that in 1929 I had advanced proposals for an economic general staff. In my resignation speech a year later I went straight to the point. The first issue between the government and myself arises in the purely administrative sphere of the machinery to be employed in dealing with the problem. I submit to the committee that, if anyone starts in any business or enterprise, his first consideration must be the creation of a machine by which that business can be conducted, and, when a government comes into power to deal with unemployment, its first business is the creation of an efficient and effective machine. That machine, in my view, does not today exist, and I will say why. I continued, my admiration for the civil service has vastly increased since I have been in office. But to achieve a policy of this nature it is absolutely necessary that the whole initiative and drive should rest in the hands of the government themselves. The machine which I suggested was a central organization armed with an adequate research and economic advisory department on the one hand, linked to an executive machine composed of some 12 higher officials on the other, operating under the direct control of the Prime Minister and the head of the civil service himself, and driving out from that central organization the energy and initiative of the government through every department which had to deal with the problem. It is admittedly a complex organization. I was told that to carry such an organization into effect would mean a revolution in the machinery of government. To grapple with this problem it is necessary to have a revolution in the machinery of government. After all, it was done in the war, there were revolutions in the machinery of government one after the other, until the machine was devised and created by which the job could be done. Unless we treat the unemployment problem as a lesser problem, which I believe to be a fallacious view, we have to have a change in the machinery of government by which we can get that central drive and organization by which alone this problem can be surmounted. I returned to this theme throughout the speech. These things should be the subject of consideration and research by the most powerful economic machine that the country can devise. That is the point of my request at the beginning of my speech for a government machine for governmental thinking. We have all done our thinking in our various political parties. Governments, officially at any rate, have never done any thinking. It is very difficult to analyze and get at the facts of the modern situation unless you have at your disposal the information and the research which government departments alone can supply. That is why it is so essential to have at the center of things machinery that can undertake that work. There is a case for the government taking a more effective control of the situation. The first duty of government is to govern. The worst thing that can happen to a government is to assume responsibility without control. When you are setting out on an enterprise which means nothing less than the reorganization of the industrial life of the country, you must have a system. You must, in a word, have a machine, and that machine has not even been created. In this sphere I tried to stir them into action with a jibe. A great scientist said to me only a few months ago, "In the last 30 years the scientific and industrial capacity of the world has increased more than it did in the previous 300 years, and rather unkindly he went on to add, "The only minds that have not registered that change are those of the politicians." This was, I believe, the first occasion on which a powerhouse for government was suggested. I understand there has been some talk of it again in recent times. According to one newspaper report, the powerhouse began and ended with the addition of one civil servant and George Wigg to the Prime Minister's department. I have added in recent times to these proposals the suggestion that an expanded and consolidated ministry both of science and of technology should be constructed, linked directly with the Prime Minister's department suggested in my original proposals. This would implement my long desire that statesmen should live and work with scientists as the Medicis lived and worked with artists. In this way we could secure a continuous dynamic drive to implement the scientific revolution, an old struggle of mine within government and outside since I first clashed with MacDonald on the national executive of the Labour Party in an effort to secure adequate funds for science. My attempt to secure a national consensus after my resignation in 1930 did not extend beyond the House of Commons, because from that house it would have been possible to form not only an adequate but a brilliant administration. There were some absurd and many ineffectual characters in Parliament during the 20s and 30s, but there was also a considerable number of serious and able men drawn from all parties, who sensed the national danger and were in sufficient agreement, at least on the immediate emergency, to work effectively together. We shall see that this combination was not achieved because in Britain at the time the gravity of the economic crisis was never sufficient to break the power of the ruling politicians who commanded the party machines. The natural instinct is to seek the easy way out in a combination of well-known figures who control the prevailing parties, and only to turn to more drastic measures and dynamic personalities when this fails to work, and it is seen that 0 multiplied by 0 is 0. In any really serious crisis a still vital and determined people turns to new men and new forms, and once the necessity is plain, no people is more capable of decisive action than the British. That this did not occur in 1931 was in no way due to the leaders of the national government. Everything they did would, even in the quite short run, have made matters much worse by a system of stop, as it would now be called, so drastic that it would have inhibited any subsequent go. 4 events were responsible in the 1930s for the postponement of economic crisis: the devaluation of the pound in 1931, Roosevelt's doubling of the price of gold in 1934, the armament boom, and the Second World War. The British government did not mean to devalue the pound. The old lady fell downstairs. She did it again in 1949, and repeated the performance at the end of 1967. For reasons I analysed in some of my earliest parliamentary speeches, the accidental devaluation gave a fillip to our export trade and temporarily reduced unemployment. Roosevelt's doubling of the price of gold was entirely fortuitous to the British government. It had not even occurred to MacDonald at the World Economic Conference he called, appropriately, in the Geological Museum of South Kensington, and the liquidity problem was equally remote from the consciousness of Mr. Baldwin, but it had the same effect as the discovery of new goldfields in the 90s, a boom which temporarily floated the world economy off the rocks on which Britain was stuck fast. The effect of Roosevelt's action had worn off by 1938, Hence the rise in British unemployment from 1,456,000 in 1937 to 1,700,000 in 1938, a warning to all who believe that purely monetary measures can remedy a real economic crisis. However, the armament boom which preceded the Second World War then took over the care of the shipwrecked mariners who were called British government, and the final outbreak of war swept both them and their economic troubles away in a maelstrom whose final result the modern world may shortly encounter. These were events unique to that period. A third world war is not now available to solve our economic problems without blowing up the world in the process. Both the main parties had already proved themselves impotent to deal with the unemployment question, and indeed equally unconscious of the fundamental situation. Labour was then moved by the warmer human feelings, by a true compassion, but was even more fuddled and ineffective in method, and was betrayed by a cynical, arrivist leadership. Conservatism was a little less incompetent, but more coldly selfish in its service of particular rather than of national interests, more indifferent to mass suffering, more stubbornly unimaginative in resistance to new ideas, more dully resentful of dynamic measures and men, more inveterate in the search for mediocrity in leadership. Conservatives could only awake in a situation as desperate as war, which even induced them to accept Churchill, whom they had so long excluded. It seemed to them in the early 30s that the worst of the crisis had passed, and office was beckoning them across the ruins of the Labour Party. "Danger gleams like sunshine to a brave man's eyes," said Euripides, and office glitters like a neon light to the Tory eye in opposition, when Labour government fails. Yet in a real crisis no serious person could for a moment believe that a Tory government, or a coalition, could do much better than Labour. The basic errors and the end results are both the same. Tories believed in doing nothing real, and Labour in office was soon scared into the same position. Neither of the old parties could meet such a situation, although their rank and files are patriotic people who according to their beliefs give generous and disinterested service. Some national consensus not only of parties but of the whole people is necessary, in peace as in war, to meet a grave crisis. In 1930 the attempt failed because the sense of danger was insufficient. In 1931 I turned to other methods and measures when a consensus had failed, because I still felt deeply that we must prepare to meet a crisis which could destroy our country's position. The failure to secure a consensus in 1930 was a tragedy, because nearly all the ablest men in British public life had in varying degree foreseen the coming crisis and the leading figures in all generations had come together. In broad outline they were in two groups, the old and the young. Once again I found myself to some extent the link between two communities. After my resignation speech, most of the young men in the House of Commons who counted for anything expressed to me a large measure of agreement with it. Harold Macmillan was the boldest in that he wrote a letter to the Times which much assisted me, and was rebuked for his unorthodoxy by a subsequent letter signed by R. A. Butler and two other young Conservative MPs. I did not know Butler at all and he was inconspicuous at that time. Oliver Stanley was closer to me than any other Conservative MP and led the discussions with me. Macmillan, if I remember rightly, did not take part in the regular discussions, but met me from time to time, as he recounts in his memoirs. It was always to me a mystery why Eden was so assiduously groomed for leadership by the Conservative Party, as his abilities were much inferior to the abilities of Stanley and Macmillan. Mr. Anthony Eden had a fine war record, good looks and a generally distinguished appearance. In my early days in Parliament he delivered from the back benches, in the style of a sixth-form boy at the annual prize-giving, dull little set pieces which nobody noticed. Later, he was built up by the whole force of the machine into Conservatism's favourite son of the Baldwin epoch. As Foreign Secretary he was an architect of the division of Europe, and as Prime Minister he was the main opponent of the Union of Europe, which he publicly stated he felt in his bones Britain should not join. He owed nearly everything to his photogenic looks, which the Conservative managers may have thought would overcome the initial difficulties of their appeal to the housewife. This picture postcard of the Tory slot machine finally became a soggy piece of waste paper in the Suez Canal, after failing completely under the first test of his statesmanship in real action. Mr. Anthony Eden and I had no attraction for each other, and I leave him floating on the smooth waters of the Avon. Walter Elliot, on the Conservative side, took part frequently in our discussions. He added to an exceptionally good war record and social experience as a doctor a wide erudition and a fascinating capacity for conversation. His power of exposition did not extend so successfully to debate, where he was too diffuse with an argument insufficiently concentrated, often a fault in those who delight others and themselves delight in conversation. Walter Elliot, too, wrote a letter to the Times which was helpful to me. Sir Colin Coote notes in his Life of Elliot, Baldwin was seriously annoyed. He administered what Walter called a lambasting. A horrified Walter made his peace. The incident showed just what we were up against in face of the still unshaken power of the party machines, and Macmillan in his memoirs records that similar pressure was put on other Conservative MPs not to join in my effort to meet the unemployment problem. Bob Boothby, too, was much in our company. He combined a brilliant capacity for debate with the rare quality at that time of a real understanding of monetary theory and a grip of the Keynesian techniques. It appeared he was never entirely successful in imparting knowledge of these mysteries to his chief during his sojourn at the Treasury as Parliamentary Private Secretary to Chancellor Churchill, not even with the aid of the Treasury official, R.C. Hortery, who alone in the sphere of pure theory could encounter Keynes on equal terms, but in these discussions at a later date Boothby was of much assistance to us. When he was subject to concentrated attack I myself was out of action under 18B, but I surmise that the Tory team would have been unable permanently to exclude Boothby's outstanding abilities from high office if an Asquith or a Lloyd George had been his leader. Bob Boothby always was and still is the best of company, immense fun. Foremost in the talks on the Labour side was an Aaron Bevan, and, of course, John Strachey, who had so long been associated with me. W. J. Brown also played an important part at this stage. The warm emotional appeal of the gifted Bevan contrasted strikingly with the cool calculation of the civil service trade union leader. Bevan was almost exactly my age, but had not yet developed his full debating prowess. Henry Mond, the son of the exceptionally able member of pre- and post-war governments, already described, was most active among the Liberals, with Archie Sinclair maintaining a friendly attitude in the background. A considerable number of MPs of all parties participated in these loose and non-committal discussions, which took place mostly in my house at Smith Square. When the talks began, I asked them at once to suggest any points of disagreement they had with my resignation speech. I was glad to accept their amendments, which were insubstantial and in my view were an improvement. We arrived in policy at a virtually complete agreement. My tendency always is to drive things too hard, and when agreement was reached on policy, I began to ask for a date to be fixed for action, which is a very different thing. However, my usual insistence that action must follow a clear view of what should be done was not responsible for the break this time. Several things occurred which drastically altered the situation. Decisive was the fact that the crisis was developing more slowly than anticipated, and the sense of danger was relaxed, together with the call of duty to take risks in the national interest. Baldwin, as we have seen in Walter Elliot's case, was exercising enormous pressure, which was strengthened by the improved prospects of the party, and the party machine was able to threaten young Conservative members, not only with exclusion from the now probable Tory government but also with the loss of their seats. These factors in combination were sufficient to deter them from further action, and I make no complaint of what then happened. The Tories went out quite fairly and honourably, for they were committed to nothing. Oliver Stanley said to a mutual friend that I would never trust them in any future action together because I would feel they had deserted. This was not so, I had no such feeling. At this stage of the discussions they were committed to nothing and they were quite entitled to withdraw. The same was true of an Aaron Bevan, who owed his career and his seat to the Miners' Federation, which was far from being completely under the control of Arthur Cook. He went quite honourably and fairly at about the same time, and so did most of the other Labour MPs who had signed the Mosley manifesto we will later consider. The enterprise of going further, breaking with the party machines and taking their political lives in their hands, was becoming much too risky for most people on either side of the House in a situation which did not appear to be a really disastrous national crisis. Labour MPs were also quite entitled to withdraw, for they were committed to nothing. The same could not be said for W. J. Brown, who stayed on the field much longer. When the time came for action, only 4 other MPs, John Strachey, member for Aston Birmingham, Cynthia Mosley, member for Stoke-on-Trent, Dr. Robert Forgan, member for Renfrew, and from the Conservative side, W. E. D. Allen, member for West Belfast, remained of our impressive company. The rest had melted like snow upon the desert's dusty face, for the good reason that the sun was still shining. It was conclusively shown that a consensus of that kind for national action can only be effective in a far greater degree of national crisis. I was perhaps alone in the certainty that such a crisis would eventually occur, but the time was not yet. The discussions with the older men in politics occupied a longer period. They began as purely social occasions before I was a member of the government, and continued in serious form after my resignation until the eve of the national government in 1931. Letters help sometimes to fix dates, but can only be published under the time-honored rule to which I rigorously adhere, if they are not marked private. 2 letters from Beaverbrook assist in this respect. The first, dated December 7, 1928, began, "My dear Mosley, I do not usually write in the newspapers about those whose friendship I seek without communicating the material to them first to make sure they do not mind publication." He went on to say that he had written about me in the New York World and hoped I would not find in what he had said anything to complain of or anything inconsistent with our personal relationship. It was at that time certainly a personal relationship, as I did not enter into any form of political negotiations until after my resignation from the Labour government in May 1930. His second letter, dated July 17, 1930, took things much further. "My dear Tom, I congratulate you on your speech. It was a very fine achievement. I am ready at any moment to make overtures in your direction in public, if you wish me to do so. On the other hand, I will be glad to organize a committee to work with you and your colleagues in the hope of hammering out an agreed policy." I maintained close contact with Beaverbrook in this period but did not take up his suggestion of a committee, probably because I was closely engaged at that time, on the one hand with the group of young MPs, and on the other with Lloyd George and Lord Rothermere, who was usually on good terms with Lord Beaverbrook but was not always easy to harness with him. Lloyd George was the moving spirit in the older group, more so than Churchill, who was sometimes but not always present when we met. The situation was depicted with some accuracy by the cartoonist Lowe, who combined much inside information with an acute political sense, when he showed us setting out into the desert with the assistance of Lloyd George, while Churchill remains in the picture, but a little further withdrawn into the Tory background. It was during this period that I grew to know Lloyd George well and to appreciate gifts unique in his generation, which at this conjunction of events at home and abroad might again have been of immeasurable benefit to our country. This was not to be allowed in any situation short of the catastrophic. All the dull people combined to get Lloyd George down. They succeeded, but they got the country further down, the epitaph of an epoch. Mr. Churchill had clearly considered the national consensus or centre party idea ever since our early meetings with him in the new members group of 1919, and after many vicissitudes, at that time in the early 1930s, still thought it a possibility. His relations with the young Conservatives however were not good. Oliver Stanley in particular disliked him, partly perhaps by reason of some little trouble between Mr. Churchill and his father, Lord Derby. Lloyd George, on the other hand, was more completely a stranger to the young Conservatives, though no longer the object of the intense dislike he had been to their slightly older generation. Apart from individual encounters, the two groups, so far as I knew, never met. I alone appear at that time to have been present at the discussions with the older men as a representative of the younger generation. It was much easier to have a concentrated discussion in the younger than in the older group, a situation which I believe in a really healthy society would be reversed. I felt that if we could get the young to decide on definite action, that would be the moment to approach the old with a clear-cut proposal. This agreement among the younger men had been reached when all chance of their adhesion to a new combination was shattered by events. In addition to the favorable situation of the young conservatives, the simple mathematics of modern politics were operative. The degree of crisis was inadequate to secure decisive action. The situation of the brilliant old men was different because they were already effectively excluded by their mediocre contemporaries, who commanded the party machines. Discussions with them continued over a considerable period, usually at dinners given by L.G., but sometimes by Lord Rothermere, who was much interested. L.G. on these occasions sparkled, revolved and coruscated with his sensitive antennae feeling in all directions. He knew what others were thinking and feeling, with the intuition supposed to be found in gifted women but usually rather the attribute of outstanding men. His wit and charm covered and mitigated the impact of a concentrated purpose almost unique in his generation. Sometimes it would go a little too far, but he would always quickly recover. On one occasion, at the end of a dinner party, he handed round imaginary posts in the government which must be formed, and concluded by turning to Lord Rothermere with a chuckling dig in the ribs, "For you the Garter." L.G. was so pleased with his little double entendre that he did not pause to inquire whether the Garter was the prerogative of the Crown or of the Prime Minister. He was never well versed in such niceties. If Lloyd George had been able to form an administration, I do not think that any of the men who took part in these discussions would have refused to serve, neither the old nor the young. Churchill, as Chancellor, had taken a different line, which was obligatory for a newcomer to the Conservative Party in that position at the time, but he appeared subsequently to move nearer to Lloyd George and I felt their old relationship could easily be resumed. It was a formidable array, which included Lloyd George, Beaverbrook, Rothermere and most of the clever young men in all three parties, and to understand the reason for the success of the establishment and for our failure we must understand the logistics of politics. The question why we were frustrated is not puzzling to anyone who has been able to study the science of real politics in the modern world. Normality always reigns until a real crisis occurs, and over long periods it can produce some very dull and mediocre statesmen. British history could always have been written in terms of Britain awake or Britain asleep, with alternating moods which summon to the head of affairs an entirely different type of man. This is even more valid in a world of fast-moving and decisive events. In other European countries nothing changed until things went badly wrong, either by reason of defeat in war or economic crisis, but then things happened very quickly. It would be possible to show on a graph in almost every case that the rise of unemployment coincided with major political change. The degree of crisis, either in terms of unemployment or social disintegration, or both, was much more severe than in Britain. We shall see that the unemployment figures in Britain never reached half the crisis level prevailing in other countries where things happened, and then, for extraneous reasons already discussed, went sharply down from their high plateau of 1931 and 1932, when the nation was beginning to turn toward action. That is why the British, who always take it easy when they can, but are particularly determined and vigorous when they cannot, took the quiet way out through the national government of 1931, which was a combination of parties controlling the extremely powerful party machines. The power of the party machines in Britain only yields to the storm of great events. The two wars brought to power leaders who were by no means favourites of the party machines and would almost certainly otherwise never have led the nation. Unemployment in Britain stood at well over 1 million during most of the 20s. Thereafter it rose sharply to 2,642,000 in 1931, the year of my discussions with Lloyd George and others. a rapid rise which indicated that we were heading for a considerable national crisis. Yet it was nothing like sufficient to secure the major change we contemplated, and people were still inclined to think that quite normal measures could meet the situation. Unemployment reached its peak in the next year, 1932, when I launched the new movement, but by then it was clear that the rate of increase was slowing considerably. Things had temporarily taken a turn for the better, which reassured most people, but I remained convinced that crisis would eventually return in an aggravated form, for the basic reasons I have described and on which I rested my whole action. Unemployment fell, except for one fluctuation, from 2,756,000 in 1932 to 1,408,000 in 1939. The opposite conditions to those which make possible either a national consensus or the arrival of a new movement in power obtained, for such events depend entirely on the economic situation. This invariable rule has become almost exaggerated in the modern world, where fluctuations in the popularity of governments, statesmen and parties, are shown to follow even in minute detail the oscillations of economics. So far no economic variation in the post-war world has been large enough to bring changes comparable to those of the 20s or 30s, but the more sensitive state of public opinion at the present time indicates an even more acute liability to change in any form of crisis. In the affluent society, a man who has a full plate whisked away from in front of him can be quicker to react than the down and out of the pre-war period who was accustomed to protracted conditions of unemployment and poverty. It is the ruined middle class which makes revolutions, and in pre-war terms nearly everyone is middle class now. The rise of new parties on the continent during the 20s and early 30s coincided exactly with the decline of economic prosperity. Both Germany and Italy suffered economic collapse, accompanied by an acute inflation which dislocated industry, caused widespread unemployment and ruined the middle class. The Italian disintegration, economic, political and psychological, was extreme, and brought Mussolini and the fascists to power in Italy almost as rapidly as the collapse of war brought Lenin and the communists to power in Russia. Can anyone think that any of these events would have occurred without collapse in war or economic catastrophe in peace? Political fortune in terms of economics can be measured more exactly in the protracted German struggle. Unemployment in Germany was 1,355,000 in 1928, and the proportional representation of the continent then gave the National Socialist Party 12 MPs, on a national average vote of 27%. In 1930 unemployment had increased to 3,076,000 and the National Socialists then increased their MPs to 108, with a vote of 18%. Less than 3 years later, in January 1933, the National Socialist Party came to power. Unemployment had then risen to 6,014,000. And they had 196 MPs. There is not the slightest doubt that the rise in unemployment brought them to power. After years of intensive propaganda by Hitler, Goebbels and all the rest of them on the subject of the Versailles Treaty, the occupation, maltreatment and humiliation of their country, as well as their allegations against the Jews, and a skillful use of every social conflict, the net result in 1928 was 12 MPs and a vote of 27%. 5 years of rapidly increasing unemployment then brought them to power with an avalanche of electoral successes. When I look at that German economic situation in the light of my own experience, I sometimes wonder why they took as long as 13 years to win power. The circumstances we encountered in our British movement varied as widely from the experience of the German party as our policies differed from theirs. A comparable table of unemployment figures proves the point. From the foundation of our party in 1932 to the outbreak of war in 1939, unemployment in Britain was reduced by nearly 50%. From 1927 until the Nazi movement gained power in January 1933, unemployment in Germany increased 4.5 times. The German party was carried upwards on unemployment figures rising to a peak of catastrophe, which demanded a great change in government, while with an illusion of increasing prosperity, The rulers of Britain were saved from facing the results of their economic errors by external events, which ended in World War. Can Britain, then, only return to greatness through catastrophe? Is what the French call la politique du pire valide? Can men who want to get things done be accused of wanting the worst because it is a prerequisite of action? If a doctor diagnoses a tumor and prescribes an operation, it does not mean that he desires the illness of the patient, but that he tells the truth as he sees it. He is then liable to be very unpopular if all the other physicians are prescribing a slight dose of salts and a little gentle massage for a passing malaise. Yet naturally a nation will not turn to the surgery of decisive action until all other remedies have been exhausted. This is very human, and it is what happened in 1931. After a long interval of many sweet and bitter drugs, we are now returning to reality, and truth, for better or for worse, will eventually emerge. Action is possible in crisis because men of intelligence and realism are prepared to set dogma aside and to face facts as they exist. Noteworthy in 1930 was the acceptance by many good Democrats and parliamentarians of the necessity for sweeping reforms in the structure of government and in parliamentary procedure. In a later period, when prejudice and passion inhibit action by clouding every issue, such measures might be denounced as fascism by those who use as a term of abuse a subject to which they have never devoted 5 minutes serious study, but in fact such measures are nothing of the kind. Before this age of intellectual intimidation, experienced parliamentarians were quite convinced of the need for some such reforms of government method and parliamentary procedure as were outlined in my resignation speech and later crystallized in my detailed evidence to the Select Committee. On December 8, 1930, a document with 17 signatures was printed in the Daily Telegraph under the title of the Mosley Manifesto and extensively in most other papers. It was signed by 16 Labour M.P.S. who included an Aaron Bevan, W. J. Brown, Secretary of the Civil Service Clerical Association, Oliver Baldwin, John Strachey, and myself, and by Arthur Cook, General Secretary of the Miners' Federation. The manifesto followed closely the general line of my resignation speech, and today it is startling in its sharp departures from traditional Labour thinking and from the prevailing psychology of the party in recent years. It affirmed that an immediate policy is required, more drastic and determined than any policy yet formulated by any government in the House of Commons, and suggested similar reforms in the machinery of government and in the parliamentary machine. It is impossible to meet the economic crisis with a 19th-century parliamentary machine. While the power to maintain or change the government must, of course, be retained by Parliament, wide powers to deal with the present economic crisis must be vested in the government of the day for a stated period, subject only to the general control of Parliament. The whole organization of the executive machine, cabinet, and departmental structure must be adapted to the needs of the present situation. An emergency cabinet of not more than 5 ministers, without portfolio, should be invested with power to carry through the emergency policy. The normal cabinet or departmental chiefs should be retained for less frequent meetings to deal with normal business. The manifesto also accepted the insulated economy. The home market must be the future basis of British trade, and that home market depends on the high purchasing power of the people, which in turn depends on high wages. Purchasing power can only be maintained and increased if the wages and conditions of the workers are sheltered from the present crisis in world conditions, such as price fluctuations, organized dumping, and the competition of sweaty labor. Import control boards and commodity boards were to be adopted for this purpose, with the additional use of tariffs accompanied by various safeguards. It was argued that centralized purchase of our foodstuffs should give us powerful leverage to secure acceptance of our exports in return. Excellent opportunities clearly exist for the early conclusion of such agreements in the British Commonwealth. The Dominions have for the most part foodstuffs and raw materials to sell, and we have manufactured goods to sell. This natural balance of trade should be developed under a Commonwealth plan of mutual advantage. We should aim at building within the Commonwealth a civilization high enough to absorb the production of modern machinery, which for this purpose must be largely insulated from wrecking forces in the rest of the world. The concept of the insulated economy resting on the mutual development of Britain and the Dominions was accepted in full. To this complete departure from normal Labour Party policy was added a bulldozer to drive through their cherished, traditional network of local authority procedure. We believe that only the will and the power to cut through the intolerable network of governmental and municipal procedure are needed to make possible the early provision of work on schemes of urgent and immediate importance. In addition to constructive works already detailed in parliamentary debate, we suggest an attack by direct action on the great problems of slum clearance and rehousing. Nothing should be allowed to stand in the way of using a very large number of our unemployed men on this vital task. Snowden, Churchill and the Treasury view suffered short shrift in the phrase, "In finance we should pursue a producer's policy." The producer, whether manufacturer or worker, has been penalized for 10 years by a financial policy which benefits the bondholder and handicaps production. The first concern of financial policy must be the maintenance of industry, and this demands a stable price level. The manifesto concluded with a clear definition of the difference between the immediate necessity for action and long-term principle. In the advancement of this immediate policy we surrender nothing of our socialist faith. The immediate question is not a question of the ownership, but of the survival of British industry. Let us put through an emergency program to meet the national danger. Afterwards political debate on fundamental principle can be resumed. Most men of sense would surely agree that in a moment of national crisis this was a realistic assessment of the position. The events and the pressures which prevented this remarkable company from pursuing to conclusion the policy in which they expressed their belief, could be subject to a long analysis. Why did an iron Bevan retreat in filial fidelity and slumberous content between the twin bosoms of the Labour Party and trade union movement which had so long nurtured him, only to awaken again in 1959 to the realization that nothing could be done to implement his ideals until the commanding heights '1 of finance were assailed and occupied? He had seen the light then, but it faded from his eyes for the lifetime of a generation. His ultimate, belated, but again transient return to that vision was then hailed as a flash of inspiration by the Labour Party, though he merely repeated the main theme held by the signatories of the manifesto in 1930, which derived from the Birmingham proposals in 1925. Why did John Strachey, after giving so much time and energy to the development of a policy which rested the whole economic system of our country on a partnership between Britain and the Dominions in an insulated economy, suddenly present a memorandum to say that we must work with Russia instead of the Dominions, and then leave me on the nominal ground that I would not accept a change which made nonsense of the whole policy? Harold Nicolson recounts in his diaries that Strachey was much offended by my description of his conduct as pathological, which was indeed tactless. Irritation should never intrude on these serious occasions. There were reasons, of course, in the deep psychological sphere. Once again emotion destroyed purpose. What matters in life is to get things done that have to be done, things which were then necessary to reduce human suffering and to maintain the greatness of a great nation, and in this age may be necessary to prevent the destruction of the world. Mankind in my time has paid a sad price for personal feelings and emotions, and may yet pay more dearly still. Yet I shall always remember with gratitude that 4 MPs accompanied me at first in the formation of the new party, as well as Alan Young as organizer, after the atmosphere of crisis had been temporarily dissipated, and men could again convince themselves that normal measures without undue personal risk could meet the situation. Harold Nicolson too behaved splendidly in giving up a highly paid job on the Beaverbrook Press to edit the paper supporting the new party. Action was lavishly supported by Lord Nuffield, but suffered a fall in circulation from 160,000 to 16,000 in 10 weeks. Our electoral defeat gave the competent professional staff no time to get it going. Later, some of our amateurs in fascist days gradually built it up to become a self-supporting paper. Lloyd George remained acutely apprehensive and manoeuvred continually in private gatherings. He retained close and friendly relations with me, but he did not see the necessity for the long-term policy, and was unwilling to start a new party. Yet those of us who launched the new movement were convinced that crisis would return in an aggravated form and that a policy of long-term reconstruction was vitally necessary. We had failed to secure a national consensus, a warm and ardent agreement on action by the whole nation. It remained our duty to act by means of the second best, a long, arduous and bitter process to arouse the nation before disaster. This view of our duty led us inevitably to the streets and the villages, to the homes of the people, where alone we could awaken the will to action in a new movement. In a continuing crisis it might be done with reasonable speed, for in such circumstances the British have a considerable capacity for improvisation. But I also stressed that it could mean a long, hard struggle over many years. The new party was launched on March 1, 1931. Then came one of those incidents which warn us against hubris by reminding that we are the playthings of fate, a moment when we can indeed say ditto to Mr. Burke in his poignant apostrophe, "What shadows we are, what shadows we pursue." On the eve of the opening meeting I fell ill with pleurisy and pneumonia, quite a serious matter before the discovery of antibiotics. I could scarcely lift my head from the pillow. It was too late to postpone the party's inauguration, for the placards were out all over the country. I was advertised to speak at the opening meeting and was to have been seconded by W.J. Brown, MP, who was experienced and effective both in the House and on the platform. It was decided that the meeting should continue with Brown as the main speaker, assisted by Simeons John Strachey. But a message came that Brown could not attend, and he was not available on the telephone. I ordered an ambulance to take me to his house in the suburbs, where I found him at home. After being carried into his living room on a stretcher, I asked his reasons for not attending the opening meeting. Then something occurred which I had only seen rarely before. His face seemed to be pulled down on one side like a man suffering a stroke, and he burst into tears. He said he would lose his trade union job and his family would be ruined. His fears appeared to me exaggerated because he knew I had already obtained a guarantee from Lord Nuffield to cover his salary for several years. He had never previously voiced these apprehensions, and had always posed as a man of decision, of iron will and resolution. The very few men in whom previously I had observed this phenomenon had likewise usually rather emphasized their determination and courage before they found themselves averse to getting out of a trench when the time came. W. J. Brown was evidently experiencing the same sensations. I had myself carried back to the ambulance. Simeons John Strachey got through the opening meeting, and then undertook the meetings in the country at which I was advertised to speak. They had a tough time, which foreshadowed to some extent the organized campaign of violence that broke out when I was back in action again, and which was particularly disgraceful as the main speaker was then a woman putting over a reasoned case in a gentle and charming style which not even the most embittered could describe as offensive. Our team of MPs had now been reduced to 4. W. E. D. Allen was always a writer rather than a speaker, and Dr. Forgan was distinguished more for his agreeable manners and pleasing personality than for platform performance. He was neither a speaker nor an administrator, but excellent in public relations. Directly I was through illness and convalescence, we launched into a by-election at Ashton-under-Lyne with Allen Young as candidate. It was a Labour seat, where the previous figures, at the 1929 election, had been 13,170 and 9,763. We had only a scratch organisation, and the campaign was chiefly based on 3 big meetings in a local drill hall which held nearly 4,000. We polled just about the number who attended these meetings, for the by-election figures were Conservative 12,420, Labour 11,005 and New Party 4,472. Our intervention had split the Labour vote and put the Tory in. The size and enthusiasm of our meetings had caused rumours to circulate in London that we were winning, and some portentous figures loomed in the shadows of these stimulating gatherings. But on the day of the vote, the party machines, as usual, defeated the overt symptoms of incipient mass enthusiasm. The vote was large enough to put us on the map and cause the new party to be taken seriously. Our meetings had been orderly except for a lively heckling, which helps rather than hinders a speaker. But the climate changed completely when the figures came out after the election. It may be that the organizers of violence had decided to hold their hand because they did not want to excite sympathy for us. They had, in any case, a ready field for their activity after the vote, because Labour Party workers had come in the evening hours from all over Lancashire to hear the result and were naturally annoyed that our intervention had put their man out. Nevertheless, I base on two facts my view that the violence that night was led and to some extent organized by the usual communist experts. The first, that the whole atmosphere and situation was then totally different to anything seen in the election. The second, that in my long experience violence never occurs on a large scale in England unless it is deliberately organized and led. The uproar outside reached us inside the hall. The senior agent of the Labour Party, representing their headquarters, informed me with some gratification that I would be lynched if I went outside, a menace, not a warning. John Strachey reported afterwards that surveying the howling mob outside I said, "This is the crowd which has prevented anything being done in England since the war." This is true, but it is clear that I did not mean they were averse to change. What I meant then and mean now is that the long-experienced and entirely dedicated agents and warriors of communism always play on the anarchy inherent in the left of Labour to secure confusion, disillusion and ultimately the violence which is essential to their long-term plan. In a crisis they will prevent any major reform or ordered progress through the medium of the Labour Party. I went through the crowd with a few companions and we suffered no serious injury. There were few police about. For some time, demonstrators surrounded a hotel shouting, but eventually they went home. No harm was done, except to the psychology of John Strachey. I do not mean that he was frightened, for he was not. John Strachey was a man of courage. He quite suddenly formed the view after this occasion that the mass of the workers were against us, and that we were on the wrong side. From this opinion he never turned back, until his collaboration with the Communist Party. It then took him some time to evolve once more into a pillar of Labour orthodoxy. The reasons for his little tour of mind and spirit were not difficult to discern. Intellectuals drawn to the left, partly by mental and partly by emotional processes, are apt to form an entirely mythical image of the working class. I suspected then and knew later that such scenes of violence are nothing to do with the mass of the British workers, the people who had been to my meetings all over Britain when I toured the country speaking every evening and staying every night with a different manual worker. The whole thing was a put-up show by sophisticated communists playing on the emotions of a not very large number of Labour workers in a moment of disappointment and frustration. Most of the crowd, as usual, were just there to watch, and the row as usual only came from one or two front rows of agitators. If the whole crowd had really been so hostile, we must indeed have been lynched, for we were quite powerless. The view that the mass of the British workers rise in their wrath against men and opinions they disapprove and will do violent and brutal things is simply invented nonsense. Such events are bogus from start to finish, for they are manufactured by the Communist Party. If a man is alone, a score of these roughs will make him appear a public enemy by surrounding him and kicking him, or a public hero by encircling him and cheering him. If police protect him, the communists say that he cannot come among the people without protection. This impression is the object of the whole exercise. We were soon to prove through the black shirt movement that once you had seen off the bitter professionals on the other side, you would again find not only orderly but happy and jovial audiences among our friendly and good-natured British people. John Strachey and others like him were taken in by a front of plaster concealing an ugly visage, which happily is not yet in charge of England and certainly does not represent the mass of the British people. I believe it never will, unless all resolution deserts us and the character of the British is entirely changed. The days of the new party were now numbered. We had to develop a different character to meet an entirely new situation. New men came to us, who were ready to fight for their beliefs, in type the dedicated black shirt. John Strachey left after putting in his strange memorandum contradicting directly the whole basis of the policy we had long agreed together, and he was accompanied by Alan Young and the philosopher, C. E. M. Joad, who was an intimate friend of Strachey's and afterwards well known as a broadcaster. Harold Nicholson held on longer, more in loyalty than out of conviction. He simply could not grasp that I had the stark choice of facing violence or of closing down. He did not approve the new men now necessary to our cause, and they did not appreciate his delicate thought in choosing a pretty little wayside flower as our party emblem, nor his literary artistry in writing an article entitled, "Lift High the Marigold." All over the country we met a storm of organized violence. They were simply out to smother us, we were to be mobbed down by denying us our only resource, the spoken word, we were to be mobbed out of existence. The general election, with the whole press supporting the national government, coupled with the smother tactics of the left, led to our inevitable defeat, in which I polled 10,543 votes and the rest of the 22 new party candidates polled an average of 1,036 votes apiece. We had to reform our organization, but not our policy, to meet an entirely new situation. Before the day of this renaissance I published the epitaph of the new party and emphasized our enduring determination. Better the great adventure, better the great attempt for England's sake, better defeat, disaster, better far the end of that trivial thing called a political career, than stifling in a uniform of blue and gold, strutting and posturing on the stage of Little England, amid the scenery of decadence, until history, in turning over an heroic page of the human story, writes of us the contemptuous postscript, "These were the men to whom was entrusted the empire of Great Britain, and whose idleness, ignorance and cowardice left it to Spain. We shall win, or at least we shall return upon our shields." 16. The founding of the British Union of Fascists. Fascism was in essence a national creed, and therefore by definition took an entirely different form in different countries. In origin, it was an explosion against intolerable conditions, against remediable wrongs which the old world had failed to remedy. It was a movement to secure national renaissance by people who felt themselves threatened with decline into decadence and death and were determined to live, and live greatly. Without understanding these three basic facts it is possible to abuse fascism, but not to make a serious reply to its case and to its spirit. They can no more be smothered by abuse than they can finally be suppressed by force. An argument must be answered if it is to be defeated, and to be answered it must first be understood. Fascism does not exist at present, not because it has been answered, but because it belongs to the epoch before the Second World War. Since that period science has presented us with a new set of facts. The errors of fascism have provided their lessons, and nationalism has been extended to a European patriotism. Those of us who were fascists can learn both from new facts and from our own mistakes. It is easy to learn from errors for which we were not ourselves responsible, particularly when we are confident that we personally would have avoided them. At my worst, I have never made any claim to infallibility, which I leave to those responsible for the present condition of the world. After the war one faced fresh facts, learnt from past mistakes, and felt free to become a European. Why then, had I become a fascist? For an answer to this question we must return to the autumn of 1931. The victory of the national government in the election of October that year crushed the new party and gave complete power to men who we knew from bitter experience would do nothing except hasten the gradual decline of our country into the decadence of a second-rate power, even should they be saved by external factors of which they understood little from bringing its speedy ruin. The degree of crisis in Britain had been insufficient to secure national consensus of every vital element necessary to save the country, and after the frustration of all our efforts within Parliament, the continuing complacency of the electorate defeated the new party in the landslide of 1931. Yet we were more than ever convinced that sooner or later a supreme effort must be made by the British people if the nation was to live in any form worthy of its greatness, still recognizable as the land we loved, or even to survive at all. What were we to do? Just give up. Lord Beaverbrook at this point made me an offer to write for his papers. He was always a good friend when you were down, but some said not so good when you were up. Lloyd George once said to me, "Max always wants to cut the heads off the tall poppies. That is his whole psychology." My head had been well and truly cut off by the election of 1931, and he at once made me this offer. I take it now, as I took it then, to be a gesture of friendship which should be appreciated, but I preferred to keep my complete independence. Siren voices also were not lacking to suggest that we had ample gifts and means still to enjoy life and that the deluge might come after us. Staid and influential voices answered in the conflict of conscience, coming curiously from the right, to which I never belonged, advising that I should make a tour of the empire and return as its expert to rally the forces of an imperial conservatism. I felt that my part was neither the voluptuary laughing on the ruins of his country's greatness, mocking his own ideals and the trust of his companions, nor the ideologue spinning idle dreams of imperial panoply for a people who had lost the will even to hold what their fathers had won. My duty was to awaken the will to live and to live greatly, to dedicate myself to a national renaissance. At the point of this decision I was confronted by three facts. The first was that movements of national renaissance in the entirely different forms suited to the two countries in which they occurred had been founded years before in their disintegrating societies, and that one of these movements had long since won power and the other was clearly about to win it. The second fact was that precisely the same conditions had evoked these two movements as were present, though in far less acute degree, in our British situation. The origin might be defeat in war, or merely economic decline threatening collapse, but the results of unemployment and mass suffering in varying extent were the same. The third fact was that the response of the old world, and of communism in particular, to the foundation of these movements had been exactly similar to our new party experience. When they emerged with new policies, they were not met by reasoned argument but by organized violence. In our case it was clear beyond a shadow of doubt that the initiative in violence came not from us but from our opponents. We assembled to hold peaceful meetings and to present a reasoned case, and others attacked our meetings for the purpose of breaking them up. They attacked and we defended. Among all the profusion of falsehoods which these events generated, I most resented the imputation that I took pleasure in violence because I had to organize the black shirt movement for protecting my meetings. It was almost suggested that at my great meetings I preferred a fight to a speech. The charge was obviously ridiculous. Why on earth should I ? For the meetings attracted by far the largest audiences ever assembled in Britain. A politician who wanted to assault his audience rather than persuade them would clearly be certifiably insane. Apart from what has been said and written about my capacity for speech, I have a proved statistical record of persuasion in most diverse places and conditions, to which my opponents have never yet produced an equal. The reader of this record will have observed that I became the youngest MP by winning Harrow with a majority of 11,000 as a Conservative, and in the two subsequent elections reversed this verdict by defeating the Conservative candidate in this stronghold of that party by large majorities. After that came the challenge to the Chamberlain's fortress in Birmingham, which they had held for 60 years, and the capture of every seat in the centre of the city for Labour after 5 years' intensive effort under my leadership. Then followed the two elections in the neighbouring constituency of Smethwick, with greatly increased Labour majorities, and finally the winning of over 10,000 votes at Stoke-on-Trent in face of the 1931 landslide, while the rest of the new party candidates averaged about 1,000 votes apiece. Why should a man with this electoral record suddenly take leave of his senses and with much trouble and some expense assembled the largest audiences seen in Britain, not for the purpose of persuading them, but of beating them up. For sheer absurdity this line of attack upon me was an easy winner among all the foolish and grotesque inventions I have known in politics. The whole allegation can be met with the two words which answer the sheer silliness of so many cretinous suggestions: what for ? Cui bono. A dishonest line of controversy in these circumstances is that no one should mind a little heckling. Who does? Interruptions, heckling, can be the making of a speech, and any speaker of any experience can always score. What fun they were, all the old gags of the English platform, equally enjoyed by speaker and audience. When a persistent Marxian holds up question time, I see, sir, that you are an authority on Marx, and have no doubt read him carefully. Yes, I have. You have read all 6 volumes, I take it? Yes, I have. Then, sir, may I congratulate you both on your learning and on your industry, for he only wrote 2. The authority bobs away red-faced on a sea of laughter, until the audience can return to matters of more immediate interest to our pragmatic people. It is all good, old-time English fun. Rough but genial exchanges are always appreciated in the traditional strongholds of the British worker. A stentorian bellow from a burly but obviously bogus claimant: I would have this audience know that my jaw was broken in 6 places at one of your meetings. We are all delighted to hear it working so well tonight. Slightly subtler rejoinders would dissolve in laughter. Undergraduate heckling at university meetings: are you in favor of birth control? Well, I was, but I am beginning to think it is about 20 years too late. When so much was said and written about my ability to deal with hecklers in my early days, why was I supposed to lose that capacity I so much enjoyed? Of course, what we were up against was nothing like ordinary heckling. It was organized shouting by dozens, or sometimes hundreds of men, accompanied by violence often prepared in semi-military fashion. I have probably now a larger experience of mass meetings than any man alive, and I can assure the reader that serious disorder never occurs at a meeting in Britain unless it is organized. The British people may love you or hate you, I have experienced a bit of both, but they will always give you a fair hearing. If they do not want to hear you, they will stay away, a simple and silent remedy. When organized force is used against you, only 2 courses are open: if authority has already proved either unable or unwilling to keep order, to surrender, or to meet force with force and to win. After the new party experience, it was perfectly clear to me that I could blow the Red Ruffs a kiss, pack up and go home, or, after due appeal and warning, eject them from my meetings. It should be remembered that I had no resource except the spoken word, no press, no radio, and little money. Public meetings were our only way of putting over our case, and if our audiences were to hear it, we must be prepared to fight for free speech. We were faced at first with heavy odds, and to lose would mean the end of our movement. It soon became clear that to win we had to wear some distinctive dress, a uniform, in order to recognize each other. That is why people obliged to fight have worn uniform of some kind or other from the earliest days of human history. We wore colored shirts for the same reason, and black was chosen not only because it was the opposite to red, but because at that time it was worn by no one else in this country. A shirt is the easiest and cheapest garment for the purpose of recognition, and the shirts had to be paid for by the men themselves, most of whom were poor, some even being on the dole. Others had already worn colored shirts for the same reason, but this no more made our movement Italian, or German, than wearing uniform turns an English army into a German army. This particular jibe was easily answered. Yet the other similarities remained. Our movement was an explosion against intolerable conditions, an effort at renaissance, met by organized violence. Not only in Italy and Germany, but in almost every country in Europe, parties were springing up which had long since come to be known by the world in general as fascist. Was it either honest or practical to deny that we were a fascist movement? The honesty of denying we were fascist could be long debated, but the impracticability was quite clear. When the bystanders see an elephant coming down the street, It is idle to tell them it is a pleasant Sunday afternoon outing organized by the Young Men's Christian Association. We were a distinctive British movement of intense national patriotism, but in the age of fascism it was clearly jejune and possibly dishonest to deny that we were fascists. There is always of course a disadvantage in bearing a resemblance to foreign parties, however superficial, particularly if in essence you are a movement of ardent patriotism. It is easier for the parties of the left, which was seldom notable for their patriotism until they had discarded the empire, and then discovered the patriotism of Little England as a handy instrument for use against the patriotism of Great Europe. The parties of the left have always been international in sentiment, and have been openly organized in this sense. Socialists belonged to the Second International, of which the Labour Party was an official member throughout this period. Communists go further in being not merely members of the Third International, but in accepting the leadership of a foreign party and a foreign state. Liberalism also had international derivations. The creed of the 19th century began effectively with the French Revolution, and the Liberal Party in Britain has enjoyed, indeed boasted of its European affiliations. Charles James Fox was far from approving the excesses of the French Revolution, but he admired its initial spirit and stood resolutely against its suppression by external force. No one on that account suspected for one moment that this English patriot would become a danger to his country when it was menaced by French revolutionary armies under Napoleon, but that was before the introduction to Britain of de Gaulle values of mutual suspicion more suitable to the transatlantic climate of a banana republic. No one in that period was so morally dishonest or so intellectually feeble as to impute to Fox, or to Grey and the Reform Bill leaders, all the crimes of the French Revolution, or to burden the liberalism of the 19th century with the local excesses which were the responsibility of individual leaders such as Robespierre. Liberalism survived the mess in the bedroom when it was born, as many a fine man has done, and finally grew to adult form in Britain. It was our Reform Bill, not the initial explosion in France, which finally gave beneficent shape to the 19th century. My hope and confident conviction was that in Britain fascism would also find expression in its highest form, and would be destined to cast the mold of the 20th century. Members of fascist and National Socialist movements in other countries no doubt felt the same, for it was both the strength and the weakness of fascism, and it was an intensely national creed. This impulse gave it the strength of patriotism, but also the weakness of division. We were divided by our nationalism. This brought the danger that Europe would perish in the same tragic manner as the city-states of classic Greece, united by the genius of their kind, by their philosophy, architecture and art born of this unique kinship, but divided by a nationalism which in the view of history must be regarded as artificial. It was the sin of fascism to repeat this error, with consequences of still enduring tragedy. We were sometimes suspected of being organized in a fascist international. On the contrary, we were much too national. The view of history may well be that we were not nearly international enough. There were sporadic meetings between leaders, and occasional holiday parties touring each other's countries, but no form of systematic organization. I myself met Mussolini about half a dozen times, and Hitler twice, neither of them after 1936. In those critical years I was much too busy at home to go abroad at all. Our fault was not union, but division. Yet it arose from the natural cause that we were different in our policies and outlook, by reason of the national characters of our movements. More, not less, should in my view have been done to surmount these differences for the purpose of preserving peace. Fascism in each country was too busy serving its national interest. Confronted with a clear choice between pursuing national ambitions or promoting some form of European union through the universalism of fascism, the National Socialist and Fascist leaders invariably chose the former course. Whenever fascism was really beginning to succeed throughout Europe, it always received a knockdown blow from the leaders already in power prancing into some territory or other in service of purely national interests, often accompanied by boastful and menacing language which created the alarm of war and increased opposition. Even when the Axis leaders came together in the last phase, it was more on the basis of an old-fashioned alliance of mutual interest than of any union of the spirit. Never talk to me of a fascist international, for the peace of Europe might have been maintained if such an organization had existed. If our continent had found a reasonable measure of union through a new European spirit, instead of division by the old nationalism, 25 million people might be alive today and Europe the greatest power in the world. An exaggerated nationalism must be counted both the strength and the weakness of fascism. It was strong because nationalism is always a quick starter in popular favor, but it was weak because narrow nationalism has the same short legs as lies, and is soon overtaken by facts. Another characteristic of fascism combined the same blend of merit and error in an almost equal measure. The drive to action was right, it was an urgent need of the period. Unemployment, bad housing, and poverty when science had already virtually solved the problem of production in any well-organized community, these were wrongs crying to heaven for vigorous action. Yet one of the sad lessons of history, which must be learned, is that action can be too dearly bought. Individual liberty is the basis of any civilized society, and we regress to the chaos of the Dark Ages if this is not recognized. Individual rights should not impede or blackmail the advance of the whole community. No man can claim to set his rights above those of the whole nation, and no minority can claim in effect the right to rule, but the right of the individual to suffer no loss of liberty without trial must be inviolate. Personally, I maintained this right before, during and after my long imprisonment without trial. The rights of the individual were not preserved under fascism abroad, and thereby more was lost, even in terms of action, than was gained. Even in the 18th century and even in time of war, Bonaparte said that the moral to the material was as 3 to 1. In the 20th century, in time of peace the moral is far stronger still. Action and will are both necessary, but both have their limits. Action can be too dearly bought, and it was. To affirm this truth is not to admit any shadow of justice in the case of those who, before the war, condemned the crimes of fascism and condoned the crimes of Soviet Russia, when it paid their squalid policies and sustained their European crimes to strain at the gnat and swallow the camel. There are more ways than one of killing liberty. Free expression of opinion in any organized form was openly denied by the state in the fascist countries, but to a large extent it was covertly denied by subtler means in Great Britain before the war, and has been entirely denied for all effective purposes since the war. It is possible either to kill freedom by force or to smother it by the power of money with the connivance of the state. There is not much freedom left to the individual with a new opinion, when the press, radio and television are denied to him, when public meetings are his only form of expression, and the state, while denying him the right to keep order, refuses to keep order itself. Complete the process with Labour majorities on local councils refusing the use of public halls under their control, and a Conservative majority in Parliament using the police, not to keep order at outdoor meetings, but to ban the meeting and to stop the proceedings the moment organised opposition threatens disorder. Then the triumph of democracy in England has disposed of what Mussolini called the rotting corpse of liberty even more effectively because less blatantly. Hypocrisy rules in quiet triumph, the coward does it with a kiss, the brave man with a sword. Freedom of speech in face of the established parties joins the economic freedom of the individual in face of the capitalist combines, which in time-honored definition long since granted the liberty to sleep on a bench in the park to a man who cannot afford a room at the Ritz. We must start at the beginning of this development and cover the process in proper stages, before we contemplate in all its exquisite perfection the present system for the complete suppression of unorthodox opinion whenever it attains an effective, organized form. Disorder had often prevailed at public meetings in Britain for years before I was born. Our new party experience showed that under the existing dispensation the police were unwilling to keep order. None of these things mattered to the established parties, which had a big press to support them, and who in the case of the Conservative Party confined their large meetings to ticket-bearing supporters who dutifully assembled over large areas to hear their leaders. We were a new movement and we were entirely dependent upon the spoken word at public meetings to find the support which did not yet exist. It was perfectly clear that we were to be denied by organized violence this sole opportunity for political progress. What were we to do? Pack up and go home? Or organize ourselves to defend our meetings? A few of my valued associates chose the first alternative. I chose the second. We had a program slowly and laboriously created during my Labour Party days, no foreign invention, which we were convinced could save the country in condition of crisis that might at any time deteriorate into national disaster. It seemed to me an absolute duty to give our people the opportunity to understand it and support it. To be capable of thought, but not of action, would be to me contemptible, a denial of every principle. What I later described in the alternative as the thought-deed man, the man capable of both thought and action, must become a living reality, an embodied truth essential to human survival. We had done the thinking, now came the time for action, to turn thought into deed. We faced an experience similar to all who were disapproved by the organizers of Red Violence. Quotations from members of other parties need not be repeated extensively, a few will suffice. Mr. T. Howard, MP for South Islington, said, "I challenge any leader of the Conservative Party, or of the Liberal Party, to organise a meeting in London, and to advertise the meeting as an open meeting and to get a hearing." Mr. Cecil Pike, MP for the Attercliffe division of Sheffield, said, "I have seen in my division meeting after meeting wilfully broken up, and I am perfectly convinced that every other member of this House has had the same experience." The Manchester Guardian reported on March 8, 1934, Lord Beaverbrook was shouted down last night at an eve of the poll meeting at Camberwell. When Lord Beaverbrook rose to speak, his words were inaudible beyond the front of the hall, owing to the stamping on the floor and persistent singing. It appeared at one time that the platform would be rushed, but there was a strong bodyguard of stewards. After a further attempt to make himself heard, Lord Beaverbrook sat down, amid opposition cheers. Later, he left the hall, after shaking hands with those on the platform. Later several free fights took place in front of the platform. Several stewards were knocked down in the rush, and afterwards one was carried out battered and bleeding. The police were called in, and the hall gradually cleared. A notorious case was Mr. Churchill's meeting during the 1922 election in his constituency at Dundee, when he had just undergone an operation for appendicitis and had to address the meeting from a bath chair. The Times of October 14, 1922, reported the meeting under the heading, "Mr. Churchill shouted down." Mr. Churchill, who addressed an audience of 5,000 persons at the Drill Hall, Dundee, last night, met with so much interruption and disorder from the Labour element that the meeting was eventually abandoned. The hall was packed. Mr. Churchill was received with a storm of boos, hissing and cheers, and the chairman's remarks were greeted with the singing of "Tell Me the Old, Old Story." Mr. Churchill began his speech from a sitting position to the accompaniment of booing and cries. He said, "If about 100 young men and women choose to spoil a whole meeting, and 100 of these young reptiles choose to deny to democracy the power to conduct a great assembly, the blame is with them." The meeting broke up in disorder. Mr. Churchill was unable to put his case at open meetings throughout the election, which he lost. Such cases can be multiplied many times, but enough has been said to show that I did not invent violence at British public meetings. Many others had the same experience, but as members of the old parties, they had the press and the ticketed meetings of the party leaders. I had to hold open meetings and secure a hearing, if the large and fair-minded audiences who had come to listen were not to be denied the right of free speech by an organized minority. We had either to throw out the young reptiles, or to close down. I am no snake fancier. We acted, we won, that was our offence. For some years there were fights at our meetings all over Britain, but never once were the meetings broken up. Even in that period, many meetings were orderly, but they would always have been liable to attack if I had not organized and led the black shirt movement. These devoted young men saved free speech in Britain. The proof is that for several years before the war our meetings were held all over the country in perfect order, and they were far the largest political meetings ever held in Britain. The culmination was the meeting in Earl's Court in July 1939. Not at the Empress Hall but in the neighbouring hall, about 3 times larger, where the Ideal Home Exhibition and similar events are organised, which was claimed to be the largest indoor meeting ever held in the world. This hall was much larger than Madison Square Gardens in New York or the Deutschlandhalle in Berlin, and no other party ever attempted to hold a meeting there. Black Shirt Meeting at Earl's Court, July 1939. At Earl's Court most of the audience had paid for their seats, and the sale of tickets at all my meetings was then one of our main sources of income. We at least owed to those who had paid that they should hear the speech. Opposition was entirely absent, and the meeting ended in extraordinary scenes of enthusiasm. All over the country we then had the same experience, because the British people were again able to hear the speech to which they chose to listen, and the organised denial of free speech had ceased to exist. The peak of organised violence had been reached and surmounted some years previously in June 1934 at Olympia, a meeting discussed ever since. There the victory for free speech was not won without bitter experience. We were not only up against the hooligans described by Mr. Churchill as reptiles often armed and under alien instigation, but also the support given to them by more respectable people. A pamphlet our movement issued after the Olympia meeting had a title which drew attention to this phenomenon: Red Violence and Blue Lies. It was always something of a mystery to me why a number of conservatives took the side of the Reds against us, and the only credible explanation I ever received was that the right feared we might win, but did not believe the victory of communism in England was possible. Any stick was good enough to beat us with, even the red bludgeon used against the conservatives themselves, until they retreated behind their press and ticketed meetings. It was, of course, perfectly possible to have genuine differences of opinion on a subject like the Olympia meeting without ulterior motive, and fair-minded members of the Conservative and other parties took different sides in the subsequent controversy. Most of them only saw what happened on the spot in the violent fighting which took place in the hall. They were unaware of what had occurred previously in the systematic organization of disorder for attack on the meeting from outside the hall. Some Conservative MPs witnessed these happenings, and recorded them in the press. Mr. Patrick Dormer, MP, wrote, for instance, in the National Review, that fact is that many of the communists were armed with razors, stockings filled with broken glass, knuckle dusters, and iron bars, that they marched from the East End, the police kindly escorting them, with the avowed purpose of wrecking the meeting. A friend of mine saw a woman fascist with a razor cut across her face, and with my own eyes I witnessed gangs of communists, some of them dressed in black shirts to make identification of those responsible for the uproar more difficult, resisting ejection with the utmost violence. If then, as cannot be disputed, some of these hooligans were armed, can it in equity be argued that the stewards used their fists, when provoked in this manner, with more vigor than perhaps the situation required? I listened carefully to comments of those nearby, and noted that one woman present referred to the restraint shown by the stewards. Example of weapons taken from communists who had attacked Buff Olympia meeting. A collection of weapons taken from the attackers was afterwards made and the photographs are still on record. Our stewards had to eject these armed men with their bare hands, for they were not only forbidden to carry weapons, but were often searched to ensure the order was obeyed. Our Constitution laid down precise rules for dealing with disorders at meetings. Interrupters will be ejected only on the instructions of the Speaker as chairman of the meeting when the persistence of an interrupter prevents those in his vicinity from hearing the speech. Ejection will be carried out with the minimum of force necessary to secure removal of the interrupter from the meeting. Were our stewards really to be blamed if they punched with their fists men who attacked them with razors? knuckle dusters and iron bars? If they handled the opposition with such brutality, why was not a single case of that kind detained in London hospitals that night? At our own dressing station, according to signed statements of highly qualified medical personnel, 63 black shirts were treated for injuries, mostly abdominal, and injuries caused by blunt instruments. The injuries included black shirts kicked in the head and in the stomach and laid up for 3 weeks. Girl fascist with a scratch, commencing under her eye and running down her cheek and neck and finishing on her back, between her shoulder blades. I do not think this scratch could have been done with a fingernail, but that some sharp instrument must have been used. While treating this case, another girl fascist was brought in. She had been struck by a man and her glasses smashed in her face. She was bleeding from the region of the left eye. A long list of these cases could be made, but no evidence was produced of similar injuries among the opposition or of any serious injuries at all. Why then did we find it necessary to organize a dressing station at Olympia, which we intended to be another political meeting to convert the British people to our cause, after a series of quiet meetings which had followed the effective organization of the Black Shirt movement? The answer is that the attack on the meeting was openly organized in advance. We knew all about it, and so did the authorities. For 3 weeks before the meeting, incitements to attack it were published, and maps were printed to show how to get to the meeting. For instance, on May 17, the London District Committee of the Communist Party has decided to call upon the London workers to organise a counter-demonstration against the demonstration of Sir Oswald Mosley, which is advertised to take place at Olympia on Thursday, June 7. May 26. Marches will be organised from 5 different parts of London in the late afternoon to arrive in the Hammersmith Road in the vicinity of Olympia at 6:30 p.m. Arrangements should be made in the localities for parties of workers to travel on the Underground to obtain cheap facilities for parties. May 28. The Communist Party is confident the workers in the capital city will resist, with all means, the fascist menace. May 31. Every militant worker in London should put his whole energy into mobilising the masses of London against Mosley on Thursday, June 7. June 1. The workers are going to be all out at Olympia on Thursday week, June 7, when Oswald Mosley and his black shirts hold their monster demonstration. June 4. The workers at a debate decided to march against Mosley on Thursday night. The anti-fascist front grows every day. Thursday night will see the London workers marching on Olympia. These extracts are taken from various newspapers, and are on public record available to anyone. This attack was organised, so far as their limited experience would permit, in the manner of a military operation. We had a legal and a moral right to resist, if authority permitted the attack to take place. In the fair light of history, can our men be blamed for defeating with their bare fists this armed attack, which had the deliberate and declared purpose of suppressing free speech in Britain? I am content to accept the verdict of Lloyd George, who wrote in the Sunday Pictorial on June 24, 1934, "People began to ask themselves what was the meaning of the Albert Hall phenomenon, what might be the subterranean strength of the Black Shirt movement, and what its promise or menace for the future government of the country." But still more startling was the summoning, on June 7, of a meeting of this body at Olympia, for this is the biggest hall in London, only capable of being filled, if ever, in connection with some stirring national crisis. Yet the Black Shirts secured an audience of 15,000 people to pack the huge exhibition hall, and to listen to an oration by their leader which went on for more than 2 hours. Not all listened sympathetically. A considerable contingent of communists manoeuvred an entry into the building by dubious means, with a view to organizing such disturbance as would frustrate speech. Their failure to do so was due to expulsory methods which several spectators have described as brutal in the extreme. This statement is challenged by the promoters of the meeting. It is difficult to explain why the fury of the champions of free speech should be concentrated so exclusively, not on those who deliberately and resolutely attempted to prevent the public expression of opinions, of which they disapproved, but against those who fought, however roughly, for freedom of speech. Personally, I have suffered as much as anyone in public life today from hostile interruptions by opponents determined to make it impossible for me to put my case before audiences. Naturally, therefore, I have an antipathy to that class of interruption, and I feel that men who enter meetings with the deliberate intention of suppressing free speech have no right to complain if an exasperated audience handles them rudely. The facts about the Olympia meeting, which are much in our favor, have been on record for many years, but have never been told. Facts, too, are subject to the great smother. Legends of every kind are circulated about this meeting, bearing no relation to truth. For instance, in support of the ridiculous charge that I preferred a fight to making a speech, it is often stated that I stopped speaking for a considerable period and had the searchlights diverted from the platform to various fights which were taking place in the hall. If this were true, I should indeed have been an orator of unexpected modesty. In fact, the loudspeaker wires were cut, and for a period I was completely silenced until they could be repaired. As for the searchlights, they were nothing whatever to do with me and I had no control over them. They belonged to the newsreel companies, which were present in force. Directly I was silenced, they preferred to take pictures of the fighting. I had no means of obliging them to keep the lights directed on the platform, short of using force, which would indeed have been an outrage. Was the speech I made after the black-shirt stewards had restored order, so provocative, so inflammatory, such a menace to the life of the state that a highly organized, virtually military operation could conceivably be justified to stop its utterance while authority looked the other way? The speech was almost entirely about economics. For instance, between 1929 and 1933 the decline of our export trade amounted to no less than £200 million. We must set about systematic building of our home market. It stressed the need for change. Our people are weary of socialism, which in the name of progress sets the interests of every country before its own. They are weary of conservative reaction, which keeps things as they are in the interests of the few. Today, they demand a new creed, a new spiritual movement which unites the principles of patriotism and progress, which loves king and country and is determined to build a country worthy of its people. Stories about what happened at Olympia are repeated over and over again and lose nothing as time goes on. For example, Mr. Philip Toynbee, well known to readers of the Sunday press for his book reviews, broadcasting for the BBC on November 10, 1965, gave his memories of the Olympia meeting more than 30 years before, forgetting that he had already described them in Friends Apart, an excusable lapse in such a prolific writer. For in describing his impulsive and chivalrous intervention against the black-shirt stewards, he had clearly forgotten his previous visit to the ironmonger and his seething through the streets with the anti-fascist crowd. Those events are vividly described in Friends Apart. Sir Oswald Mosley held a monster meeting at Olympia. In the afternoon we bought knuckle dusters at a Drury Lane ironmonger, and I well remember the exaltation of trying them on. We flexed our fingers. A bit too loose here. Not very comfortable on the thumb. We were expert knuckle duster buyers. We seethed with the anti-fascist crowd down the cul-de-sac beside Addison Road Station. Later, we had somehow contrived to penetrate into the great auditorium itself. Olympia was nearly full, tier upon tier of the curious and the enthusiastic in the great majority. Then an account of interrupters and a moment later the stewards had closed in on them. We ran up the stairs and threw ourselves on the stewards' backs. Tearful, bruised and broken, I was at last thrown out into the street. Buy knuckle dusters before a meeting, go there to have a row, jump on the stewards' backs, get thrown out roughly, have a good cry. Mr. Toynbee may well plead in mitigation that he was very young at the time. He may exclaim with Euripides, in words which will be familiar to a descendant of his grandfather, "Ah, youth and the days that were." Olympia was a decisive battle. I regret having to write in such terms of a legitimate political meeting in our own country, but this was a fact. The most massive and seriously organized attempt ever made in Britain to smash a meeting by violence was heavily defeated. When the attackers had been ejected, the meeting continued to a normal conclusion in perfect order. I was able to deliver to the overwhelming majority of the audience the speech they had come to hear. Without the black shirts, the meeting would have been a shambles. Why then, in concise repetition of Lloyd George's question, should the defenders rather than the assailants of free speech be blamed? At the time we received from some opponents in all the parties the reply of a vicious political prejudice, and I leave the final answer to history and to the fairer judgment of a new generation. The meeting was decisive, not only by reason of the defeat suffered by the strongest attack which the opposition could mount, after open organization for 3 weeks without hindrance of any kind from authority, whose plain duty it was to use the resources of the law against a publicly prepared breach of the peace. Sad though it was that these things should happen in England, the final effect was comic because the mind and character of the left were so clearly revealed. Our opponents succeeded in frightening themselves out of their scanty wits with their own propaganda. In face of all evidence, which produced savage injuries to our people and only clean punches to the face on the other side, they launched an atrocity propaganda against us with the connivance of some members of the old parties who would use any means to discredit a new movement, whose rapid growth they feared. The allegation of our brutal behavior certainly did us considerable harm, but it also helped to bring to a speedy end the attacks on our meetings. The reptiles of Mr. Churchill's description saw now with certainty that they would be thrown out, and the snake house was rife with rumours that they might lose their fangs in the process. The opposition believed their own stories and were scared stiff. They were not the first politicians to fall victims to their own eloquence. Peace and order soon reigned. There was little further disorder at our meetings before the war, and they might have become like church services where the interruption which aids the speaker is impious, had it not been for the continually increasing enthusiasm of the audiences. Oswald Mosley Oration to Black Shirts in Hyde Park 1935. The black shirt movement in the 30s was the only guarantee of free speech in Britain, and a spirit which was banished from our country, with results now all too plain, may merit some further examination. It all began in a characteristically English fashion. We improvised to meet attack, to meet an existing situation. When 500 roughs were imported in coaches from all over the Midlands to smash a meeting of 12,000 friendly people in the Birmingham stronghold my leadership had created for the Labour Party in 5 years, after 60 years of Conservative domination, when we were attacked on Ashley Green, Glasgow, by a similar force armed with razors after I had addressed an orderly crowd of 60,000, when we were threatened with lynching, after the count at Ashton, by a similar imported force after a 3-week campaign of large and orderly meetings, when during my illness my wife's meetings were broken up in similar fashion all over the country, we felt quite simply that we had to do something about it. I began gradually to collect a regular body of stewards, young men in plain clothes who acted as chuckers out in the traditional English fashion, as I had seen Tories thrown out of Liberal meetings when I was 9 years old, and as when I was 17, I had often been thrown out myself with a merry band of my Sandhurst companions, when making ourselves a nuisance at such a time-honoured English institution as the Empire Music Hall. Why then did we not leave it there? We always succeeded in holding our ground, but in the course of the fight the meeting would be smashed to pieces and the alarmed audience would vanish, as at Birmingham. We never lost the day, but it was always a Pyrrhic victory. We were facing what amounted to a military organization with an amateur improvisation. We were fighting professionals, the communists who were past masters of organized violence, and we must ourselves become professionals. We had at that time a good scratch lot, some formidable fighters among them, but they were there, if necessary, to fight with their fists as individuals, and the Reds were there for the express purpose of fighting as organized guerrillas with weapons. Our men were always forbidden to use weapons, but they were later trained to fight in organized units under clear command, and were practiced in judo and boxing. At first, we just had good amateurs like Peter Howard and Kid Lewis, an amateur in politics but not in the ring. Peter Howard was the Oxford University captain of the English rugby team. He was a friend of Harold Nicholson, who enjoyed his company in private, but not his companionship on these occasions. After the failure of the new party, he became one of the leading figures of Dr. Butchman's moral rearmament movement, which had the money more fully to exercise his idealism. Ted Kid Lewis was ex-welterweight boxing champion of the world, a Jew from Whitechapel, where he was new party candidate in the 1931 election. My last appearance in that borough was in his support. I much appreciated Kid Lewis after seeing his fight with Carpentier, in which he conceded a lot of weight and gave one of the gamest displays I have ever seen in the ring. Like all the great professionals, he would never hit any man in private life for fear of killing him, but would go through a hostile crowd with his hands in his pockets, just barging with his shoulders. He was at the time keenly attracted to politics, but was bitterly disappointed by the result of his Whitechapel election and retired altogether. There were a number of colorful personalities among the new party stewards, but they were essentially an amateur gathering. After the defeat of the new party, we began seriously to organize in the light of our sharp experience of organized violence. If we had to fight, we were determined to win. The first essential was the means to recognize each other quickly in a fight. It had become a military matter and we were up against the problem, which all armies have faced from the beginning of time. The first need is to recognize each other, the second, if possible, to recognize the enemy. This enemy in his long experience employed many artifices to prevent recognition, even going so far on some occasions as to use our dress. The communists after many years of fighting together had no need of uniforms, because they could recognize each other. After several years' experience we were in the same position, and our stewarding of indoor meetings was unimpaired when the uniform was finally removed, but in the early days it was a first essential for us in order to avoid fighting each other in the general melee. I made one considerable mistake in the matter of uniform. We began well. I still think that at the time and in the conditions we faced it was right, and certainly necessary, with the simple black shirt, which anyone could buy or have made at home for a few shillings. Private enterprise produced them in bulk. Soon our men developed the habit of cutting the shirt in the shape of a fencing jacket, a kindly little tribute to my love of the sport. Also this form had the practical advantage that it gave the opponent nothing to grasp, in particular no tie which he was wont to pull adroitly for purpose of strangulation. My mistake was in allowing the development of a full military uniform for certain men who qualified to wear it. Technically, the matter had nothing to do with me, for I was divorced by our constitution from the management of the financial side of the movement, and this was in origin a purely commercial matter. The company producing our supporting newspaper, Action, supplied the military uniform to any man who gave 5 nights' service a week to the party and sold a certain number of copies of the paper. I think even these men wearing the special uniform had to pay for it, but they were allowed to wear it on certificate of the party that they gave 5 nights' service, and of the journal that they sold the requisite number of papers. It was called the Action Press uniform. I was not therefore responsible for the uniform, but undoubtedly I could have used my influence to stop it, and I did not. On the contrary, I accepted the invitation to wear it myself, in order to encourage others. The reason was that the men were desperately keen to wear it as a mark of distinction, a party honor. They were soldiers, good soldiers, and soldiers like a smart uniform. With my background I simply had not the heart to stop them, and so much to disappoint them. It was an error and a dereliction of duty, for I should have known that while we could have got away with a simple black shirt, the uniform made us much too military in appearance and would create prejudice. The old soldier in me got the better of the politician. We created a real military organization after the failure of the new party, as the only way to defeat the highly organized communist guerrillas. Fortunately, many of us had some experience of it. I reverted to type and lived in the spirit of the professional army where I began. I was half soldier and half politician. Around me by then were men wearing every medal for gallantry the army had to offer. It is difficult to say exactly in retrospect how and when they came. As the sense of crisis in the mass of the people deepened and our struggle intensified, they seemed to appear from nowhere, from the limbo into which Britain all too often casts those who have served it well. They were joined by others of similar type and character, who were too young to have fought in the previous war. We set about the job in a thoroughly professional manner. Another essential was to get a barracks where men could be concentrated and trained. This was provided by Whitelands College near to the Chelsea barracks. It has since been pulled down and a block of flats built on the site. There were large sleeping quarters and a drill or sports ground at the back for training. A mess and canteen were established, so that men could both live and sleep there. They paid for their keep, and the Whitelands barracks was practically self-supporting. Our administrative offices were in the same building, and I had a room overlooking the parade ground. Another essential was mobility. We must be able to move rapidly about the country from the HQ, particularly to areas where branches were newly formed and local members were not yet trained as stewards for meetings. The chances of disorder were always far less when the highly trained men from headquarters were present, because they were experts in the business, with all the patience it required, and never lost their heads in the excitable fashion of the neophyte. They would wait calmly through any uproar until the process of repeated warnings was exhausted and a clear, definite order given by the speaker to eject the assailants of the meeting. I was always both chairman and speaker at my own meetings, as the situation needed a firm and experienced control. The black shirts were moved always by the slogan I gave them in the early days: "We never start fights, we only finish them." Our means of mobility were ordinary vans used for moving furniture. They had thin tin sides and wire netting over the few glass windows, and this protection was sufficient to stop most of the missiles then in use. We were only fired on once, when a bullet went through the window of my car at Hull. I can vouch for the whole, but not for the incident, as I was not in the car at the time. Some witnesses said it was fired from a neighboring roof. The vans used for transport quickly became known among our opponents as armored cars, and the wildest tales were circulated about them. We were always aided in our efforts to maintain order by the simple process of our opponents becoming scared by their own propaganda and thus losing prematurely their stomach for the fray. All this meant money, though much less than was alleged. The men paid for everything themselves, from the black shirts to their accommodation. The movement only had to find money for its administrative staff, which never at any time exceeded 140 men or women, and that was at a later stage when the Black House, as our barracks in Chelsea came to be called, was closed and we had ordinary political offices in Great Smith Street. We then had national inspectors or agents throughout the country, like all political parties. Having given the movement its spirit by centralization, I had then decided to spread that spirit throughout the country by decentralization. The change was introduced in 1935, 16 months before the Public Order Act, which made the army illegal. I will deal later with the whole question of finance, though I was by my own volition, and consequently by our original constitution, removed from that sphere. My part was to declare policy and to assume the ultimate responsibility of decision and command. In practice, there was far more consultation with members before policy was published or decisions taken than in any other party. Not only did I always consult my colleagues at headquarters, but in my constant journeys throughout the country I consulted all members. This was done both in regular conferences and in the assembly of black shirts after every meeting, when I not only addressed them but also moved among them talking to individual members. I felt deeply that we owed each other this friendship, and their companionship was one of the joys I have known in life. It was also an essential method for obtaining the vital information which produced efficiency, because it was difficult in these conditions for anything important to be kept from me. We were, admittedly, organized as an army, but it was an army with a difference, for our members were volunteers who could walk out any day they liked, telling me or anyone else to go to the devil. Strangely enough, very few of them did. Our discipline was voluntary, an act of devotion, without sanction of any kind. It had to be a new model army, and it was. It has been said that this was the first time since the days of Cromwell that a private army was created in Britain, and it is likely to be the last, for such an enterprise would today be a serious breach of the law. The question is often asked, how was it done? The answer is partly by force of necessity and partly by inspiration of the spirit we gave it. This spirit could not have been so fully and enduringly created without the community of the old Black House. The basis was that in a class-ridden society, our life together was entirely classless. In the black shirt, the traditional duke's son and dustman could meet in the mess with complete equality, scarcely aware of each other's origin. This was the second great advantage of the distinctive dress, which made our men all look the same. The discipline on parade aspired to be up to guard's standard, but did not exist in the mess, where all ranks met in equality and complete companionship. This was the basis of a new model army, with its new political idea, and a new ideal of life. Opportunity open to all, but privilege to none, was intended to ring with the classic appeal of an army whose every soldier carried a baton in the knapsack. Our morality declared that all was permitted, provided an act did no harm to others, or to the man himself, thus impairing his dedicated service to the land he loved. It was designed to instill a renaissance of manhood. Such an attitude did, indeed, produce a new spirit. Deliberately, we willed the birth of a type who was half soldier and half a politician, partly a tough warrior in hard and practical tests, and partly an inspired idealist who reached for the stars with his feet firmly on the ground. This was our dream of the black shirt character, and in many fine young men it was largely realized. I am often pressed to answer more fully the question, what was my relationship with these men and what was the effect on me of the extraordinary life I led for 7 years, between 1932 and 1939. My relationship with them was the companionship of a dedicated order. We were a band of companions wholly given to the saving of our country for purposes in which we passionately believed, and by methods which we became convinced were entirely necessary. In action, all command depended on me, but in the common rooms of headquarters, or in the local premises of something over 400 branches throughout the country, I was just one of them. I joined in the free discussion of politics which always prevailed among us, in the sports to which our spare time was largely given, in the simple clubroom gatherings where we would drink beer together or cups of tea prepared by women black shirts. This was the most complete companionship I have ever known, except in the old regular army in time of war, more complete even than my early days in the Labour Party, when I enjoyed every night the warm hospitality of a different working-class home. It was more complete because we were banded together by the common danger of our struggle and the savage animosity of the old world towards us. Most of them were very like members of the Labour Party in the days when I was first a member, when it still suffered ostracism and persecution. They liked dressing up and having bands and banners, just as the miners did at the Durham Gala, symbols which were then anathema to the shy middle class with its public school inhibitions, though recruits from their ranks were soon infected with the gay panache of which, in England, East London is the spiritual home. They were English people of the very soil of England, with their warm geniality, humour and ever-ready courage. Panache is a European word, while most of our members were very British, but it best describes the outward aspect of the black shirt attitude. They certainly expected me, in spirit, to wear the white plume of Navarre. Great meetings under frequent attack over a long period resembled in some respects a battlefield, but with a difference. The task of a general is complicated if he never knows on arrival at the scene of action whether he will have to deliver a speech which convinces the audience with appeal to reason, and in conclusion moves some of them by the passionate appeal of idealism to the ardors and sacrifice of a new mission in life, or whether he will have to lead a fight to eject well-organized and armed hooligans before any argument can be addressed to the quiet and orderly British audience. The two performances require different moods, as even Bonaparte discovered, when Lucien pulled him out of the assembly riot at the time of Brumaire. Both capacities were often needed, for the speech still had to be made when the roughs had been thrown out. We won these fights without exception, from the early days when, after repeated warnings and continued uproar, I used to come down from the platform myself to lead the fight, as in the first battle at Birmingham. Our assailants on that occasion subsequently had the effrontery to charge me with assault, but after hearing the evidence, it did not take the Birmingham stipendiary long to dismiss the case. Later, we were organized with groups of stewards each under an individual leader covering every section of the hall. The rule was never to move until I gave the order from the platform, on which I remained throughout at this stage of organization. It was my habit to give 3 clear warnings before ordering the ejection of those causing disorder, with the minimum force necessary, and once we were properly organized the process did not take long. The audience who had come to hear the speech remained after the fight because they were witnesses of its necessity. So many people saw what happened at first hand throughout the country that the wild abuse of our alleged brutality did not in those days cut much ice outside the narrow and interested circles of its manufacture. The effect on us all was very like a return to war conditions, with which many of us were familiar. For me, it was a sharp change from the normal politics to which I had become accustomed during the long interval, and I am often asked to describe my personal feelings on such an occasion as Olympia in 1934. After that meeting I was allowed to speak briefly over the BBC, the last occasion I was permitted to use the medium of that organization which in recent years has so frequently employed other people to discuss me. Afterwards, one of their commentators said in effect that to him the most shocking part of the terrible occasion was that throughout the meeting and my subsequent talk over the radio I had been so inhumanly calm. This remark truly astonished me, for I could not see that the necessary business of throwing a bunch of roughs out of Olympia should have caused emotional disturbance to anyone who had experience of air and trench fighting in the previous war. Where did they think we came from? The men in local command could not be rattled then, and I saw less reason to be excited in the Olympia fight, even if the other side had razors and our men only had their fists. In fact, it is quite essential on such occasions to remain calm. If you have a small command of a platoon, or troop, as it is called in our service, everyone looks to you if the balloon goes up in an attack, sudden bombardment, or other alarm. You develop the habit of remaining calm and giving clear orders. It was the same in the larger command of black-shirt politics. But there was an added test because spotlights were focused on the platform, and sometimes strong cinema lights for most of the time. If the speaker should lose command for a moment, it would be instantly communicated to the stewards in a loss of confidence and to the general audience in alarm and disturbance. I developed the habit of complete impassivity, while giving clear instructions to the stewards, and asking the audience to remain seated as it would soon be over. This was one of the occasions when above all the principle must be calm. How then did I feel before, during and after, inside myself, as they say? Here again I was fortified by a diverse experience. Waiting in a small room before a meeting like Olympia, when I knew a battle long organized by opponents was bound to take place, was a strange experience, and similar though less exacting was waiting before the 1939 meeting at Earl's Court. In the first case there was an audience which I had to convince, but first a fight which we had to win. In the second case, at Earl's Court, all the fighting was over, but a huge audience was assembled, all of whom I must try to convince and some of whom I must lift to further heights of enthusiasm. It would be a tremendous effort of the mind, will and spirit for the sake of the cause in which I passionately believed. That period of waiting is a time of awe. In the end, the moment comes and you go over the top. All the intellect, the faith, the preparation of the spirit, is then of no avail without the effort of the will. The act of starting is that of an automaton, moved by will alone. If you sit down in that little room with introspective questioning, can I really go onto the platform under those spotlights, speak for over 2 hours, convince them, move them to a passionate enthusiasm, possibly after keeping command through all the squalid necessity of a dirty, unpleasant fight? Clearly the answer is, no, it is quite impossible, out of the question. These thoughts intrude in many situations, small and large. In the boxing ring of youth, looking at that strong boy in the opposite corner, who is bound to beat you, then the bell, you are at him, and sometimes, to your astonishment, you win. Looking at the big fellow at the other end of the pist in a world fencing championship, introspection can quickly summon the same inhibitions. Sitting inertly in an early aeroplane while the engine is ticking over and the riggers and mechanics are giving their last attention, it is clearly impossible to take the flimsy contraption off the ground, through a long and difficult experience, and then to put it safely back on the same small patch of earth, if, that is, you question capacity closely and anxiously. Give all high tests the utmost preparation of mind and body, the closest attention to essential detail, yet the final act in all real things is will. You open the throttle as you swing it into the wind, you are off and the sky belongs to you. Our whole situation was governed by the fact that for all practical purposes we were engaged in a military operation against the highly trained guerrillas of communism, who were prototypes of those who have since appeared in many different parts of the world. It was in one way a more exacting occupation than ordinary war because the enemy was armed and we were not. He was allowed a strange latitude by the law, which he openly and obviously broke, while we had to be scrupulously careful to keep within it, as even a suspicion of stepping outside it brought immediate prosecution. Our final victory was no doubt confirmed and established by the death in the Spanish Civil War of some of the most redoubtable of our opponents, but we had won decisively before that. Many of the typically English characters among the communists had by then come over to us. Ever after those days, some of our best members were ex-communists, and some of them held important posts in the party. Communists are well versed in real politics, and after the requisite period of test they often become valuable members. It may be felt that throughout this period I much overrated the danger of communism in Britain. That is an easy view in the affluent society of the 1960s, but it misunderstands both the fluidity of the economic situation and the flexibility of communism. Modern experience indicates that the world economy can change for better or worse very quickly, and with it will change the tactics of the communists. At present, they are playing their hand very gently, and have assumed almost the appearance of a bourgeois party in the countries where they are strongest. Their organization has been founded a long time and has an able and experienced leadership. Since 1848 the communists have learned much, and have developed an extraordinary variety of methods. The long training of their membership has achieved a complete discipline, based on a deep understanding of the ultimate objectives of the party and the need for continued maneuver to attain them. A party which aims not at the reform but at the overthrow of society cannot openly declare its objectives and must create a hard core of membership which understands the need for a constant change of tactic. The communists are also possessed by the belief that the end justifies the means to a far greater extent than any other practitioners of this pernicious and socially disruptive doctrine. Dedicated communists are highly trained political soldiers, equally prepared to sing in the choir of churches open to their infiltration, or to use machine guns in the streets, which are conveniently carried beneath surplices. Admirable in communism is the power to endure, to return again and again from defeat, and to march through disaster to final victory. This quality was for generations unique in politics and comparable only with the morale of a great army. An example was the retreat of the German army in 1914 to positions prepared in advance against disaster on the Aisne, while their main force was advancing in the full flush of victory on Paris. That maneuver seemed to professional soldiers a superb performance, foresight in command and morale in the troops. In politics, The communists have done the equivalent over many generations, and as a result have won half the world. It seems a rule of history that real men and real movements who finally change the course of events must first pass through the ordeal of recurrent defeat and long disaster, a natural test of greatness in any cause. Communism is never a negligible force, it should be studied, as the great enemy should always be studied in every move of his method and in every fiber of his being. Detestable in communism, and fortunately for us also laden with the seeds of its ultimate disaster, is the quality of its fanaticism, which uses and justifies the vilest of means to achieve ends which it genuinely believes to be noble. It is finally disastrous because it inevitably destroys all honor and trust among men, even within the party. If you are ready to assassinate by some wretched trick an opponent who impedes the ends of the party, you finally assassinate comrades when you become convinced they too are impeding the ends of the party. Hence the judicial murder of old Bolsheviks under Stalin and all the long and horrible record of communism devouring its own. Communism can always be defeated by political forces with similar resolution which combine great beliefs with the basic values of honor and fair dealing among men. Such movements only fail when they fall victim in some degree to the moral disease of communism. The opponents of communism have a further strength in that their policies can be openly declared, because in due season of proved facts they are acceptable to European society, while the objectives of communism are not. This is the basis of my belief that in the end we can only do great things in the great way of declaring the truth, and that government by small tricks fails in great periods, it will then succumb to the larger and more practiced villainies of communism. Meanwhile, let us not delude ourselves that communism has changed, or will easily change, its character. It was a long march from Siberia to the Kremlin, and it is an insult to communist leaders, with whom I am confident we can at least work out a system of competitive coexistence, to suggest they will sell the birthright won by that sacrifice for a mess of pottage prepared by corruption. The great weakness of communism in the West is that it is obviously a party controlled and directed from abroad, and subject to influences which in some respects are Asiatic rather than European. We, on the other hand, were to any close observer clearly in whole essence and character a British movement, and it was this quality which attracted to us some genuine but patriotic revolutionaries who had previously been drawn to communism. We always felt ourselves European as well as British, but we have seen that our relationship with fascist movements in foreign countries was too slight to keep the peace rather than strong enough to jeopardize our own country. The truth was once again the opposite of imputation. We need lose no time in discussing the suggestion that we were in some mysterious way responsible for the atrocities committed in German concentration camps at the very time we ourselves were held in prisons or British concentration camps. This idea is confined to the moronic substratum of politics. Our British movement achieved so much in face of steadily declining unemployment figures that it cannot be doubted we should have won in Britain if the crisis had deepened. Such conditions would have arisen when the effect of Roosevelt's doubling of the price of gold was exhausted, and unemployment began to rise in 1938, but for the hectic rearmament boom, followed by a world war. This was certainly the opinion of men well placed to answer this question. For instance, a leading journalist of the left, Hanan Swaffer, wrote in World Press News on August 5, 1943, under the heading Saved by the War, that it was left to the war and 18b, imprisonment without trial, to deal effectively with Mosley and his movement, and concluded, yes, but for the war we might today have been a fascist country. The question remains, how in face of declining unemployment and improving economic conditions, we nevertheless made progress which appeared so spectacular. The evidence of membership figures I cannot disclose, for it was our rule never to publish them. It seemed to me that fluctuations were inevitable, and in a struggle of such intensity it would be an error to notify the opponent either of weakness or of strength. In real politics as in war it is better to keep him guessing. The overt evidence of progress between 1934 and 1939 is sufficiently shown in the difference between the Olympia and Earl's Court meetings. This visual evidence controverted the assertion that we declined after the Public Order Act in 1936, for this was clearly not the case. At that time we were no doubt strengthened by the temporary decline in the economic situation reflected in the unemployment figures of 1938, but after that opposition to the war became the main issue and thrust even economics into the background. The rise of our movement continued throughout the full 7 years until 1939 with only temporary fluctuations. The active membership was not always the same. A very large number of men and women passed through our hands and were only temporarily active, but on the whole we did not lose them as the Communist Party did. We found that the few members who turned against us had usually some acute personal reason. Normally, men and women after intense activity would become inactive in a kind of moral exhaustion, but they nearly all remained with us always. Complete and permanent loss was rare. It has been a saying of our movement, based on truth, once with us, always with us. We lost a few leading figures in the inevitable shocks and trials which all new movements undergo, but the majority stood firm throughout. In May 1937 we needed to dismiss 101 out of a total staff of 140 at headquarters, owing to a sudden financial crisis. Only 4 of the 101 dismissed turned against the party, the others remained entirely loyal. Those who stayed firm were headed by Raven Thompson and those who deserted were headed by William Joyce. He was not a man to mind losing a job, but he was intensely vain, a quite common foible in very small men, as Bacon shows in his essay on the diminutive. It was a shock to his vanity that I retained chief organizers like Francis Hawkins and dropped him. Francis Hawkins. Joyce did his best to create a revolt in the party, which I overcame without difficulty. He was expelled and founded a new party. Beginning with about 60, mostly dissidents from our movement, after 2.5 years he finished with about 20. He failed to shake our members whose morale was much too strong for him, and shortly before the outbreak of war he went to Germany. His attitude was fundamentally different in this test to that of our members, and the rest of the story is well known. I was more fortunate in these troubles than most leaders of new parties, whether of the left, right or center. The whole leadership of the Communist Party melted away after the disaster of 1905. In the Lessons of October, Trotsky claims that he and Lenin were the only survivors of the leadership in 1917. Hitler shot 70 of his previously most trusted assistants on June 30, 1934, and Mussolini, not long before his arrival in power, was near to resignation on account of divisions within the party. My companions, with no compulsion and in face of long adversity, remained loyal. Lloyd George was right when he said our movement was a phenomenon, and it was due entirely to an idea which prevailed against the economic trend. We advanced by force of the spirit alone, and with a rapidity which threw the old world into a panic of special legislation. The defeat of violence and the failure of misrepresentation were followed by a new law of suppression. It was suggested that a triumphant private army might become a danger to the state. We were assailed by special acts of parliament. Has any other political party in Britain experienced, let alone survived, 2 special measures passed by Parliament for its suppression? If not, we must bear alone the burden of this dubious honour. The first measure was the Public Order Act, the second was the Special Order 18B1A passed with the approval of Parliament but without our knowledge, when in 1940 the normal form of law had been suspended, including the traditional and long-vaunted Habeas Corpus Act, which now maintains British freedom only when it is not in danger. The Public Order Act was passed in October 1936. Its main provision was to make illegal the wearing of uniform for political purposes and thus to bring to an end what was called a private army. Happily, these conservative gentlemen often shoot behind the bird, despite much practice. The black shirt had fulfilled its practical purpose, and the chief loss was sentimental, for men rightly love a symbol of their struggle and sacrifice together. Sacrifice was the essence of our movement and the making of it. The second object of the Public Order Act was to prevent us maintaining order at our outdoor meetings, though we were still allowed to steward our indoor meetings with our own members. The result was that the indoor meetings continued in complete order, but the outdoor meetings sometimes became shambles. The responsibility for keeping order in the open air was placed on the police alone. An early effect was to put me in hospital for a week in Liverpool in October 1937. The cause was simple and easily foreseeable. Our members surrounded the platform in the usual way at a meeting I was to address. The Reds massed for a militant counter-demonstration, which our members could quickly have seen off as usual under the previous law. A large force of police was present to maintain order under the newly made law. They placed a strong force in a ring between our members and the Reds, and pressed our people against the platform. The result was to bring the platform within easy range of Red missiles, and to prevent our members moving among the Reds to stop them being thrown. On arrival, I was informed that the previous speaker had been knocked out by a brick, and a barrage of considerable variety was crashing on the platform with such profusion that it was clear no speaker could long survive. In fact, I was hit by a piece of metal on the left side of my forehead within 2 minutes of mounting the platform. The surgeon who operated in the Liverpool hospital informed me that an inch farther back it would have killed me. The police action was due not to malice but to inexperience. They had no idea how to handle the situation, and had only the simple intent of preventing the two sides fighting. The minor matter of the speaker possibly being killed had been overlooked. However, they did their best to provide some remedy by prosecuting a young man who was alleged to have thrown the missile. 2 plainclothes officers gave evidence that they saw him with the object in his hand, saw him throw it, and watched its flight until it hit my head. The case against the young man was dismissed. The second effect was that the removal of the black shirt also removed the discipline of our movement. When our young men were in uniform we were able to enforce our rule against even heckling at the meetings of opponents, and, of course, against any form of violence. With the removal of the uniform and the consequent anonymity it was difficult to enforce the rule among men and women made angry by a sense of political injustice, which further inflamed their indignation against the disgraceful failure of the old parties to remedy economic conditions. They had been the victims of violence and persecution in the days which followed Olympia, and they remembered it. Consequently, disorder then occurred for the first time at labor meetings, and in the streets. It was difficult to obtain evidence after the removal of the uniform, but if the facts were clear my rule was simple. A man would be expelled for seeking out opponents and attacking them, or for any form of aggression or bullying, but certainly not for defending himself against attack on the streets, to which our men and women were still subject when alone or in small parties. In fact, any disorder from our side was almost always the work of non-members, camp followers to whom my sanctions could not apply. The general uproar which followed the passing of the Public Order Act combined with the clear possibility of electoral defeat to make Labour leaders feel that the air of East London had become less healthy. Mr. Attlee left Limehouse, and Mr. Morrison left Hackney for constituencies in other parts of London. I appealed for order and free speech for my opponents, although I am unaware that they ever did the same for me. What occurred in East London was much exaggerated, and Labour leaders were not responsible for the earlier disorders of some of their supporters, any more than I was responsible for the later disorder of some of my supporters. It is true that I had then considerable influence in East London, because for years I had spoken at the great meetings and led the marches which finally swung its people to our side. It is also true that this influence in the period of our strength did something to save those who had sown the wind at Olympia from reaping the full force of the whirlwind. The results of our efforts in East London led to an electoral triumph, which incidentally revealed the falsity of the allegations against us. We polled an average of nearly 19% throughout the area in the London County Council elections of March 1937, 23% in Bethnal Green, 19% in Limehouse, and 14% in Shoreditch. At the time this was a householder's vote, because even young married couples living with their parents in that overcrowded area had not got the municipal vote. The young were then almost solidly with us, but had not the right to vote, except at parliamentary elections. Our 19% was a vote of the old. If a general election had been held at that time on the parliamentary register, including the young vote, we should certainly have won. Yet some of our opponents contend that we should never have presented ourselves in East London, for bogus reasons I will later analyse. Claiming to be Democrats, they would have disenfranchised the East London electorate. Biff meeting at Hyde Park, London, 1936. Fair-minded men may reply to all this, yes, you had every right to express your opinions, and it was intolerable that free speech should be brought to an end in Britain by an organised minority under control which was at least dubious, but it was also intolerable that you should prance around at the head of a private army, and the old parties were quite right to stop it by Act of Parliament. To this I reply, agreed, provided they then kept order themselves. No one could be more strongly than I in accord with the proposition that the state alone under elected majority should govern, but govern it must, or it forfeits respect and authority. The private army was born of a situation in which order at public meetings and free speech in Britain had ceased to exist. The only period in which free speech at open meetings for the opponents of communism existed in Britain during my lifetime was while the private army also existed, and for a brief subsequent period. The state has never yet done anything effective about free speech, which for any new movement relying on public meetings still does not exist. Its suppression since the war has been more complete than in any previous period. It is true that television has radically altered the whole position. Public meetings in the old style are now outdated. Their only purpose is to enable established party leaders to posture in becoming attitudes before the television cameras. One night such a personality can say what he has to say to the whole nation in a quiet face-to-face talk in the studio. The next night he can advertise to the world his toleration, his warm humane character can be paraded before the whole people by forbidding his stewards to eject a few interrupters at one of his rare public meetings. It does not matter to him if his audience cannot hear a word he has to say, he can address the world the night before or the night after in the calm of the studio, and the purpose of the public meeting is better secured by advertising his kindly forbearance than his oratorical inadequacy. It was different in my days of public meetings. I had to be heard or politically ceased to exist, and at no time since 1934 have I had the facilities of the BBC. If today the state denies a man the means to secure free speech for himself, it has the duty itself in one form or another to maintain his right of free speech. The patriotism, courage, idealism and dedication of the black shirt movement alone protected our cause in the 30s from organized violence. Those who control the old world combined in an effort to destroy the spirit of these young men, and at least succeeded in producing a supreme profusion of the opposite type. Do they now feel it is keeping really fine for them? Or are some of them beginning to wonder whether they would like a change? For my part, I am proud of having organized and led a movement which stopped red violence and restored free speech to Britain, and if I were ever faced again with anarchy or a communist conspiracy which sought to ruin my country, I would be prepared under the law with other methods in other circumstances to do it again. The speech which moved the black shirts and an audience of 8,000 people in the Albert Hall on a March evening in 1935 would echo as strangely to some contemporary ears as words from another planet, but I believe that in the wider context and greater possibility of Europe, in a society free from the violence which then assailed us, a revival and extension of this same first instinct of patriotism will find a higher expression and further mission. We count it a privilege to live in an age when England demands that great things shall be done, a privilege to be of the generation which learns to say what can we give instead of what can we take. For thus our generation learns there are greater things than slothful ease, greater things than safety, more terrible things than death. This shall be the epic generation which scales again the heights of time and history to see once more the immortal lights, the lights of sacrifice and high endeavor summoning through ordeal the soul of humanity to the sublime and the eternal. The alternatives of our age are heroism or oblivion. There are no lesser paths in the history of great nations. Can we, therefore, doubt which path to choose? Let us tonight at this great meeting give the answer. Hold high the head of England, lift strong the voice of empire. Let us to Europe and to the world proclaim that the heart of this great people is undaunted and invincible. This flag still challenges the winds of destiny. This flame still burns. This glory shall not die. The soul of empire is alive, and England again dares to be great. 17. The ideology of fascism, science and Caesarism. Ideas in a void have never appealed to me. Action must follow thought or political life is meaningless. The charge is sometimes made against me that my approach was at once too intellectual and too rough, too highbrow and too popular, a confusion between the study and the street. According to this theory I fell between two stools, and my leadership was consequently misconceived. It is a criticism which shows a misunderstanding of reality in modern politics. Anyone who cannot see the essential connection between thought and action as a concerted whole is unfit for the crude and yet subtle business of real politics in the 20th century. It is not only necessary to have ideas but also to get them accepted and implemented. I have described the results of this attempt within the old parties, and have reached the point in this story where we went beyond their world in a direct appeal to the mass of the people. Then descended upon us the whole weight of the system in the organized smother, the denial of all means of expression and publicity, also the ineluctable force of organized violence, which sought to deprive us of our only remaining means of persuasion, the spoken word at the public meeting. In retrospect I put again the key question, what were we to do? Go home and call it a day? It is precisely at this point that intellect must finally decide whether to retire into the ivory tower or to enter the street with all that this entails. Intellect, to be effective, must now unite with will, otherwise the idea remains in the void. The thought-deed man described in the alternative was the need of the hour. It is not an attractive phrase, and I am not in love with it myself. But it expresses concisely the prime necessity of the modern world, men who can both think and act. So far from thought and action being antithetical, as the criticism of combining economic policies with the black shirt movement suggested, they are essential complements in a creative whole, their union is indispensable, vital to a new birth. In the light of contemporary experience this is undeniable. Communism today commands half the world. It rests on a combination of Marxian thinking and Communist Party action. If the idea had just rested behind the whiskers, would anything more have happened? It was in fact carried forward to the conquest of half the globe by the most brutal, ruthless and unscrupulous methods of action humanity has known, methods which, for reasons given, I believe will in the end be destructive of the idea, but certainly embodying action in extreme degree. The superficial question may be raised whether the idea really had any relation to this kind of action, since not 1 in 100 of Communist Party members understands Marxism, and not 1 in a million in the countries adhering to that creed has ever read Marx. Why then should this abstruse and far from popular doctrine have anything to do with the achievement at all? It is a superficial question, but it is difficult to answer without a psychological treatise which delves to the roots of human nature. In short reply, no movement of the human mind and spirit goes far unless it is inspired by an idea which, for better or worse, is a reality. It may be as obscure and contorted as Marxian economic theory or as clear and simple as the Christian doctrine of love, but it must be a reality in the sense that it appeals to some deep feeling in human nature. When thought is obscure it must be translated into feeling to be effective. It is understood by an elite, and if it is a real and powerful idea it develops in them a certain attitude to life. This attitude is communicated to others who may not be familiar with the detail of the thinking, and it then becomes the feeling of the mass. A decisive idea thus transmuted into mass feeling can cause the birth of a new civilization. Without such an idea, action is in the void, and without action the idea also rests in the void. This truth has been well understood and applied in practical affairs by men who would appear the least likely to grasp it. For this reason, Stalin, amid all the brutalities of his actions, still tolerated and even encouraged the intellectuals, who must often have maddened him for much the same reasons which led Plato so unexpectedly to suggest the exclusion of poets from the Republic. Mao clearly felt the same necessity in encouraging both 100 blooms of the intellect and the development of the Red Guards. Lenin, who more than any other Russian communist leader, except possibly his close associate Trotsky, combined in himself the qualities of reflection and of action, undoubtedly recognized the same synthesis as a prerequisite of any movement of humanity to a new form, though it was less evident in his conduct during the turmoil of his period. Fascism too derived much from its intellectual antecedents and by no means only from the relatively modern sources usually ascribed to it, such as Sorel, Peto, Proudhon, Nietzsche, and earlier English writers and men of action like Hobbes, Strafford, Bolingbroke, and later Carlyle. Some years ago Dr. Popper brought the industry and erudition of Central Europe to London University, and in his book, The Open Society and Its Enemies, virtually denounced every outstanding thinker from Plato to Hegel as a fascist. I gladly accepted the gift, and expressed my appreciation for this confirmation of what I had long suspected. Marxism was the negative of the 19th century, and yet communism required this intellectual background for any enduring success. More is needed than a bundle of grievances. A fortiori, the power of intellect and imagination will be necessary to the European creed which will be the positive of the 20th century. During the long years since the war I have given my main energies to this necessity. Time was too short for fascism to burgeon into a new culture which would later come to flower in a new civilization. Indeed, the organic nature of fascism precluded a new culture in the sense of any sharp break with the past, because in essence it preserved and restored classic European values. I had already done the thinking which had produced a series of practical proposals to meet the immediate danger and long-term needs of my country. The urgency was then to implement them in practical action. It was not therefore just barbarism when at this stage I said that the men who can think are not enough, and I must go out to find the men who can feel, and do. It was recognition of a truth beyond the intellectuals with whom I was associated, and it deeply offended them precisely because it was beyond them. It is essential to surpass this antithesis of intellect and feeling in a synthesis which embraces both at a new level of thought and action. When my original intellectual associates fell away in the shock of action which resisted organized violence, it was suggested that thereafter I was surrounded by stupid brutes who were conveniently classified as thugs. In fact, new intellectuals emerged from the study under the impact of those events, who at least equaled in mind and certainly surpassed in character those who had departed. In my company were some who would have added stature to any cabinet and adorned any university. Their names were not well known because the smother was then operative to prevent their fame when they emerged, and threat to livelihood inhibited the open appearance of others. Our movement in these conditions became ever more like the iceberg with the main weight below the surface. A recent book by John Harrison, The Reactionaries, apparently ascribed fascist tendencies to the following writers: Yeats, T.S. Eliot, Ezra Pound, Wyndham Lewis and D.H. Lawrence. In this case the title and the theme were a contradiction in terms, because writers cannot both be fascists and reactionaries. A movement of the right has nothing to do with fascism, which can be described as revolutionary but not as reactionary. The vilely libelled mass of our members were the very flower of the English people. They were men and women with the vision to see the doom coming to the values and position of their country and with the will and courage to resist it. Most of them were certainly men of feeling and of action rather than of the study, the type of the soldier rather than of the scholar, giving precedence to sword over gown, but it is such men who, in union with creative thinkers, build all movements of reality. In the rapid advance of our movement there was little time for academic sterilities, and even too little time, admittedly, for the serious discussion which is necessary to the advance of thought and development of policy. In that period time was always too short, and everything was too hurried, disabilities which subsequent experience repaired. I remember one of our best men, who after a spectacular RAF career proved to have an extraordinary capacity for street leadership, saying to me, "I have read little you have ever written because my work keeps me too busy, and I have heard little you have ever said, because at the meetings I am always looking round for the next red who might have to go out, but, I feel with you," and his regard was a tribute to the capacity for translating new thought and morality into feeling which can hold and inspire men with a dedicated passion. In the same way, I was always pleased beyond any other praise at the end of a speech when some fine old Englishman would come up to me and say, "You have been saying what I felt all my life." He meant that the speech had touched some deep chord in the eternal being of England. This will no doubt be regarded as absurd by some who are called intellectuals and who possess every qualification for that title except an intellect. Yet this is not sentiment, or worse, it is reality, the force which moves men. Leadership should be equally at home in the study of economics, in the homes of the poorest during moments of sorrow or happiness, in the merry scenes of English pubs and in the philosophic debates of universities. It must be interwoven with English and now with European life, both understanding and creative, both appreciative of the present and aspiring to new heights. Our action and also our thinking were continually developing. Even in the turmoil of pre-war politics fresh thought was added to the original economic concepts born within the Labour Party, but because fascism was so much a national creed, the new ideological development had little relation to contemporary thinking in the movements of the continent. Contrast has been the essence of my life, and it is good, provided it is expressed in two poles of an harmonious whole serving the same overriding purpose rather than in the discords of a split personality. I had given some account of the action in my fascist period which won the right to express at public meetings economic policies devised while I was still a member of the Labour Party. Now I must give some account of ideas in a quite different sphere of thought, which added ideology to the economics of my Labour Party days. These ideas seem to me crude and unsatisfactory in comparison with my thinking and writing since the Second World War and the enforced withdrawal into reading and reflection which it entailed for me. Nevertheless, it is difficult to contend in the light of my speech and writing in the 30s that fascism had no ideological background, though our English approach had not much to do with the mainstream of fascist thought abroad. The derivation of this thinking is European, but it emphasizes the English character of fascism in Britain because it is so remote from what fascist movements on the continent were thinking or saying at that time, and in certain vital respects directly contradicted the continental approach to the same subjects. My first speech with this theme was delivered in March 1933, at a choice of venue which in retrospect may seem curious, the English-speaking Union, which was founded to promote Anglo-American friendship. After a conventional opening I said, "Our opponents allege that fascism has no historic background or philosophy, and it is my task this afternoon to suggest that fascism has roots deep in history and has been sustained by some of the finest flights of the speculative mind. So far it is to some extent true that the fascist philosophy has not assumed a very concrete and definite form. But you must remember that the fascist faith has only been in existence little more than 10 years, it is a growth of the last decade. Already, however, its philosophic background is capable of some formulation, and that has happened in a far shorter space of time than a corresponding development in any other great political faith of history. Just as the fascist movement itself, in several great countries, has advanced towards power at a phenomenal speed, so the fascist faith and philosophy as a permanent conception, an attitude to life, has advanced far more quickly than did the philosophies of the older faiths. Take liberalism, a very long interval elapsed between the writings of such men as Voltaire and Rousseau, and the final formation of the liberal creed in the hands of English statesmen at the end of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th century. In fact, these great political movements and psychological upheavals only very slowly crystallized into a definite system of thought, as well as a system of action, and in the fascist case it is probably rather soon to expect at the end of 10 years that it should have assumed a concrete, crystallized form. This, of course, was true, and fascism then had only 6 years left before the turmoil of the Second World War which cut short its life. It is clearly too much to hope that any doctrine born as an explosion of action in a time of national crisis can develop a complete philosophy in so short a space of time. The speech continued, "Nevertheless, I believe that fascist philosophy can be expressed in intelligible terms, and while it makes an entirely novel contribution to the thought of this age, it can yet be shown to derive both its origin and its historic support from the established thought of the past. In the first instance, I suggest that most philosophies of action are derived from a synthesis of cultural conflicts in a previous period. Where, in an age of culture, of thought, of abstract speculation, you find two great cultures in sharp antithesis, you usually find, in the following age of action, some synthesis in practice between those two sharp antitheses which leads to a practical creed of action. This conception may seem to you to suggest, to some extent, a Spenglerian approach. Why in this context did I refer to a Spenglerian approach? For the concept of two antitheses leading to a synthesis is clearly Hegelian. Perhaps I thought that the spectre of Hegel would be too alarming for the English-speaking Union. Goethe remarked that since Germans found him so difficult, he must be impossible for foreigners. Referring to Spengler, I continued, "It is quite true that the great German philosopher has probably done more than any other to paint in the broad background of fascist thought. Not very much more than that. And possibly he is inhibited from coming nearer to the subject by his innate pessimism, which, in its turn, I would humbly suggest to you arises from his entire ignorance of modern science and mechanical development. If you look through the Spenglerian spectacles, you are bound to come to a conclusion of extreme pessimism because they obscure a factor which for the first time places in the hands of man the ability entirely to eliminate the poverty problem. And I believe it is our German philosopher's misunderstanding of this immense new factor which leads him to his pessimistic conclusion. Nevertheless, that in no way invalidates his tremendous contribution to world thought." Before returning to Spengler and other concepts of philosophy, I had some practical remarks to deliver on the fascist attitude to life. We demand from all our people an overriding conception of public service. In his public life, a man must behave himself as a fit member of the state. In his every action he must conform to the welfare of the nation. On the other hand, he receives from the state in return, a complete liberty to live and to develop as an individual. And in our morality, and I think possibly I can claim that it is the only public morality in which private practice altogether coincides with public protestation. The one single test of any moral question is whether it impedes or destroys in any way the power of the individual to serve the state. He must answer the questions: does this action injure the nation? Does it injure other members of the nation? Does it injure my own ability to serve the nation? And if the answer is clear on all those questions, the individual has absolute liberty to do as he will, and that confers upon the individual by far the greatest measure of freedom under the state which any system, or any religious authority has ever conferred. The fascist principle is private freedom and public service. That imposes upon us, in our public life, and in our attitude towards other men, a certain discipline and a certain restraint, but in our public life alone, and I should argue very strongly indeed that the only way to have private freedom was by a public organization which brought some order out of the economic chaos which exists in the world today, and that such public organization can only be secured by the methods of authority and of discipline which are inherent in fascism. Here we are brought at once into collision with the fundamental tenets of socialism and liberalism. Socialism differs, of course, sharply from liberalism in its conception of economic organization, but in philosophy I think there are few socialists or liberals who would disagree that they really have a common origin if we go back far enough in the Voltaire-Rousseau attitude of life, and above all the latter. Rousseau, in our view, either made a big mistake, or was much misunderstood. Rousseau said, "Equality." We reply, if you mean equality of opportunity, yes; if you mean equality of man, no. That is an absurdity. I believe personally that if he is properly read, Rousseau meant equality of opportunity. Equality of opportunity is a fundamental thing. Let those rule who are fitted to rule. Let no man rule because his grandfather proved himself fitted to rule. It was a revolt against privilege, an affirmation that the man of talent and of capacity should be the man to conduct the affairs of a great nation. But that doctrine was seized upon by his later disciples as meaning the equality of man, that all men were equal. From that construction arises the whole fallacy, as we see it. It is a manifest and clear absurdity. One man, in mind and physique, differs immensely from another. It is not a question, as socialists often say, of moral or spiritual equality. That is a totally different thing. Morally and spiritually, the man who sweeps the floor of a big business may be vastly superior to the manager of that business. But the question is, which man is fitted to do which job? What is the proper function that he has to perform? Some people are good at one thing and some at another. Certainly we eliminate altogether the social class conception from fascism, because that rests upon the chance of heredity, but we do say that certain people are fitted by nature to do certain things, and others are not. And once you adopt that basis of thought, you challenge the whole conception of democracy. This must be one of the last occasions when I used the term democracy in what seems the pejorative sense, no doubt in reaction to the experience of government through which I had recently passed. It was my habit during only a brief period, for it soon seemed to me clear that democracy in its true sense, government of the people, by the people, for the people, as an expression of the natural, healthy will of the people when free from the deception of financial politics, was exactly what we wanted. It was the perversion of democracy and not democracy itself which we condemned, what I subsequently called financial democracy, and in my denunciation of the system I always used that phrase, arguing that the power of money within the prevailing system invariably prevented the fulfillment of the people's will, which was the essence of true democracy. In this context I was aiming in particular at the replacement of the geographical by an occupational franchise, the vote according to occupation, craft or profession rather than according to residence, an informed vote. I still think it is a preferable system, but I no longer advocate it, as we have more urgent things to do, and with certain reforms the present system can be made to work effectively. After establishing a case against chaotic egalitarianism, I argued in favor of complete equality of opportunity. The career open to talent, when a man has proved himself, he may rise to the greatest position in the land, and our whole educational system must be so devised. Then came a return to Spengler and the main themes, my preoccupation with Caesarism in history and with science in the modern age. It was Spengler's profound understanding of Caesarism which first attracted me to him, but his appreciation of modern science was shallow, indeed scanty. The union of a Caesarian movement with science seemed to me at once the prime requirement of the modern age and the answer to the ultimate fatality predicted by Spengler. First came an analysis of Caesarism in history and of the inevitable differences of form in the modern world. Now you may say, and say perhaps with some truth, that these doctrines have been heard before, that this was the basis of Bonapartism, or to go back still further to its origin, was the basis of Caesarism. It is, of course, true that fascism has an historic relation to Caesarism, but the modern world differs profoundly from the forms and conditions of the ancient world. Modern organization is too vast and too complex to rest on any individual alone, however gifted. Modern Caesarism, like all things modern, is collective. The will and talent of the individual alone is replaced by the will and ability of the disciplined thousands who comprise a fascist movement. Every black shirt is an individual cell of a collective Caesarism. The organized will of devoted masses, subject to a voluntary discipline, and inspired by the passionate ideal of national survival, replaces the will to power and a higher order of the individual Superman. Nevertheless, this collective Caesarism, armed with the weapons of modern science, stands in the same historic relationship as ancient Caesarism to reaction on the one hand and to anarchy on the other. Caesarism stood against Spartacism on the one hand and the patrician Senate on the other. That position is as old as the history of the last 2,000 years. But they lacked, in those days, the opportunities for constructive achievement which are present today, and the only lesson that we can derive from the previous evidence of this doctrine is simply this, that whenever the world under the influence of Spartacus drifted to complete collapse and chaos, it was always what Spengler called the fact men who extracted the world from the resultant chaos and gave mankind very often centuries of peace and of order in a new system and a new stability. It was done by recognizing certain fundamental facts of politics and of philosophy. Again, you have a certain wedding of two seemingly conflicting doctrines. We are often accused of taking something from the right and something from the left. Well, it is a very sensible thing to borrow from other faiths, to discard what is bad and keep what is good, and directly you get away from the old parliamentary mind, you of course see the wisdom of any such course. And fascism does, of course, take something from the right and something from the left, and to it adds new facts to meet the modern age. In this new synthesis of fascism, coming rather nearer to our immediate situation, we find that we take the great principle of stability supported by authority, by order, by discipline, which has been the attribute of the right, and we marry it to the principle of progress, of dynamic change, which we take from the left. Conservatism believes in stability and supports it by its belief in order, but where conservatism has always failed in the modern world is in its inability to perceive that stability can only be achieved through progress, that a stand-pat resistance to change precipitates the revolutionary situation which conservatism most fears. On the other hand, the left has always failed to realize, thanks to its Rousseau complex, that the only way to get progress is to adopt the executive instruments by which alone change is made possible. I was at this point weaving into fascist ideology my long-sustained synthesis of order and progress. You can only have stability if you are prepared to carry through orderly changes, because to remain stable you must adapt yourselves to the new facts of the new age. On the other hand, you can only have the progress which the left desires if you adopt the executive instruments of progress. Again you will say, this is once more Caesarism or Bonapartism. The basic principles remain the same, and, therefore, while your fascist movement may perform the purpose which Caesarism has performed before, may bring order out of chaos which the conflict between Spartacus and reaction has evoked, may for a few years or a few centuries give great peace to the world, it yet carries within itself its own decay, and does not really achieve what we believe to be necessary. It was at this point that my thinking began to differ sharply from the attitude of the National Socialist movement in Spengler's country of origin, for it appeared that intellectually the leaders saw the force of his argument but found no answer to it. Their propagandists felt that it was not an attractive doctrine to say to their members from the mass of the people, struggle, sacrifice and give your all to make a few men Caesars, to secure a last, glorious blossoming of a civilization, and then eternal night. So they saluted Spengler in private, but silenced him in their public doctrine. Pessimism and revolution are contradictions in terms. We, on the contrary, saw his thesis as the premise to the modern argument, and we summoned the mighty spirit of modern science to provide the answer. Caesarism and science together could evolve Faustian man, a civilization which could renew its youth in a persisting dynamism, as I described it in my later writing. The speech continued, I believe the answer to that case, which is the only really valid case, is that always before the factor of modern science was lacking. You have now got a completely new factor. If you can introduce into your system of government a new efficiency, and everyone admits that such movements when they come to power are at least efficient, if you can bring to government for even a few years an executive power and an efficiency which gets things done, you can release the imprisoned genius of science to perform the task which it has to perform in the modern world. Whatever our divergent views on the structure of the state and economics may be, I think we must all agree that it would be possible, by sane organization of the world, with the power of modern science and of industry to produce, to solve once and for all the poverty problem, and to abolish the worst attributes of disease and suffering from the world. Therefore, if it is possible to have an efficient form of government, you have available for such a system, for the first time in history, an instrument by which the face of the earth might be changed for all time. Once the essential has been done, once modern science and technique have been released and have performed their task, once you have changed your political and philosophic system from a transitory and political to a permanent and technical basis, there will be no more need of the politics and of the controversies which distract the world today. The problem of poverty will be solved, the major problems will be banished, as they can be, and as everybody knows they can be, if modern science is properly mobilized. Then mankind will be liberated for the things in life which really matter. Therefore, while it is perhaps true that certain of these phenomena in the eternal recurrences of history have been seen in the world before, and seen with great benefit to mankind, yet never before have the great executive movements possessed the opportunity to complete their task which modern science and invention now confer upon them. At a moment of great world crisis, a crisis which in the end will inevitably deepen, a movement emerges from a historic background which makes its emergence inevitable, carrying certain traditional attributes derived from a very glorious past, but facing the facts of today armed with the instruments which only this age has ever conferred upon mankind. By this new and wonderful coincidence of instrument and of event the problems of this age can be overcome, and the future can be assured in a progressive stability. Possibly this is the last great world wave of the immortal, the eternally recurring Caesarean movement, but with the aid of science, and with the inspiration of the modern mind, this wave shall carry humanity to the farther shore. Then, at long last, Caesarism, the mightiest emanation of the human spirit in high endeavor toward enduring achievement, will have performed its world mission in the struggle of the ages, and will have fulfilled its historic destiny. A humanity released from poverty and from many of the horrors and afflictions of disease to the enjoyment of a world reborn through science, will still need a fascist movement transformed to the purpose of a new and nobler order of mankind, but you will need no more the strange and disturbing men who in days of struggle and of danger and in nights of darkness and of labor, have forged the instrument of steel by which the world shall pass to higher things. In retrospect, I see at this point the merit of this speech, the union of Caesarism and modern science which could be the decisive fact of history, a final union of will with thought in a limitless achievement. After this lapse of time it still seems to me a very considerable thesis, now reinforced by the subsequent development of science, that for the first time executive men could find the means to do something truly great and enduring. The union of a revolutionary movement, which is a modern Caesarism, with the force of modern science could be nothing less than this. The genius of science imprisoned by the dull mediocrity of politics which could not realize its potential would be released for a world-transforming task. The new men of politics in relation to science would transcend even the relationship of the men of the Renaissance to art, and a new world could be born of this union. The speech in conclusion expressed the belief that fascism itself would eventually pass to make way for a higher order of mankind. Beyond the fact men of Caesarism could already be discerned a new form, shadowy, as yet obscure, visible in outline only, but still a higher form, as I wrote later, the will to power and the will to beauty in the mystical union which is all achieving. It is, of course, possible to comment on the speech of 1933 that was just a diffuse and romantic way of saying, if you bring together executive men with modern science in an efficient system of government, you will get things done. In the present day I have some intellectual sympathy with the contemporary preference for short, flat, clear statement, but the method belongs to this humdrum period when action is not yet generally felt to be essential. If you want to move men to do great things in a great way, you must set plain facts in the perspective of history and illumine them with a sense of destiny. I returned to some of the same themes 5 years later in Tomorrow We'll Live. In the last chapter 1 described briefly the situation of Britain as I saw it in relation to other civilizations which had succumbed to the forces now threatening us. British Union emerges from the welter of parties and the chaos of the system to meet an emergency no less menacing than 1914, because it is not so sudden or so universally apparent. British Union summons our people to no less an effort in no less a spirit. Gone in the demand of the Tower was the clamour of faction, and the strife of section, that a great nation might unite to win salvation. A brotherhood of the British was born that in the strength of union was invincible and irresistible. Today the nation faces a foe more dangerous because he dwells within, and a situation no less grave because to all it is not yet visible. We have been divided, and we have been conquered, because by division of the British alone we can be conquered. Class against class, faction against faction, party against party, interest against interest, man against man, and brother against brother has been the tactic of the warfare by which the British in the modern age, for the first time in their history, have been subdued. We have been defeated, too, at a moment in our history when the world was at our feet, because the heritage won for us by the heroism of our fathers affords to the genius of modern science and the new and unprecedented triumph of the human mind an opportunity of material achievement leading, through the gift of economic freedom, to a higher spiritual civilization than mankind, in the long story of the human race, has yet witnessed. Can we recapture the Union of 1914 and that rapturous dedication of the individual to a cause that transcends self and faction, or are we doomed to go down with the empires of history in the chaos of usury and sectional greed? That is the question of the hour for which every factor and symptom of the current situation presses decision. Is it now possible by a supreme effort of the British spirit and the human will to arrest what, in the light of all past history, would appear to be the course of destiny itself? For we have reached the period, by every indication available to the intellect, at which each civilization and empire of the past has begun to traverse that downward path to the dust and ashes from which their glory never returned. Every fatal symptom of the past is present in the modern situation, from the uprooting of the people's contact with the soil to the development of usury and the rule of money power, accompanied by social decadence and vice that flaunts in the face of civilization the doctrine of defeat and decline. These tendencies in contemporary life, which were the subject of daily comment in our speeches at mass public meetings and were the theme of our policies seeking to reverse them, were interrupted by the war. The British showed that they were indeed still capable of the effort I had asked them to make, though for very different purposes. But a revival of the national will for the brief period of war is not enough, and the evils we combated in the 30s have now returned with renewed force in a general situation of national weakness much aggravated by war. This analysis brought me in the conclusion of this book inevitably to Spengler. Above the European scene towers in menace Spengler's colossal contribution to modern thought, which taught our new generation that a limit is set to the course of civilizations and empires, and that the course that once is run is forever closed. Every indication of decadence and decline which he observed as a precursor of the downfall of a civilization is apparent in the scene, and from all history he deduced the somber conclusion that the effort of Faustian man to renew his youth, and to recapture the dawn of a civilization, must ever fail. History is on the side of the great philosopher, and every sign of the period with fatal recurrence supports his view. His massive pessimism, supported by impressive armory of fact, rises in challenge and in menace to our generation and our age. We take up that challenge with a radiant optimism born of man's achievements in the new realm of science, that the philosopher understood less well than history, and born, above all, of our undying belief in the invincible spirit of that final product of the ages, the modern man. We salute our great antagonist, from whose great warning we have learnt so much, but we reject utterly the fatality of his conclusion. We believe that modern man, with the new genius of modern science within him and the inspiration of the modern spirit to guide him, can find the answer to the historic fatality. Before returning to the theme of Spengler, I summarized two objects of our continual attack, which were only related to Spengler in that he too was determinist in attitude. There were really three doctrines of determinism at that time: Marx, Freud and Spengler, all in some aspects rejected by our belief in a Faustian revival of the human will. Spengler at least recognized the possibility of a temporary reply to his own determinism, when money is celebrating its last victories, and the Caesar that is to succeed approaches with calm, firm tread. While I went further and affirmed that with the aid of modern techniques a final answer could find permanent expression in a persisting dynamism. I referred to the determinism of Marx and Freud. The doctrines of modern disintegration are classic in form, and pervade the political parties, which fade from a flaccid and universal liberalism into the sheer disruption and corruption of socialism serving usury. The doctrinaires of the immediate past come to the aid of political defeatism with the negation of manhood and self-will, and the scientific formulation of surrender as a faith. In the sphere of economics, Marx portrays humanity as the helpless victim of material circumstance, and in the sphere of psychology Freud assists the doctrine of human defeatism with the teaching that self-will and self-help are no longer of any avail, and that man is equally the helpless toy of childish and even prenatal influence. Marx's materialist conception of history tells us that man has been moved by no higher instinct than the urge of his stomach, and Freud supports this teaching of man's spiritual futility with the lesson that man can never escape from the squalid misadventures of childhood. This predestination of materialism has proved in practice even more destructive of the human will and spirit than the old and discredited predestination of the soul. It has paralyzed the intellectual world into the acceptance of surrender to circumstance as an article of faith. To these destructive doctrines of material defeatism our innocent creed returns a determined answer. To Marx we say it is true that if we observe the motive of a donkey in jumping a ditch, we may discern a desire to consume a particularly luxuriant thistle that grows on the other side. On the other hand, if we observe a man jumping a ditch, we may legitimately conclude that he possesses a different and possibly a higher motive. To Freud we reply that, if indeed man has no determination of his own will beyond the idle chances of childhood, then every escape from heredity and environment, not only of genius but of every determined spirit in history, is but a figment of historic imagination. In answer to the fatalistic defeatism of the intellectual world, our creed summons not only the whole of history as a witness to the power and motive force of the human spirit, but every evidence and tendency of recent science. Some of my contemporaries were excessively preoccupied with Marx and Freud, John Strachey particularly so, and I remember teasing him with the observation, "You are governed above the waist by Marx, below the waist by Freud, but no part of you by Strachey." He was a good-humored fellow. Some of these references to Marx and Freud, who at least were serious people worthy of serious study, have something of the flippancy of Disraeli's intervention in the Darwinian controversy at Oxford. The question is whether man is descended from angel or ape. I am on the side of the angels. I should have more now to say on these subjects, but truth is not necessarily lacking from pithy expression. At the end of Tomorrow We Live I return to the answer politics and science could together give to the doom which threatened yet another civilization. So man emerges for the final struggle of the ages, the supreme and conscious master of his fate, to surmount the destiny that has reduced former civilizations to oblivion. He advances to the final ordeal armed with weapons of the modern mind that were lacking to any previous generation in the crisis of a civilization. The wonders of our new science afford him not only the means with which to conquer material environment, in the ability to wrest wealth in abundance from nature, but in the final unfolding of the scientific revelation probably also the means of controlling even the physical rhythm of a civilization. Man for the first time carries to the crisis of his fate weapons with which he may conquer even destiny. But one compelling necessity remains, that he shall win within himself the will to struggle and to conquer. Our creed and our movement instill in man the heroic attitude to life, because he needs heroism. Our New Britons require the virility of the Elizabethan combined with the intellect and method of the modern technician. The age demands the radiance of the dawn to infuse the wonder of maturity. We need heroism not just for war, which is a mere stupidity, but heroism to sustain us through man's sublime attempt to wrestle with nature and to strive with destiny. This way of writing is very different from the flat statements of contemporary fashion by writers whose only discernible ambition is to make the world as dull as themselves, precisely because it aimed at expressing the inspiration of men with a dynamic purpose who were determined to play a decisive part at a turning point in history. Style can reflect both vitality and fatigue, and I prefer the former if it retains clarity. What really interested me in Spengler was his realization that at certain points in history the fact men, supported by popular but realistic movements, always emerged to arrest the decline of a civilization. This aspect of Caesarism had fascinated me long before I read Spengler, and the possibilities of modern science had equally engaged me over a long period. It seemed clear to me that this conjunction was the instrument which had never before been available to the architects of state, and it could give the new fact men at last the means to build a civilization which could endure when they and their revolutionary impulse had passed. The modern age therefore presented a possibility which the world had never known before, and this could transmute the massive pessimism of Spengler's theory into an enduring and achieving optimism. Spengler also gave new impulses to my thinking because he accentuated the sense of impending disaster if effective action were not taken. His theory was foreign to Britain and rejected by German government for reasons already described. His approach to history later became familiar to the British in the outstanding contribution of Arnold Toynbee, who acknowledged his debt to Spengler but added much in his challenge and response theory with the picture of civilizations which had achieved renaissance by vigorous responses to the challenge of disaster, even without the aid of modern science. For my purpose this reinforced the view that the doom of our civilization, a looming menace not only in economics but in national psychology, as it seemed to me, could be met and overcome by the will of a determined movement to national renaissance. Finally, Toynbee appeared to me, like Spengler, to drift from his challenging and indeed inspiring premises to another but almost equally lame conclusion. Nevertheless, his contributions both to history and to the possible revival of the human spirit were important. 6 months after my speech to the English-speaking Union, in the autumn of 1933, I met a remarkable man who then joined the party and became one of my most valuable colleagues. This was Raven Thompson, who in 1932 had published a book of exceptional interest on Spengler which I read when we came together. His approach differed from mine because his conclusion was as pessimistic as Spengler's, and his concept of the immediate future seemed to me an almost anti-collectivism. I had said in my ESU speech that modern Caesarism would inevitably have a collective character, but his collective ideas seemed to go much too far in eliminating individual influence. The reason certainly was that at the time he wrote the book he was a communist. When he joined our movement we had many discussions and his collectivism began to admit a considerable place for individual influence, while his pessimism gradually changed to the most determined optimism I have ever encountered. Whether this metamorphosis was due to his contact with me, or to a blow he received on the head from a brick at one of his first appearances as a speaker for the party was often the subject of genial inquiry when he first appeared in a black shirt at the bar of the spacious barracks which we acquired about that time in King's Road. This exceptional thinker emerged from the study at the age of nearly 40 to become a man of action and one of the finest fighters for our cause we ever knew. Intellectually, Raven Thompson towered above the men I had known in the Labour cabinet of 1929, and in firmness of character he seemed in an altogether different category to most of the contemporary politicians. Despite his academic background, he developed an exuberant enthusiasm for the work of the party and became one of its most effective speakers, as well as an outstanding writer. For years he edited the party paper, and was more than a match in controversy for the few challengers he encountered from the other side. Yet this honest man and devoted patriot, together with his companions of the black shirt, was subjected to every insult in the catalogue of calumny which begins with the word thug. This abuse, as vile as it was silly, came from every corner boy of the intellect simply because he was associated with me in an effort of national renaissance. His offence was that he dared to choose that hard path in preference to his previous happy life, in the seclusion of his library and the company of his family. He died young, and we his friends will always feel that the prison years and the decline of his country combined to curtail a life which would have been of brilliant service to the nation. His colleague, Neil Francis Hawkins, our chief organizer before the war, a man of outstanding character and ability, also died young for similar reasons. I shall mention no other black shirts by name because this would be invidious among so many splendid men and women. These two may rest as the monument of those who died and the inspiration of those who live. The corporate state is scarcely an appropriate subject for inclusion in an ideological study of fascism because it is essentially a system for the economic organization, but it contains a concept of the state which enters the sphere of ideology. The original corporate thinking belongs to Mussolini, and in England its chief protagonist was Raven Thompson. My own effort was then on the lines of my thinking in the Birmingham proposals and in my resignation speech, which seemed to me to offer a more direct and thorough solution of the prevailing economic problems. Throughout my subsequent life my ideas evolved much more in the direction suggested by that thinking than in the tradition of the corporate state. What attracted me in the ideological aspect of the corporate state was a government strong enough to keep the ring for the producer and to protect the interests of the consumer. Just as the centralized authority of the Tudor kings protected the citizens from the depredations of the robber barons, who had previously held all private life and enterprise up to ransom, so at this stage of society would the corporate system protect and promote a genuine private enterprise in face of the large industrial combines and concentrations of financial power. In the Greater Britain, 1932, I wrote that government or the corporate system would lay down the limits within which individuals and interests may operate. Those limits are the welfare of the nation, not, when all is said, a very unreasonable criterion. Within these limits, all activity is encouraged, individual enterprise and the making of profit are not only permitted but encouraged, so long as that enterprise enriches rather than damages by its activity the nation as a whole. Defining the corporate state I wrote, in psychology it is based on teamwork, in organization it is the rationalized state. It is this machinery of central direction which the corporate state is designed to supply. It envisages, as its name implies, a nation organized as the human body. Every part fulfills its function as a member of the whole, performing its separate task, and yet, by performing it, contributing to the welfare of the whole. The whole body is generally directed by the central driving brain of government without which no body and system of society can operate. I related the corporate machinery suggested to my previous ideas in government and to other English thinking. The idea of a national council was, I believe, first advanced in my speech of resignation from the Labour government in May 1930. The idea has since been developed by Sir Arthur Salter, a distinguished civil servant, at one time head of the civil service, and other writers. A body of this kind stands or falls by the effectiveness of the underlying organization. It must not consist of casual delegates from unconnected bodies, meeting occasionally for ad hoc consultation. The machinery must be permanently functioning and interwoven with the whole industrial and commercial fabric of the nation. There are many ideas of the corporate system which can make valuable contribution to the present situation. For instance, Some of the policies of Mussolini's corporate state were in certain respects practically indistinguishable from co-partnership, which had previously been advocated in England by Lord Robert Cecil and myself, and in recent times has been rediscovered by the young liberals. Quaint indeed are the divergencies caused by muddled thinking and obscure terminology in the course of controversial politics. My criticism of the corporate system in the light of experience and further thought is that it was too bureaucratic and insufficiently dynamic. In fact, I felt this at the time, as the different form of my writings shows. The elaborate organization could maintain equilibrium, but did not secure sufficiently the progress which is not only humanly desirable but essential in a world driven forward by science. I wrote in the Greater Britain that industrial organizations will certainly not be confined merely to the settlement of questions of wages and of hours. They will be called upon to assist, by regular consultation, in the general economic policy of the nation. Yet the idea of organization was overemphasized and the direction of organization was insufficiently considered, and this was my view of the Italian concept as well as the writings of Raven Thompson, as I told him at the time. It is at this point that I consider my post-war thinking concerning the wage-price mechanism far surpasses my thinking within the Labour Party and also within the fascist movement. The concept of the wage-price mechanism is less bureaucratic and more dynamic, with far less detailed interference. It maintains a continuous momentum in the achievement of the ever higher standards of life which are essential to absorb the production of modern science. It has the conscious direction and defined objectives which the corporate state to a large extent lacked. Therefore, in my opinion, the wage-price mechanism surpasses the corporate state in economics as effectively as the doctrine of higher forms transcends my thinking of the 30s in the ideological sphere. Two valuable ideas remain from the corporate period. The first is the state strong enough to keep the ring for producer and consumer in face of the large combinations of industrial and financial power, also, always inherent in my thinking, not only strong enough to hold the ring for science, but wise enough to make the support of science a first priority of the state. The second is the state regarded as an organic being which represents the past, the present and the future of a civilization, an entity which asks the individual to recognize what he owes to those who preceded him and to posterity, an idea of the state as trustee for the whole course of a people and not merely as the servant of transient whim and fashion which may destroy what sacrifice and heroism have created. Thus we return to the determination to achieve national renaissance in the 30s, rising in phoenix form from the flames of the explosion against conditions humanly intolerable and scientifically unnecessary, which seemed to us an expression of brutality and stupidity. Men and women simply felt that Britain had been great and should be great again, greater still. We owed it to the country we loved and to the mind, will and spirit of the English which derived from 3,000 years of European history. I tried at the end of the Greater Britain to express this dedication in language combining the real and the ideal. In a situation of so many and such diverse contingencies, nobody can dogmatize upon the future. We cannot say with certainty when catastrophe will come, nor whether it will take the form of a sharp crisis or of a steady decline to the status of a second-rate power. All that we can say with certainty is that Britain cannot muddle on much longer without catastrophe, or the loss of her position in the world. Against either contingency it is our duty to arouse the nation. To meet either the normal situation of political action, or the abnormal situation of catastrophe, it is our duty to organize. Therefore, while the principles for which we fight can be clearly described in a comprehensive system of politics, of economics and of life, it would be folly to describe precisely in advance the road by which we shall attain them. A great man of action once observed, "No man goes very far who knows exactly where he is going," and the same observation applies with some force to modern movements of reality in the changing situations of today. We ask those who join us to march with us in a great and hazardous adventure. We ask them to be prepared to sacrifice all, but to do so for no small and unworthy ends. We ask them to dedicate their lives to building in this country a movement of the modern age, which by its British expression shall transcend, as often before in our history, every precursor of the continent in conception and in constructive achievement. We ask them to rewrite the greatest pages of British history by finding for the spirit of their age its highest mission in these islands. Neither to our friends nor to the country do we make any promises. Not without struggle and ordeal will the future be won. Those who march with us will certainly face abuse, misunderstanding, bitter animosity, and possibly the ferocity of struggle and of danger. In return, we can only offer to them the deep belief that they are fighting that a great land may live. 18. Jewish opposition. Finance and administration. Libel actions. Anti-Semitism was not our policy, for I never attacked the Jews as a people. I never attacked any man on account of race or religion, and I never shall. A movement which believed in a great future for Britain's worldwide empire with its large variety of races and creeds could never be racialist. Nevertheless, it is said sometimes that our success, so remarkable in the absence of economic crisis, was due in part to anti-Semitic feeling. On the contrary, it can be shown in hard fact that the Jewish question had nothing to do with our progress. It is suggested that antipathy to the Jews accounted at least in some degree for our average vote of nearly 19% in East London in March 1937, 3 months after the passing of the Public Order Act. Yet the density of the Jewish population was more pronounced in parts of Leeds or Manchester where we polled no more than our average throughout the country. Our relatively quicker progress at this time in East London was due to our physical proximity, which enabled me and other speakers there to make an intensive and considerable effort, to the execrable housing conditions and high unemployment, and to the lively and vital character of the people of East London. That population of East London has now been dispersed over a wide area, for after our electoral success a real effort was made at last to rehouse these people. Our members naturally claim that this would never have happened if our vote had not rocked the old parties to the foundations of their complacency. The fact that it was housing conditions which primarily stirred the people of East London and swung them to our side was proved by our most sensational vote of all, after the war in 1955 at a by-election in the small Moorfields ward of East London. The ruling Labour Party polled 49%, we polled 33% and beat the Conservatives, who had 16%, by over 2 to 1, the odd 2% went to an independent. The housing conditions of the people of Moorfields at that time were almost the worst I ever saw in England, but after this vote they were quickly remedied. During the election neither we, the electors, nor anyone else ever mentioned the Jewish question, which was of no interest to anyone. The coloured immigration question had not yet risen, and still does not exist in that area because few coloured people live there. It was housing alone which aroused the people and converted them to our cause, a striking symptom of how quickly typical English people can change their politics when living conditions become really bad, whether they are caused by housing, unemployment or any other reason. Moorfields was a microcosm of a national possibility. Anti-Semites in East London or elsewhere in England at any time are in a small minority. What happened in the 30s was altogether different. A quarrel arose about a definite subject for clearly discernible reasons. There is not the slightest doubt that some Jews began it in Britain, and I do not blame them in the prevailing circumstances. I understand their reasons for attacking us, while believing they were profoundly mistaken and strongly condemning some of the methods employed. Their fellow Jews were being persecuted in Germany because the National Socialist Party under Hitler's leadership was anti-Semitic, and gave violent expression to this feeling, not only in word but to some extent also in deed even before the war. Jews naturally knew what was happening there, and observed the points of similarity between our movement and the National Socialist and Fascist parties on the continent without noting the far more numerous points of difference in policy and attitude. It is comprehensible that they were in a state of considerable alarm and liable to jump to unjustified conclusions. This is no doubt the reason that Jews from East London and elsewhere were so prominent in the attack on us at Olympia, before I had ever dealt with the subject of the Jews, a topic which had no place whatever in our party policy. Even a witness so impartial as the ex-editor of the Daily Herald, Hamilton Fyfe, described his observation of Olympia as follows: "I am not likely to be suspected of any sympathy with fascism. Therefore I feel free to say how unwise, and even unfair, it was to organize interruption at the Olympia meeting. It was organized, that is certain. I saw in Oxford Street, in the early evening, bands of young men, mostly Jews, on their way to the meeting. Every few minutes they shouted in unison some slogan I could not catch. They were clearly in a fighting mood, and they got what they wanted." I would ask the reader particularly to note that the Olympia meeting was on June 8, 1934, and that I attacked certain Jewish interests for the first time 4 months later at a meeting in the Albert Hall on October 28, 1934, exactly 2 years after our movement was founded. Not only had I rarely before even mentioned Jews, but any member attacking the Jews, or indulging in any crackpot utterance, as we regarded such speeches, on subjects with which we were in no way concerned, had been expelled from our disciplined movement, which had clear proposals for political and economic reform. We had Jewish members, and a celebrated Jewish athlete had been a new party candidate in Whitechapel in the 1931 election. There was no shadow of suspicion that we were an anti-Semitic movement when Jews attacked our Olympia meeting, and when others were responsible for many similar assaults upon our members. Their reasons could only have been the groundless fear that we would go in the same direction as the National Socialist Party in Germany. This created a serious situation, to which I referred for the first time at the Albert Hall meeting in October 1934 in the following terms: I have been asked to enumerate the ways in which the Jews have assailed fascism, and I will. In the first place, they have physically assaulted us. And that can be proved. It is not a matter merely of our own observations. It is a matter of proof. 64 people have been convicted in the courts of this country of attacks on fascists or fascist meetings since June last, and 32, exactly 50%, are Jews. Now, the Jews make up 0.6% of the whole population, yet they are guilty of 50% of the attacks upon fascists. And that we can prove from the law courts of this country. Now the second point is this: we can prove, and we have publicly stated, case after case of victimization of fascists by Jewish employers, men and women dismissed for no better reason than that they were black shirts. I made it absolutely clear in this same speech that we were not an anti-Semitic movement in the following terms: from the very outset we have preserved the principle of no racial or religious persecution. And we will never have persecution on racial or religious grounds in the British Empire, because our empire is composed of numerous races, a great conglomeration of the races of the earth bound together in a mighty unity, and any suggestion of racial or religious discrimination strikes a blow at the conception of the British Empire. For this reason we have always rigorously refused to entertain even a suggestion of racial or religious persecution. And today we do not attack Jews on racial or religious grounds. We take up the challenge that they have thrown down, because they fight against fascism, and against Britain. After dealing in some detail with complaints of our members on account of physical assault and victimization, but emphasizing that despite these events we were not anti-Semitic and by reason of our whole policy could never be so, I came to the gravamen of my charge in the quarrel which had arisen on a specific subject. The organized power of Jewry, in a racial interest, has consistently striven for the last 18 months and more to foster the policy of war. From every platform and paper which they control, directly or indirectly, they have striven for the past 18 months to arouse in this country the feelings and the passions of war with a nation with whom we made peace in 1918. We fought Germany once in our British quarrel. We shall not fight Germany again in a Jewish quarrel. According to the report, the meeting was held up at this point for several minutes by the cheering. This statement and the whole speech had nothing whatever to do with anti-Semitism. I was concerned solely with the main passion of my life, the prevention of war. I would have attacked any man, whoever he was, if I thought he was trying to involve the British people in any war which did not threaten the life or touch the vital interests of Britain. I believed strongly in the principle summarized in our slogan, "Britons fight for Britain only," and I believe in it today, with the addition that my patriotism now extends to the whole of Europe. I was ready then to attack any man, Gentile, Jew, Englishman, Eskimo or Hottentot, who injured the interests of Britain, and I felt the greatest injury of all was to drag us into unnecessary war. I would today with equal vigor attack any man who injured the interests of Europe, and I still believe the worst injury is to involve Europe in an unnecessary war. Every principle of my policy in this respect, before, during and since the war has been the same, and has been sustained throughout with consistency and determination. The point may be made that my attitude and policy were narrow and selfishly nationalistic, that it was our duty to interfere everywhere and fight anywhere where anyone was getting a bad time. This is now the fashionable viewpoint and it is arguable, but it raises an altogether different principle to anti-Semitism. Is it wrong to refuse to fight except where the vital interests of our own people are at stake? Should we always fight to save anyone who is being persecuted? This principle in the present world would involve us in perpetual war, if universally applied and not merely confined to cases where political prejudice is involved. My opponents should not confuse this question with anti-Semitism, or they will find themselves in deep water. Disraeli was the original protagonist of the view that we should not run around the world looking for any quarrel we could get into on behalf of a persecuted minority. He opposed Gladstone's attempt to drag us into war with Turkey on behalf of the Bulgarians on precisely the grounds of principle which I am now stating. In fact, until very recently this was classic conservative doctrine, one of the principles I borrowed from the right at the same time as borrowing social progress from the left, before adding much more I believed to be necessary in the final synthesis of our policy. Conservatism in its weary pilgrimage a couple of paces behind left-wing thought or emotion has now forgotten the principles it acquired from Disraeli. Tories flap into any quarrel going, whether or not they have the arms to fight, and even the dames of the Primrose League forget their hero's sage advice to keep out of unnecessary trouble. If in still honoring this principle we lay a primrose on the hallowed memory, do not let us then be accused of anti-Semitism. When it came to the question of world war the matter became deadly serious, and each side held its opinion and principle with passionate conviction. The Jews naturally wanted to aid their fellows who were being persecuted in Germany. I naturally wanted to save the lives of young Englishmen and to prevent unnecessary war, despite any minority being persecuted anywhere, which was my whole life's principle, so it came to a head-on clash. In my view it became the business of these Jews to make a war and my business to stop the war. That was the whole reason of the quarrel. If I had been a Jew, or if many Englishmen had been suffering persecution in Germany, I might possibly have felt and acted as they did, but as an English soldier from the First World War I had dedicated myself to the maintenance of peace, never another war except to save the life of Britain. Therefore, we came to a fierce quarrel which is now over. Never even at the height of controversy did I say anything nearly so offensive about Jews as, for instance, Aneurin Bevan said about his conservative compatriots. Never at any time did I or our movement attack Jews on account of race or religion, never, therefore, were we anti-Semitic. The principle of never attacking Jews on account of race or religion was maintained throughout our policy statements in East London and in our whole policy everywhere. It is also quite untrue that we organized provocative marches and meetings in Jewish areas. Never once during this period did I enter Whitechapel, which has a Jewish majority. It will scarcely be contended that we should have denied ourselves access to areas of East London with large majorities of English people where our vote averaged 19%. At the height of the quarrel I reaffirmed this position in Tomorrow We'll Live. We do not attack Jews on account of their religion, our principle is complete religious toleration, and we certainly do not wish to persecute them on account of their race, for we dedicate ourselves to service of an empire which contains many different races, and any suggestion of racial persecution would be detrimental to the empire we serve. Our quarrel with the Jewish interests is that they have set the interests of their co-racialists at home and abroad above the interest of the British state. An outstanding example of this conduct is the persistent attempt of many Jewish interests to provoke the world disaster of another war between Britain and Germany, not this time in any British quarrel, but purely in a Jewish quarrel. That bitter quarrel is now over, and I sometimes wonder whether the Jews will fall into the error of carrying the bitterness of the past to the point of inhibiting the present and endangering the future. It is not an English characteristic, for of the English in their moments of genius can be said with truth what Rosebery said of Napoleon: to him it was always today, there never was a yesterday. I have utterly condemned atrocities committed on the Jews in Germany, horrors which could never have happened on anything approaching that scale in time of peace, for these Jews lost their lives as a direct result of war, just as did all the 25 million Europeans who died. We will regard these terrible matters and other atrocities of war in detail. At this point I may state simply the traditional English view that vengeance breeds vengeance, and that at some point the past should be buried. In the alternative, 1947, I wrote, "Revenge will follow vengeance until some generation is found great enough to disrupt the circle of fatality, and to break the bondage of the gods'." The clash with some Jewish interests on the specific question of the coming war complicated the work of our movement in several ways and gave me much trouble. It was not only that we were up against some powerful elements in the world of finance and industry, as well as skillfully led meeting and street attacks, but this situation tended to attract to our party a minority of members who were simply a nuisance. It took some time and trouble to get rid of them. Some of them were even around for a brief period after the war. If you are in a fight for a clear reason, a temporary fight which will end with the cause of it, you tend to be joined or supported by people who hate your opponent for quite different, permanent reasons of their own, and will do anything which they can to challenge him. In this case they were the men who wanted to get into any fight with a Jew whatever the reason, the hardcore of hard-boiled anti-Semites, to whom our struggle to avert the war presented an opportunity to get into an altogether larger affair, a bigger and better fight. In general principle I make no apology for having accepted the support of some such men in a struggle Jews began. If Britain for war purposes could later accept alliance with Soviet Russia, after all its crimes, it would have been folly for me to refuse the support of fellow countrymen who in normal times would differ from me in policy and character. Certainly foolish, abusive and violent things were said and written on both sides when tempers were up in a bitter controversy. Party journals were in other hands, because I was often absent from London, and I do not accept responsibility without effective authority. Nevertheless, it will be found that I soon eliminated these men from the party, if after due warning they persisted in attitudes and utterances contrary to party policy. These are the people who believe in a world conspiracy run by the Jews, which always seems to me the most complete nonsense. The basic reason for my disbelief in any such possibility is simply that from long experience I know men are not nearly clever or determined enough to organize anything of the kind. Anyone who knows how difficult it is to keep a secret among three men, particularly if they are married, knows how absurd is the idea of a worldwide secret conspiracy consciously controlling all mankind by its financial power. In real, clear analysis these deep plots are seldom anything more sinister than the usual vast muddle. A man of some ability joined our party after the war who was possessed of this belief in extreme degree and in a very rationalized form. I was soon rid of him. During his brief sojourn among us, he encountered a young Italian, a man in the mid-30s, of lucid and powerful intellect, who happened to be staying with me in London, and like most Italians had no feeling about Jews one way or the other and little experience of them. After their discussion, the Italian said to me with a logic at once simple and conclusive, if the Jews were as clever as that, they would be gods, and men are not gods. Yet I have known men, honest but stupid, who really believed that all-powerful Jews possessed the world and that any opposition to their desires on any point is hopeless. Immediately after the war, the instinct of these cases was to find the nearest rabbit hole and to hide in it, which is the logic of their nonsense. James de Rothschild once put to me a view of the opposite extreme. I first met him in Deauville just after the First World War, when I was there to play polo and he to play golf. He lost his eye on the golf links through an accidental shot of a French duke, a relation of his. He was a remarkable and likable man, who was first a French deputy, and later by a strange metamorphosis became an English MP. Finally, he was a considerable benefactor to our nation by leaving it his fine property at Waddesdon and a magnificent collection of pictures and French furniture. During the clash of the 30s I met him one day by chance and he addressed to me some pointed and impressive remarks. Never believe the Jews are capable of acting together. We have tried to organize them for generations. They are an anarchic people, anarchic, and he walked off, shaking his head, his monocle firmly in his eye and his immense top hat swinging in his hand. It was the last time I saw him, and his statement seemed to me at least nearer truth than the fevered vision of the anti-Semite. Any people with the quick, volatile intelligence of the Jews tends to be difficult to organize for any concerted purpose. We can observe the same trouble in some Latins. Moreover, the chief Jews have for centuries been occupied in the operations of finance to which in early days they were largely confined, and this is generally a highly individual business, dependent on speed and initiative rather than massive cooperation. The recent renewal of their power to work together in more primitive conditions after a return to the soil in the State of Israel is of wide general interest, because it confounds one of the main Spenglerian themes which I always disputed but have not the space further to pursue. The Jews as a people have not usually shown so much aptitude for politics, and in this sphere they tend to be rather clumsy, so far as it is possible to generalize about any gifted people. They produced in politics in the last century three men of genius, and therefore order classed or race, Lassalle, Disraeli and Trotsky, to compare with the glittering army of European statesmen who were in the same category. I met in official circles the formidable Rathenau when he represented Germany on a financial mission in Britain, also, of course, Mond and Samuel in the House of Commons, men of commanding capacity, but not among the really great. If Jews with abilities approaching the divine are running the world, where are they? The simple answer is, they do not exist. All the same, when you are in a fight with the Jews for any reason, they can give you a lot of trouble. Like everyone else, they are capable of collective action when they feel themselves, in my case wrongly, but in Hitler's case rightly, collectively threatened. For instance, when Lord Rothermere was supporting me, they took him out at the point of the economic gun. He was quite frank in explaining that he pulled out on account of his advertisers, and the firms in question were under Jewish influence. This was confirmed in recent years by Randolph Churchill. I have seen the Daily Mail abandon the support of Sir Oswald Mosley in the 30s under the pressure of Jewish advertisers. Spectator, December 27, 1963. Lord Rothermere withdrew from our support in July 1934, and later letters were published between us on the 20th of that month. This event and the Jewish attack on us at Olympia on June 7, 1934, described by Hamilton Fyfe, occurred well in advance of the first occasion that I ever raised the subject, at my Albert Hall meeting on October 23, 1934. In assessing blame for this quarrel it is well to be quite clear on the chronology. I had known Lord Rothermere for quite a long time and was always on good terms with him, but for this reason our political association was brief. He began our overt companionship in his abrupt, impulsive way. A genuine patriot, he was concerned with the way things were going and had over the years discussed the situation with Lloyd George, Churchill, myself and others. He was a great business executive, dynamic in all his dealings, and he passionately wanted to get something done for England. He observed with ever-growing interest the progress of the black shirt movement, and finally his action was characteristic. I had not seen him for some time, and he was at Monte Carlo when he suddenly sent me a telegram affirming his support. Then the headlines came pelting like a thunderstorm. "Hurrah for the black shirts" was the theme. He returned, and the pace began to quicken. A new aeroplane was built on his initiative and given the name of one of our slogans, "Britain First." Nothing was too large or too small for use in Lord Rothermere's drive to support our movement. The Daily Mail organized a beauty competition for women black shirts. He was staggered not to receive a single entry, and I was embarrassed to explain that these were serious young women dedicated to the cause of their country rather than aspirants to the Gaiety Theatre chorus. He was a financial genius, but a political innocent, and unwilling to accept advice on subjects of which he knew little or nothing. If he had given me any indication of what he was going to do, had returned from Monte Carlo and consulted me before his sudden plunge, things might have been different. I would naturally have suggested a more discreet discussion of this phenomenon, a rather hostile inquiry in the first instance, asking what the black shirt movement was all about, followed by some reports of my speeches which would offer a gradual explanation and would appear to convert the Daily Mail at the same time as the public in a reasonable and convincing process. But this was not the method of Lord Rothermere. The business executive with a hunch believed in putting things through in a hurry. Politics, however, are a subtle business, more like flying an early aeroplane with fine hands than just stoking up the steam in a railway engine. Lord Rothermere helped in other ways than with newspaper support. In the matter of funds it seems a sound and honourable rule only to mention those who so openly supported us that everyone would assume they assisted us in this way. In fact, Lord Rothermere did not give much money directly, and what he gave he insisted on handing to me personally as a gift to the party. From the start, I tried hard to dissociate myself from these affairs, and soon had something written into our constitution which removed me from all direct contact with the financial side of the party. It seemed to me that a leader had quite enough to do without these preoccupations, and in principle it was better to be rid of them. Nevertheless, some people insisted on dealing with me directly. At the beginning of the new party, Lord Nuffield was our chief backer, and he told so many people that it became widely known. He was introduced to me by Wyndham Portal, who went so far as to appear on our platform at the Ashton-under-Lyne by-election, and was well known in a wide circle to be associated with us and to be engaged in raising money for the new party. Wyndham Portal was a particularly fine character who made his mark in several spheres. During the First World War he commanded with much distinction the Household Cavalry Dismounted Brigade when they were used for trench warfare. Afterwards he was a conspicuous case of the soldier who makes good in business, starting with his family concern, which printed notes for the Bank of England. He developed wide and successful business interests. I did not know him until after the war, as he was in another division of Cavalry Corps and, of course, very senior to me. I met him soon after my resignation from the government, and he threw all his drive and energy into raising funds for the new party from a number of prominent businessmen, including Lord Nuffield. My dealings with Lord Nuffield were protracted. They began in the days when Oliver Stanley was still associated with me, though he soon fell out of these discussions, as he was always a little too sensitive for such matters. I had practically given up hope of any help from the motor magnate, as nothing seemed ever to come of our talks, when I suddenly received a telegram inviting me to lunch with him at Huntercombe Golf Course Clubhouse, which he was reputed to have bought after some difficulty about becoming a member, in the same manner that Otto Kahn was said to have acquired an opera house in America. We lunched alone, and as usual the conversation roamed widely over general political questions. Like Lord Rothermere, he was a genuine and ardent patriot, but he was even less versed in the technique of politics, a business genius who seemed to be rather lost outside his own sphere. His success rested on an extraordinary and inventive flair for mechanical processes, visual and manual rather than theoretical, and a remarkable capacity for picking men, particularly business executives. Political conversation with him tended consequently to be tedious, as the only real contribution he could make was through the power of his money, and this point seemed never likely to be reached. However, we flew out of the window when at the end of lunch he pulled a cheque from his pocket and handed it to me across the table. It was for £50,000. He said he had been studying me for a long time, the object of the seemingly pointless conversations were now clear, had developed full confidence in me and had decided to back me. Then came one of those white light observations which reveal a whole career, in this case the long and dusty road from the little bicycle shop to the motor empire. Don't think, my boy, that money like this grows on gooseberry bushes. The first 10,000 took me a lot of getting. I bet it did, I thought, and was deeply touched. He was a good and honest man, as well as a business genius, a combination which can occur. Lord Rothermere entered this picture at a later stage than Lord Nuffield, Wyndham Portal and the original New Party backers, although he had known me longer than any of them. It was the combination of Black Shirt success and our strong advocacy of national rearmament in what appeared to him a period of flabby surrender on all fronts which attracted him, rather than our social policies, of which he seemed to be almost unaware. He was delighted. For example, when I said in an Albert Hall speech, "Stand by our friends, and stand up to our enemies." Lord Rothermere gave generously, but not on the scale of Lord Nuffield. Then he came to me one day with an extraordinary proposition. He prefaced his proposal with the statement that he had made 2 large fortunes, in newspapers and in the Newfoundland pulp business, and with my help would make a third, which would be the largest of the 3. He had undertaken a close study of the tobacco trade and had found that distribution was the chief question. The combines had tied shops, as the brewers had tied houses. The manufacture of cigarettes was relatively easy, if the question of distribution could be solved, and that was where I came in. He had checked up through his associate, Ward Price, and other friends who were then much in my company, and understood that the movement had about 400 large and active branches in Great Britain. If these vigorous young men would act as distributors, he would share the profits 50-50, half to himself as producer and half to our movement as distributor. It was clear to him that the deal would have to be announced in order to secure cooperation of our people, but he was quite willing to face that situation. I warmly welcomed his proposal. For a straightforward business deal seemed to me the best and cleanest way to raise large funds, and I was sure our people would cooperate with enthusiasm in a proposition offering such benefit to the party. So off he went like a steam engine to get everything moving. Within a few days he had ordered £70,000 worth of machinery and had secured the services of one of the chief experts of the combine on the production side, with a long contract for a large and guaranteed salary. Things were moving, and we were shortly going into business in a big way. Then came a sudden message that he could not proceed, and had decided to sell all the machinery for what it would fetch. I went to see him in a hotel he frequented, and found him in a relatively modest apartment, an imposing figure of monumental form lying flat on his back on a narrow brass bedstead. It seemed an incongruous setting for one of the richest men in the world. Lord Rothermere explained that he was in trouble with certain advertisers, who had not liked his support of the Black Shirts, and in company with many other people had now heard of the tobacco business and liked it still less. This was war, and I reacted strongly. The card to play with Rothermere was always his brother Northcliffe, whom I had never met but who was a legend for his audacity and dynamism. I said, "Do you know what Northcliffe would have done? He would have said, 'One more word from you, and the Daily Mail placards tomorrow will carry the words, "Jews threaten British press, you will have no further trouble."' The long struggle fluctuated, but I lost. He felt that I was asking him to risk too much, not only for himself, but for others who depended on him. He was a patriot and an outstanding personality, but without the exceptional character necessary to take a strong line towards the end of a successful life, which might have led to a political dogfight. In my view, the matter could have been quite reasonably settled if he had stood firm. These Jewish interests took this action in the mistaken belief that their life and interest were threatened. Any group of men who feel this will naturally do their utmost to resist. This is no evidence of occult Jewish power, simply the determination to fight by men who in this case had the means to do it, which I had not. The whole affair was as simple as that, there was nothing obscure or mysterious about it. When it comes to the subtle use of men in the employment of power, I have known Englishmen more skillful than most Jews, and who have even used Jews for the purpose. For instance, Sir William Tyrrell, the brilliant professional diplomat who was ambassador in Paris during my youth and from whom I learnt so much, would use my friend Charles Mendel, who was a Jew, like Svengali used Trilby. It was the ambassador who had the brains, and he used this likable Jew with his universal contacts and wide friendships like a conduit pipe between himself and French life, through which he received information and executed his own maneuvers. What matters in this world are brains and character, and they can be found in all the great peoples. I do not blame the Jews for using any power they had in what they believed to be a battle. What is blameworthy and foolish is to go on fighting when the battle is over, for that can renew the whole circle of fatality which should now be at an end. The rather mere experience had two effects on me: the first to suggest that despite all my preoccupations, money might be made for politics in business, and the second to make me more than ever reluctant to be dependent for political finance on the caprices of the rich. This feeling was reinforced by an encounter with Lady Houston, the widow of a shipping millionaire. The affair has already in part been published, so I am at liberty to give the details. She was a patriot of the right, who had not the slightest idea what our policies were about, but with a vague sentiment in favor of the revival of English manhood. For instance, she most generously financed an expedition for the flight over Everest by one of the Douglas Hamiltons. I did not know her, but suddenly received an invitation to meet her on her yacht in Southampton when I was speaking somewhere in the neighborhood. The old lady received me in bed in her state cabin. It was a curious habit of these magnates to do such business in bed, and indicated that she desired to support me. The interview was easy, and we left with the firm understanding that she would. Afterwards she apparently wrote a cheque for £100,000 which she was about to send me, but changed her mind and tore it up. Someone had written a paragraph in Action, or some other journal connected with us, to the effect that she was a vain and silly old woman. Maybe she was, but it was sillier still to say so. These things were liable to happen when I was constantly touring the country and speaking at least 4 times a week, because I often did not see a line of what was being written in our weekly press. By then I had had more than enough of the whims of the rich, and we were constantly short of money. From first to last I gave about £100,000 of my own money to our movement in the 30s. This was to me a heavy burden because I was never as rich as I was supposed to be. But I have always retained sufficient of my inheritance to render me entirely independent. Too many tears should not be shed for this sacrifice of £100,000 as, with relative leisure for a short time after the war and opportunity to make money, I soon got most of it back again in transactions so normal, indeed banal, that they are not worth recounting. Others in the 30s made comparable sacrifices, and things were always kept going, sometimes with much difficulty and with many ups and downs. The problem was only to finance our headquarters, as our branches had always to be entirely self-supporting from the subscriptions and donations of local members without any help from us. In most periods HQ used to call on them for money by taxing a percentage of their takings. Some branches were relatively rich, with local businessmen forming clubs and circles for their support. Industrialists and merchants of more moderate stature than the Nuffields, Rothermeres and Houstons used also to support our headquarters. Large luncheons were organized at restaurants like the Criterion for this purpose, at which I used to speak. A club entirely independent of us was also formed, at which I met similar gatherings, sometimes with felicitous and lucrative results. My experiences at that time were diverse. An event occurred toward the mid-30s which reminded me of the possibility of making money for political purposes, first suggested to me by my experience with Lord Rothermere. I found fascinating the possibility of leading a movement with a revolutionary idea to power, while at the same time making the necessary money in business without financial dependence on anyone. This achievement would be unique in history, but what a labor to undertake. The opportunity came quite by chance, as many big occasions do. A young member of the movement approached me who had a business opening in his locality, and I saw at once the full possibilities which were not apparent to him. We started simply as two individuals, without any connection with the party, though I intended, of course, to use the proceeds entirely for the movement. From this relatively limited base I built in a few years a large concern which was only frustrated by the arrival of war. After the war others did in different ways what I had been doing, but all doors of that kind were then closed to me for a long period. It was a great enterprise and I shall always be proud of my part in an attempt without precedent. Some day far hence the full story may possibly be told, but not at present, or by me, for this would infringe my rule of never mentioning names and persons who were not known to have any dealings with me. They were Englishmen engaged in legitimate business and it would be wrong now to tell the story. In addition to speaking at least 4 times a week all the year round, except for 1 month's holiday, and also organizing our movement, I was engaged for several years in the building of a big business. Meantime, while our branches were self-supporting, a number of people were always busy collecting for our headquarters. Their guidelines were to receive subscriptions from any British people within the empire, provided no strings were attached. It seemed a just principle that funds should be raised for a movement within the sphere in which it operates. Our principal interest was then the British Empire. It is true that all my life, as my very early speeches show, I felt myself an European, and that as a movement we were greatly interested in keeping peace between Europeans and also in the gradual development of some common aims in European policies. It would therefore have been quite legitimate in my view to raise money, also on the condition that no strings were attached, from other Europeans. Certainly the charge of the movement raising money in this way and on these conditions would not have worried me in the least. We should merely have been in the same position as so many members of the Second International, not to mention the Third. Suggestions were sometimes made that we received money from abroad, and were always met by the direct challenge to produce evidence, with no response. Finally, in the House of Commons Mr. R. Stokes, well known as a minister in Labour governments, made the following statement during the war, in connection with the British Union. I must say a word about the chief protagonist of that organization, Sir Oswald Mosley. I think it should be said, although I am not a sympathizer in any way with their point of view or their activities. He appeared before the advisory committee, and the committee invited his solicitors to help them in discovering whether or not any foreign money was coming into the organization of the British Union. After a most exhaustive search, in which all the banks joined, the committee and solicitors had to admit that no foreign money of any kind whatsoever was coming into that organization. Hansard, December 10, 1940, Volume 367, Col. 839. After the war the Home Secretary, Mr. Tutorid, prefaced reference to me in the House of Commons on June 6, 1946. With the curious observation for a minister in a supposedly judicial position, I can only hope this will be an instructive foreword to the book he proposes to publish. The book in question was called My Answer, 1946. It was a defense of my wartime position, coupled with an exposure of the methods used to suppress our opinions and a psychological analysis of the Labour Party, which is still quite entertaining reading. His allegation in effect was that letters had been found among Mussolini's papers which purported to show that I had accepted funds from Italy on behalf of British Union in the years 1934 and 1935. I challenged him next day to produce the evidence, adding that evidence on any subject could now be available at a penny a packet in alleged archives. Referring to events before the war and propaganda against the fascist powers, I said it was not long since phrases about the life factories of Europe were current and popular, while the discovery of revealing documents was made the subject of universal merriment, and concluded that in the post-war circumstances the hilarity of most people is but little diminished if the factories change hands. I went on to quote from Lord Snowdon's autobiography, which cited a communiqué of Lloyd George's government attacking George Lansbury when he was editor of the Daily Herald, some years before he became elected leader of the Labour Party, and I then dealt with the Daily Herald's refutation of Lord Snowdon and denial of the government's communiqué, together with their statement that £75,000 in part composed of Russian diamonds had been returned to the donors of the Communist International. A profound, unwonted silence then enveloped the Home Secretary and other spokesmen of the Labour Party. It was all quite fun even in this period of my unpopularity, particularly as for reasons given it would not have worried me in the least if the charge were proved to be true. The pundits of Labour were throwing their stones from a very fragile glass house, and my own long-established and well-founded independence in financial matters gave me a particular invulnerability to such attack. It would be a pity to leave this subject without some reference to the position of Sir Stafford Cripps. When Chancellor of the Exchequer, I always thought that he and George Lansbury were personally among the most conspicuously honest of Labour leaders. The Daily Telegraph reported on November 26, 1948, that gifts and loans of money, totalling at least £5,000, have been sent by the British Labour Party and individual trade unions in this country to the French Socialist Party and the Confederation Générale du Travail for s'ouvrir. This journal further reported a week later that Sir Stafford Cripps, Chancellor of the Exchequer, had stated in the House, the transfer of money abroad by individuals or organisations for political purposes would be approved by the Treasury if for the purpose of strengthening the democratic forces in any country. Finally, the Evening News reported on December 7 that Sir Stafford Cripps, in answer to further questions on the matter, had replied, "I accept full responsibility for the decisions of the Treasury. It would appear that what is sauce for the goose should also be sauce for the gander, but error these days is less easily allowed to the masculine gender." Finally, it would also be inappropriate and forgetful to leave the topic without some reference to the more serious record of prominent conservatives in 1914. The left-wing journal Tribune, in an unanswered attack on men at one time most respected in the Conservative Party, reviewed on June 30, 1967, a book on the Ulster Rising and stated, "The Third Home Rule Bill had passed through all stages of Parliament by July 1914. Unable to stop it, either by argument or voting strength, Carson, the Unionist leader, contacted the German government for help. And the Germans, at that moment planning war in Europe, obligingly sent a shipload of arms for an Ulster Rising. We can at least acquit the Conservatives of joining in the snivelling hypocrisy of the attacks upon us for alleged financial dealings in 1934 and 1935. Our opponents often attack us with charges which are contradictory and therefore self-destructive. On the one hand, they suggested in the period in question that we were financed by fascism abroad. On the other, they alleged that these fascist leaders were planning some attack on the British Empire. Leaders such as Mussolini would indeed have been starry-eyed philanthropists if they had held such sinister designs against the British Empire and yet financed the only movement in Britain which was standing for its rearmament, and agitating continuously, publicly and furiously to that end. Throughout these years we alone among the parties stood for the rearmament of our country, when Labour on principle was opposing it and Baldwin was not risking the loss of an election by advocating it. In reality, fascist and National Socialist leaders everywhere were quite content to let us get on with our business, which was preserving and developing the British Empire, if we would let them get on with their business, which took them in a totally different direction to the British Empire and our vital interests. Personally, I had quite enough to do in the development and propaganda of the movement's policies in the 30s and in rebutting on the platform, in debate and in the law courts the continual attacks upon us. The tale of our lawsuits in the 30s is still to be told and in retrospect is quite entertaining. The apprehension that my private army might be a menace to the state had already been dealt with in the law courts, when the Public Order Act was introduced in 1936 to suppress it. The Star on February 25, 1933, in a leading article entitled, "Is It Progress?" said, Sir Oswald Mosley warned Mr. Maxton that he and the fascists would be ready to take over government with the aid of machine guns when the moment arrived. Mr. Tom Mann was recently thrown into prison on the mere suspicion that he might say something 10 times less provocative than Sir Oswald's words. The article referred to a public debate I had against James Maxton with Lloyd George in the chair. I sued the Star for libel, and the case was heard 5 months after the Olympia meeting in November 1934 before the Lord Chief Justice, Lord Hewart, and a jury. Sir Patrick Hastings was my counsel. The Times report stated, Sir Oswald Mosley, giving evidence, said that at the meeting in question he expressed the view that the Independent Labour Party was stirring up in the country a violent feeling which would be taken advantage of by the Communists, who believed in violence, and that later on Mr. Maxton and other peace lovers would make way for Communists who believed in violence. He used the words contained in the transcript of the shorthand notes of his secretary. The cross-examining counsel on behalf of the Star was Mr. Norman Burkitt, who was chairman of the committee dealing with the various categories of 18B detainees during the war, and was afterwards well known as a judge, in particular at the Nuremberg trial. Passages in the Times report ran as follows. Cross-examined on his speech at the meeting of February 24, 1933, Sir Oswald denied that British fascists were training as a military organisation in the proper sense of that term. If, said Sir Oswald Mosley, it is suggested that we indulge in military training, in the sense of the use of arms, the suggestion is untrue. We are on a military basis to the extent alone that we are a disciplined movement. Have you got fascist machine guns? Certainly not. Have you got armoured cars? Number. Sir Oswald said that he only advocated the use of machine guns in a situation in which it would be legitimate to use them, namely, to save the Crown and the State on the occasion of a communist uprising. That was a moment when any loyal citizen would be justified in using force to protect the state from anarchy. Was the purpose of this speech to show that, when the moment comes, the fascist doctrine will be imposed on the nation? Nothing of the sort. That was not suggested in any shape or form. I have never suggested that fascist doctrine will be imposed on the nation. It will come in only one way, by the will of the people at a general election. Sir Oswald Mosley agreed that he described the old political parties as the old gang. The Lord Chief Justice, that is not altogether a new term. Laughter. Mr. Burkitt, to the witness, is it your view that there is no organised party except fascism in this country which could deal with the present situation? Certainly I do, otherwise I should not lead the very unpleasant life which I do live by advocating fascism. Who are you to take machine guns into the street and shoot people? No more and no less than any other British citizen who sees the state in danger of being overthrown by an anarchist rising. You are organising to meet that only to the extent to which we can do so legally in a time of peace. We do not possess machine guns, because it is illegal to have them. Your expressed doctrines and the failure of the old gang would not allow you to contemplate power being handed back to them after a revolution had been dealt with. It must be fascism? After such a situation it would rest with His Majesty the King, and with him alone, to invite someone to form a government, and fascism would loyally abide by the decision of His Majesty. I might hope that our party would be invited to power, but, if we are not, we should await the next general election and try to obtain power then. Asked whether the fascists had aeroplanes, Sir Oswald Mosley said that they had none. The possession of armoured cars by the fascists was a myth which had been exploded by the Home Secretary in the House of Commons. A few young fascists learned to fly, he added, and the press immediately said that we were forming a fascist air force. He thought that Mussolini and Hitler had saved their countries, but he had no desire to emulate their methods in this country. He had never said that fascists would obtain power by force. That was a different thing from saying that they would obtain power after force had had to be used. Fascists were ready to meet force used against the state by force, but not by force to obtain the reins of government. It is new for a leader of a political party in this country to say, "I will be the judge when the guns are to shoot." Lord Carson said things far worse than that when he was a leader at the bar. Laughter. Sir Oswald Mosley agreed that one local branch of the fascist movement at one time formed a flying club and held air rallies. What earthly assistance to a political movement is an air rally? Anything which promotes manly sport greatly helps a movement like ours. The Junior Imperial League has whist drives. We have air rallies, football matches, and boxing contests. There is a great deal of difference between a whist drive and an air rally. Yes, all the difference between conservatism and the fascist movement. Laughter. Supposing a communist government was in power with the consent of the king, would you still oppose it with guns? You might ask what would happen if the king enacted the law of Herod and ordered every firstborn in the land to be killed. The question is so hypothetical as to be absurd. Can you answer it? You cannot answer questions which are by their very nature absurd. If the Communist Party were returned to power by the country and its leader was invited by the king to form a government, would you resist it? By then the communists would be as mild as Mr. Ramsay MacDonald is now, compared to what he used to be. Laughter. In no circumstances, continued Sir Oswald, would he use fascist machine guns against a constitutionally elected government in power on the invitation of the king? Asked whether fascists had not often been in conflict with the Reds, Sir Oswald said, "Yes, when they have attacked us. We have never interfered with the meetings of our opponents, but when our meetings are violently attacked, we resist attack. If people try to shout down speakers at our meetings, fascists are sent to throw them out with their bare hands and nothing more." Do you not issue rubber truncheons to your forces? Rubber truncheons are not issued to our forces, and the carrying of any weapon is absolutely forbidden in fascism. Only once, in a very heavy fight at Manchester, rubber truncheons were used, after our men had been slashed with razors for weeks. Subsequently I forbade these weapons being used. The Times report then concluded as follows: the Lord Chief Justice, in summing up, said that the defendants had deliberately put in the pleadings what every lawyer knew to be the very dangerous plea of justification. They had chosen to say that the words complained of were true in substance and in fact, but when they came to deliver particulars of justification they were unable to state what were the words used by Sir Oswald Mosley in his speech. Did not the words complained of mean that, if Mr. Tom Mann has been thrown into prison, how much more should the government take steps to throw Sir Oswald Mosley into prison? Was the article, as had been suggested, a plea for toleration? Or was not the inactivity of the government in connection with Sir Oswald Mosley contrasted with its activity in the far less serious case of Tom Mann? Was it not a taunt to the authorities for not prosecuting Sir Oswald Mosley? The jury would have to decide whether in his speech Sir Oswald Mosley used the words which he was said to have used. Whatever the jury might think of his opinions, did he seem to them to be a public man of no little courage, no little candor, and no little ability? He had stated in evidence what he had said in his speech, and his secretary had produced her shorthand notes to support him. He had been cross-examined for a long time, but had anything come of it? On the material before the jury, was it possible for them to say that the words in the first part of the leaderette were true? If, however, they were true, it was admitted that the second paragraph of the leaderette constituted fair comment. Dealing with the meaning of the alleged libel, his lordship asked the jury whether there could be any doubt that the words imputed to Sir Oswald Mosley a criminal offence. They might think that Sir Patrick Hastings was right when he said that it was an undefended case and that the suggestion that a farthing damages should be awarded was adding insult to injury. They must remember the terrible power of the modern printing press by which any matter could be distributed 100,000-fold. The jury returned a verdict in favour of Sir Oswald Mosley, assessing the damages at £5,000. Our fight against communism in the 30s got us into further trouble, to be precise 2 more lawsuits, as well as a special Act of Parliament. One lawsuit was a comedy staged in the salubrious spa of Worthing-on-Sea. We did not think it so funny when we stood in the dock faced with possible penalties of 2 years in jail if things went wrong. With half a dozen companions I was charged with riotous assembly. We had gone, all unwitting of coming events, to hold a meeting in a hall we had hired on the seafront, which was a large tin tabernacle of flimsy construction. During the peaceful meeting with a packed and orderly audience, the tin sides resounded with an orchestra of noise under the impact of sticks and stones. However, I was audible throughout the meeting, and at the end the audience left without molestation. The noise however redoubled when, following my usual habit, I addressed the black shirts, who had assembled from all over the neighbourhood and were supplemented by a few from London who were experienced in the organisation of large meetings. I left the hall first, closely followed by the massed black shirts. We were rushed, and I hit the first assailant on the jaw. It was ungenerous of him afterwards to sue me for assault when he had waited for it all evening and notified his ardent desire on the tin sides of our tabernacle. A free-for-all then ensued with no police visible. The Reds had arrived in coaches from far away, but after protracted debate left in some disorder. We too were then preparing to depart, when we were informed that our local HQ, about half a mile away, was being beleaguered with a number of women members inside. The besieging Reds were surprised to see us enter from each end of the street where this house was situated, and again they got the worst of it. When all was clear we went home without remonstrance, and with scant appearance from the local police force. We thought no more about it, and in the long interval which followed held many good and orderly meetings in places where we would have expected far more trouble than at Worthing. Then came summonses for riotous assembly, and after several days' hearing in the magistrates' court in Worthing we were sent for trial to Lewes Assizes. The opposing counsel was Mr. John Flowers, K.C. It was rumoured that lawyers sometimes marked briefs "No Flowers" by request, but he was a fine old English type, well known and popular in the whole area for his long and distinguished membership of the Sussex County cricket team. Pat Hastings again acted for us, and before my appearance in the witness box whispered in my ear, "If you score too freely off the Sussex slow bowler this case is lost." There were a few hilarious moments when, in his effort to show the concerted action which is essential to the proof of riotous assembly, Mr. Flowers asked me if we had not come to Worthing intending to hang together, and I got out of the Hastings hand sufficiently to make appropriate reply. However, the proceedings had begun to dissolve after Hastings' cross-examination of the Chief Constable, who said he had been present at the events on the night of the meeting in plain clothes. Long before the normal end the jury notified the judge, Mr. Justice Branson, that they desired to hear no more, and he expressed his complete agreement in dismissing the case. This performance in 2 courts cost us £3,000, even in those days. Process of law in England can be a very odd thing. A second action for libel, technically a slander, showed another strange aspect of British law. Mr. Mark Banks, Secretary of the National Union of Railwaymen, read at a public meeting a document purporting to be signed by me, which instructed the black shirts to arm. I knew well, of course, that no such document existed, and at once issued a writ for slander. Pat Hastings again appeared for me, and under cross-examination Mr. Mark Banks gradually admitted that he possessed no document bearing my signature. Under further relentless cross-examination the fact emerged that the document in question consisted of notes compiled by Mr. Mark Banks himself on information supplied to him by a man with a certain record who had been expelled from our movement. The information was whispered to Pat Hastings, who said, "I have a passionate desire to see this gentleman in the witness box." These facts were proved up to the hilt, and we appeared to have an even stronger case than in the Star libel action. The other side then put into the box several women who gave their own account of the fight at Manchester with rubber truncheons, which had already been mentioned in the Star action. After this I had given orders that no weapons should ever be carried by members, as I then explained. The emotional story of these partisans, recounted without mention of the previous read use of razors, clearly impressed the jury, which Pat Hastings had already observed contained some determined opponents. Usually so effective, on this occasion Hastings made a mistake in calling no rebutting evidence. He took the line that the case was in the bag and that a long-ago fight in Manchester had nothing in the world to do with the now clearly proved fact that I had never signed a document giving orders to black shirts to arm. However, emotion without answer was stronger than the facts, and we were awarded a farthing damages in our case, which was even stronger than the action in which we obtained damages of £5,000. I too had made the mistake of taking the proceedings too jovially. The opposing KC was the able but choleric Mr. Pritt, well known as a left-wing MP. He pressed me concerning some points on which I had taken legal advice, notably, if I remember rightly, the position of members of the forces under military law, if they were also members of the movement. Finding himself frustrated in this line, he asked with heavy sarcasm whether I never moved without a KC at my elbow, and I replied that I saw no reason why this advantage should be enjoyed by the Communist Party alone. This observation for some reason threw eminent counsel into a transport of indignation. Not long afterwards I had to speak at a private dinner at which members of various parties were present, and I complained that our movement was never really discussed in the press, nor elsewhere. Mr. Pritt rose and remarked that in his circles little else was ever discussed. I was surprised. A happy feature of these lawsuits was renewing acquaintance with the gay and brilliant Pat Hastings. In our days together in the Labour Party he equally enlivened some dull evenings with his adroit teasing of Beatrice Webb. I long ago came to the conclusion that a libel suit with a political subject in British courts under existing law is a costly and incalculable game of roulette. The outcome depends entirely on the jury, which finds disassociation from political feelings almost impossible, particularly when the matter has been discussed in the newspapers. It is possible, of course, to have an impartial jury, but you are more likely to find a jury of partisans on one side or the other. In that event, mathematically, you are unlikely to have even one juror on your side until your party polls an average of over 8% throughout the country. Even if most of the jury mean to be impartial, one experienced and determined politician in such cases will either pull the rest round or keep them there till all is blue. Political libel suits under the present law are a farcical gamble in which the litigant risks ruinous expense. Nevertheless, if libel goes too far it is sometimes necessary to take a lucky dip. The sooner the law is changed and cheapened the better, and the obvious reform is to do away with juries in such cases and to give a judge the sole responsibility. Apart from the justly renowned integrity of the British judiciary, the judge will be aware that the whole bar will be watching an action of such interest, and he will be careful only to give a verdict justified by the facts before a profession which is quick to detect a faulty judgment. There is also the possibility of appeal to courts with some of the finest intellectual standards in the world. The remedy is simple and obvious, but even to get the simple and obvious done in Britain can take a long time. Hence many of the troubles of our country. 19. Hitler and Mussolini. Conversations and Impressions. The Abdication. Mussolini and Hitler were interested in our movement, not because our policies were similar. The aims of these intensely national movements in each country were widely divergent, but because we were strongly opposed to communism, and unlikely to quarrel with any European country which had no intention of challenging British interests. Therefore, my experience of meeting these leaders can possibly convey a unique impression because it is the view of an Englishman with whom they felt it possible to get on reasonably well, at least on a basis of live and let live. I met Mussolini about half a dozen times between 1932 and the last occasion in 1936. It was convenient to see him once a year, as I usually had my month's holiday in Italy somewhere in the neighborhood of Naples. The British Embassy, conducted with skill and grace by Sir Ronald and Lady Sybil Graham, arranged my first interview with Mussolini, who was on good terms with them. This was not because they shared his opinions, but because they took the traditional view that it was the business of an ambassador to be polite, to understand the opinion of the country to which he was accredited, and to transmit a clear appreciation of its attitude to his own government. The epoch of the dull, rude clerk parading his native prejudice in foreign capitals, or of the drunken dilettante on the communist fringe, had not yet arrived. Benito Mussolini and Adolf Hitler. Mussolini, as is well known, received his guests in an enormous room at the Palazzo Venezia, and I never saw him anywhere else. On my entry he would rise behind his large writing table at the other end of the room and give the fascist salute, which I returned. He would then come round the desk and advance some way to meet me, halting before the last few paces and throwing back his head in his characteristic gesture as he extended his hand, thus sparing his guest some of the long and solitary march to the chair in front of the table. Some people apparently found this ritual embarrassing, possibly because they were caught by the dilemma whether to return the salute, bow, or just stare. There have been various accounts of these interviews, some of them quite entertaining. We used to talk in French, which he spoke well, and conversation was always easy until one fatal day when he announced with pride on my arrival that he had learnt English. After that I understood little he said. Apparently he had lessons from some old English governess, and I shall have the sympathy of my compatriots who have experienced conversation with an Italian who speaks English really badly. Our talks ranged widely over politics and certain spheres of literature. He was erudite, particularly in the background of such authors as Nietzsche and Sorel. He expressed the warmest regard for the English people, his desire to work in peace and harmony with them, and his deep sympathy for our movement. I liked him, and found him easy to get on with. This was not always the experience of his colleagues, as I learned on arriving in Rome at the time of the murder of Dollfuss. Mussolini was then contemplating war with Germany after the arrival in power of the National Socialist Party, which he held responsible for these events in Austria. They were supporting their own party in that German country, while Mussolini favored Chancellor Dollfuss and Prince Starhemberg, who was running a local fascist movement. When I arrived, Mussolini was in such rage that none of his associates dared approach him on the subject, and some of them suggested that in my interview I should try to cool him off. I made the attempt, and he took it very well, at first a hard stare of the glittering eyes, and then the most reasonable and realistic discussion. They were right in thinking that he would accept more from the outsider. This incident was an interesting commentary on the alleged fascist international, which was non-existent to a degree that even threatened world peace. It is true that these two leaders at a later stage came closer together. The antipathy of the Western world to both may have been a more potent influence than their mutual attraction. Some of Mussolini's closest colleagues also told me that in ordinary life they found him awkward, stilted, cold and unapproachable. An extreme instance of this was an invitation to one of them, after the performance of some conspicuous service, to have dinner with him at a villa on the sea where he no doubt desired to express his appreciation. After desultory conversation during dinner, he played the violin to his guest throughout the evening without any reference to the major subject. Apparently this was his only means of expressing the warmth of his feelings to an old colleague. In any social contact he seemed very inhibited, whether through a natural shyness or reluctance to abandon even for a moment the dignity of the leader it is difficult to say. My own impression of him was different. The flash of the large dark eyes when he was excited could be surprising, but the posture vanished directly you knew him well. It seemed to me that he assumed it deliberately in public, not through vanity or emotion but with a cold purpose of producing a certain impression. He was speaking to Italians, and he gave them what he thought suitable and what he judged they wanted. Here he differed sharply from some of our Anglo-Saxon politicians. He may sometimes have deceived others, but he never deceived himself. This was a refreshing aspect of a remarkable character, reflected also in his buoyant humor. He never expressed himself to me in those terms, but I always sensed after one of his histrionic efforts an attitude equivalent to a dig in the ribs, and that got him. It would be unjust to suggest that he was insincere. He was a passionate patriot with a profound sense of his mission as an Italian and to some extent as an European, but he was not taken in by his own performances. With so many politicians the contrary is the case. They are completely engrossed in their own performance and moved by nothing else. With Mussolini demagogy was not an end, but a means to an end which he clearly understood. His humor was simple and direct. It had almost a barrack room savor. He said to me on arrival one day, "Do you know who sat in that chair yesterday? The chief rabbi of Italy." "Do you know what he said to me? We Jews rise on top of you Gentiles like oil on water. The effrontery of him. Do you know what happened last night? He dropped dead." Mussolini slapped his big thigh and roared with laughter. He was in no way anti-Semitic. I understood that the rabbi's death was entirely due to natural causes, but he had a peculiar sense of fun, a lively appreciation of life's ups and downs. Anti-Semitism or any form of racialism is quite unknown all among Italians, but Mussolini had an acute sense of the contrasts of life, of the mutability of human fortune, the whirligig of fate, as Asquith used to call it. The incident may give a rather brutal impression as baldly recorded, but this effect at the time was mitigated by the sense that he felt these sudden reversals of fortune could equally affect any other mortal at any moment, including himself, in a sad prescience of things to come. He seemed to me completely cool and realistic in his calculations. His mistakes, for example his entry into the war, were made for reasons which were at least discernible. I should say that his morality consisted chiefly in advancing the interests of his country and in a general sense of serving the renaissance of European man. I should much doubt from my observation of him that he was guilty of the relatively few crimes imputed to him, such as the murder of Matteotti, for he would certainly have regarded it as a stupidity, a crime in which the risk and discredit far outweighed any possible advantage. Mussolini was ruthless, but not a fool. "Never take an unnecessary risk," said Caesar. Yet the record of men even in the highest category of achievement has on occasions been stained without purpose by impulse of sheer, brutal passion, as witness the fate of Vercingetorix or the Duc d'Enghien. Mussolini at that time was obviously having a good deal of trouble with some of his old companions. He said to me one day, "Après la révolution il se pose toujours la question des révolutionnaires." Caesar solved the problem by putting the legionaries on the land. Mussolini began to do something of the same kind in the Pontine Marshes and in Libya, and before the war he had this situation well under control. It was his habit with forethought and decision to keep a grip on even trivial detail. When I stood beside him at one of his black shirt parades he mounted on a footstool previously placed in the box of the saluting base, which made him several inches taller than me in the photograph instead of the reverse. His detailed grasp of larger affairs in the last period of his power seems in some measure to have deserted him, partly as the result of increased pressure in the stress of war and partly because of the faulty method of over-centralization when few colleagues are trusted. What will be the final verdict of history on this remarkable figure who for a period so greatly inspired such a profoundly gifted people? His constructive achievements certainly contain some lessons for the future. Chief among them was the corporate state, whose study in detail is available to all. Its mechanism for industrial conciliation could be used with or without its compulsive aspects. The chief achievement of this organization was the labor charter, which abolished the chattel concept of labor, and prevented those who had served an industry well being thrown on the scrap heap when no longer wanted. The abolition of wage slavery had long been in every socialist program, but that overdue reform was left to the corporate state. The elaborate mechanism of the corporate state, like all other machines, could be used well or badly for human purposes. Men with a powerful motor car at their disposal can use it to win a race, to expedite their daily business, or to drive it at speed into a brick wall or over a cliff. At best, the corporate state provided a means not only to regulate relations in industry, but to secure an equitable distribution of its profits. I have indicated that my criticism was and is that it tended to begin and end with machinery. It is not enough in the age of modern science to establish a machine which ensures stability, or even fair distribution. The machine must be directed and controlled by men with a clear view of the changes, the new possibilities that science has brought, and with the vision to devise new policies to meet them. The theory of the corporate state organized as a human body was a moving idea, but I felt it should then come alive and advance with modern science and economics toward constructive and creative policies. It seemed to me too much a piece of machinery, an automatic stabilizer rather than a motive force. Oswald, Mosley and Mussolini. I could find nothing in Italian fascism comparable with the policies I devised in my period in government or in the previous Birmingham proposals. These policies, which we recommended throughout Britain in the 7 years of our fascist movement from 1932 to 1939, were ideas of an entirely different order of thought and action. I feel quite simply that they went far beyond the policies of either the Italians or the Germans at that time and had nothing at all to do with them. This may be regarded as insular or personal prejudice, but I am confident that anyone studying impartially our ideas in Britain and comparing them with those of the continent will not only find very little relation between them, but will be constrained to admit that our policies were far more creative. The similarity between us and the continental movements began and ended with the need to fight for ideas to be heard at all, and this common experience of the red assault gave us a certain mutual sympathy. In the end, the head is more important than the fist, but this was seldom recognized at the time. Then and since we hear much more of young fascists giving castor oil to Reds, than of the constructive thinking in the corporate state. We never hear a word, of course, about the previous crimes of the communists, such as holding the heads of living men in steel furnaces until they were burnt off. Proof of these atrocities was to be seen at an exhibition in Rome which I examined in detail in the early 30s. We hear much of the thousands detained by Mussolini in the Lipari Islands, where they suffered a justly condemned imprisonment. We hear less of the millions slaughtered in the slave camps of Stalin, who became the admired ally of British government and the toast of its leaders. These were rough times and Mussolini was a rough man, but a squalid assassin he was not. He was ruthless, immoral, brutal when fighting the brutality of the bestial red gangs of Italy, all those things but a patriot, a brave man who served what he saw to be great ends. He was too a man of some vision and some sense of beauty, whose epitaph might be expressed in his own words recommending certain qualities which his life and character incarnated. Youth is beautiful, because it has clear eyes with which to regard and to reflect the vast and tumultuous panorama of the world. Youth is beautiful because it has a fearless heart that dreads not death. My relations with Mussolini were terminated by an incident characteristic of Italian-German relations at that time. 3 years after Simi's death in May 1933, I married again in October 1936. Diana was living in a remote country house at Wootton in Staffordshire. At that time I was often menaced by threats of assassination and violence of every kind, and it was therefore out of the question to leave a woman known to be married to me alone in the deep country, unless the house was strongly guarded, which we felt would be both expensive and ridiculous, and, worse still, would make us a constant prey to sensational journalism. The only way out of the dilemma was, at any rate for the time being, to keep the marriage secret. The question arose how this was to be done. In England, impossible; abroad, at any embassy ? We might as well tell the town crier. Was there then any country where under the law the marriage would be legal in England and where it could be kept secret? The only answer appeared to be Germany, where by a reciprocal arrangement English nationals could be married by a German registrar instead of at the embassy, as is necessary elsewhere. Frau Goebbels, who was a friend of Diana's, helped to arrange the marriage, and after the ceremony she gave a luncheon for us at her villa near Wannsee. Hitler was a guest. From this incident arose the rumors that Hitler had been my best man, while in fact this duty was performed by an English ex-officer of the 6th Hussars who accompanied me. I recalled later that it does not necessarily follow that heads of state are best men at weddings if they pay the compliment of being present. The kings of England and Belgium had honoured my first marriage by their presence, but no one at the time was fool enough to make such a suggestion. Exceptional nonsense emerges when it is armed by political malice. This event ruptured my relations with Mussolini because the Italians had some news of it, and relations between the two regimes at that time were none too happy. They were not quite certain about the marriage, because on my next visit to Rome an interview was arranged with Mussolini in the afternoon by his bureau in the ordinary way. However, on the morning of that day, his son-in-law, Count Chenot, then Foreign Secretary, asked to see me. In the course of a long and courteous interview he suddenly asked me the abrupt question whether I had been in Berlin on the day in question. I replied curtly that I had, without further explanation. It had been my intention to tell Mussolini of the marriage in the afternoon, but not to tell Chenot, whose discretion I did not entirely trust. Early in the afternoon a message arrived that Mussolini was ill and could not see me. I left Rome, not to return until after the war, and I never saw him again. Clearly, my normal relations with him would easily have been restored if I had gone back to Rome a year or two later, because he and Hitler were then on good terms. But for the last 3 years before the war one never left England at all. I was held fast by the growth of our movement and the ever-increasing intensity of our campaign. My scanty holidays were spent at Wootton in my native Staffordshire. There was a poignant moment after the war when in Italy I received a message from one of Mussolini's intimates who had been with him in the last days of his life, that he had regarded as one of his mistakes being divided from me by the intervention of Chenot. He apparently always told his associates that he believed in my star. Poor man, he also believed in his own. The fact that we had been married in Berlin made a certain amount of trouble for me in England, not when I first announced it at the birth of our son Alexander in 1938, but later on. Perhaps it should be reckoned among my mistakes, though it was not a reasonable calculation in 1936 that war would come because England would guarantee Poland and Germany would invade it. In any case, I was prepared to do anything to prevent a war by maintaining good relations between English and Germans, provided it was compatible with my duty to my own country. I will not, when charged with this error, follow Bernard Shaw in claiming that the only mistakes I ever make are to underestimate the stupidity of other people. He never could believe they could do anything so foolish, but in his sad experience they always did. However, I would not have believed in 1936 that we should have been so foolish as to fight about the Polish corridor, instead of letting the Germans go to a possible clash with Russia, which, if it happened, would have smashed world communism, pointed Germany in the opposite direction to us, and kept its vital energies busy for at least a generation while we had ample time to take any precautions which might prove necessary, nor that the Germans would be so foolish, after getting already nearly everything they wanted, as to risk a war with the whole world against them in order immediately to establish their last position in Danzig and the Polish corridor, when a short pause, used in a more adroit fashion, could so easily have secured this. I did not reckon on the degree of obstinate stupidity on both sides, and such conduct did not seem to be calculable by a rational mind. Since then I have learned not to underestimate the follies of mankind. These larger affairs really belong to the politics of the 1939 war. We are at present engaged with my meetings and conversations with these historic figures in the 30s, and my impressions of them at that time. My first meeting with Hitler was in April 1935, and was privately arranged without any publicity at all. This was not difficult, as Ribbentrop and others had been in London and in touch with us even before he came to power, and I think it was the Ribbentrop Bureau which organized the meeting. Hitler gave a luncheon for me in his flat in Munich, where a large company assembled, including Frau Winifred Wagner, the brilliant English wife of the composer's son Siegfried, whom I met there for the first time, and whose friendship I have esteemed ever since. In recent years, some of our happiest moments have been spent with her in the garden of Wagner's house at Bayreuth during the opera festival. An interview with Hitler was exactly the opposite to a first encounter with Mussolini. There was no element of posture. At Munich in April 1935 we talked for an hour before lunch at this first meeting. He entered the small room in his flat quite simply. We sat down and talked with the aid of an interpreter, for I could speak no German until I learnt it during the enforced retirement of my war years. At first, Hitler was almost inert in his chair, pale, seemingly exhausted. He came suddenly to life when I said that war between Britain and Germany would be a terrible disaster, and used the simile of two splendid young men fighting each other until they both fall exhausted and bleeding to the ground, when the jackals of the world would mount triumphant on their bodies. His face flushed and he launched with much vigor into some of his main themes, but in the normal manner of any politician moved by strong convictions. The hypnotic manner was entirely absent. Perhaps I was an unsuitable subject. In any case, he made no attempt whatever to produce any effect of that kind. He was simple, and treated me throughout the occasion with a gentle, almost feminine charm. Naturally, it was much easier for me to deal with him than for some politicians, because in the international issues under discussion we had nothing to quarrel about. The men with whom we quarrel in life are those who want the same thing as we do. With consequent clash of interest, Hitler and I pursued different paths. My ideas for maintaining and developing the British Empire in no way conflicted with what he wanted for the Germans. He did not desire war with Russia, because his aims were limited to the union of the German peoples in Europe, but he wanted assurances from England and Western Europe that they would not jump on his back in the event of a clash between Germany and Russia, would not intervene against him during a life-and-death struggle with communism. If I had been responsible for British government I would certainly have granted this wish because, while I detest all war, I certainly thought war between National Socialism and Communism a lesser evil than war between Britain and Germany. In return, he would have been ready to offer all possible guarantees for the support of the British Empire, which I would not have required because we were then still strong enough to look after ourselves, and that would always have been the case in any government with which I was connected. He not only expressed the warmest admiration for the British people, but said he considered Germany, as the leading land power, and Britain, as the leading naval power, to be complementary and beneficent forces, who together could become two pillars supporting world stability, peace and order. In my view, it was at least true that there was no point on the entire globe at which British and German interests clashed. Let it not be understood from this that in real politics I would ever take anything at its face value or trust anyone in international affairs. No one has the right to risk the life of his country on what men say, or on his personal beliefs, instincts or hunches. Strive for the best, but prepare for the worst. I had for years been conducting a strenuous campaign for the rearmament of Britain. In power, I would have sought any kind of defensive alliance with France and America, or with anyone else, in case, after expansion in the East, Hitler turned round and attacked us. I should have taken every precaution, but I do not believe he would have done anything of the kind. Apart from the fact that the Germans would have bitten off as much as they could chew for at least a generation in a successful drive east, an attack on the West, to anyone who knew anything of the subject, was contrary to the whole history and psychology of the National Socialist Party. You cannot spend a lifetime pointing a mass movement of the people in one direction, and then suddenly say, about turn, I really meant the opposite to what I have been saying all the time. Some minor practitioners of the political art are now discovering the truth of this elementary fact. Hitler had said again and again that he wanted the union of the Germans and living room in the East, not the takeover of crowded areas in the West. The idea of conducting a large multiracial empire was also entirely contrary to National Socialist ideas for the proper employment of German energy. To attempt any of these things would have been to stand Nazi doctrines on their heads. It is true that all this was exactly the opposite of our British ideas, derived from the long imperial experience, and it was precisely this difference which gave us the best chance of peace. The Germans wanted something quite different. I would lose no time during such a discussion in dialectical exercise or moral sermonizing to prove our ideas were the best. A statesman should never contravene the vulnerable foibles of his opposite number. Rather they can be the means of getting what he wants, he should use them. The judo throw is one of the arts of politics. Let the other man go his way, but rather faster and further than he meant to. Some pert little governess of the Eden School would spend the afternoon trying to convert such a man to her particular point of view in a fit of moral indignation. I would rather say, we have no major issue to quarrel about, because we want entirely different things. But at the same time, I should keep my powder dry. Nothing is certain in the world of international politics. My 2 interviews with Hitler in April 1935 and October 1936 were easy, because there was no clash of interest. He seemed to me a calm, cool customer, certainly ruthless, but in no way neurotic. I remember remarking afterwards, if it be true he bites the carpet, he knows to a millimeter how far his tooth is going. I understand he sometimes flew into considerable rages, apparently to impress those around him and to get things done, a process of dynamism. I prefer the opposite technique in history, which can be exercised when such devotion has been inspired by leadership that a Caesar has only to look sad, and address his old companions as citizens instead of soldiers, in order to reduce a mutiny to tears. These things are questions not only of taste but of method inherent in character. Hitler impressed me at that time as in no way insane, and this view was reinforced by his private appearance in small parties he gave when Diana and her sister were present. She described him as an extraordinarily gifted mimic, who could mime as well as any actor before a discreet audience. Imitating himself in the days when he used to smoke, rolling cigarettes, licking the sticky paper in all the busy paraphernalia of the old-time continental smoker, he stopped short saying, "You cannot do that sort of thing if you are supposed to be a dictator. It is a small point, but paranoiacs do not make fun of themselves." On another occasion he imitated Mussolini being presented with a sword by the Arabs, flashing it out of the scabbard and brandishing it to heaven. Then he said, "I am no good at all that. I would just say to my adjutant, 'Here, Schaub, hang on to this apostrophe.'" Such private occasions with relatively few people present revealed unexpected qualities, particularly if Goebbels was there as well. Diana was very fond of Frau Goebbels, who, with her husband, was often at dinner with Hitler. Goebbels, distinguished in public by his qualities as an orator and master of mass propaganda, had in private life an almost exaggerated sense of humor which, surprisingly, Hitler shared. It was one of the bonds between them. They also had in common a love of music. Hitler was a great talker, and lost a good deal of time in nocturnal discussions, sitting up late after supper talking to his staff or to guests, who found his conversation enthralling. In this respect at least he resembled Churchill. The habit apparently began when he could not sleep after speeches, and it no doubt contributed to his ultimate and premature exhaustion. Nothing is harder for an orator than to relax and sleep after such an occasion. Without the use of drugs, or alcohol, to which Hitler was averse, it requires not only a conscious act of will but an endocrine system capable of braking as well as accelerating, which he apparently did not possess. At interviews, conferences or on these occasions, he must have met most of the elite of Germany, but the only conspicuous absentees from these encounters appear to have been the German scientists who were working on various aspects of nuclear fission, an incredible omission which may well have changed the destiny of the world, for he failed to grasp that the first duty of statesmen in the modern age is to discover, know well, understand and support the men of science. Diana used to stay sometimes with her sister who had taken a flat in Munich, with encouragement from me as I was naturally interested to hear more of developments in that country and of these personalities. When she was in Munich or in Berlin, Hitler would always invite them to luncheon or dinner, and they were introduced to his whole circle. Unity's suicide at the outbreak of war had a clear, simple, tragic cause. She loved England, her home and her country, but had developed a great love of Germany. War between these countries was to her the supreme disaster. She walked into the English Garden in Munich and shot herself. The Gauleiter of the area, who was a friend, had her followed, suspecting she might do herself some injury. She was picked up and hurried to hospital. German surgeons saved her life, but were unable to extract the bullet from her head. Hitler caused her to be sent home through Switzerland, but the English surgeons could do no more. She partly recovered, but was never again the same person. 9 years later, the bullet moved and she died. Hitler had solemnly introduced me to Unity Mitford at the luncheon he gave me in April 1935, as he was unaware that we knew each other. In fact, I had first met her at her coming-out ball in London, given 3 years before by Diana. At Hitler's luncheon she was a girl of 20, young, ingenuous, full of enthusiasm, in a way stage-struck by the glamour and panoply of the National Socialist movement and the mass admiration of Hitler. It was quite untrue that she had any kind of a love affair with him. The only woman we ever heard of in connection with Hitler in this period was Eva Braun, whom he finally married. He effected her introduction to Diana and Unity in a highly individual fashion by giving them places next to each other in his reserved seats at the Nuremberg Parteitag. He invited them to the Olympic Games of 1936, held in Berlin. I might have been a participant but for an odd chance. The following year, 1937, I represented Britain for the last time in international fencing as a member of the British team in the World Championship at Paris, having twice been runner-up in the British Épée Championships during previous years. I did not become a candidate for the British team in the Olympic Games in the previous year for a quaint reason. It was decided that the British team in the traditional march past should not give the Olympic salute, which had been invented by the Greeks more than 2,000 years before Hitler or Mussolini were born, and consequently long before anyone thought of calling it the fascist salute. As the French and nearly every other team decided to give the salute, it seemed on the one hand invidious that I should refrain, and on the other that it would show a lack of the team spirit appropriate to the occasion if I had been the only member of the British team to give it. So discretion became the better part of sportsmanship. It was the habit of Hitler to convey to me his view of events through Diana. The last time was at Bayreuth a month before the outbreak of war, when he invited her to his box at the opera. She found him in a state of extreme depression. He said that he thought England would persist in its attitude over Danzig and this made war inevitable. The idea that he did not think England would fight was always a complete illusion. He regarded the coming war between England and Germany as the supreme tragedy of history, but he could not abandon Germans placed under Polish rule by the Treaty of Versailles. European disaster of every kind would ensue. He added that I would almost certainly be assassinated, as Jaws had been in France when war came in 1914. He had always a strong historic sense, and my position of political opposition to the war seemed to him similar to that of the French statesman. The occasion I remember best in these sporadic discussions of the years when Hitler gave me his views through Diana was at an earlier point in 1937. I had published in England a long essay entitled The World Alternative, which gave in detail my ideas of an European policy for maintaining world peace. It was then published in Germany, rather to my surprise, as I had made no such suggestion, and attracted considerable attention when it appeared in Geopolitik, a magazine conducted by an outstanding editor, Herr Haushofer. It never occurred to me to send it to Hitler or to raise the question with any German, rather slow of me, in fact. Diana was in Berlin soon after the essay's publication, and was invited to luncheon at the Reichskanzlei. She was shown into a room where she was alone, and shortly afterwards Hitler entered. He was holding in his hand Geopolitik, and began by saying in the whimsical fashion of one of his moods, "You know they say I never read anything." Then giving her the magazine, "You may examine me on any part of this article, because I have read every line of it." He added, "Es ist fabelhaft." My readers will be aware that this word in German does not mean the stuff of which fables are made, but rather denotes an excellence in the subject and an agreement with its contents. Well, there is the story for what it is worth. At any rate, it indicates that Hitler would not have turned down flat any such policy from our side. Whether the whole thing was a trick to mask a design for world domination will be considered in detail in the next chapter. In any case, that would have made no difference to me, as for years I had advocated the rearmament of Britain against any contingency, and with the system of Western alliances I envisaged could have frustrated that plan if it had ever existed. Try for the best but prepare for the worst is with me a first principle. The word Jew was never mentioned in my discussions with Hitler. I never raised it because I do not believe in interfering in the internal affairs of other countries, and certainly I do not believe in risking war because some particular minority is being treated badly elsewhere. Disraeli resisted on the same ground of principle Gladstone's demands for war because the Turks were treating the Bulgarians badly, far worse than the Jews were treated in Germany before the war. If in the modern world we adopt the principle of fighting everywhere that someone is having a bad time, we shall never have a day without war. The duty of statesmen is not to look for trouble, but to prevent a world explosion. There seemed no reason to me why the particular Jewish case should be an exception to this rule. I publicly condemned the treatment of the Jews in Germany before the war, but did not make it into an issue which might have caused war between our two countries. I stood for peace as the first interest of my country and of mankind. It is true that people were in prison and concentration camps in Germany before the war, as some of us were in prison and concentration camps in England without charge or trial during the war, and I am prepared to believe they were badly treated, though I had no proof of it. The only account I had at first hand of those conditions was from General Fuller, architect of the British tank arm in the First World War, soon after he became a member of our party. He was doing a tour of Germany, map in hand, and suddenly said to his companions, who were high officials of the National Socialist Party, "I see we are near Dachau, I want to visit it." They went straight there and toured the camp without warning. He saw prisoners, but no evidence in those pre-war days of any ill treatment, beyond the usual rough jail standards. It was only in the war that mass murder was let loose, and it was only in the war that it could have run riot in deadly secret. Some would say that it should have been possible to see from Hitler's whole character that he would in the end commit atrocities. They would conclude that because he was an anti-Semite he was bound finally to massacre Jews on an enormous scale. Surely a plain example from everyday life shows this view is unmitigated nonsense. Many people want to be rid of a man's company without wanting to murder him, many have such desires, but few commit murder. If someone says to you, "I cannot stand so-and-so, and never want to see him again," you do not ring up the police and call on them to prevent a murder. The suggestion that Hitler's final, mad and criminal acts should have been foreseen before the war is not merely wisdom after the event, but a dishonest attempt to create prejudice for political purposes. What then happened in the end? How did this man come to be responsible for one of the most execrable crimes in all history? For to kill prisoners in cold blood, whether Jew, Gentile or any other human being, is a vile crime. It is inhuman, it is unsoldierly and therefore un-German. Hitler must in the end bear the responsibility for it, which is shared only by a few close associates and executioners who obeyed their orders. It was emphasized in the war crimes trials that the secret of the mass murder of Jews was so carefully kept that men were not executed for refusing to kill Jews, but only for talking about it. How, then, can it possibly be contended that the mass of the German patriots who gave their all for what they believed was the renaissance of their country and the defense of its life, should be blamed for crimes of which they could not possibly know anything? I know fine soldiers and airmen, some of the best in the world, who were dedicated National Socialists, but had not the least idea these crimes were being committed. In fact, At the end of the war they did not believe it until they were presented with overwhelming evidence. I personally did not believe it at first when I returned to the world, for the same reason, that it appeared incredible. How did it happen? The question points to one of the tragic mysteries of history, but the fact remains. It in no way affects the enormity of the crime where the 12 million Jews were killed, as was alleged at Nuremberg, or 6 million, as stated later, or far less, as many Germans claim, the killing of any defenseless prisoners, in cold blood without charge or trial, is a hideous crime. It is obviously true that it could not have happened if the process of war had not hidden crime both from the Germans themselves and from the moral judgment of mankind. If war had been avoided, the lives of 6 million Jews would have been saved, as well as the lives of 20 million other Europeans. Horrors of that magnitude cannot possibly be perpetrated in time of peace. Most people go rather mad in war, and Hitler in this respect went very mad. There are no restraints to crime or madness in war, either internal or external, which are comparable with the restraints of peace. Since they were first proved, I have utterly condemned these crimes, and have summarized my view as follows. Hitler in the final period had no sense of moral law or of the limitations of the will. He tried to inflict on a whole people a cataclysm of nature. He usurped a higher function than that of man. Everything can be taken into account without excuse for this deed. The agony of defeat, his fixed belief that the Jews were responsible for the war, the fact that Germans were dying and starving and that Jews suspected of relentless enmity to the state had to be guarded and fed. None of these terrible things justify a breach of the supreme moral law which is reflected in the simple instinct of brave men, that you cannot kill helpless prisoners in your power who, as individuals, have committed no crime. Morality and the nature of manhood combine to forbid it. The motive for such crime may be remote from the crude concept of current propaganda. Yet whether it be hubris, or in simpler modern language, a monstrous vanity, it is deeply wrong. I have often contrasted the character of Hitler with the natures of the supreme men of history. He suffered in extreme degree from what the classic Greeks called hubris, the belief that man can usurp the place of the gods in complete determination of his own fate and that of others. The supreme exponents of the art of action have known better. Julius Caesar exerted the utmost qualities of will and energy to a point where it could truly be said that everything possible had been done, but he then never for a moment lost the sense that after the ultimate effort of man the outcome must rest with the power which some call God, and others fate, or destiny. It was this restraining sense of the final realism which gave him his calm, sad resolution to achieve by the complete dedication and expenditure of himself everything humanly possible, more in the sphere of action than any other man has ever achieved without a trace of the self-deception and hysteria which some outstanding men in face of great events find as necessary as small men find alcohol in the minor excitements of everyday life. In lesser degree the same quality is discernible in Napoleon's admirably balanced sense of destiny and realism, in Bismarck's subtle but massive purpose, which secured the widest measure of union yet achieved during so short a period within the modern world. All these men, in their different ways, and by the diverse standards of their various epochs, were, in present terminology, very tough, but we cannot conceive any of them in the modern age ordering or allowing what occurred during the war in the German concentration camps, even if only a fraction of the record be true. This inhibition may be ascribed to moral sense or merely to their realism, the sense of what is possible. The character of Hitler can be analyzed in the same way in a totally different sphere. The same quality emerged at the end of the war in the sacrifice of young German lives when it was clear the war was lost. These children running out to meet a stream of irresistible fire erected an enduring monument to German heroism, but not to the leadership which ordered or permitted it. This had neither immediate nor ultimate purpose. It was surely vanity again. The world ends with one man's will, Apis moil a deluge. The part of a true immortal was at the moment rather to prepare the future. Hitler's duty was then to lose himself but to save his idea. The only thing that should have mattered to him was to preserve and to transmit whatever truth he possessed for the judgment of posterity. He should in his moral terms have committed suicide long before, directly it was clear the war was irretrievably lost. Again, vanity, fantasy, the belief in miracles which accompanies this character in disaster, as it did Wallenstein in Schiller's great drama, inhibited that calm, objective realism which never deserts the supreme man. As it was, he prolonged his own life for a few weeks as a last exhibition of ineffective will, but tarnished his idea and jeopardized the future by the wanton deed of the concentration camps and the useless sacrifice of German youth. If he had gone a little sooner, leaving his idea and his fame inviolate, he might have been among those who, in the German proverb, must succumb in life in order to achieve an immortality in the minds and hearts of men. It would have been a serious day for his enemies if he had left such a legend behind him. As it is, mankind is left with the question how such things can be prevented from ever occurring again. I have already postulated that action can be too dearly bought. A system which permits and promotes action is clearly necessary in any age where it is the only alternative to catastrophe, but we cannot accord such powers to individuals who may go mad. It may be madness, or just the Samson act of an exaggerated sense of will which pulls down the temple of humanity in the moment of its own eclipse. The borderline is obscure. There are many underlying reasons, and, unfortunately, many similar experiences in earlier history. Stalin's exaggerated suspicions resulted in the assassination of most of his closest associates, and together with other communist leaders he was responsible for the cold-blooded murder of millions of his countrymen even in time of peace. There is not a shadow of doubt that even the peacetime massacres of communism vastly exceeded the wartime slaughter of National Socialism. Stalin and Hitler were both primarily responsible, and the evidence suggests that by any normal standard they were both mad in the final phase. How did it occur? At what point came the break into madness of minds which previously appeared sane? The answer belongs to the psychology of history, and should be studied with previous cases of criminal insanity in the seats of power. Some of the great literature of the world has been concerned with this transition from sanity to madness in such men, and with the reasons of extreme strain, exaggerated ambition, sense of universal betrayal or well-founded, or final paranoid suspicions which caused it. We are concerned in practical politics with the simple lesson that these things must be prevented. This is another reason why the urgently necessary action of this period must be subject to full parliamentary control. I personally never departed very far from this principle, and I am now more than ever convinced it must be supported. Complete European Union will also be a final and decisive safeguard against a recurrence of such events. I do not only mean that Europeans will then no longer fight each other, but also that it is incredible all Europe will ever accord such power to one man. Often I have expressed the view that Europe can only be conducted by an equipe of equals whose diverse qualities will at least maintain a balance of sanity. The future will devise better means of preventing these disasters, but we have to work quickly with the means which exist. We must prevent these things. Were there any means in the given circumstances and in the face of contemporary personalities and power alignments by which war could have been avoided? Would it have made any difference if I had remained in the Labour Party and become its leader? It seems now to be generally recognized that I should have had this opportunity if I had remained within the old party system. Could I have prevented war in this position, by persuading Parliament? It is a bitter question, because if the answer is yes, I should feel a lifelong remorse, but I must face it dispassionately and objectively. Could I have affected the issue of the abdication, and would this have had any bearing on the matter of war? Certainly I was strongly opposed to a war, and to the forcing of the king off the throne. Certainly the king had the clear sense to desire peace, as well as the feeling for social justice which reinforced the drive of the inner circle to get rid of him. It is true in this sphere that all is well that ends well, since the king has his private happiness and the functions of the crown have been admirably performed by his successors, King George VI and the present Queen Elizabeth II. Yet there is something symbolic of all their failure in the stiff absurdity of the English ruling class at that time, when they rejected any form of marriage with an American of beauty, intelligence, charm and character which would have been a link between two divergent outlooks in different civilizations, only later through their further and greater follies to make their country a circling satellite of the American system, while they extended the begging bowl to the controlling planet and trembled at the thought of leaving its orbit. Was not this honorable and natural alliance in that day preferable to the pathetic and disgraceful dependence of this day? If the pre-war situation had been handled quite differently, as it certainly would have been if I had had anything to do with it, would it have made any difference? I would not claim that if I had been the leader of the Labour Party we might have won the election of 1935, as that would be a vain and egotistical assumption, though at that time a mere competition in dullness between Baldwin and Attlee resulted almost inevitably in the victory of the former. Baldwin's influence would in any case have been very powerful. Behind him was certainly the full authority of the church and ruling clique, the whole weight of the established order. Yet I should at any rate have been in a stronger position, within the Labour Party, to have some influence on events. For instance, it was not possible for me to see a constitutional king while he was on the throne and I was in a position of revolutionary challenge to the existing system. Consequently, I never saw King Edward in that period and only knew him before and after. Even had it been possible by some combination within the system with Churchill, Beaverbrook and others to prevent the abdication, and that was very doubtful in the prevailing setup, how would this have affected the larger issue of war? Supposing the whole thing had been played quite differently, with the help of other influences within the establishment, say by getting Goring over to put up one of his characteristic performances in a public relations exercise, not very different from the manner in which Khrushchev disarmed British hostility? The character of Goring presented the unique combination of a hero who for great purpose was prepared to play the clown. That this wearer of the German V.C. the Order Polamerite devised by Frederick the Great, was a hero in the First World War is beyond doubt. He was selected by the Luftwaffe to succeed their fallen hero Richthofen, who had killed a hero in the greatest individual air duel of all time. It would have been no use then telling the few remaining airmen of my generation that Goering was not a hero, and in these circumstances our voices would have carried some weight. Goering would have been far more at home than most foreigners in all the varied social and sporting occasions of English life. The ex-service clubs and institutions above all, but also the horse show, the football final, the pub, and even the drawing room. He was capable of putting on any form of democratic, indeed demagogic performance. He would laugh at himself in a way which would make particular appeal to the English people if translated into our national terms by sensitive intelligence. An instance of this capacity was provided each year at the Nuremberg rally, at which I was never personally present, but of which I had detailed accounts. As the Hermann Goering division of the SA approached the saluting base, the whole crowd would chant, "Hermann, Hermann," and a large and portly form would be seen at the head of the division, not only raising his arm in the salute but doing the goose step at the same time. It was his annual turn, and the crowd laughed and cheered till they rolled in the aisles. Such a man would have gone down well in England, even better than Khrushchev. Would any technique, any device within the established order have availed in the prevention of war? Could we have met destiny head-on, and have frustrated it with the petty maneuvers which were all the existing system and prevailing sentiment would have allowed? I think not. We were up against a tragic momentum of history. All that patience is exhausted stuff on their side was a fatality. The first rule of real politics is that the patience of statesmen must never be exhausted, and if they have any such sentiment, it is the last thing they should express. The English ruling class or clique were as offended by all that in Hitler as they were by the saber-rattling of the Kaiser. In their narrow, arrogant, insular fashion, they detested to the point of phobia the whole show-off business, as they would term it. It was a prime error, for it excited their fears and furies, instead of allaying them while Hitler achieved his objectives with the minimum possible fuss. Against Germany were not only the rigid proprieties and petulant emotions of the ruling class, but also the savage vendetta of a labor movement which saw similar men and institutions swept into oblivion by National Socialism, both reinforced by a world money power which felt its prevailing dominion threatened. On their side was a new proletarian hubris with an egocentric vehemence which thought destiny its toy. On our side was the old aristocratic vanity mingling in mistaken rectitude not only with the prim stupidity of bourgeois obstinacy but also with the hysteria of the frightened left. So what hope had peace? The answer of my considered judgment, for what it is worth, is that no force on earth within the system could have prevented the hell-bent drive to war. If I had tried to ride the Gadarene plunge I would just have gone with it into the abyss and have forfeited the European honor of facing it and at least attempting to resist. My own descent would have been right royally cushioned, but that would have made no difference to the fall of the nation from the greatest power on earth to the pitiful, clinging dependence of the American satellite. Quern per dia volt deus dementat prius, but he sometimes gives the English another chance. 20. Why I opposed the war. I have not become the King's First Minister in order to preside over the liquidation of the British Empire, said Mr. Churchill at the Mansion House on November 10, 1942. Yet this is exactly what happened as a direct result of his policy. What has long been obvious is now generally acknowledged. His steadfast supporter, the Daily Mail, wrote on July 20, 1967, that the British Empire was now gone, not by conquest or defeat in the field but through the sheer effort of victory, through the erosion of power and the onset of the ideas and ideals for which we fought. Mr. Churchill also made clear that it was only an unforeseen accident which saved Britain from a worse fate. There is a widespread feeling that but for American nuclear superiority Europe would already have been reduced to satellite status, that the Iron Curtain would have reached the Atlantic and the Channel. The Times, March 2, 1955. When Britain declared war, nobody knew that the scientists would later invent the nuclear weapons which alone held Russian communism in check. Statesmen can only deal with the facts confronting them in any given situation. The declaration of war in 1939 risked three consequences: the disaster of defeat, the triumph of communism, the loss of the British Empire despite victory. The only power which could in no circumstances benefit from that war was Great Britain. The complete disaster of defeat was averted by the heroism of the British people. The European triumph of Russian communism was partially averted by the scientists, and the loss of the empire and reduction of Britain to the position of an American satellite remain the only clear results of the Second World War. We escaped entire destruction, but much of Europe did not. Evil was the inevitable result of entry into that war, and we are fortunate to live only with the least of the possible evils. This situation is chiefly due to mistaken policy. It is demonstrably incorrect to assert that our situation is due to the prodigious bloodletting, which leads to the loss of possessions, though this is often said. My generation suffered nearly 3 times the deaths in the first war that our next generation suffered in the second catastrophe of mankind. Yet Britain lost no possessions after the First World War, and could still claim with some justice to be the greatest power on earth. The Germans are reckoned to have lost 2,850,000 in the Second World War, and in addition are separated from a large part of their homelands. Otherwise in every respect, except the possession of nuclear weapons, their position remains as strong as at any time in their history. The catastrophe of Britain is due to the mistaken policy our rulers pursued, and to the deadly poison of some of their ideas. To write this is almost as difficult as it was to take the bitter, truly agonizing decision in time of war to oppose the opinion and policy which was supported by the vast majority of my fellow countrymen. Yet it is as much my duty now as it was then, and it would be cowardice to avoid it. Nothing is more unpopular than to oppose a war, and it can be almost as unpopular after the war to say it should not have been fought. But unless we can beseech this generation, in the words of Cromwell, to believe it possible that you may be mistaken, error can follow error until Britain enters the eternal night. It is particularly hard and bitter to say to a fine people who have made a superb effort, that a war fought ostensibly to preserve the liberties of European peoples was not only in vain, but that their self-sacrifice has left our own country in a far worse position than ever before. Yet this is much the same experience as we had after the First World War, when we were told that we were fighting to make the world safe for democracy, and to make Britain a land fit for heroes to live in. For those of our generation who survived, the results in terms of democracy were soon plain: communism in Russia, fascism in Italy, and National Socialism in Germany. The results for the heroes, who were promised all at the end of their war effort, were equally plain: the unemployment queue and the slums. Bitter indeed was the question: was it for this that 1 million died? Yet I always felt deeply that from this experience something immense was gained. It proved the greatness of Britain and the heroism of its people. Not only that, for on the fiery anvil of that ordeal the character of the war generation was forged. Similarly, the magnificent response of the British people to the challenge of the last war evoked these same qualities, and they have by no means been lost forever in the lassitude and dissolution which followed. Vital forces born of two wars can still inspire the tasks of construction, in erecting an enduring monument of peace. The finest qualities of men are often evoked by the bitter trials of history, and they will not always be misused or lost. Men who suffered much in one war or the other, or in one way or another in both, thereby acquired the character to meet further tests of destiny. These tests will recur, there is no escape from them. They will be made harder by the vast errors of policy which preceded and followed the last war. To meet them we should be united by the future, not divided by the past. I fully accept that it was possible in this now remote period for honorable men to hold the opposite belief sincerely and with passionate conviction. I ask only in return for it to be recognized that it was equally possible to hold my minority opinion honorably and with deep conviction. Before I give my reasons for believing that the last war was an immense mistake, I should answer the question whether it could possibly have been avoided. Policies can only be judged effectively by their results, and it is not difficult to show that this war was disastrous to Britain, but to convince, I must show that an alternative policy had a reasonable chance of avoiding the catastrophe. The policy for which I stood before the last war was to make Britain so strongly armed that it need not fear attack from any quarter, to develop the British Empire, and not to intervene in any foreign quarrel which did not affect British interests. It may be convenient here to record my advocacy of the rearming of Britain over a long period before the war. From the day our movement was formed I pressed for the rearmament of our country. On October 1, 1932, I wrote, "The arrival of the air factor altered fundamentally the position of these islands, and the consequences of that factor have never yet been realized by the older generation of politicians. We will immediately raise the air strength of Britain to the level of the strongest power in Europe." I was naturally preoccupied with the air arm in which I had served, but also advocated the modernizing and mechanizing of the army. For instance, we will immediately mobilize every resource of the nation to give us an air force equal in strength to the strongest in Europe. We will modernize and mechanize our army, and at the end of that process our army will cost less, but will be the most modern effective striking force in the world. June 15, 1934, I also advocated a national defense loan for three purposes: to give Britain immediate air strength, to modernize and mechanize our army, to put the fleet in proper condition to defend our trade routes. July 12, 1934. Our agitation for rearmament continued ceaselessly in these years from every platform and in all our publications. I denounced the Conservative Party on October 15, 1938, for their failure to rearm in the following terms: "The state of our national defense has alarmed the Tory party. The state of these defenses is a national scandal and disgrace. The Tory party is, therefore, right to be alarmed, and having been in power for the last 7 years, they should be ashamed." In an article at the same time I stated a fact which seemed to me obvious and was afterwards proved to be true, Modern wars are won by airmen and mechanics, not by masses of barrack square infantry. Action was then a journal supporting British Union. In it on October 15, 1938, it was stated, "Action disagrees with Mr. Churchill on nearly every subject under the sun, and particularly in recent years for his foreign policy. But we agree with his indictment of the gross neglect of British defences. British Union pressed rearmament on the government long before they began it, and long before even Mr. Churchill advocated it. Britain should be in a position to defend herself against the attack of any nation in the world." What was the attitude of the parties at that time to the defense of our country, the parties which later put us in jail on the pretense that we might be a danger to the state? They neglected the defences of our country while we struggled to secure its proper armament. Mr. Baldwin said in the House of Commons, "I put before the whole House my own views with an appalling frankness. From 1933 I and my friends were all very worried about what was happening in Europe. You will remember at that time the disarmament conference was sitting in Geneva, and there was probably a stronger pacifist feeling running through this country than at any time since the war. I am speaking of 1933 and 1934. You will remember the election at Fulham in the autumn of 1933, when a seat which the national government held was lost by about 7,000 votes on no issue but the pacifist, and that the national government candidate, who made a most guarded reference to the question of defence, was mobbed for it. That was the feeling in the country in 1933. My position as the leader of a great party was not altogether a comfortable one. I asked myself what chance was there within the next year or two of that feeling being so changed that the country would give a mandate for rearmament. Supposing I had gone to the country, and said that Germany was rearming, and that we must rearm, does anybody think that this pacific democracy would have rallied to that cry at that moment? I cannot think of anything that would have made the loss of the election from my point of view more certain. Baldwin risked the loss of his country in war rather than risk the loss of his party in an election. In foreign and defence policy he played politics with the life of Britain through his squalid electoral calculations. In his home policy he bequeathed to the next generation our present industrial structure through his lazy timidity which sought to avoid trouble at all costs. The doom of defeat was averted despite Baldwin, but the nemesis of the Baldwin epoch still haunts our country. It appears that the Conservative leadership still cherishes his memory. For me it is difficult to write fairly on the subject of Mr. Baldwin, because I have a particular antipathy to the type of Englishman who successfully stakes a claim for exceptional honesty by a continual parade of simple virtues which in truth are at striking variance to the slowly revealed facts. In my experience honesty in British politics is often an inverse ratio to the pretensions of its claimants. For instance, over a long period Winston Churchill and F.E. Smith were held by their contemporaries to be unprincipled adventurers, while Baldwin was always accepted at his face value. Yet whatever can be thought or said of the characters and policies of Churchill and Smith, they always openly declared their principles and stood for them courageously, while Baldwin not only concealed his aims but retreated from them in a shuffling opportunism of personal and party expediency. Britain pays dearly for the transient success of these types in our politics. The fine old Dockers MP, James Sexton, laid down an instructive and occasionally valid rule for the political neophyte: whenever someone calls me comrade, I always put my hand on my watch. Meantime, we carried on the fight for rearmament from every platform in face of all the mobbing. At any rate it did not take us long to stop that nonsense of the militant pacifists. Much of the mobbing came from supporters of the Labour Party, which was voting in the House of Commons against the defence estimates while some of its rank and file were conducting the pacifist agitation in the country which so frightened Mr. Baldwin. Their pacifist principles however in no way deterred many of them from conducting a furious agitation against Germany, of which the only logical outcome was war. Was it unfair on our platform battle of that time to say, all wars are good to the Socialist Party on three conditions: the first, that the war should be in the interest of the Soviets and not in the interest of Britain; The second, that our troops have no arms with which to fight, and the third, that socialist leaders are not included among the troops. June 26, 1936. My punches were not pulled in attacking the policy of war without arms. Labour is the party of war without preparation. Labour is the party which makes trouble and leaves others to do the fighting. To seek war is a crime. To seek war without the means of war is more than crime, it is madness. Our first demand was therefore that Britain should be rearmed and strong enough to meet any attack, no matter whence it came. We eschewed entry into foreign quarrels, but were determined to guard our own country and empire. Our popular slogans of the period were "Mind Britain's business" and "Britain's fight for Britain only." However, this basic policy of developing the British Empire and allowing nothing to distract us from this primary purpose did not isolate us from world affairs or inhibit the development of great policies. We had our contribution to make, and it was at least clearly stated. It is possible to put your own country first and yet to play a large part in world politics. Modern experience certainly proves this to be possible, but unfortunately the experience is not British. The Union of Europe was the subject of my passionate advocacy in foreign policy. This was in no way incompatible with our imperial policy. Let us be absolutely clear as to our basic principles of policy at that time. National sovereignty was completely preserved. Separate national armament was to be maintained with British strength equal to any in the world. The empire was to be developed as a political and economic entity with strong measures against the introduction of sweated competition, and war was only to be fought in the defense of the empire or in resistance to any vital threat to its interest. But it was quite compatible with this position to have a common foreign policy within Europe in relation to the rest of the world, and commercial arrangements with the rest of Europe would have followed inevitably. What I was then advocating was almost exactly similar to the present development of European Union on the basis of a rigorous conservation of national sovereignty. For this reason my supporters claim that I was at least 10 years ahead of any other advocate of European Union. After the war, of course, I went much farther in declaring the principle of Europe a nation in 1948, but the speeches now in question were delivered in 1936. I said on February 21, 1936, our generation was sacrificed to bring to an end the balance of power which divided European civilization into two armed and hostile camps. The avowed purpose of the League of Nations was to consecrate that sacrifice in a new world system. Again our generation is challenged to save the ideal of which the old men cheat us once again. Shall Europe be divided or unite? Then on June 25 in the same year, what then is the alternative to the present League of Nations? The only alternative is the Union of Europe, as opposed to the division of Europe under the old balance of power which now wears the tattered label League of Nations. The Union of Europe was the determination of the war generation at the end of the war, and the hope that the League of Nations would achieve that idea alone led to its support. Meantime, with cant of league and peace, the financial Democrats divide Europe in their vendetta, which jeopardizes the peace of the world, while they neglect the first duty of any government in the present situation, which is to arm Britain with the utmost speed against any contingency and threat. In the confusion and collapse of British foreign policy but one alternative emerges, and that is the Union of Europe, which alone can rest on a block of the great powers, united in common interest and inspired by a new world ideal. The League of Nations, which in my youth I had so ardently supported as a new instrument of world peace, had failed for reasons of personal weakness in statesmanship already noted, and by this time had been turned into an instrument of the balance of power which from historic experience I regarded as an inevitable prelude to war. The balance of power had always brought war, and now it had returned with the Axis powers in one scale and the League powers in the other, a perversion of every high aspiration of the war generation. It seemed clear to me that the only escape from the coming fatality was the Union of Europe in much the same terms and to much the same degree as are now being sought 30 years later. It will of course be replied that any form of union in Europe was impossible with the statesmen in power in Germany and Italy, and to that I have already made some answer. We should have worked with them in common European politics and interests which they declared they too desired to serve, so long as that proved possible, and I personally believe it would have been possible because our interests were complementary rather than conflicting. But if it proved impossible, we should have been in a strong and safe position, our national sovereignty fully preserved and our armaments equal to any in the world. If things had gone well, we could have developed both the British Empire and a gradual European Union. If things had gone badly, we should have been in a far stronger position than when the old parties took us into war without even attempting an alternative policy. It was indeed a strange idea to make certain of war today without arms, in case we had to fight a war tomorrow with arms. Strive for peace but prepare for war, was then the course of sense and patriotism. Was there at that time a comprehensive world policy available which could have averted war? My essay The World Alternative, 1937, advancing a policy which in my view could avoid war, was published in England and also in the German review Geopolitik. I have already described its reception in Germany. It began with the idea which animated the post-war generation, in my description of the Union of Europe in a system of public law and order which broadly applied to international affairs, the law and sanctions of law commonly employed within each nation in the maintenance of domestic order and justice. The analogy clearly is subject to necessary modification by the exigencies of national sovereignty, for the men who had just fought to save the British Empire rightly would not tolerate the future of that empire being decided by any international tribunal which might be dominated by representatives of South American republics. For despite the reiterated attempts of the international school to fetter the great with the chains of the small, the essence of national sovereignty was preserved in the original covenant of the League of Nations. It then contended that the League of Nations had been turned into the balance of power which had always brought war. The world, in fact, is divided into two camps of the possessors and the dispossessed. In one camp are Britain, France and the Soviets, in the other camp by inevitable gravitation of common circumstances are Germany and Italy, and to that camp by analogous folly is being added Japan. With the return of the balance of power we witness the return of the arms race and the concomitant press agitation which inflames the mind and spirit of Europe to fresh fatality. I analyzed the circumstances in which Europe had arrived at this situation and how the original idea of the League had been destroyed. America had defected, 6 other nations had been allowed to defy the League with impunity: Japan, Turkey, Poland, Lithuania, Bolivia and Paraguay. The departure of Germany had been made inevitable because a treaty had been forced upon it not only unjust in its inception but subsequently violated on repeated occasions to their own advantages by those who had dictated it. The process was then completed by driving Italy out of the League and into the other camp by the application of sanctions. I quoted Sir Edward Grigg, governor of Kenya Colony, to the effect that Abyssinia had for years past raided not only Italian but British territory for slaves, and had committed definite acts of war without one finger being lifted by Geneva or the British government. Yet when Italy took precisely the same measures to suppress these evils as had been taken at every stage of the honourable building of the British Empire, action had been taken against her, although 6 nations had already with complete impunity violated the covenant of the League. From this ultimate folly arises the final recurrence of world fatality in the re-emergence of the balance of power. The indictment of the old party policy did not stop there. A feeble British government taking the lead in an unjust cause, and hard-pressed to find support, had sought the assistance of the Soviets at Geneva against Italy. From this European alignment arises the subservience of British to Soviet policy in the East. For Britain cannot use the Soviets in Europe without in turn being used by the Soviets in the Orient. If Russia is to join with Britain in the iron ring round Germany and Italy, then Britain must join with Russia in the iron ring round Japan, not only in contravention of her own interests but in jeopardy of world peace. This long, critical analysis of old party policy has been much abbreviated here, as it was only a prelude to the development of a constructive policy. I continued that in searching for a solution we must return to the fundamental conception of European Union which animated the war generation. My advice was to proceed by the inductive method from the particular to the general rather than by the deductive method from the general to the particular, which has previously failed, as the generalizations of vision without realism invariably fail. For in 1918 and the years that followed, all paid lip service to the general idea of European and world union, but all ignored the fact that such union could only rest upon the particular ability of each nation to live and to prosper within a European system that rested upon justice and economic reality. I therefore began with an inquiry into the factors which divided the individual nations, and in particular into the factors which inhibit peaceful and friendly relations between Great Britain and other great nations. Having established the particular of possible friendship between Great Britain and other nations, we shall proceed to the general idea of European Union built on the firm foundation of justice and economic reality. This inquiry began logically with the relations of Britain and Germany, which constituted the chief potential threat to peace. The difference between Germany under the Kaiser and under National Socialism was considered. The Kaiser's Germany was conducted by a financial democratic imperialism which operated from the basis of an export capitalist system and expressed itself naturally in terms of a vast colonial empire and concomitant navies which clashed at every turn with British Empire. It is a curious omission that in the whole of this essay I made no reference to the naval agreement of 1935, which restricted the German navy to a third of the British. This greatly reinforced my argument. The Germany of National Socialism was profoundly different because less than any great nation today her philosophy leads her to think in terms of limitless colonial empire, which to the Nazi mind suggests loss of vital energy, dissipation of wealth and the fear of detrimental admixture of races. Her national objective lies in the union of the Germanic peoples of Europe in a consolidated rather than diffused economic system which permits her with security to pursue her racial ideals. In fact, in the profound differences of national objective between the British Empire and the New Germany rests the main hope of peace between them. Our world mission is the maintenance and development of the heritage of the empire, in which our race has displayed peculiar genius not only without fear of racial detriment but with the sure knowledge that in this arduous duty the finest and toughest characteristics of the English are developed, and that the smallest contribution which an effective British Empire can make is the preservation of peace over 1/4 of the Earth's surface for 1/4 of the Earth's population. The world mission of Germany in Nazi eyes is the union and development of the German peoples within a European system to which that union brings a new and durable stability. Thus, so far from the objective of the British Empire clashing with the objective of the New Germany, the two objectives in terms of world stability and peace are complementary. However, for Germany to live in peace and to pursue its national objective of the wealth and happiness of its own people, it was necessary for it to possess an adequate supply of raw materials and full outlet for expanding population. The only fundamental question outstanding between Germany and Britain is the problem of the German colonies now held by Britain under mandate from the League of Nations. On principle, the writer would not concede to any nation 1 inch of British territory, but the German colonies have been to Britain little but a burden and an expense and could be to Germany an outlet and an opportunity. I would therefore have returned them as part of a general peace settlement. This section of the argument concluded, the return of the colonies together with any additional facilities for access to raw materials, easily accorded in a world faced with a glut rather than a poverty problem in raw material production, could firmly secure a postulate of National Socialist policy in the shape of an economic basis to German national life. Such measures would not only remove all possible cause of friction between Britain and Germany, but could also eliminate the possibility of German explosion in Europe by the provision of means for her peaceful expansion. Let it not for one moment be deduced from this section of the plan and part of the argument that I was ever in favor of the permanent maintenance of the old colonial system, for long before any suggestion of the present black troubles I proposed policies to bring that system to an end, and even presented a choice of methods for the purpose. I was never a racialist because I was never in favor of the domination of one people by another. To look after your own people no more denotes hostility to other peoples than to look after your own family. It may be objected that the introduction of the Germans in any form and for any purpose to Africa would inevitably have led to the permanent subjection of black to white. On the contrary, the Germans of that period had not the least interest in anything of the kind. All they were concerned with was access to raw materials adequate to afford an economic basis to their autarkic economy, and this was quite compatible with the evolution in Africa of a different system to the old colonialism. The real, vital interest of the Germans was union with their own people in Europe. They were among the nations least likely to oppose an orderly transition to a new system in Africa which gave a fair deal to both white and black, but they might have shared my opinion that it should be a carefully planned and implemented building of a new system within a reasonable period of time, and not a precipitate retreat through fatigue and inertia, with the appearance of a bully turned weakling, leaving chaos behind his rout. I went on to deal with the security of France, always a major consideration of my political thinking, and argued that the best guarantee of French security is the satisfaction of Germany by the measures I had suggested. Hitler had inquired why he should seek to possess French territory with a population of 270 to the kilometre while he still was faced with at least the remnants of the unemployment problem in Germany, and this was in accord with the whole German attitude. I concluded this section of the argument as follows. The only policy which can logically produce another explosion on the western frontiers of Germany is the denial of expansion, not only on her eastern frontiers but in her limited though necessary and natural colonial ambitions. Yet financial democratic policy could not be more perfectly designed to promote that explosion than by the dual policy of denying Germany colonial outlet and of circumscribing her in the east by a menacing democratic Soviet alliance. Pursuing this same line of thought, I contended that in the occupation of Abyssinia Italy now has not only an outlet for her population but profitable access to raw materials, and that she should be left in undisturbed possession of this acquisition. The essay was at some pains to controvert any suggestion that Italy from this position could be any menace to the vital interests of the British Empire. A glance at a child's map of the world would show that a hostile Italy could be a much greater menace to British trade routes from the base of Sicily than from any base in Abyssinia. Furthermore, Italy will have enough to do in the development of Abyssinia for some generations. In relation to Egypt and the Sudan, why should Italy abandon the development of the territories she already possesses in order to indulge in a savage fight with the greatest naval power in the world for extra territories which provide not greater but lesser sustenance? Even his worst enemy does not describe the leader of Italy as a fool. Rather, Italy's every interest was to join with the British Empire to maintain the stability and peace of the Eastern Mediterranean and of North Africa. I dealt next with the suspicion of an intention which does not in fact exist, to prosecute the expansion of a fascist and National Socialist Europe at the expense of Russia. The solution here suggested is not the partition of Russia, not merely because it is the first interest of Europe and should be the first objective of British policy to keep the peace, but also because the solution of the European problem in terms both economic and political is possible on the lines already indicated without any offensive action against Russia. I suggested that Russia should be told to mind her own business and to leave Europe and Western civilization alone to manage their own affairs, and concluded that it rested with Russia herself to decide whether by withdrawal from incessant aggression and efforts to promote communist revolution she will live at peace with her neighbors. Russia might be persuaded to become a good neighbor by the consideration that otherwise she could find herself between the crackers of united Europe in the west and Japan in the east. On the question of Japan, I observed again, British government, having used Soviet power in Europe, was in turn used by the Soviets in the east, and added, once we are freed from the Soviet entanglement we need no longer oppose the natural expansion of Japan in northern China where she seeks an outlet for her surplus goods and population. This is certainly not a policy I would recommend today, but at that time chaos reigned in China, to which any form of order and peace was preferable. I have in the present period quite different proposals for affording Japan a full life. At that time and in the circumstances of the period I was suggesting in the East exactly the same basic principle of building peace, satisfaction of the primary needs of all the great powers. British statesmen dealing with the Soviets at that time most conveniently forgot that Japan was not only an old friend but a traditional and remaining ally. It was strongly in our interest to give Japan such an outlet because she could then accept exclusion from our home, Indian and colonial markets. Thereby we served both peace and Britain's vital trading interests, and would frustrate the Soviet policy of promoting in the anarchy of northern China a breeding ground for Oriental communism. I concluded the argument in relation to Japan. The decision that she should be encouraged in northern China is reinforced by the fact that pressure in the Pacific menacing Australia and New Zealand would thereby be relieved, and America, too, becomes an interested party in that settlement not only in southern China but also by the lifting of the menace to the Philippines and relief from the general pressure on her Pacific interests. I asked those who speak of the yellow peril to explain how that peril can be surmounted by a policy of dividing and enfeebling European civilization in the interests of Soviet policy. In the alternative, we can envisage the conception of European Union extending to embrace and to combine with American policy in regions which closely affect the interests of that continent. In the final synthesis, white civilization can discover a comprehensive policy which rests on the reality of mutual interests. The essence of the policy was that we should build upon the basic fact of economic settlement and justice for individual nations. My argument in particular was that this would not endanger the safety of Britain and France, but would secure it. This was a feasible policy whatever system of government prevailed in the individual nations, for national sovereignty was rigorously preserved. I believed, of course, passionately in the dynamic and creative influence of a new spiritual impulse which I had already striven to describe, but the four-power bloc of Britain, France, Germany and Italy was quite possible without any similarity of political system, if we had agreed in mutual interest on this common policy in foreign affairs. A common spiritual purpose is desirable but not essential if certain limited practical aims are held together. A renaissance can work wonders, but a hard-headed business deal too can get results. It still seems to me that in cold, realistic terms this policy could have maintained the peace of the world. This political thinking will of course be rejected out of hand by all who prefer world war to the slightest deviation from their favorite ideologies or pet notions, however disastrous they have now been proved in practice. From my experience of contemporary hysteria their objection is likely to take three main forms. The policy is immoral, because it would have reduced the risk of war by satisfying three more great powers by exactly the same process which had satisfied Britain and France for over a century. Hitler would have turned the idea down flat, because his ambition was much more inordinate than this modest plan. Even if he had accepted it, this would merely have been a trick to gain time for attainment of his real objective, which is alleged to have been world domination. Let us examine the first question of immorality, with the preliminary observation that all things are relative in the real world. Was this policy more immoral than a war which killed 25 million Europeans? Was it more immoral than a war which killed 286,000 Americans and 1,506,000 Japanese? Was it more immoral than Hiroshima? The incineration of a whole population after the war was virtually over in a world still suffering the mania of war passion? Was it more immoral than the cold-blooded killing of prisoners in German concentration camps on a vast scale? Was it more immoral than burning alive with phosphorus bombs in the open town of Dresden a civilian population which included some of our own men who were war prisoners? None of these things could have happened without the Second World War. Were they not immoral? Were they less immoral than giving Germany, Italy and Japan an outlet and opportunity to develop a peaceful life in regions remote from any possibility of a clash with Britain or any other European power? Was the Second World War preferable to having Germany in her old colonies pending a new and permanent settlement of the colonial question giving a fair deal to all, rather than to retreat through chaos to the present condition of Africa? Will ideological fervor go so far as to affirm this? Was the present status quo in that continent worth 25 million European dead and the division and bondage of our own continent? In any case, a united European policy, inevitably inspired in this particular by British experience and outlook, would undoubtedly in time have evolved a reasonable settlement in these regions, which would have combined opportunity for the creative genius of the Europeans with the right of others to a full life in their own development. There is more than room for all in Africa, and the German presence, in cooperation with British experience, would have been another and powerful factor in a sane and orderly evolution. Was it really worth sowing more seeds of another war by keeping Italy out of Abyssinia and Japan out of Manchuria? Was the financial and industrial exploitation of southern China, until it was thrown inevitably as a present to communism, absolutely necessary? Was it really so desirable to frustrate Japan's immense capacity for organization in an orderly development of northern China, which would have given it an outlet and peaceful occupation for generations? In short, was the operation of handing all China over to a militant communism really worth the sacrifice of Europe in the Second World War? How far can madness push the values of Bedlam? If this be morality, the world is upside down. The sum total of all these policies together undoubtedly produced the war, and a comprehensive alternative was certainly available which had at least a reasonable chance of preserving peace. At this point arises the second objection, that the Axis powers and Hitler in particular would have turned down proposals which were inadequate to satisfy their ambitions, and that the strain to the moral susceptibilities of Western statesmanship would therefore have been in vain. He would certainly not have turned these ideas down flat, for I have already described his reaction after a detailed study of them. In international affairs nothing should be taken at its face value and verbal protestations must be measured against the real interests involved. Subject to that reservation, and to the strenuous rearmament of our country in any event, my own estimate is that an attempt to settle outstanding differences between Britain, France and Germany and to secure peace of Western Europe would have succeeded on some such basis. I am not so confident that the further attempt of this policy to prevent a bloody clash between Germany and Russia would have succeeded, for in my interviews with him in 1935 and 1936 Hitler appeared to regard such an encounter between National Socialism in Germany and Communism in Russia as quite possible, not probable, so far as he was concerned, because he desired only the union of the Germans. He knew from our interviews, as well as from my writing in Geopolitique, that I desired to avoid this clash and to keep the peace, but that for my part one would not intervene against Germany if it occurred. There was therefore no point in trying to deceive me on this subject. What was interesting was the apparent enthusiasm with which he greeted the proposed accord in Western Europe, and his agreement with my essay's general vision of a world settlement. Some will regard the whole thing as a trick. But in that event it was a singularly pointless trick. Thus we return to the main argument, everything that Hitler did was a subterfuge to mask his real design, which was world domination. He meant to do on an enormous scale what modern statesmen do on a petty scale, to belie in office everything said in opposition, double-cross party members and make party programs look like a confidence trick, reduce politics to the level of a game played with 3 cards in a bar. The first answer, of course, is simply that anything of the kind would not have worked. It does not work even on a small scale directly the situation becomes serious, and it certainly would not have worked on a great scale in the conditions facing Germany in 1939. I summarized the task which would at that time have confronted any country aiming at world domination in the alternative, 1947. Then it was not a question of dropping something on the chief cities of a dissenting country which in course of seconds could wipe their effective civilization from the face of the earth. Conquest entailed the occupation of countries in considerable force, and the problem of 1939 must always be regarded in these terms. So it may be asked, can anyone in his senses have contemplated the German grenadier perpetually marching in pursuit of eternally dissident underground movements over every great space of the earth from the steppes of Russia to the prairies of the Americas, across the deserts of the Sahara or the Gobi, until at length his devoted figure was chasing some non-conforming lama in the remotest fastnesses of Tibet. For, in the conditions of that day, this must have been the exhausting destiny of the German soldier if his leaders had cherished the idea of world dominion, and had achieved the considerable initial success of overthrowing by force of arms the established government of every great country in the world. German troops must have occupied the entire earth, and the whole manhood of Germany would have spent their lives and vital energies in incessant guerrilla fighting. Yet it will still be said, Hitler was not in his senses, he was already mad, and he would have tried it. In that case, how long would he have lasted with a German general staff which had to prepare this gigantic enterprise, and with a German people which had accepted with enthusiasm the opposite idea, that salvation lay in the union of the Germans and the development of their fatherland, and mixing with alien peoples involved disaster? Any attempt by Hitler even to prepare anything of that kind would have been the quickest way to get rid of him. If he had even begun seriously to organize such an undertaking, which must have been clear in its design from the start to a great many people, let alone to launch it, he would not have lasted 5 minutes. In reality, everything he did was well calculated to secure the enthusiastic support of the German people, and the acquiescence of the General Staff, and it had these results. Otherwise, the German people would never have persisted through unparalleled sacrifices to resist the world in arms for 6 years to the last ounce of their energy and the last drop of their blood. In the alternative, after a detailed examination of this fantasy, I asked, is it then very extraordinary to believe that the German leadership preferred the entirely rational concept of German manhood staying at home to build their own country and living space, once sufficient resources were at their disposal to create a civilization which was independent of world anarchy? In fact, their whole doctrine exaggerated that possibility according to prevailing British standards. The Nazi Party concentrated on the idea of bringing all Germans living in Europe together in a homogeneous bloc within a geographically united living space. The giving of a guarantee to Poland by the British government cut clean across the German drive east to unite their separated populations. It is true that if Hitler had played his hand with more patience and skill, the whole situation might have been avoided. On the other hand, our British government's guarantee to Poland was simply asking for war. If we had lost a war, and as a result Lancashire had been divided from Yorkshire by a corridor accorded to a foreign power in a peace treaty universally agreed to be monstrous, how should we have liked it if the status quo had been guaranteed by Germany under threat of war? Would the British people have put up with it? What conceivable interest of our people lay in this guarantee to the inflated claims of Poland? What motive had we in Poland, except the passion of the parties to stop Germany at all cost by encircling it on all fronts? I repeat the question, was not this policy simply asking for war? The Polish guarantee came at the end of a long, fuddled, fumbling movement towards the encirclement of Germany on its eastern front. It was fatal. Not only did it obviously convince Hitler that war was inevitable, but it altered the whole strategic and political position of Britain. So long as it was a question of defending Britain and Western Europe, we could look after ourselves. Directly we opposed in principle and commitment German eastern expansion, we depended on others. This objective could only be achieved by the frustration of Germany to the point of its destruction, and for this the forces of Britain and France were plainly inadequate. For this purpose Britain must call in America and Russia as soon as possible, and that meant the future of Britain and of Europe would pass into other hands. Alone we could stop Germany defeating us, but we could not alone defeat Germany. The policy of making Britain's air force equal to any in the world, which I had advocated from 1932, would undoubtedly have saved our country from any possibility of invasion. If the Germans with their numerically far superior force could not cross the Channel in face of the heroic band of Spitfire pilots in 1940, what hope had they of defeating us if our air defences had been not betrayed but fortified to the point of equality? It is not just pride in the air arm in which I previously served which inspires the conviction that a British Air Force with an equal chance cannot be defeated. It is proved by what it did without an equal chance, and this confidence is sustained by the rare combination of physical and traditional qualities which give the English a singular aptitude for air combat. Not only would a British Air Force equal to the Germans have ensured the safety of these islands, it would also have been a powerful factor in the event of a German invasion of France. If our joint defence had been further strengthened by the modernised and mechanised army which I advocated, France too might have been defended without intervention external to Europe. Certainly this would have been the case if a clear-cut, decisive British foreign policy had shown France that we could not intervene in Eastern Europe, but together would plan a massive defence in case we had any trouble in the West. France was dragged with reluctance into our Eastern adventures, and would have been only too willing to concentrate effectively and realistically on the true basis of all French policy, which is the maintenance inviolate of France. The contrary policy of neglecting our defences while making an explosion in the West inevitable by the eastern encirclement of Germany, entailed also the defeat and occupation of France. This meant in turn the intervention, as soon as British government or war development could secure it, of the outside powers of America and Russia. This in turn meant the ultimate division and occupation of Europe by these external powers. The sequence of fatality began with the decision to oppose the eastern expansion of Germany by powers which had neglected their own defences to the point where they were not in a proper position even to defend themselves. It is always an error when confronted by a strong opponent just to inquire where he wants to move and then to run around the world to stop him doing it. If this dangerous fantasy is accompanied by the belief that you can do it without arms adequate to defend even yourself, it approaches certifiable insanity. Yet in a series of passionate spasms rather than in considered policy, British government approached this position in the years before 1939 and rendered their hysteria contagious to others. The extraordinary series of internal political intrigues and external maneuvers in foreign affairs by which British government shuffled and stumbled to this untenable position, under every emotional impulse except the clear interest of Britain, have now been described with clarity by authoritative history. I had no part in these things, for I had long ago come to the clear decision that we must be ready to defend the West but not to intervene in the East. I am convinced now, as I was then, that this policy could have maintained the peace of Britain and of France, and have secured inviolate the whole territory of the British Empire. Britain could have been armed to resist a Germany weakened by the long Eastern struggle, if it had been mad enough subsequently to attack in the West, and we should have had ample time to warn allies actual and potential, like France and America, and to persuade them to enter into mutual arrangements of well-prepared defense. At the worst, this policy affirmed the clear principle of plain sense, that it is better to fight tomorrow with arms than to fight today without arms. The policy which made inevitable the entry into Europe of external powers not only divided Europe but liquidated the British Empire. Churchill certainly did not desire the breakup of the empire, but Roosevelt undoubtedly did. We might reasonably have anticipated that our Western ally would join us in resistance to communism, but he was more interested in some vague pursuit of hazy liberal principles to see the end of our empire, and Roosevelt towards the end of the war was in a stronger position to implement his desires than was Churchill. This phenomenon might have been a surprise to a reasonable man who did not know Roosevelt well, or was unfamiliar with the confusion of the American liberal mind, but that anyone should have been under any delusion concerning Stalin is truly astonishing. Was it assumed that men would abandon every principle to which they had held fast on their long, hard march from Siberia to the Kremlin just because they had accepted some help from Britain to avoid defeat in the Second World War and had enjoyed a few banquets in the company of Winston Churchill? Yet these illusions were described in Churchill's own books and speeches, also the bitter aftermath. It is no exaggeration or compliment of a florid kind when I say we regard Marshal Stalin's life as most precious to the lives and hopes of us all. We feel that we have a friend whom we can trust. So I filled a small-size claret glass of brandy for him and another for myself. I looked at him significantly. We both drained our glasses at a stroke and gazed approvingly at one another. The morning after came at Sir Winston's speech at the Blackpool Conference of October 1954. Stalin was for many years dictator of Russia, and the more I have studied his career, the more I am shocked by the terrible mistakes he made and the utter ruthlessness he showed to men and masses with whom he acted. When Hitler had been destroyed, Stalin made himself our principal object of dread. After our joint victory became certain, his conduct divided the world again. He seemed to be carried away by the dream of world domination. He actually reduced a third of Europe to a Soviet satellite condition under compulsory communism. So the rulers of Britain met their nightmare of a bid for world domination in the end, and from the quarter whence, on the whole record, it should always have been expected. Meantime, we not only suffered the physical division of Europe by the triumphant outside powers, but were also assailed throughout the empire by the political principles which had been used for the defeat of Germany. Extreme doctrines of American liberalism were combined with the subversive propaganda of Russian communism and were spread by the British government through every medium of world opinion. Not only were we so physically exhausted by the effort of war that it became difficult to maintain our position, but the whole moral position of the British Empire was undermined by the political explosives we had employed against Germany. It is true that many changes must have come in due course, but in a considered and orderly fashion and not through the indiscriminate blasting of an improvised demolition squad. We were well and truly hoist with our own petard, the chief example of self-destruction in all history. The heirs and beneficiaries we had introduced to the scene were ready and willing to take over. America appropriated straight away the worldwide trading and financial position of Britain, and Russia prepared in its own fashion for the ultimate takeover of our imperial trusteeship by the preliminary employment of American liberalism. Their action in Europe was even more direct. Europe was divided into two satellite powers, with Britain attached to America as the only alternative to death under Russia. A reply may be made to all this by the good and pious, who are ever ready to sacrifice the interests of their country and their continent in response to the latest message they have received over their private telephone to heaven. They have to admit that we have lost much, but urge that it was in pursuit of a moral duty. May we begin to examine this claim with a simple question: is morality a one-way street? Does moral conscience only work if Germany is the opponent, but never when Russia is? This leads to further questions which start from the premise that policies can finally be judged only by their results, by a comparison of the declared objective with the end achievement. What were our war aims, and what were the results? We set out to save and liberate Poland and all other small countries from the German oppressor. I gave a summary of the post-war situation while Sir Winston Churchill was Prime Minister in August 1954, and which still seems to me mostly valid: Europe divided and ruined, the enslavement of Eastern Germany, Austria, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Bulgaria and the Baltic states, added to the encouragement and subsequent betrayal of Poland, the phosphorus bomb during the war, and the atom bomb after the war was effectively over, Nuremberg and the Peace of Vengeance, which poisons Europe for a generation, all not for the greater glory but to the destruction of the British Empire. That situation for the most part still prevails without a finger having been lifted in the interval by Britain or America to liberate those whose freedom we guaranteed. Can they answer the indictment? The war was fought to prevent Germans joining with Germans. Danzig was a German city and the Polish corridor had been regarded for 20 years as the greatest scandal in an iniquitous treaty by every opinion in Europe and America that was worth recording. The result of a war fought in the name of freedom was to subject 10 non-Russian peoples to the Soviets, at least 7 of them not even Slavonic peoples. Are we to be told that we fought for a moral principle, but after the war were too weak to implement it? It is now admitted that we were never in a position to honor our guarantee, not even when we signed the treaty with Poland against Germany. Does morality then consist in undertaking commitments we cannot possibly meet, in signing checks we know will be dishonored? At any rate, we tried, we went to war, comes the reply. It was ineffective to save Poland, but we did our best. We answer again, do you only try when it is a question of a war with Germany, and never when the question is a war with Russia? What are the influences or fantasies which determine this disparate morality? To what a quagmire of humbug, confusion and disaster are we led by this will-o'-the-wisp of prejudice and passion masquerading as morality? These metaphysicians of morality in foreign affairs will have a hard task to defend their thesis when the clouds of war have finally lifted and a new generation demands clear answers. They will eventually find it still more difficult to defend their case in face of my argument at that time, which is now coming right home to the British people in the further development of this situation since 1954. The rise everywhere of the disruptive left is, of course, not just the consequence of Russian victory, but a devil directly inspired and controlled by a vigorous and triumphant Soviet policy. The result is already the breakup of everything for which Churchill once stood. A good thing, some may say, it was out of date and bound to go. It is true that the old order must pass and give way to new forms, but it should yield only to some new form of order, in accord with coherent ideas. The flinging of primitive populations to anarchy in the service of communism is a process which neither Churchill nor any sane man of other opinion can approve. Yet this has been the result of England's weakness and of Europe's prostration. This indictment of the men who had ruled Britain for the whole of my political life and whom I had opposed in vain for so many years, continued in the bitterness of this vast catastrophe to stress that in my youth they had founded the British Empire, the mightiest and wealthiest power on earth. We possessed between a fifth and a quarter of the globe. We maintained a two-power naval standard which made us twice as strong as any other country in our vital defense sphere. Our industries were so vigorous, and our position was so influential, that our exports steadily exceeded our imports and commanded the international markets of that trading system. The resulting favourable balance provided us with at least £4,000 million worth of foreign possessions, on which interest was paid as an annual tribute which could considerably have raised the English standard of life. Our empire contained extensive mineral and raw material supplies, which only awaited direction, energy and a fraction of our great resources for development. The diverse manpower and the wealth which the British Empire then possessed could have moulded from that superb heritage the highest level of material well-being and the finest form of civilization the world had yet seen. 1,000 years of genius and heroism created it, the genius of inspired leadership and the heroism of a great people. The British Empire is now liquidated as a direct result of war. I continued in 1954, the American Navy controls the sea and British ships are commanded by American admirals for defense of our homeland. American aeroplanes with their atom bombs also occupy England to save the English people from the same Soviet power. The dominions are protected by special arrangements with America from which Britain is excluded. Our old favourable balance of trade is lost and, instead, a precarious and temporary equilibrium trembles on the brink of catastrophe whenever the lightest breeze blows from across the Atlantic. Our old foreign investments are nearly all gone and the very few remaining are in pawn to the exchange control as security against the next crisis. The resources which could have developed the empire are scattered by the winds of war. The manpower of the colonial empire, which would once have joined so willingly in a great development of mutual benefit, is also gone or is seething with unrest beneath the weakening grasp of the wavering giant. The British Empire has lost confidence in itself and has gained confidence in nothing else, neither hope nor idea. England, the land of genius, of daring, of energy, of eternal leadership and creative inspiration, stands humbly hat in hand to beg the support of its American children, and mumbles tired excuses as it shuffles out of empire, Europe, leadership and history. A few men in the seats of power had ruled Britain throughout my political life. I opposed their policies from start to finish and invariably advanced constructive alternatives. When I contrasted the Britain they inherited from their forebears with the Britain they bequeathed to their successors, was I unfair to write, has so much greatness ever before been brought so low by the errors of so few men? without defeat of its people in war. Should I now adjust the facts or admit the injustice of this attack? The only substantial changes in facts since 1954 appear to be the large restoration of our foreign investments position by the efforts of British industry and finance, and a belated change in the direction of our government's shuffle, under stress of necessity, towards Europe instead of away from it. Otherwise, any survey of the scene since this summary was written can only note the accentuation and acceleration of every tendency then observed. Certainly the further dissolution of the British Empire. It is true that order and the affluent society still prevail on the knife edge of our precarious economy within the main nations of the West. But everywhere else disintegration degenerates into anarchy as the direct consequence of the principle and the ally which we embraced in the war. We were certainly aided in our victory by the Soviet fighting on our side, and now we pay the price. When we entered the war, our rulers did not even know on which side the Soviet government would fight, for it had just signed a treaty with Germany. Russian entry on the other side would almost certainly have brought the final disaster of defeat. The result of this war could only be tragedy. In the event we lost the empire and suffered only the partial triumph of Russian communism, because we were saved from its universal victory by the unforeseen and unforeseeable invention of the H-bomb by the scientists. I maintain the validity of the alternative policy, rearmament of Britain to the point of equality in the air with any power in the world, coupled with a strong fleet and a mechanized army which could have struck directly on the continent in defense of France. This strength to be combined with a clear, firm foreign policy which renounced all intervention in Eastern Europe and confined our interests to the British Empire and Western Europe. I am still convinced this policy was right, but willingly concede that others can honorably hold the opposite opinion. The outbreak of war lies nearly 30 years behind us, and the subsequent years of peace have brought new problems, new policies, new weapons, new powers and new possibilities of immense creation, all limitless catastrophe. It is folly for Europeans to be divided in face of a new world by the bitterness of a faraway quarrel. The coming situation may rather require the union of all men who have at least proved their integrity by the service of truth as they see it. 21. Action at outbreak of war. Imprisonment under 18b. Lloyd George had strenuously opposed a war in which Britain was involved, before he led and organized victory in the First World War. By his opposition to the Boer War he incurred extreme unpopularity and caused the circulation of such legendary episodes as his escape from Birmingham Town Hall disguised in a policeman's uniform, for long afterwards the subject of conservative caricature. He issued at the time a defense of his attitude in the following words: "Is every politician who opposes a war during its progress of necessity a traitor? If so, Chatham was a traitor, and Burke and Fox especially, and in later times Cobden and Bright and even Mr. Chamberlain, Joseph, all these were traitors. No one was incautious enough to call me a traitor for my opposition to the Second World War, except a Norfolk MP, by name Sir Thomas Cook. It says much for the British judicial system that I was able to sue him for slander while held in prison under Regulation 18b. He published a handsome apology and paid damages when advised he had not a leg to stand on." Lloyd George was referring to a well-known fact of English history, that it was regarded as a proper and patriotic habit for politicians to speak out if they believed a war to be a mistake. The Labour Party could not logically deny this right, because Ramsay MacDonald had led the opposition to the First World War. This position was reaffirmed at the time of the Suez Crisis in 1956 by Mr. Douglas J., later President of the Board of Trade in a Labour government. Don't let's forget that Chatham, Charles James Fox, Gladstone and Lloyd George all carried out full-blooded political campaigns against what they judged to be unjust wars waged by Tory governments. It is an honourable British tradition to oppose such wars. Why then were the Labour Party so strongly in favour of silencing me in the Second World War with a special regulation to permit imprisonment without trial? A prominent member of the party supplied some answer. Hugh Ross Williamson, the author and playwright, wrote, "At the Bournemouth conference of the Labour Party in 1940, one of the main subjects of conversation which I heard at unofficial talks was whether or not some Labour leaders had made the arrest and imprisonment of Mosley a condition of their entering the government. The general feeling was that they had, or, at least, that they ought to, and, though the matter is, obviously, incapable of proof, it is still accepted by many of us as the real reason for 18b. A week later he wrote, "May I be permitted to make an addendum to last week's letter on a matter of fact? At the time of writing I had not, unfortunately, access to Hansard, and was loath to trust my memory in the matter of dates. The amendment to Regulation 18b which made possible the arrest of Mosley was made on the evening of May 22, 1940, Hansard, May 23, 1940. This was the second sitting day after Labour joined the government, and 4 days after the close of the Bournemouth conference of the Labour Party. Would we have been imprisoned if some Labour leaders had not made it a condition of entering the government? Would we have been released, when all the facts had been examined, if political pressure had not been exercised?" Mr. Churchill said to Lord Moran, November 30, 1943, "The government may go out over Mosley. Bevin is kicking." Earlier Mr. Churchill wrote to Mr. Morrison, "In the case of Mosley and his wife there is much pressure from the left, in the case of Pandit Nehru from the right." Second World War, Volume 2, Appendix A. May I now ask the reader to consider what anyone in my position should have done, believing, as I did, the war to be a profound and possibly disastrous error, a difficult process, I know, for anyone who thinks my view quite wrong. But, given that belief, what could or should be done about it? We could, of course, after expressing our view, have shut up and volunteered for war service. That was easy for me, as I was in origin a regular soldier, and I could have applied to rejoin my regiment. This would have denied all opportunity to the British people of expressing their will to secure a negotiated peace, if they so desired. The war must then continue to a point which I knew must be a disaster to our country. There was a real chance to get a negotiated peace during what was called the phony War of 1939–40, before the fighting in the West began, and it seemed to me right that some voice should be raised in favor of that course and that the people should have a chance to support it if they wished. It was emphasized on all sides that the expression of opinion was absolutely free in Britain, in fact that we were fighting to maintain these basic freedoms. In such a situation it seemed to me cowardice to be silent just because expressing my opinion would make me unpopular. We were told again and again that in Britain everyone had the right to say what he thought, and in these circumstances a politician who shrank from speaking out might save his own skin, but would fail in his duty to the country. If I personally had been responsible for government in time of war, the universal call-up to the country's service from the very outset would have been the method employed. I think it right, and it would have been done. If a government had so acted and told me, as a regular soldier in original profession, that I was recalled to my regiment, I should not have said another word but would have rejoined and obeyed orders. Directly I became a soldier again I should naturally have followed implicitly the discipline and tradition of my service. But this clear-cut procedure which prevails in all European countries does not suit the happy confusion of our political mind. It is shocking to say, the country is at war, obey orders or suffer the penalty of indiscipline. We British leave such crudities to the Europeans, and say on the contrary, democracy as usual, discussion is free for all, say what you will, but if you take our freedom seriously, we will clap you in jail under some sly regulation passed in secret session when habeas corpus has been suspended in a moment of popular passion. Habeas corpus, the cornerstone of British liberty, is always there, except when it is needed. Before my readers judge whether our conduct was right or wrong in the difficult situation in which we were placed, and whether the government was wise or fair in its treatment of us, fairness possibly cannot be expected in war, but wisdom is still required of governments. I must tell exactly what we did on the outbreak of war. The reasons for the hard decision to oppose the war have already been described, and need not be repeated. The political dilemma it imposed on us was to be completely loyal to our country while we gave its people the opportunity to express their will for a negotiated peace if they so desired. We decided at once to issue certain instructions to our members, while at the same time arranging an intensive campaign of public meetings in favor of peace. The instructions issued on the outbreak of war read as follows: to our members, my message is plain and clear. Our country is involved in war. Therefore I ask you to do nothing to injure our country, or to help any other power. Our members should do what the law requires of them, and if they are members of any of the forces or services of the Crown, they should obey their orders, and, in particular, obey the rules of their service. We have said 100 times that if the life of Britain were threatened we would fight again. September 1, 1939. This line was pursued consistently. For instance, 1. We want peace and do our utmost to persuade the British people to declare their will for peace. 2. We are determined by every means in our power to ensure that the life and safety of Britain shall be preserved by proper defences until that peace can be made. March 14, 1940. We conducted a campaign in favour of a negotiated peace throughout the country at some of the largest and most enthusiastic public meetings I have ever addressed. This was a surprise to me, for MacDonald had often related his experiences in opposing the First World War and described the violent break-up of his meetings and the universal unpopularity he incurred. I was expecting the same reception of our campaign, but at that time we were still in the phony war period and the atmosphere was totally different to the beginning of the First War. I remembered well the surging enthusiasm of the London crowds for war in 1914. But nothing of the kind was apparent in 1939. On the contrary, large crowds not only listened, but cheered our demands for negotiated peace, which in our requirement would leave every inch of British territory intact. However, 2 by-elections at which we tested opinion in improvised campaigns resulted in very small votes. The overwhelming majority of the people was undoubtedly in favour of the war. Our principles led us to declare that if British soil were ever invaded we would immediately stop our peace campaign and fight the enemy. This was, of course, our firm intention, and I knew our resolve would be followed by all our members. After the collapse of the Low Countries and on the eve of the invasion of France, we issued the following statement: according to the press, stories concerning the invasion of Britain are being circulated. In such an event every member of British Union would be at the disposal of the nation. Every one of us would resist the foreign invader with all that is in us. However rotten the existing government, and however much we detested its policies, we would throw ourselves into the effort of a united nation until the foreigner was driven from our soil. In such a situation no doubt exists concerning the attitude of British Union. May 9, 1940. A fortnight after these words were published we were arrested. It may be objected that our attitude was impractical because if we were going to fight effectively we should have undergone some preliminary training instead of occupying ourselves with a speaking campaign, and there is some force in this point. I felt personally that I should be at least as effective as most of those who had enjoyed the advantage of Home Guard training then to be seen in remarkable progress throughout the countryside. I had reached marksman standard in the army and kept up practice afterwards with a nice collection of weapons which I still possessed. Also I had my old uniform, which would still fit me. So I felt no personal dilemma in this respect. As for our members, the mass of our young membership was in the forces by May 1940, as we encouraged those of military age to join, while the peace campaign was mostly conducted by men who had fought in the First War, with the assistance of relatively few young men who were specialists in the organization of meetings and general propaganda. These older men, without any exception known to me, were in the same situation of being experienced soldiers of the First War. When we were finally imprisoned, every medal given for gallantry in the British Army was being worn in the prison yard at Brixton, except the VC. One of our members had won the Victoria Cross, but even that government had not the effrontery to arrest him. At the time of our imprisonment we reckoned that 4 out of 5 of our district leaders, usually men in the early 30s, were in the forces, and very few of them were ever detained. The authorities, of course, knew perfectly well they were not the kind of men that propaganda represented them to be. Those who were eventually arrested were mostly the older men of the previous war who had conducted the peace campaign, and their wives. The regulation under which we were arrested, 18b, La, gave the Home Secretary power to detain members of an organization if the persons in control of the organization have or have had associations with persons concerned in the government of, or sympathies with the system of government of, any power with which His Majesty is at war. I remember one member who was a farmer in Wales and had never left his home county, where he joined in the peace campaign, saying he thought it a bit odd that he should be imprisoned on the grounds that I had met Hitler 3 years before the war. I replied that it was odder still that not only I but my supporters should be imprisoned on these grounds when Mr. Chamberlain and many other Englishmen had met Hitler long after I had. On the same principle, presumably, if it had been a case of war with America, every member of our movement could have been imprisoned because I had been on a fishing trip with Roosevelt some years before. The real reasons were subsequently revealed in the House of Commons, December 10, 1940, without challenge from any quarter, by Mr. R. R. Stokes, MP, afterwards a minister in a Labour government. After 16 hours cross-examination in the private committees to consider 18b cases, Mr. Norman Burkitt indulged in this conversation with Sir Oswald Mosley, which I think ought to be quoted and put on record, whatever one's feelings. Sir Oswald Mosley said to Mr. Burkitt, "There appear to be two grounds for detaining us. 1, a suggestion that we are traitors who would take up arms and fight with the Germans if they landed, and 2, that our propaganda undermines the civilian morale." Mr. Burkitt replied, "Speaking for myself, you can entirely dismiss the first suggestion." Sir Oswald Mosley, "Then I can only assume that we have been detained because of our campaign in favour of a negotiated peace." Mr. Norman Burkitt, "Yes, Sir Oswald, that is the case," answered, December 10, 1940. An 18b advisory committee was set up by the government to examine cases of people imprisoned under the regulation without charge or trial. Lord Jowett, the Lord Chancellor, stressed this point in the House of Lords on December 11, 1946. "Let us be fair to those people who were imprisoned under Order 18b, and let us remember that they have never been accused of any crime. Not only have they not been convicted of a crime, but they have not been accused of a crime. That should be remembered in all fairness to them." William Jowett was an old personal friend, who had been Attorney General in the government of 1929, when I was Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster and at work on the unemployment problem. He gave me much support in the struggle within the government prior to my resignation. During our imprisonment in the war he saw Oswald Hickson, the able and courageous Liberal lawyer who acted for us in our early days in prison, and was interested in our position. "Cannot he bend a little?" asked Jowett. "He does not know how," replied Hickson. "It is perhaps one of my faults that I am rather too rigid in what I regard as matters of principle, but I try to be more amenable than most people in minor matters and believe myself to be exceptionally flexible in method." Mr. Norman Burkitt, K.C., was chairman of the committee constituted to advise the Home Secretary whether 18b detainees should be released or not. The decision rested with the Home Secretary. By a curious coincidence, Norman Burkitt had been the leading counsel who appeared for the other side in my libel action against the Star, and Herbert Morrison, Home Secretary during most of our detention, was the Labour leader who found it advisable to leave his constituency in East London for a safer haven in face of our gathering strength in the 1930s. The 18b Advisory Committee appeared to have been supplied with odd scraps of information mostly derived from the tapping of telephones. It is an interesting commentary on the administration of the Home Office or the veracity of politicians that during the period this process was at its height the Home Secretary, Sir John Simon, firmly denied that it was ever done. On a later occasion Sir John Simon denounced with fervour over the radio the outrage of the Germans in arresting and detaining without trial Pastor Neumelder, after he had been acquitted of charges in the German courts. 18B detainees were at that time allowed a wireless set, and listening to the news was the wife of an admiral. She had suffered exactly the same experience of being detained under Regulation 18B after being acquitted of charges in the English courts. As she left the court after her acquittal, she was immediately rearrested and taken back to Holloway, where she had been on remand. My wife too experienced the results of a bugged telephone or room microphone after my arrest and shortly before her own arrest, but it should in fairness be stated that this occurred in time of war. She made some joke in the Gay and in Susie and T. Mitford fashion to Lady Down, which was duly eavesdropped and thrown at her in the advisory committee. The elderly and distinguished Viscountess Down was not herself arrested, though she was an ardent member of our movement. When she joined in the 30s, she went to see her lifelong friend Queen Mary at Sandringham, and said to her, "Ma'am, I feel I should tell you that I have joined the Black Shirts." She received the truly royal reply, "Is that wise, Dorothy, is that wise?" Our mutual friend Henry Williamson, the author, who had a farm in Norfolk, told me that he was with Lady Down during the war when she was visited by a royal chaplain who had a message from the king that she would be glad to hear, after examination of all the facts, that my complete loyalty had been established. She died some time later after a valuable and courageous life which carried her from the leadership of conservative women in Norfolk to the dangers and vicissitudes of the Black Shirt movement. The stories of flat-footed absurdity in the information supplied to the 18B Advisory Committee are endless, and will surely be recounted one day in detail by other people. They underline once again the necessity for cross-examination in open court of all narcs, spies, informers, keyhole peepers and the rest of the pestilential tribe who seek to pay off old scores when fate gives them the chance. My favorite tale is worth recounting, for it is a typical example of the trivial and the nonsensical. After several months' imprisonment without question, a black shirt came before the committee. He afterwards gave conspicuous service both to medicine and the church. His hobby then was beekeeping and he kept a diary to remind him of work to be done. One entry read, "Get rid of English Queen, and substitute Italian," and it was solemnly read and considered during his interrogation by the advisory committee. He was subsequently released. They had apparently nothing against him except his opinions and this ominous intent, but it was enough to get him a good stretch. So we could continue through the infinite absurdity of mean men who get their chance at last to exercise their prejudice and their silliness. It was not quite so amusing when you were in jail and every kind of story was being circulated against you outside, without any chance to reply, except my one slander action, which was not widely reported. I was arrested on May 23, 1940, together with all the leading men of our movement, and Diana was arrested some 6 weeks later on June 29. The only suggestion made against her from official quarters was that she had in all things supported and sustained her husband, an offence of which the wives of some statesmen are most conspicuously free. We had spent the evening of May 22 in my house at Denham, and left the children there on the afternoon of the 23rd to motor the 20-odd miles to our flat in Dolphin Square. I was surprised to see obvious plainclothes police outside the front door. Ingenuously, it had not occurred to me that I might be arrested. Getting out of the car, I recognized among them detectives whom I knew because it was their job to attend meetings where there was any chance of disorder. They informed me I was to be arrested and I accompanied them to the flat which was swarming with police. They were all most courteous throughout, and after collecting a few things I parted from Diana and went with some of them in a car to Brixton. There I found a large number of our people had already been imprisoned. Altogether some 800 of our members were detained, and were roughly divided, according to what the authorities believed to be their status in our movement, between Brixton Prison and the concentration camp at Ascot, which was later moved to the Isle of Man. Some of the northerners were thrown into jail at Liverpool, where conditions were the worst of all. At Brixton we were kept in F Wing, which had been condemned as unfit for use. I was put in number 1 cell and found to my mild surprise that my next-door cell companion was a Negro. Some whimsical jackass in office probably thought it would annoy me, but on the contrary I found him a charming and cultured man. I understood that he was alleged to have played in the Berlin Philharmonic Orchestra before the war and was arrested on account of the peculiarity of this occupation at that time for a colored man. The facts of his case were never fully revealed to me, but he certainly knew a lot about music and I enjoyed his company and this mutual interest. Otherwise, I was surrounded by familiar faces and the most variegated collection of bedbugs I had ever encountered since the First War. Captain Ramsay, the Conservative MP for Peebles, was in the same wing. An ex-Guards officer, he also had a considerable experience of that war, and agreed that the bugs were more plentiful than in any billet we had ever enjoyed, except in some deep dugouts at one place just behind the front line, where both we and the Guards had been on different occasions. I think it was called Vermels. The old familiar tramping of the massed battalions began directly we lay down to sleep. Nearly all the men in our wing were members of our movement, except for some Germans and Italians who had been naturalized British, and a few members of the Right Club, to which Ramsay belonged. He and some of his friends were in jail for an odd reason, if reason it can be called. Some official in the American embassy had revealed correspondence between Churchill and Roosevelt to outsiders, and was later sentenced and imprisoned for having done it. A woman of a well-known family of foreign origin was also sentenced to a long term in prison in connection with this business. Captain Ramsay had certainly committed no offense, or he would have been charged. So far as I could make out, he had been informed of this matter, and as an MP thought it was his duty to investigate the affair and communicate the facts to his leader, Mr. Chamberlain. The abrupt change of government during this process resulted in him being thrown immediately into jail. If his course had been bolder and he had stood up and attacked Churchill, then First Lord of the Admiralty, in the House of Commons, it would have been more difficult to silence him, but he probably thought in time of war this was an unpatriotic act. In fact, it always seemed to me that in this respect he had nothing to attack Mr. Churchill about, and that the whole thing was a mare's nest. Churchill as First Lord had a perfect right to correspond with the President of the United States. It could even be argued that once we were in the wretched business of war it was the duty of all ministers to seek help where they could get it and allies where they could find them. Churchill had probably told Chamberlain all about it, and, if he had not, at worst it was a breach of etiquette. Yet the members of this right-wing group thought they were on to something of world-shaking importance, and some of them sacrificed themselves in the cause of a revelation devoid of meaning or purpose as far as Britain was concerned. In America, of course, the publication of such correspondence might have been a sensation to an electorate whose president was then stamping the country with pledges to its mothers to keep their boys out of war. A distinguished admiral was imprisoned with us, together with his wife, but neither of them had anything to do with this group or with our party. Admiral Sir Barry Domvile, ex-Chief of Naval Intelligence, was imprisoned because before the war he had run an organization for the promotion of Anglo-German friendship called The Link. He wrote an amusing book on his experiences entitled From Admiral to Cabin Boy, a sentiment of life's vicissitudes, which at the time a number of us in varying degree felt we shared. Apart from the extra amenity of the bugs, we had the normal conditions of remand prisoners in jail, which are, of course, different in several particulars from the treatment of convicted men. The prison staff on the whole were a fine lot, mostly ex-servicemen. One warder had been a sergeant in my regiment. The prison governor, Captain Clayton, a much wounded soldier of the First War, was a fair and honorable man, and so was the chief warder, Watson. Our particularly disagreeable jail experiences were in no way due to them. They had nowhere else to put us, except the condemned wing, and orders had been given from above that this was to be our accommodation. We were there under war conditions with a shortage of staff, and at first there appeared to be a lively apprehension concerning the possible conduct of this considerable company of men, who were accustomed to act together in a disciplined movement. It was rumored that at first the prison was surrounded by troops at night. I do not know if this was true. In pursuance of our principle to do nothing to impede the war effort of the nation, I at once instructed our members to behave with complete propriety, which they did. Any anxiety then abated, and by the staff we were always well treated. Official instructions were given in the early days that for security or other reasons we were to be locked in our cells 21 hours out of the 24, and only let out for 1 hour's exercise in the morning and afternoon and other necessary routines. This suited me reasonably well, for we were allowed books and I spent the whole time reading. There was complete silence, and the considerable number of our people who also enjoyed reading found this monastic existence relatively tolerable. Paradoxically, the trouble began when the cell doors were unlocked, and my readers would have some difficulty in guessing what it was. When conditions were relaxed, the curse of prison was noise. I had to take action altogether against my interests, for I heard that a number of people were being very adversely affected by this seclusion. The Italians were particularly stricken, for they are a happy people who like a gregarious life and a merry din. It was clearly in the interests of the many to press for the doors of cells to be opened except at night, and to give every assurance of orderly conduct in this event. My request was eventually granted, and the cell doors were opened. All hell then broke loose. Imagine trying to read amid a genial babble of Mediterranean voices in an enormous room which echoes exactly like a swimming bath. It needed some concentration, to put it mildly. The final nightmare was permission to bring in a ping-pong table, when the echoing seashell of the building resounded with the music of ping and pong and Latin laughter. The subsequent discomfort of being locked in cells while bombs were falling round the prison was nothing to it. Then too I was able to perform some small service of reassurance, for I was credibly informed that some simple types among the warders felt safe in the cell below mine because they believed that those careful and skillful fellows, the Germans, would never pinpoint a bomb on me. A strange and disquieting incident occurred during this period in Brixton Prison, which contained a certain bitter irony all too typical of the times. A member of our movement came to see me privately in my cell, and informed me that he had been certified by outside doctors as a leper. I had known him for a long time in the work of the party, and had no reason to doubt his word. The poor man was in a natural state of distress and not very coherent, but I understood that before his imprisonment at least one doctor had certified him as a leper. There was apparently some doubt about a second doctor's certificate, which in his opinion would render him liable to compulsory treatment and segregation. He was very concerned in case the prison authorities should find out about this and have him put away in still more unpleasant conditions. His story was supported by obvious evidence of some skin disease. This put me in a considerable difficulty, but it seemed to me that my duty was clear and I explained it to him. I would do everything possible to protect him and his interest, but he could not possibly remain among the other prisoners. He agreed that I should go straight to the governor and deal with the whole matter. The affair was reported to the Home Office for their action, which in my recollection was not very prompt. The case of suspected leprosy remained among his fellow prisoners for some days. He was then removed to the prison hospital, where he was kept for a considerable period in distant view of all of us. He then suddenly reappeared in F Wing and mingled freely as before with his fellow prisoners, informing me that he had been frequently examined by doctors but knew nothing definite. I asked to see the governor again and to be informed on behalf of all prisoners in contact with the man. The reply from the Home Office was curious and equivocal. In the opinion of their doctors or the specialists they had consulted, the disease would not be contagious at this stage in the event of this man being a leper. He then remained among us for a long time, but was eventually and happily cleared of all suspicion of having contracted this terrible and infectious disease. I agreed throughout that the affair should be kept from all but a very few people, as it was the sort of thing liable to cause panic in a prison. Living through a long period with this uncertainty was probably the most disagreeable of the prison experiences. Yet even this sinister event was relieved and enlivened by the glorious absurdity of our national capacity for humbug, which can be an endearing idiosyncrasy in normal times as a simple self-protection from the facts of life, but in times of war can assume monumental and grotesque proportions. About this time occurred the incident of the Almach. Some readers may remember that a German ship operating under difficult conditions kept a prisoner who was a leper with other prisoners. Our press rang with this sadistic brutality of the Germans, and it would seem a justified denunciation, even if it be harder to keep prisoners apart in a ship than in a prison. The newspapers were blissfully ignorant that exactly the same thing was done in a British prison with the knowledge and by the order of higher authority, without any excuse which was apparent to me. However, all was well that ended well. The victim was cured of his skin complaint and his mind was free from the suspicion that he might be suffering from this horrible disease, while the nerves of a few of us survived yet another of those tests which fortify us to support with equanimity life's vicissitudes. Diana's imprisonment in Holloway, 6 weeks after my arrest, separated us entirely for some 8 months, after which we were allowed once a month to visit our wives in that prison. We used to pass with strong escorts through the massive gates of Brixton Prison to be greeted on the adjoining wall with the widely advertised injunction, "Lend to defend the right to be free." By that time Diana was better treated than when she was first arrested. She was carted off to prison when our son Max was 11 weeks old, and she was still nursing him. She was asked if she wanted to take him with her into prison, as some women prisoners had taken their newly born babies with them. Our elder son Alexander was only 19 months old and she was only allowed to take one of them with her, so they would be separated. Also, the prison was liable to be bombed at any time. She had to decide quickly and said she preferred not to take either baby, in my view rightly. In her delicate condition as a nursing mother suddenly taken from her child, she was put in a dirty cell with the floor swimming in water. There was no bed and only a thin mattress on the filthy, wet floor. The treatment of the women was disgraceful, and should not be so lightly forgotten as were our male experiences. One section of the press celebrated her arrest with the banner headline, "Lady Mosley arrested at last." Another suggested that she was having a delightful time with wine flowing like water. This pleasantry resulted in a libel action which she won. Again, the British judicial system maintained the fine tradition of still offering this facility to inmates of the government's jails. However, an impression was left on the public mind which was epitomized by the bus conductor who, in halting opposite Holloway, used to direct his passengers, "This way for Lady Mosley's suite." After 18 months of our respective imprisonments in Brixton and Holloway, it was decided that married couples should be imprisoned together. Diana's brother, Tom Mitford, had lunched just previously in Downing Street, and suggested it. Although he had been a member of our movement, he was clearly regarded as too efficient an adjutant of his territorial battalion for any action to be taken against him. He was later killed in Burma, a tragic loss, for he was the only son among 6 daughters and had much ability and charm. Mr. Churchill had apparently on several occasions intervened on behalf of detainees, and conditions at that time were much better in prisons and concentration camps. A disused wing of Holloway, remote from the rest of the prison, was set aside for the married couples. The massive building had certainly a grim aspect, but our life there was much happier. We were allowed to cook our own food. Diana was very competent because in earlier days she and her youngest sister had had cookery lessons in which I occasionally joined. When the sauces curdled they screamed so much that the teacher remarked she was glad that all 6 sisters were not there. We had also some small plots in the adjoining yard where I could grow vegetables, and my early agricultural experience came in handy. There were, of course, male guards on the gate, but we usually saw wardresses, who in our experience were agreeable to deal with. At this point we were well treated, and on occasion prison rules were waived. For instance, My son Nicholas was in training with the Rifle Brigade at Winchester before going to the war, and he was allowed to visit us frequently when on leave. He was permitted to stay talking long into the night, being smuggled out through some side gate in oblivion of the letter of the law. All this was in striking contrast to earlier treatment. My visitors in prison, apart from relations, were a diverse company whose solicitude I much appreciated. The first was my old ILP comrade and later opponent, James Maxton. He came to see me in a gesture of characteristic courage and generosity. Bob Boothby came from the conservative ranks in old friendship and in his usual stalwart maintenance of his strong and independent character, which faced a political clamour at that time and persisted unruffled during the later adoration of his television days. Walter Monckton came more than once with wise and friendly advice which then and later was of much value. Mr. Churchill apparently did not approve this activity, for he accosted Walter one day with the sardonic inquiry, "Still a prison visitor?" Harold Nicholson came in another courageous act of friendship, but to my subsequent regret I refused to see him because I was incensed by his broadcast of the night before, which seemed to me to fall below his usual high standard of intellect and integrity. Diana's companionship was a great happiness to me in the last 2 years of imprisonment, just as her courage in the very rough conditions of her previous imprisonment apart from me in the first 18 months had been a comfort to my anxiety. She showed throughout not only courage but gaiety, which I found in the First War is one of the main attributes of our English people in adversity. Her humour never left her. After telling me one day about the treatment of the women in the early days by 1 or 2 old harpies in a company of wardresses, who were on the whole good people, she remarked that she yet felt she had an advantage over them. It was still lovely to wake up in the morning and feel one was lovely. I wickedly recounted this tale later to the merriment of family circles, and needless to say it went straight into one of Nancy Mitford's books. Yet it was not amusing for a woman to be treated like that, and in addition to be separated from all her children, our newly born babies and her elder 2 boys, Jonathan and Desmond Guinness, by her former marriage with Lord Moyne. They too survived entirely in temperament and character the vicissitudes of this period, and remained always devoted to their mother and my good friends. Above all, Diana retained unbroken not only her gaiety and courage but her sense of beauty. Her love of music, her ability even with simplicity to make every house beautiful were unimpaired, and in sightseeing anywhere in the world she remains the best of companions for reasons I always explain to the children and others. A detail of beauty on such occasion is revealed to those huge eyes, continuously swiveling, which is not available to normal vision. The foundation of all these blessings are her good nature, high intelligence and firm character. We follow the good marriage rule that she runs the house and I run the business, which in my case is politics, but her view on many subjects is worth having. After 3.5 years of prison my old complaint of phlebitis returned in an aggravated form owing to the inactive life I had to lead. It had happened first in 1928 when I was young, and they put me to bed for 6 weeks with the traditional treatment until the blood clots in my legs disappeared. The complaint returned a few years later and I was again advised that I must go to bed. I replied that I had 2 pressing engagements, the first to speak in the Albert Hall, and the second to represent Britain in the European Fencing Championship at Lausanne. My doctors gravely intimated that I might conceivably survive the Albert Hall, but had not a hope of living through Lausanne. However, I spoke in the Albert Hall, and fenced from soon after dawn to near midnight in the heavy protective clothing under a temperature approaching 90 degrees in the shade. The performance was not so bold as it may appear, because I had then made contact with that remarkable man Mr. Arthur Dixon Wright, chief surgeon at St. Mary's Hospital, whose method was to bind the legs of his patients with elastoplast to stop the clots moving and then to encourage them to exercise in order to keep the blood circulating rapidly. This is no doubt a most amateur account of the medical process, but Dixon Wright cured me of phlebitis. This illness returned in prison in a severe form, and was believed to be endangering my life. It ceased when I left prison 24 years ago, and I have never had a trace of it since. The reason is that I have a slow pulse, which is fine for athletics but fatal for prison. My pulse has a normal rate of 64, about 48 at rest, which gives me staying power in athletics and endurance in life. It is a quite familiar phenomenon among athletes, and it has undoubtedly helped me to withstand the general strain of my life. The only real drawback of this condition is that you cannot stand inactivity. The constitution is designed by nature to support stress. It clogs, rusts, and ceases to work in desuetude. The long lethargy of prison life brought the phlebitis back with a vengeance, and reduced my general condition to the point of losing 4 stone in weight. Some highly qualified and experienced doctors thought that my life was in danger. After a protracted convulsion of inner circles, I do not know exactly what went on, but a lot did. We were released. Maybe the death of a political prisoner in jail was regarded as a bad advertisement for democracy, and always among my opponents were some men who were both honorable and humane. Our release produced a great uproar. The communists ran a big campaign, and we became the subject of debate in and out of Parliament. Our release was announced on the wireless 2 days before we left the prison, and the press and the cinema companies erected a kind of scaffolding outside the main gate of the prison on which they kept a day and night guard of photographers. However, the prison authorities were more than a match for them on this ground and smuggled us out before dawn through the murderer's gate, quite unnoticed. Experience sometimes has value. The press then pursued us in cars and besieged the house to which we travelled for several days. Every sort of person was interviewed with the question whether we should be released or not, and one girl reporter met Tata in Bernard Shaw. Would you think it too strong to say that the Home Secretary's decision, whether taken individually or in conceit with others, is calculated to cause alarm and despondency among the masses of the people who responded to his exhortation to go to it? She asked him. I do not think it a strong proposition at all, replied Shaw. It makes me suspect that you are mentally defective. I think this Mosley panic shameful. What sort of people are they who can be frightened out of their wits by single men? Even if Mosley were in rude health, it was high time to release him with apologies for having let him frighten us into scrapping the habeas corpus act. Mr. Morrison has not justified the outrageous conditions, the gag in Mosley's mouth and the 7-mile leg iron. We are still afraid to let Mosley defend himself, and we have produced the ridiculous situation in which we may buy Hitler's Mein Kampf in any bookshop in Britain, but may not buy 10 lines written by Mosley. The whole affair has become too silly for words. Good evening. Apart from this agitation, my release in November 1943 was naturally for us a happy occasion and soon became a merry business, for British officialdom quickly staged one of its brightest pantomimes. We were asked before leaving where we wanted to go, and presented a short list of friends and relations we knew were willing to receive us. My house at Denham was requisitioned by the army, and London, where we had a small flat, was forbidden to us. From the list the Home Office carefully chose Wing Commander Jackson, who was then married to my sister-in-law, Pamela Mitford, and had been a friend of mine from old days, which he has always remained. We arrived under escort at their house in Oxfordshire in company with a detective, who had to live with us, as we were still under house arrest. My brother-in-law immediately obtained leave from the Air Force to spend a few days with us, and my mother-in-law, Lady Redesdale, with her youngest daughter Deborah, came to join the party. The loyalty of that superb character Lady Redesdale during these hard times, like that of my own mother, was one of our mainstays, and Diana's youngest sister in these personal affairs was equally steadfast. It was indeed a convivial gathering on that first evening, which lasted far into the night until the weakness of my illness produced the complete exhaustion of a long sleep. All was happy for a few days, and we continued to live in peace after the return of Derek Jackson to his unit and the departure of our other relations to their cottage at Swinbrook, which was not far away. We were left alone with Pamela, to whom we were devoted, and the detective, who was most agreeable to us. After a few days, The press siege was called off and we were able to walk in the garden without trouble. Then suddenly full drama exploded into this quiet country retreat. The chief constable of Oxford with accompanying cohorts arrived with orders that we must leave at once. For it transpired that the Home Office had inadvertently directed us into the inner sanctum of the Air Ministry's secrets. Long afterwards we learned that Derrick Jackson was then engaged in some experiments which resulted in inventions to baffle German aircraft. There is a good deal about it in Sir Winston Churchill's memoirs. In addition to gaining the DFC and AFC for active service flying, he was a physicist of the first order, an almost unique and in time of war invaluable combination. His scientific knowledge, which later led him to one of Oxford's chairs as a professor of physics, was, of course, a very recondite subject for a layman. With the worst will in the world on all sides he would have had a hard job to explain to me what it was all about, and with even more evil intent, I should have had an even harder job under close house arrest in Oxfordshire to communicate the stuff to anyone else. However, thought is the chief absentee from the official mind at such moments, and at the sound of the reveille in the Air Ministry the Home Office fell into a fine old flap. It was a question of finding somewhere to sleep, and it was not easy, as Lady Redesdale had no room in her cottage, and any other possibility was far away. Finally, we went to the Shaven Crown Hotel at Shipton under Wychwood, which happened at the time to be empty and also had room for the children. All this was at once reported in the press, which had been active throughout, and the Communist Party, with time on its hands in other people's wars, at once canvassed the villagers to petition for our return to jail. Despite the belief freely expressed in private and government circles that we would be lynched if we were released among the British people, the Communist Party, we were credibly informed, failed to obtain a single signature among the regular villagers. We were treated throughout this period of adversity in the English countryside not only with toleration but with kindness and even with friendship. It was indeed a moving and healing experience to find the real people of England exactly the same as I remembered in my long and intimate experience of them, during my country childhood, my army days in peace and war, and my political friendships in the kindly homes of the workers in all the diverse industries of our land. Their fair and firm attitude was particularly remarkable in that we had throughout been the object of a hostile press and continuous political agitation, which was not confined to the Communists. When in subsequent years it was sometimes alleged that I was an object of hatred among the British people, I could truly reply that we never found a trace of it outside the square mile comprising Westminster, Whitehall and Fleet Street, where the tale was first invented and then assiduously propagated. My chief concern at that time was my companions still left in jail and concentration camps. Most of them had been released and conditions by then were certainly improved, but a number remained. I felt they were having a worse time than I was. Some of them were held until the end of the war 18 months later, and this, of course, worried me more than anything else. Happily, only one other married couple was still detained in Holloway with us when we were released, and by a strange coincidence the Home Office discovered that they were no longer a menace to the state on exactly the same day as we were freed, and they too were released. This close companion of my last months in Holloway was a remarkable man and a fine character. He had won the Distinguished Service Order and the Military Cross in the First War, and was detained simply because he was an active and enthusiastic member of our movement. He had the sardonic humor of the experienced soldier, and it always amused him that he was held in jail by order of a dear fellow who had spent the previous war dodging round an apple orchard. The minister had suffered apparently from an eye disability as well as a conscience. Very few of our people showed any bitterness at that time towards their numerous and diverse oppressors, and this attitude was often the source of wonder to our friends. Although I wrote once, "Revenge is the hallmark of small minds," such an elevated sentiment is easier when you are again breathing fresh air than when a fat chap is sitting on your face. Nevertheless, even during the worst period of our early days in jail, the men with me took all their adversity with the same gay good humor I remembered in the trenches of the First World War, where indeed most of them had lived through their first experience of hardship. We harbored no bitterness toward the politicians whose spite we felt had jailed us, but perhaps it should be admitted that this was not entirely magnanimity. The truth is that men only feel bitter towards those for whom they have some respect. My own feeling was simple and was perhaps derived from my early agricultural experience, which brings one close to nature. If through error or a sense of duty you take too big a risk and have a fall into the manure heap, every little runt in life's farmyard will take the chance to stamp his small hoof in your face. It is the way of nature. The experience is instructive but not embittering, because it is all too natural. The redeeming happiness is that the higher intellects and finer spirits do not participate, even though they may disapprove your opinion, and in some cases they assist in your adversity. Some public advantage may be derived from my small personal experiences, which can be briefly summarized: arrested without charge or trial and held in prison or house arrest for 5 years under an order passed the night before you were arrested, and of which you were not even aware. Order is retrospective because it enables you to be imprisoned for something perfectly legal at the time you did it, namely seeing a foreigner over 3 years before. Wife similarly held in jail on grounds she had supported and sustained husband. Older children removed from care on motion of the official solicitor by order of a court of law, despite your opposition, and handed to a guardian you disapproved. Younger children at most formative age allowed occasionally to visit mother in prison and dragged away crying at the end of the visit by wardresses. Banking accounts frozen, though not stolen, as happened sometimes abroad. Safe deposit in bank opened on order signed by unknown lieutenant colonel. House requisitioned and ransacked, held in silence without right of reply for years while vilest falsehoods are privily circulated about you. This may happen to any Englishman under our present constitutional law at a time of popular excitement, if a rogue government has a pliant majority in Parliament. The preservation of the basic liberties thus easily violated in England are enshrined in the constitutional law of most civilized countries. When we talk so much of liberty, is it not time that English liberties were truly secured? There is much talk of democracy and the power of the people in the vote. When did they vote for this kind of thing? Such treatment of the individual was not an issue presented by Mr. Baldwin to the electorate at the previous election in 1935, when he slunk to victory with careful avoidance of the rearmament question. To throw Magna Carta, the Bill of Rights and habeas corpus on the scrap heap was not the program of the winning party or of the opposition. It is time that the British people considered a cast-iron provision in constitutional law to preserve the elementary basis of individual liberty. Perhaps I am the right man to suggest it. 22. Personal life after the war. John Hight's advice to those in political trouble was, say it again, but be ruder the second time, advice which in our circumstances at the end of the war seemed to me sound. Mr. Churchill observed to mutual friends that we adopted an attitude of defiance. I had no regret for my stand against the war, only regret for the destruction of Europe and the danger to Britain which I had foreseen. At this point we begin to enter the modern period, my life and action since the war. I was determined to begin as soon as possible the political action which I had throughout resolved to resume directly I was free. But it may be of interest first to describe our personal life and some of the adventures we undertook to secure our complete freedom. At the end of the war our restrictions within England were lifted and we were able to move from our house and small agricultural holding at Crux Easton, Hampshire, to an 1,100-acre farm I had recently bought at Crowwood, near Amesbury in Wiltshire. 900 acres of the farmland were in hand and the farming of it was a considerable undertaking. But I entered into this health-restoring task with zest. After our experience, it was good to put our roots back into the soil. This was different from the farming of my youth, because in place of the strong grazing of my Staffordshire homeland we had light to medium land which could only be developed into good grass by the modernly system. We ran a mixed farm of arable and dairy cattle. The expert staff of our hereditary farming in Staffordshire had been gathered over generations and continued from father to son, a large family which had long since been dispersed. I was now dependent on the help of a few good local people who had worked formerly on the farm, and on the kindly assistance of the War Agricultural Committee. In addition to my long absence from the business, I was a novice to arable farming, and, as always, I was in too much of a hurry. Here I learned the useful lesson that nature cannot be forced beyond her measured and stately pace. We were in a strange land remote from the hereditary roots of either Mosleys or Mitfords, but we benefited again from the friendly and tolerant attitude of the real people of England. They may differ politically, but they take others as they find them in private life. We also had some old friends in the neighbourhood who made our life agreeable, such as Lord Berners, a gifted musician, endowed with the liveliest of wits, who lived at Farringdon, Mrs. Reginald Fellows, whom I had known long since as Princess de Broglie in Paris, lived at Donnington, near Newbury, where she was distinguished in England, as in Paris, as a beauty and hostess of exquisite manners which were barbed with a legendary conceit to people she found boring, but illumined by an affectionate and enduring loyalty to all her friends, John Betjeman and his wife Penelope, who had inherited strength of character from her father. My old divisional commander Field Marshal Sir Philip Chetwode, lived near Wantage, and were among our most agreeable neighbours. Subsequent inquiry by journalists whether we had suffered social ostracism after the war remained something of a mystery to me, for I had not noticed it. Reflecting on this deep question, we concluded that perhaps we had been saved from the dullards whose company in our previous life it had not always been easy to avoid. Sweet can be the uses of ostracism, for evasive action in the countryside is sometimes difficult without being rude. My love, my passion for Europe consumed me with desire for the mainland directly the war was over. Owing to my constant preoccupation with English politics before the war and my consequent public meeting campaign without intermission, I had not left our island since 1936, except for one short visit to Paris in 1938. Yet at the end of the war in 1945 another 4 years were to elapse before we could travel to Europe. In retrospect this is strange, for the action of the Labour government at that time not only violated every principle for which they professed to have been fighting the war, subsequently stated in the Charter of the United Nations and the concomitant instruments which British government later signed, but also casually tossed on the scrap heap the basic principles of our own Magna Carta, the Bill of Rights and other sacred institutions long enshrined in British constitutional usage. Magna Carta ordained that any British subject might leave the country without let or hindrance. Yet we discovered that in accordance with more recent practice sly bureaucrats and tricky politicians found a way round British basic law, without exposing themselves to an action in the courts. At that time, the simple device was to deny a passport, and to say in effect, you are as free as air to leave the country, although without this document no country will receive you, and what is more no ship or airline will carry you. We were refused passports, and despite the best efforts of personal friends and eminent politicians, notably our old friend Brendan Bracken, the refusal of the Labour government persisted. Most Conservatives, to do them justice, were dead against this denial of elementary liberty, and so of course were the Liberals. Another old friend, Hugh Sherwood, for years a Liberal whip in the House of Commons and later treasurer of the party, raised the matter in the House of Lords, to which he had been elevated for his part in wartime at the Air Ministry. He received the strange reply that the government wanted to retain some control over us, long after the final abolition of all the wartime controls over individuals accorded to government by Parliament. Brixton and Holloway were enlarged to become an island prison, without enactment of Parliament or authority of established law. The withholding of a passport was one more trick for getting round the liberty whose alleged maintenance had cost our country so much. However, there was one way out of the island prison, by a yacht. It was a liberty no more available to all than the freedom to sleep in the Ritz instead of on the Embankment. But a little money worked, as so often in our land of the free. Once more, without this aid from my forebears, the dull devils might have got me down for another long spell. It was an expensive business at the time, But in the end it did not cost me much, as I sold the boat for a fair price directly its purpose was fulfilled. It is only right to admit that we found this enforced exercise of seamanship quite enjoyable, and even pursued our government-directed employment 1 year longer than was necessary. The way out of the island prison was the yacht, because our physical detention would have involved the government in serious legal action, but the question still arose whether we could land in any other country. It seemed unlikely at best that we could get beyond the confines of any port we put into. However, we were determined at all costs to assert our freedom. It is a wonderful sensation when you have been imprisoned a long time to feel that you can turn a ship in any direction and sail anywhere across the free seas of the world, and we had an idea that we might make quite a happy landing in Spain. So we pored over maps and charts taking us through the Channel and across the Bay of Biscay. We took 2 experienced seamen with us, as my sea experience was confined to feeling ill in a troop ship or cross-channel steamer, and my sea hazards had so far been no more arduous than the swimming pool of an Atlantic liner. However, we were all set to go, Diana and I, our 2 small children, our equally inexperienced butler, and the 2 sailors. The boat, a 60-ton 50-50 power and sail ketch, was moored in Southampton, and our plans were by no means concealed. Curiously enough, on the eve of our departure, we were given our passports. We were really free at last in the summer of 1949, 4 years after the end of the war. Strangely moves the mind of Whitehall in unfathomable and impenetrable mystery. But on this occasion I have some reason to believe that it was not the depths of the official world which were being stirred but only the muddy puddle of politics. Perhaps some politicians felt that the government would have looked foolish if we sailed despite the ban, and they may have surmised that we would be well received in some quarters. Anyhow, freedom came across at last with quite a good grace. I had not been obliged to lend to defend the right to be free, only to buy to defend the right to be free, a yacht. It is difficult in any analysis of this strange event to discern any serious motive except pure spite. What did they fear? They had nuclear weapons, and I had only the voice and pen of Mosley. It is nattering to imagine that my physical presence would have transformed the world's situation, but plainly illusory, even by Whitehall standards. If I had made a nuisance of myself and broken any of the new laws in any country, I should simply have been put in jail, and Whitehall would have been delighted. In any case, by stopping me travelling they could only suppress the voice and not the pen. They had no means of preventing my writings circulating in Europe, and in fact they were being published freely in all countries except France, which to me was always the land apart from politics. Even before I was free to leave England, publications were appearing in Europe with principles and slogans such as "Europe a Nation," first declared by me in post-war speeches in East London. If they feared the impact of my ideas, they could not stop it. However, we were free at last, and in early June we left Southampton and set off down the Channel. It was pretty rough and we were all ill for the last time, because the 10-hour buffeting cured us for good of this tiresome complaint. It was no good going on being sick on this small boat for the whole of the voyage. After a night spent struggling up the Channel and round Finisterre, we arrived off Brest around dawn. But fog reduced visibility to a few yards and we had no means of entry. Luckily, after an hour or 2 we met a fishing boat which guided us into port. We landed on French soil. The whole landscape seemed still to be flat from war bombardment, hardly a house was standing. No one appeared to be bothering much about passports, and we had a genial seafarer's welcome. We lunched early in a battered tin hut which was a seaman's bistro. It seemed 3-star to us. I walked a little through the remnants of the city where I had come to France for the first time 36 years before to learn the language, and it seemed the sea had given life back to me. In the emotion of being on French soil again, even in the desolation of these forlorn surroundings, I was moved to say to this moment of reunion with Europe, "Verwijl doch, du hast Zersken, the desperate but ecstatic apostrophe addressed to the transient moment of beauty by the immortal whose thought not only linked Germany and France but encompassed and ennobled a whole continent. I felt all Europe was there to greet me, the past, the present and the future. The mood was exalt. I awoke standing strangely amid the ruins, and went back to the sea. We crossed the Bay of Biscay, which on this occasion was not quite so fierce as its reputation, and put into Bordeaux, which entailed a long and slow trip up the tawny waters of the Gironde. There we encountered the full glories of France in the magnificent 18th century architecture, and I must add, the Basque cooking. Neither of us had ever been in Bordeaux. We felt we were at last really beyond the confines of Brixton and Holloway when we entered the temple of the classic French cuisine. The Chapin Fin, now, miserable to relate, defunct. Alexander and Max, then aged 10 and 9, sat rather disconsolately through the unaccustomed though superlative repast, but Max brightened a little toward the end and observed in his current Wiltshire accent, "This is almost as good as them plain ices you get down the village." He had not been a year at the bar in later life before he developed as nice a taste in food as any old bencher. Perhaps Christchurch had assisted to sophisticate Wiltshire. I trust he always remembers the classic and paternal principle, moderation in all things, especially in moderation. The journey continued along the northern coast of Spain with the boys becoming much too bold now they had recovered from their initial seasickness. They were running around the deck with bare feet in every sort of weather and we had some anxiety that a roll of the boat or a wave washing across might put them into the sea, but with the adaptability of children they had almost become experienced seamen by the time we reached Corunna, our first port of call in Spain. Neither of us had ever before been in Spain, which we thus met for the first time at this point of Sir John Moore's last stand. We continued from Corunna to our next port, Lisbon, our first experience of this lovely 18th century city. Once more we had a little trouble with fog on arriving in the Tagus. Visibility was almost nil, and it seemed that large ships were bearing down on us from all sides with their imposing warnings, which we could only answer with our small hooter. Our experienced seamen made little of it, and we got into port near the Renaissance monastery of Bilum, which celebrated the early Portuguese voyages of discovery. After a brief sightseeing, we continued our journey and ran into our first rough sea off the southern coast of Portugal on our way to Tangier. It was a real storm and our boat adopted many strange and disturbing positions, but stood up to the racket splendidly. It had been built for a first owner who had an island on the Atlantic side of Ireland, and wanted a ship which would resist the ocean gales. With our two capable sailors we were quite safe, though we were far from feeling it. We next achieved our first main objective, which was a visit to the interior of Spain, for which we had made some arrangement in advance. We knew few people there, but my stand against the war was well known and approved by many in that country, who thought this division of Europe a tragedy. We crossed from Tangier to Gibraltar, where we left the boat with crew and children, all happy to be back with fish and chips. From Gibraltar we took the train to Madrid, where we made new friends who were a source of happiness to us in subsequent years. Chief among them were the Sirano-Sunas, whom we had not known before but who welcomed us with warm hospitality. He had recently been Foreign Minister of Spain, and she was the sister of General Franco's wife. He combined high intelligence with a bright gaiety of nature and firmness of character which had survived many sorrows and vicissitudes of the Civil War, and she united outstanding beauty and charm with an exquisite sweetness and gentleness of disposition. Soon after our arrival, they gave us a fascinating introduction to Spanish life. Ramon Serrano Suna said that he would come at 11 p.m. to our hotel to fetch us for dinner. We thought it was rather late, but manfully sustained the wait without a preliminary snack. When he arrived he said that the dinner was at their house in the country, and we wondered how long the journey would take. However, all mundane things were forgotten when, on the way, we arrived at the Escurial which he had caused to be opened around midnight. We stood alone in the awe of that somber splendor. The purpose of the visit was to stand for a few moments by the tomb of José Antonio Primo de Rivera, founder of the Falange. I had seen him only once, when in the 30s he had visited me in London at our headquarters in Chelsea. He had made a deep impression on me, and his assassination seemed to me always one of the saddest of the individual tragedies of Europe. I was deeply moved as we stood beside the sepulchre of this young and glittering presence I remembered so vividly, and was reminded of the initial line of Macaulay's memorable tribute to Byron, when the grave closed over the 37th year of so much sorrow, so much glory. We continued our journey in a subdued mood to Suna's country house in the hills near Madrid. There we found a brilliant and lively throng ready for dinner at an incredibly late hour by English standards, and their gaiety and good humour gradually dispersed the dark reveries of the Escurial. There were some 20 guests, among them the niece of our hostess, General Franco's beautiful daughter, who was just engaged to be married and had come with her fiancé. Time flies, they now have a large family. The party lasted into the early hours of the morning and was the prelude to a number of happy occasions when the cares of our war years were dissolved in the warmth, charm and distinction of Spanish hospitality. We were just getting used to their late afternoon lunches and near midnight dinner parties, when the time came to leave. I remember one lady saying to me at what was called a morning gathering that she must hurry home as it was after 3 o'clock and her parents, like all old people, wanted to lunch early. Meantime, our boat had sailed with the boys through the relative calm of the Mediterranean to meet us in the Balearic Isles. We went by train to Valencia and on by boat to Mallorca on one of the hottest journeys of our lives. These isles are a paradise now familiar to many of our countrymen, but we were there before their development and the arrival of the cinema world. At a small seaside house near Formentera, Filippo Anfuso and his lovely Hungarian wife were living. Her remarkable firmness and resolution of character had done much to save his life in the final turmoil of the war. He was a professional diplomat who had been loyal to the last in his duty as the final foreign secretary of Mussolini's government. For this he was condemned to death and was therefore in exile at the time we met him. He was later amnestied and promptly elected as a deputy to the Italian parliament for his native Sicily. Popular favor in a slight change of circumstance often now acclaims those who have recently evaded the assassin. His premature death 3 years ago from a heart attack while speaking in the Italian chamber was another loss to Europe of a fine character and brilliant personality. The stress of the years had taken toll. We left the enchanted islands with reluctance, but were soon recompensed by renewed contact with France. The first point was the little seaside town of Cassis, with a good small harbour. There we met Diana's sister, Nancy Mitford, who was staying in a neighbouring house. The merry screams of the reunited sisters could well have echoed through the short 6 kilometres to Marseille, where the large majority were far from being of my political opinion. We then kidnapped the husband of Nancy's hostess, whom I had known long ago, and took him along the coast to Street Trapey, where he found himself very much at home. On the island of Porquerolles between Marseille and Cannes we had the joy of meeting a number of friends. The familiar Newbury figure of our country neighbour, Mrs. Reginald Fellows, was anchored next to us in a magnificent yacht which appeared more likely to be the product of her American mother's singer-sewing machine millions. She always crossed herself when she saw one of their numerous advertisements, than of English agriculture, in which her speciality was black sheep. Gaston Bergerie, in my youth the rising parliamentary hope of the French Radical Party, was there with his American wife, Bettina, whom I remembered from earlier years in Paris for her droll wit in French, American, or an intermediate language of her own, as well as for the exquisite distinction of her appearance. With them in Porquerolles we met for the first time the Marquis and Marquise de Pomereux, whose Louis XIII chateau at Dorbeuf in Normandy, shooting parties and ingeniously varied guests, have combined for years with the charm of their own company to add to the felicity of our French life. By the time we had passed along the French Mediterranean coast to the Italian frontier, old friends had encompassed us like rose petals in a summer breeze, and the dark years had fallen from us. Soon over the Italian frontier, we arrived at Portofino, where I had spent my first honeymoon, 29 years before, in the medieval fortress on the hill, a poignancy of memory. The fishing village was apparently unaltered, the painted shutters of the pretty little houses seemed still to protect peasant interiors from the midday sun, but I was told that they now usually concealed the sumptuous dwellings of millionaires from Milan. Happily in Italy the rich usually have the taste not to spoil the art of the poor. Everything outwardly was just the same, and past and present happiness blended. At Cannes we had taken on board Hugh Carruthers, a friend of happy companionship in the circle of Gerald Berners at Farringdon. At Portofino we met a friend of his, Lord Brideport, an English sailor who as a collateral descendant of Nelson had inherited the estates in Sicily and the Italian dukedom of Bronte. I understood that he was just what he appeared to be, a staid supporter of the Conservative Party, but sinister rumours were soon reputed to have reached the ears of nervous diplomats in the British embassy in Rome. We were apparently supposed to have been seen and heard together arm in arm on the piazza of Portofino singing Gia Vinca. Needless to say, there was not a word of truth in the tale. Those were jumpy days for diplomats. It was at Portofino that we met Oberto Doria, who took us a short way along the coast to visit the tombs of his ancestors in the romantic San Fucioso, which can only be approached from the sea, so that in medieval times it could never be violated. The family had often contributed legendary figures to the Genoese past. Later we stayed with him at Torriani, near Pinerolo, the Italian cavalry school. His occupation was the rearing of racehorses, to which the exceptional grass of the neighborhood was remarkably suitable. The pasture was irrigated by cold, clear water from the Italian Alps, and the result was an extraordinary beauty of landscape combining blue Italian skies with grass of Irish green. Old and new Italian friends have made an enduring paradise for us in that enchanted land, whenever the hard exigencies of our lives permitted the time. The children had been left in the south of France to return with friends to England by train, and we continued alone in the boat with the crew to Rome. Although this tour was intended to be entirely non-political, a relaxation after hard years, I was a little doubtful what would happen in Rome, where such big changes had taken place since I had last been there in a more conspicuous fashion. However, we were received everywhere with the warmest friendship whenever I was recognized. I have always loved the Italian people and agree with a wise French friend who paraphrases Voltaire's aphorism on another subject: if the Italians did not exist, we should have to invent them. At Rome we began our return journey and set sail again for France, with a resolution to return to Italy, which in our new life as in our old was often gloriously fulfilled. At Cannes we left the boat for the winter, promising ourselves at least a short holiday in the following year before disposing of a possession which in my life occupied too much time as well as being expensive. Having endured so much from the follies of British government, we felt we might at least profit a little from their last absurdity in directing us to this strange but agreeable occupation by the denial of our passports. Beckoning to us now was the exciting prospect of the first journey through France for 13 years along the once familiar road, the National 7. Diana's youngest sister Deborah met us in Cannes and brought us back in her car. We decided on a gastronomic tour, as we had with us an excellent guidebook of much earlier days entitled, Eau de Jeunirans nous. It was written in lyrical French prose which was almost transmuted to pure poesy on arrival at the temples of French gastronomy, and was dedicated to a gentleman whose magnificent stomach had tested these 4,000 addresses for the benefit of posterity, but in the end had succumbed, a martyr to the cause. We had a few well-proven test runs in the vicinity of Cannes and finally settled on the eve of our departure to dine at one of the fine old classic restaurants of that city. Deborah insisted on paying for 1 in 3 of these occasions as she was now a married woman of some years' standing, but looked so young in her diaphanous summer clothing that no one would have believed it. Waiters observed me dining magnificently in the company of Diana, then at the height of her extraordinary beauty, and of this lovely child, enchanting and also seemingly enchanted, for to their astonishment she finally pulled a large wad of notes out of her pocket and paid the immense bill. An old waiter whispered in my ear, "Qu'est monsieur qui a la chance?" He turned out to be a friend of long ago, well content to see my fortunes thus superbly restored. We returned along that road, more golden in our eyes than the one to Samarkand, back to England and politics. I had for a space taken Schiller's advice, which is appropriate to an earlier period of life. Bleib die Bloom und em Bluhenden Lens, seen das Skone und fleckt die Kranz, and felt it was allowed for a little after so much, but I then all too soon remembered the concluding line, aber dem Männlichen Alters I emt seine Mönstern Gottziden. After this brief interlude, life must again become deadly serious. Why not be a little more tactful and give an English quotation to describe your feelings at this point? Asked a good friend and most helpful advisor on reading my manuscript. The answer introduces a subject which to me is very interesting. Various themes are best considered in different languages, and personally I know nothing in literature which expresses that particular sentiment quite so exquisitely as the lines of the German poet. After the war one returned to Europe with my French improved and was able for the first time to speak German. Extensive reading in the prison years had revealed to me a whole new literature. Consequently, during the European journey I was moved by diverse experiences to think and feel in all three languages. New dimensions of the mind had been opened to me, and with the stimulus of these continually changing surroundings, often in scenery and architecture of rare beauty, the new capacity brought a supreme happiness. Years later, I was with friends in a crowded French restaurant of our particular affection, and, in the relaxed mood of an atmosphere engendered by some of the best things of life, was talking in a rather expansive fashion. My theme was that for those endowed with the blessing of the three main European languages, a new idea might with benefit first be discussed in German, a language as rich as the sunrays glinting among the shadows of the Urwälder, those deep forests, mysterious, imaginative and creative, then lit by the full sunshine of the luminous English, which enables all thought to be presented by its masters with a clarity in some respects unique, then reduced to a lapidary precision by the exquisite sculpture of French, which for good reason is used in treaty and on other occasions when thought and language must be exact. At this point in these discursive observations a figure rose at a neighboring table, bowed, extended his hand, smiled, shook hands and resumed his seat and his repast without a word spoken. It was not so much the square aspect, suggesting a certain combination of erudition and geniality, as the action which immediately determined his origin and background. Superficially it may seem that the different way of thinking in the three main languages of Europe must lead to irreconcilable differences of character. Certainly it enriches life when we attain sufficient competence to be able to think in all three, because changing from one to the other can induce an entirely different mood and we see the world with new eyes. Yet the actual experience, which is available to anyone who takes the trouble, discounts an impression that difference of language inevitably produces discord. On the contrary, it can evoke in the thinking of the individual a greater harmony, and this new music of the mind everywhere awaits the European when we have evolved from our present relative infancy to the maturity of the continental future. From the European journey we returned to farming in Wiltshire and were happy in the sense of roots again in native soil. Yet I had the feeling that the wind of their politics was blowing the soil away from these roots. I farmed in Wiltshire from 1945 until 1951, and it was difficult enough in combination with my resumed activity in English politics directly after the war. It became impossible when frequent European journeys were added after 1949. Close attention to farming in England and to European politics was incompatible, and it was no good deluding myself that I could do two entirely different things at once. The Wiltshire house and farm were sold in 1951 with regret, because we were much attached both to the neighbourhood and the occupation. The question then rose how to combine my political activities in England with the decision to become a European, and what base to establish for this purpose. My overriding purpose in leaving England in 1951 was to make myself a European, and after 17 years I can say with confidence that purpose is achieved. It seemed to me essential that some Englishman with a political background should become a European by spending most of his life in Europe, a decision which has given me an experience of Europe unique in British politics. Ireland was chosen as my base for two main reasons: my old friendships in that country dating as far back as my political campaign on the Irish question in 1920, and my desire to be free of time wasted in combating what then appeared to me as the dull spite, the petty obstruction of the British official world. In retrospect, I realize that a good many others were suffering at that time from these minor troubles, but I was naturally not a particular favorite of the bureaucrats, who then had much power of intervention and control in individual lives. Again, it was the sentiment of evading a nuisance rather than bitterness which made me move. I felt it better to put myself beyond reach of the troglodytes who impeded my liberty. Above all, I was determined to win the freedom to become a European. Apart from minor but time-consuming friction with the official world, I was involved before my departure from England in 3 lawsuits which had nothing to do with the libel courts, where I have always so far won the final action. These lawsuits resulted in 2 losses and 1 win. Paradoxically, the more important of the losses was a substantial advantage to me. Some difficulty occurred in the printing of my newsletter. I took action in the Chancery Division alleging conspiracy to prevent its production and to impede my legitimate business. After protracted argument, the learned judge decided that there was no concerted action, just a matter of spontaneous combustion on a local and limited scale. However, it was made clear that any concerted action of this kind would be a very serious matter under English law, and this much fortified my position in the future. I was free to circulate my opinions within the limited means at my disposal. The second loss had at least the charm of simplicity. It concerned a fiscal matter at an elementary level, and in conclusion eminent counsel turned to me with the friendly advice that he would have won the case for anyone in the country except me. I was not interested to take the matter further, as I was thinking already of a larger and more decisive move. The reader may now begin to think that involvement in all these lawsuits indicates a persecution complex after our unpleasant experiences. I was of course much on my guard against any such development after reading during my prison years the main books on psychology in the 2 languages chiefly concerned. It will however be clear that 2 of these lawsuits were necessary to save my publishing and farming businesses, which were under attack, while the third action, just mentioned, had the simple motive of trying to prevent the loss of a considerable sum of money. The third case was a triumphant victory which culminated in a roaring fuss. At Cruxeaston we went in for pig fattening on quite a large scale. We did well with our pigs on their usual noxious diet of the post-war period until suddenly they began to wilt away before our eyes. Despite the heavy and hitherto successful feeding, they got thinner every day. I was naturally in every sense much concerned with the fate of these poor animals, and found at last full exercise in farming for those disturbing, dynamic qualities of which politicians had so much complained. In my efforts to find a cure I called in no less than 9 vets in a short space of time. The 9th found both the small parasite responsible and the remedy. Thereafter the pigs rapidly recovered their pristine health and blooming condition. Fate in official shape struck first. I was served with a swine fever notice, quickly followed by a foot-and-mouth notice, and then by a summons for starving and consequently ill-treating the pigs. I was incensed. The remedy had been found and we were going ahead with the treatment. But I said nothing. Instead, I went to London to see a good friend, the foremost physician Dr. Geoffrey Evans, who had treated me at the time of my release from prison. He told me that a pig's stomach most closely resembled the human. I became an expert on pigs' stomachs. The case was soon heard. I spent the whole morning cross-examining the official evidence on pigs' stomachs without disclosing an inkling of the defense. To my consternation, just before lunch, the magistrates unanimously and heartily dismissed the case. I was a free man. Great was my indignation. Vehemently I protested that I wanted the case to continue so that I could call my evidence. I wanted to make the other side look a proper Charlie. The magistrates, however, decided they had heard more than enough, and apparently some hilarity still prevails in legal circles at the tale of the defendant who so vigorously resisted his own acquittal. For many reasons large and small it was better to move, and we established what was technically called a main residence in Ireland, and a secondary residence in France, which later became our only home. After the requisite break in English residence, I had the right to spend up to 90 days in England, which were adequate to the meetings and conferences it was necessary to hold. Our first house in Ireland was at Clonfert in County Galway and almost in the exact centre of the country. Our house in France was at Orsay in the Chevreuse Valley, some 20 kilometres from Paris. It is a small house of exquisite beauty which was built by the architect Vignan, who also designed the Madeleine. He followed the style of Palladio, who added to the perfection of Greek architecture an elevation which nobly displays it. My passion for Hellenism is consummated at every waking hour. The Mosley's home near Paris, Le Temple de la Gloire. Only one small difficulty arises. The little masterpiece was built to celebrate the victory of General Moreau at Hohenlinden, and was consequently named in 1800, Le Temple de la Gloire, a title consecrated by time, which could not be changed without vandalism. Yet I sometimes feel a slight embarrassment when asked for my address by an Englishman, in simply replying the Temple of Glory, and on occasions I sense a polite restraint of the sentiment. He was always a little exalt, and now is right round the bend. It was originally enacted by Queen Elizabeth I that Clonfert should be the centre of Irish culture, and it gave us an agreeable sense of fulfilling the great and learned Queen's desires to feel that even belatedly her edict was at length implemented. On our arrival, this repository of traditional wisdom consisted of a few small holdings on the banks of the River Shannon, and so it remained, with our grateful acceptance of the solitude of our surroundings and the friendship of our neighbours. Our own house was rambling and romantic rather than beautiful, and redolent of the usual legends of Cromwellian misbehaviour. At the far end of a short lawn, almost within a stone's throw of our house, was Clonfert Cathedral, a fine example of Norman architecture with early Irish influence, and flanking one of the finest yew avenues I have ever seen even in that country of beautiful trees. Monastic life in the neighbourhood had gone back to very early times, and was centred a few miles away on Clonmacnoise with its 7 churches of legendary fame and the contemporary beauty of its curious ruins beside the Shannon. We moved into Clonfert in 1952, but just before Christmas 1954 our time there came to an end prematurely in another of the fire tragedies which have haunted our family. I was alone in the house, as Diana had gone to London to see her father, except for our elder son Alexander, then aged 16, a French cook, and a French chauffeur. My habit was to sleep on the ground floor in the library, where I often worked late. Alexander was on the 2nd floor, the cook and the chauffeur on the 3rd. In the middle of the night I was awakened by Alexander, who had found the room next to his was on fire. The origin of the fire was ultimately traced to the kitchen chimney, which contained inflammable resin from the centuries-old burning of wood. It was clear to me at once that the fire had too firm a hold to be checked by anything except the fire brigade, which was 14 miles away at Ballinasloe. The first thing was to get the cook down from the top floor, the next to send the Frenchman in the car for the fire brigade, as we had no telephone, and finally to save the family pictures, which remained after the previous fire at Rolleston in the middle of the last century. The picture work went apace with much help from Alexander, and without undue risk except for a light shower of tiles from the roof, as the fire was moving slowly. We had left the French cook sitting peacefully if not happily on the lawn, in the dark and bitter December night, but suddenly heard her cry for help from the window of her 3rd-floor room where she had returned to rescue her forgotten savings. The staircase was now cut by the fire, and we had no means of reaching her. We laid on the lawn a heap of clothes which had been thrown from the window, and I wrapped the ends of a blanket round the wrists of Alexander and held the other ends myself. It was a drop of about 30 feet from the third floor, and I urged her to jump into the blanket held above the heap of clothes. The lady resisted all blandishments until the flames were almost singeing her, then she jumped, the whole considerable bulk of her. The blanket broke her tumble and the clothes well cushioned her bump. She rolled off the heap of clothes with the momentum of her fall, over and over like a barrel across the lawn. She then lay still. We were relieved to find her breathing heavily, but gently groaning, "Germs, germs." Feeling her ankle in the search for broken bones, I inquired, "Was was?" Without response. My inquiry proceeded up her shin bone to her knee. With a wild scream she leapt to her feet and ran across the lawn into the adjoining wood, beyond pursuit and beyond all danger. We tried to continue the work of picture saving, but by then the dining room was a furnace and we lost several old favorites. At this point, for the benefit of posterity, I should impart a secret of medical art for the amateur practitioner. I had learned this trick long ago in an accident of youthful experience. Two young soldiers were driving at speed from Dublin to the Curragh in a very old car that I had bought for a song, reputed to be the original four-cylinder Rolls-Royce that carried Charlie Rolls to victory in a race round the Isle of Man. It had been made roadworthy again by hands more skilled than mine, and I knew the only way to keep it going at all was to drive it flat out, as in the takeoff of the early aeroplanes I had recently been piloting. The old car came round a bend in the road bellowing like a bull and must have been an alarming apparition to an Irish lady riding in the opposite direction, a bicycle heavily laden with all her shopping baskets. We were each on our correct side of the road, but the sight and uproar of the approaching monster caused her to wobble across the road to meet us head-on. The car struck the front wheel of the bicycle and tossed her as the bull does the toreador. She was personally quite unscathed by any contact with the car, and happily made a good two-point landing down the road behind us on a well-sprung undercarriage. We got out with much trepidation for her safety. She was lying still, but breathing heavily. I said to my companion, "The first thing is to find if any bones are broken." I felt her ankle, her shin, her knee. At this point, with a loud scream, she jumped to her feet and ran down the road. The experience cost me £50 in the currency of the period, a modest sum in all the circumstances, and it was well worth it, once the emotions of the Lady were assuaged, for it stood me in further and valuable stead. Like my other experiences, it is modestly offered for the warning and advantage of the coming generation. The fire brigade eventually reached Clonfert, and the Irish are magnificent on these occasions. They checked the fire before it reached the end wing, where some of our favorite pictures were hung, but the old house remained a sad, uninhabitable shell. I knew that some of Diana's favorite drawings, by modern artists like Chelitchev, were in a drawer I could not find, that much of her favorite furniture was burnt, and that the whole business would be a severe shock to her. So we left the cook with kindly neighbours, and in the small hours I motored to Dublin with Alexander, who had behaved splendidly throughout, to meet Diana at the airport and break the news before she heard it from others. It was lucky that she was due back that day. The aircraft landed and she came across the tarmac waving and smiling happily as she saw us on the roof of the building awaiting her arrival. Then came to me a strange sense, heavy with the sorrow of things. For once we were in the sad position of the fates of classic tragedy, aware of what is coming to happy mortals who themselves are unconscious of a destiny often far more bitter than the news we had to impart. We went down, and told her what had happened. She took the loss of her treasures with her usual courage. The consolation was that no one suffered any physical injury, except the sense of shock from which our good-natured cook quickly recovered. Our home in Ireland no longer existed, so we looked around for another roof to cover what was left of us. Luckily, we soon found a delightful house in a simple Regency style overlooking the Blackwater River, for a very moderate price. It was 20 miles north of Cork and about 15 miles from Lismore, where Diana's sister Deborah went each early spring to a particularly beautiful garden and some excellent salmon fishing. We had a few hundred yards of fishing, quite adequate for my occasional and sporadic use of the sport. There is an advantage in fishing of only moderate quality, because you feel no compulsion to have any gilly assistance or to keep at it in the concentrated professional manner. I used to fish for a bit, then sit down and think, all right. For this the surroundings were ideal, because the house was on a little cliff above the river facing south. The cliff was wooded with the perpetual green of the southern Irish climate, and there was room to walk between it and the river and to fish or reflect in the genial winter sunshine in an atmosphere so mild that I remember, in this favoured spot, Riviera sunshine on Christmas Day. The only awkward moment was the hooking of a fish, because the sides of the river at this point were steep and scrambling down to gaff him was quite difficult with my lame leg. However, I managed it often enough to maintain the pleasurable excitement. The only drawback of the agreeable existence in this house was that we soon became too busy to go there enough to enjoy it and to warrant the expense. So we finally sold it in 1963 and established ourselves in France. Distance now means nothing for all practical purposes, because I can telephone by dial an office in London from Paris as easily and quickly as from London, and, living near an airport, I can get from door to door in little more than half the time it takes to travel by road to London from my Staffordshire homeland. Why did I go to France rather than to any other country? I suppose the first answer is that it has always been my pays du bonheur since I arrived in France to fight as a young eminent trench soldier. I have spent most holidays there whenever I have not been in jail or suffering other political impediment. It is for me always a country of happy memory, warm friendship and congenial life, where I am free from politics. In France I read, think, write, see people but never touch internal politics. That would be as impolite as a guest challenging a host to a controversial argument in his own house. I now feel equally at home in England, France or Germany. In a sense all Europe is my home. In 17 years of living in Europe, following a lifetime of visits, in the rigors of war and in the felicity of peace, I have become fully and completely a European. It seems to me entirely natural to live in France. 23. The post-war European idea. Directly the war was over and I was free to move anywhere in Britain, I began the organization of a political movement. The first action after resuming contact with my friends was the organization of book clubs, which was followed by the issue of a newsletter in November 1946. Union movement was formally constituted on February 8, 1948, when 51 separate organizations or groups came together and invited me to start again. As the name implies, the aim of Union movement was to promote this wider union of Europe. We desired first a union of the British people to transcend party differences as a vital preliminary to the union of Europe. A few extracts from my writings and speeches during this period give the keynotes of a campaign which continued through the next 14 years in public meetings which were large, orderly and continually growing in size and enthusiasm. The circumstances which then brought public meetings in Britain effectively to an end will later be examined in some detail. As soon as I was free to speak after the war, I returned to the theme of the Union of Europe and linked it with the startling development of science during the war, which reinforced my long-standing belief that it should be the main preoccupation of statesmanship. For instance, the Union of Europe becomes not merely a dream or a desire but a necessity. The Union of Europe is no new conception, the only novelty is its present necessity. We must realize that science has rendered any pre-war policy entirely irrelevant in the new age. The idea I now advance is as far beyond both fascism and democracy of 1939 as the jet-propelled airplane is beyond the 19th century steam engine. The movement of science since 1939 compels a commensurate development in political thinking. Politics must bring in the new world of science to redress the balance of the old world of Europe. The Union of Europe is now necessary to the survival of every nation in this continent. The new science presents at once the best opportunity and the worst danger of all history. It has destroyed forever the island immunity of Britain and compelled the organization of life in wider areas. It has accelerated evolution, and imposed union with our kindred of Europe if we are to survive. It is in the interest of America to have a partner rather than a pensioner. It is in the interest of the world for a power to arise which can render hopeless the Russian design for the subjection of Europe to communism. We shall thus combine in an enduring union the undying tradition of Europe and the profound revolution of modern science. From that union will be born a civilization of continuing creation and ever unfolding beauty that will withstand the tests of time. November 15, 1946. An essay entitled The Extension of Patriotism, The Idea of Kinship, January 1947, took this thinking further. We love our countries, but we must extend that love. The ideal and the practical alike now compel it. The extension of patriotism, that is the necessity and that is the hope. The new patriotism will extend to embrace all of like kind, but will not destroy the values of its kind by seeking the unnatural mingling of the old internationalism. Any suggestion that in urging the creation of Europe I was becoming anti-American was refuted by a further phase of the argument in this essay, yet the idea of kinship carries us far beyond Europe. There are kindred of ours in both Americas. Their spiritual life is also ultimately based on nearly 3 millennia of European history and culture. In the deep realities and further ideals of this age all nature impels them in their final test to feel and think as we do. At the same time I was rethinking the social problem in relation to past experience. The following extract briefly summarizes a long process. Already the thought and the act of the future take shape. We reconcile the old conflicts and begin to achieve, today in thought and tomorrow in deed, the union of authority with liberty, action with thought, decision with discussion, power with responsibility, vigor with duty, strength with kindness, and service of the people with the attainment of ever higher forms of life. March 1, 1950. Between my early post-war speeches relating the urgent need for the union of Europe to the new compulsion of science, and this summary of a social attitude evolved from experience and new thought, two events decisive for my future were the publication in 1947 of The Alternative, an extensive account of my new thinking, and my declaration in favor of Europeanation during a speech in East London in 1948. The Alternative reoriented the whole course of my policy, and the phrase Europeanation, afterwards used so extensively in continental thinking and publication, was then uttered for the first time. In addition to the usual papers supporting the party, we ourselves produced between 1953 and 1959 a monthly magazine called The European, in which I advanced these ideas in an analysis signed European. Half of the journal was literary, and contributors wrote from various viewpoints. Diana was the editor. She successfully held together a diverse team and wrote admirably herself. I did my utmost to spread my ideas throughout Britain, and later throughout Europe with the exception of France. We had long ago resolved to permit ourselves one happy land where I was free from all involvement in politics. It may seem curious to some readers that many of the people who joined with me in the European idea after the war had previously been opponents of the parties with which I was supposed to be associated. In fact, my chief German collaborator of the early post-war period had been strongly opposed to the Nazi Party. He had then been a man of the army, and later of agriculture, rather than of politics. My objective throughout was to unite as many as possible of those who were in favor of the complete union of Europe, whatever their previous opinions. When we finally arrived at agreement among various European parties at the Conference of Venice in 1962, it was only a small minority who had previously been fascists or National Socialists. This event was the culmination of years of work, and resulted for me in a success which perhaps was too marked, because people from other countries went home and wondered whether they were wise to have committed themselves to such advanced ideas. The very degree of the achievement created a certain reaction. I was asked to produce a draft program to be circulated in advance of the conference, and wrote a document defining my full Europeanation policy, which I had advocated ever since 1948. It was, of course, very far ahead of contemporary thinking, and I did not expect all of it to be accepted, but after long discussion the program was adopted with a few amendments, which I gladly accepted. There was no chairman at this conference. I suggested a gathering in the spirit of the Round Table of Archon or King Arthur's Round Table, but without King Arthur, so that ideas and their authors could prevail by power of thought and persuasion, not by virtue of any vested authority. This implemented my conviction that Europe could only be conducted by an equipe of equals, that any attempt to impose any man from one country on the others in a position of authority would be a fatal error. The method worked perfectly, the discussion was calm, clear, orderly, courteous and constructive. I emerged with 90% of the program which I had come to recommend, far more than I anticipated. The following is the European Declaration agreed and signed at the Conference of Venice on March 1, 1962, we being Europeans conscious of the tradition which derives from classic Greece and Rome, and of a civilization which during 3,000 years has given thought, beauty, science and leadership to mankind, and feeling for each other the close relationship of a great family, whose quarrels in the past have proved the heroism of our peoples but whose division in the future would threaten the life of our continent with the same destruction which extinguished the genius of Hellas and led to the triumph of alien values, now declare with pride our European communion of blood and of spirit in the following urgent and practical proposals of our new generation which challenge present policies of division, delay and subservience to the destructive materialism of external powers before which the splendor of our history, the power of our economy, the nobility of our traditions and the inspiration of our ideals must never be surrendered. 1. That Europe a nation shall forthwith be made a fact. This means that Europe shall have a common government for purposes of foreign policy, defense, economic policy, finance and scientific development. It does not mean Americanization by a complete mixture of the European peoples, which is neither desirable nor possible. 2. That European government shall 1 be elected by free vote of the whole people of Europe every 4 years at elections which all parties may enter. This vote shall be expressed in the election of a parliament which will have power to select the government and at any time to dismiss it by vote of censure carried by a 2/3 majority. Subject to this power of dismissal, government shall have full authority to act during its period of office in order to meet the fast-moving events of the new age of science and to carry out the will of the people as expressed by their majority vote. 3. That national parliaments in each member country of Europe a nation shall have full power over all social and cultural problems, subject only to the overriding power of European government in finance and its other defined spheres, in particular the duty of economic leadership. 4. That the economic leadership of government shall be exercised by means of the wage price mechanism, first to secure similar conditions of fair competition in similar industries by payment of the same wages, salaries, pensions and fair profits as science increases the means of production for an assured market, thus securing continual equilibrium between production and consumption, eliminating slump and unemployment and progressively raising the standard of life. Capital and credit shall be made available to the underdeveloped regions of Europe from the surplus at present expatriated from our continent. 5. That intervention by government at the 3 key points of wages, prices, where monopoly conditions prevail, and the long-term purchase of agricultural and other primary products alone is necessary to create the third system of a producer's state in conditions of a free society which will be superior both to rule by finance under American capitalism and to rule by bureaucracy under communist tyranny. It is at all times our duty in the solidarity of the European community to assist each other to combat the destruction of European life and values from without and from within by the overt and covert attack of communism. 6. That industries already nationalized will be better conducted by workers' ownership or syndicalism and by state bureaucracy, but the system of the wage price mechanism will, in full development, make irrelevant the question of the ownership of industry by reason of the decisive economic leadership of elected government, and will bring such prosperity that workers will have no interest in controversies which belong to the 19th century. 7. With the creation of Europe, a nation as a third power strong enough to maintain peace, a primary object of the European government will be to secure immediate and simultaneous withdrawal of both Russian and American forces from the occupied territories and military bases of Europe. Europe must be as strongly armed as America or Russia until mutual disarmament can be secured by the initiative of an European leadership which will have no reason to fear economic problems caused by disarmament, as has capitalist America, nor to desire the force of arms for purposes of imperialist aggression as does communist Russia. 8. The emergence of Europe as a third great power will bring to an end the political and military power of because these three great powers will then be able to deal directly and effectively with each other. The peace of the world can best be maintained by direct and continuous contact between these three great powers which represent reality instead of illusion and hypocrisy. The production of nuclear weapons will be confined to these three great powers until mutual disarmament can be secured. 9. Colonialism shall be brought to an end. A way will be found to maintain or to create in Africa states under government of non-European but African origin amounting to about 2/3 of the continent, and other states under government by peoples of European and Afrikaner origin amounting to about 1/3. In non-European territory, any European who chose to remain should stay without a vote or political rights. He would be in the same position as any resident in another country, subject to the maintenance of basic human rights within their own communities, by reciprocal arrangement between European and non-European territories. Conversely, any non-European remaining in European territory would have neither vote nor political rights, subject to the maintenance of the same basic human rights. Multiracial government breaks down everywhere in face of the non-European demand for one man one vote which they learned from the West, and becomes a squalid swindle of loaded franchises to postpone the day of surrender rather than to solve the problem. Better by far is the clean settlement of clear division. Europe must everywhere decide what it will hold and what it will relinquish. The Europeans in union will have the power of decision. Today they lack only the will. We will hold what is vital to the life of Europe, and we will in all circumstances be true to our fellow Europeans, particularly where they are now threatened in African territory. 10. The space of a fully united Europe, including the lands to be liberated by American and Russian withdrawal, the British dominions and other European overseas territories, and approximately 1/3 of Africa is a just requirement for the full life of the Europeans in a producer and consumer system which shall be free of usury and capitalism, of anarchy and communism. Within the wide region of our nation the genius of modern science shall join with the culture of 3 millennia to attain ever higher forms of European life which shall continue to be the inspiration of mankind. The original draft was clearer, notably in point 4, requiring initially similar basic conditions, later to be increased as science increased production. Work was done rapidly in German, and in French, which the Italians understood. This document was so far ahead of contemporary thinking that it was a surprise to many people, particularly as some of the signatories were supposed to be ardent nationalists. Some of the participants in the conference were in sentiment passionately involved on different sides of the bitter dispute then raging in the Tyrol. It was therefore to many still more surprising that they should together have signed the following addendum to the European Declaration. On the occasion of coming together to decide and publish a European Declaration, the conference resolved to do its utmost to end the fratricidal struggle between European patriots in the Tyrol, where present difficulties will be terminated automatically by the constitution of a common European government and economic system which will guarantee freedom of movement, language and opinion. We appeal to all Europeans to cease at once violence to each other and to work together to create our Europe with the utmost speed rather than to lose lives and energies in quarrels which will disappear with the divisions of the present states in the future Europe. The conference therefore invites the two parties to come together and to discuss a settlement, and offers its mediation for this purpose. The conference provided striking evidence of what can be done when Europeans are gathered round the conference table, even when some of the participants are fiercely divided in sentiment and interest on particular questions. If these questions can be lifted out of a small context into a great design, all things become possible. This achievement provided some evidence in support of my long-sustained contention on the making of Europe. Great things can only be done in a great way. The conference went further than signing the declaration, and in addition agreed the following points. The conference decided as soon as possible to constitute a Bureau de Liaison between the national parties of Europe who have accepted a united policy, 4th of March, 1962. The conference further resolved that the representatives of the parties should henceforth meet every 2 months to maintain liaison. The conference recommended the parties represented, and all other parties which may adhere to the declaration, to change their party names to the National Party of Europe. The British, Belgian and German representatives expressed their intention at once to ask their parties to make this change of name. The conference further expressed the hope that the parties represented would as soon as possible go beyond the already accepted principle of common policy and regular liaison, to accept the principle of central direction. This means that equal representatives of the parties will meet regularly at a round table and will direct in principle common action of the parties, which will be carried out in detail by the parties in their respective countries. This was certainly more than I expected to get. The success of the conference from my point of view was complete. The prospect was open for a national party of Europe to which men of all opinions could adhere, provided they were agreed on the one decisive point of making Europe a nation. Differences of opinion on other subjects could be left until this overriding purpose was achieved. Afterwards debate could be resumed on other subjects and, if necessary, new party alignments could be formed. It is normal after a success which exceeds expectation to encounter a period of reaction and frustration. We did not at this stage get beyond a series of meetings to establish the liaison decided by the conference. They were good meetings and consolidated agreement, but they did not take the matter further to establish a permanent organization in the Bureau de Liaison on which depended the subsequent central direction and eventual constitution of a national party of Europe. The basic difficulty was that we had not the means to follow it up. Finance was lacking. There is never much money in the affluent society still prevailing throughout Europe for large designs of change. Money without vision is quite content with things as they are. Before extreme crisis there is always more money available for something mediocre, limited and obsolete, like a return to the old nationalism, and the pull of money is strong because nothing effective can be done without it. Lack of resources prevented the immediate achievement of the next stage, and in the consequent period of delay many things happened. Helps of an early making of Europe proceeded for several reasons. The British government not only missed every opportunity to take the initiative in Europe after the war, but still maintained an attitude which impeded any early hope of effective union. All existing European governments were certainly opposed to any union so complete as we advocated. Meantime, German hopes in particular of any redress of their grievances through the Union of Europe became more and more bitterly frustrated. The most ardent Europeans were to be found among the Germans in the early post-war period, but the destruction of many hopes and the continually increasing sense of insult, humiliation and repression among many of them awakened again in some degree a sense of the old nationalism. The Conference of Venice was for the time being the last hope of merging the old patriotisms in a wider patriotism of Europe. Germans had seen some prospect of the reunion of their country within the Union of Europe. This reunion is for them naturally an overriding desire, as strong as our feeling would be if England were divided at the Trent and the northern or southern section was occupied by a foreign power. There was a serious hope that their disaster would be overcome by the Union of Europe, neither by war nor turmoil, or even by the strength of demand for justice from so great a power, but rather by the assurance to be given to Russia and the world that a Germany truly integrated into a reasonable and contented Europe would no longer be a menace to anyone. The failure of this European policy reduced to the vanishing point all hope of a natural and pacific reunion of Germany within Europe. The hope too of ceasing to become a pariah power and of regaining normal, great power status within the greater Europe was also banished. When reason is assassinated, unreason enters. Nationalism, however forlorn its prospects in the new conditions, is born again. The treatment of individuals too contributed much to the revival of nationalism. The men involved in the revival of nationalism were by no means all ex-National Socialists. On the contrary, many of the leading figures had been strong opponents of that party, and the majority of the rank and file were too young to have had any involvement. At an earlier stage young Germans fresh from the army, and particularly from the SS regiments, were passionately European and entirely supported my advanced European ideas. I had heard from many of them long before I was free to travel, and had an insight into what they were then thinking which is perhaps almost unique. I know that it was only the long and bitter story of suppression and persecution which drove many of them back to the old nationalism. Particularly resented was the treatment of soldiers whose only crime was to obey orders. Some of these men were doomed from the start. If they did not obey when the order was given, they were shot on the spot by existing authority, and if they did obey they were subsequently executed by the victorious Allies. Post-war persecution was even extended in less degree to men who could not conceivably be connected with any crime. Such treatment may be illustrated by the conspicuous case of a post-war friend of mine who was a soldier and airman completely free from any suspicion of any crime. Hans Ulrich Rudel was the supreme German hero of the last war. He won every medal the Air Force had to give, and a special decoration had then to be invented for him. He destroyed 500 Russian tanks with his own machine, and also a Soviet battleship. After losing a leg, he flew again, was shot down behind the Russian lines and escaped. It was an epic of heroism, but owing to the post-war boycott even his autobiography could not be properly circulated in his own country to obtain the large sale it would normally have achieved. It must surely be a case unique in history that such a national hero should thus be without honor in his own country immediately after a war. Consequently, the story of his air exploits in the war could only be published effectively in Britain and France. My small publishing house brought out the book in Britain and sold an astonishing number of hardback copies before it went into a paper edition. Group Captain Bader, DSO, DFC, the English air ace, whom I did not know, wrote the preface as a tribute to Rudel. Bader too, in the best tradition of the air, exerted himself to secure medical treatment and a wooden leg for Rudel when he was a prisoner of war. Closterman, the French air ace and later a Gaullist deputy, wrote the preface to the French edition. Was this really the world that British authority wished to create in Germany after the war, a society in which brave men could be so treated because they would not recant an opinion or bow to the victor? British and American authority at that time had a considerable responsibility for the creation of this general atmosphere, and in course of time persistence in revenge produced a strong and inevitable reaction. It was contrary to the whole British tradition of magnanimity in victory, as I have always understood it, and was an act of folly and of mean spite which now brings an emesis that will take time and effort to exorcise. Personally I was against the whole violent squalid business, as I then regarded it, and after mature reflection still regard it. Rudel, for instance, had been entirely innocent of any offense except an heroic war record in defense of his country, and the refusal to recant previous opinion which became irrelevant in his adherence to the post-war European idea. If such a man could be so treated, it is not difficult to conceive the treatment and the consequent sentiment of men less well known and protected by reputation. After the war we had a unique opportunity to bring together brave men who had fought for their countries in the Union of Europe and in a wider patriotism. Not only was this frustrated, men were persecuted for the crime of patriotism and for no other reason in their past record. If the past lives again in any degree, the fault lies with the policy for which the British government was primarily responsible. Union was achieved in sentiment, but for the time being persecution and repression impeded it in fact. Delay was imposed on us after the achievement of Venice not only by material imitations. Disillusionment and bitterness then ensued in the frustration of European hopes and in particular in the treatment of many Germans who had committed no crime. This affected in various ways all Europeans who strove to transcend the past and to achieve union. The protagonists of Venice were then thrown back into nationalism, and in some cases of the lesser groups into a wild futility. This was frustration, but not defeat. Nothing great is ever realized in one short, sharp effort. Supreme ideas come in like the tide of the sea. A wave reaches up the beach, and then recedes. Succeeding waves for a time do not reach so far. Yet in the end a wave goes farther still as the tide comes in. The force of nature is within it. Nothing in the end can prevent the victory of the Europeans, who will come from all countries and from all parties to the final achievement. The work of Venice was done, and nothing can alter or reduce the reality of that fact. What has been done will one day be done again, on a broader front and in a greater way. For me therefore Venice remains a massive achievement. It is idle ever to suppose that after so big an advance everything will go quite smoothly ahead. That is the way neither of nature nor of politics. Setbacks, delays, frustrations are bound to occur, and must in due course by continued effort be surmounted. What matters is that we proved it was possible to bring together men from the most diverse standpoints and with the strongest national sentiments in an European policy as complete and wholehearted as Europe a nation. Crisis and the final bankruptcy of lesser ideas will bring us back to that position with many new participants drawn from various parties who today lag far behind the advanced idea. We were as usual in action before our time, but we proved that all is possible when time is ripe. I did not win a position of freedom to express my opinions in Europe without some opposition, but I never encountered the savage spite which I have experienced from certain quarters in my own country, which fortunately are by no means typical of the British people. Any difficulty I have met on the continent has usually been instigated by British officials who are supposed to be charged with the duty of assisting rather than attacking British subjects. It was certainly their action which led to my legal clash with Dr. Adenauer, for which he finally made handsome and indeed generous amends. In the case of those who had never been fascists or National Socialists there could be no overt objection to my method of accepting or establishing contact with men of all previous opinions provided they seemed to me to be genuine, whole-hearted Europeans, but any man approaching me from the circles of those previous parties or administrations at once created a furore to which I was quite indifferent if he appeared to me to be a good European. A highly intelligent German in this category saw clearly at the end of the war that the only hope for all the Europeans was the making of Europe. However, his most normal and legitimate entry into politics produced a convulsion of acute hysteria in the British occupation authority, because at the end of the war he had occupied a conspicuous position in the propaganda ministry. He was too young to have played much part in previous events, and nothing in the way of war crimes or any misconduct except doing his duty as an official of his country could possibly be urged against him. In fact, no move was made against him until he was in contact with me. Then the whole fury of the British occupation authority descended upon him and the German government was ultimately dragged into the matter. The British authorities were playing a happy game of ducks and drakes with the basic principles of British justice. Starting with habeas corpus, these officials had been so accustomed during the war to making all that old-fashioned stuff look silly at their will and fancy. However, on this occasion they were to learn their error. When this German was arrested in January 1953 by the British authorities and assailed with a shower of ridiculous charges, I introduced to the scene Mr. Lane, of the English solicitors firm of Marsh & Ferryman, who acted for me during and since the war. He had shown much character and ability in a stand for prime principles of British law in the Second War, after serving as a soldier in the First and being involved in Mr. Churchill's post-war frolic at Archangel. He briefed Mr. Scott Henderson, K.C., the recorder of Hastings. Sir Ivan Kirkpatrick of the Foreign Office and his supporters then quickly learnt that British law still existed even within the arbitrary dictatorship of the occupation authority. The prisoner had been held incommunicado in violation of every principle of British justice, but was now quickly produced in court when the British solicitor and counsel appeared in Germany. The next phase was in the German courts, though it appeared possible that British official inspiration had something to do with the matter. In the end, all charges against this German were quashed in the German High Court, and he went free. He had done nothing whatever except express his political opinions openly and publicly. While the matter was by our standards still sub judice, however, Dr. Adenauer weighed in with a curious contribution. He suggested in a world press conference that the German was guilty of treason against the German state, and shocking to relate, the Oslander Mosley was at the back of the business. Then occurred an unprecedented event in contemporary German experience, for the Oslander in question went straight to Germany and demanded the institution of libel proceedings against the German Chancellor in the German courts. It was at first tactfully suggested to me that it was not the habit to bring libel actions against chancellors, particularly for foreigners. I persisted, and the matter went forward with honorable and capable assistance from German lawyers. The action was about to come into court, when another surprising event occurred. Chancellor Adenauer suddenly came across with a handsome apology, published to the world. He had not used the words ascribed to him and there had been a misunderstanding. There was no suggestion against me, and finally the charges against the German had been quashed in the German High Court. Es ist der bedauerlich. It is therefore regrettable that Sir Oswald Mosley should have suffered any inconvenience in the matter. This seemed to me a fair and generous gesture, and I met it appropriately in a press conference in Bonn. Thus democracy came to Germany under unexpected auspices. It seems to me a fair reading of the facts that British officials were directly responsible for this whole trouble. They had no love for me because for years I had attacked their policies in my own country in terms which were vehement but proved finally to be an understatement, when the full facts came to light about the true character and long-concealed record of some of the favourite sons of the British Foreign Office. In addition, I had publicly denounced from the start the proceedings at Nuremberg and still more the pursuit of vengeance against a whole people. Retroactive law is always to me an outrage. This device by which any political opponent can be murdered at any time became doubly an outrage when judges were drawn from the Russian communist power, which had been guilty of crimes even worse, much worse in time of peace than any which could be charged against any German in time of war. When men commit crimes like the murder of helpless prisoners, they can be charged and dealt with under ordinary law. Any man thus guilty in any position should have been so treated at once, whether high or low. The creation of special, retroactive law and the pursuit of vengeance over the life-tune of a generation can poison the whole European future. From the start and throughout I attacked this policy and its authors. I became still more unpopular in Foreign Office circles when I was later praised for seeking European reconciliation. A successful German publisher wrote of me, "Happy memories from a sad period are particularly unforgettable, and among them for us Germans, is the fact that since 1945 Sir Oswald Mosley had been the first, and for a long time was the only Englishman, who spoke and wrote, in his own country, passionately and with clear vision for us Germans, without any regard to the burning hatred he thereby evoked. His great book, The Alternative, published in 1947, is one of the most courageous and far-seeing books in the English language. It is one of those books to which one constantly returns, and is never laid aside without the greatest admiration for the mind of a statesman who points the way to a new future for Europe. The watchword Europeanation, which later gave our review its name, was here formulated as a policy for the first time. This fact alone makes Oswald Mosley a prophetic phenomenon and directing spirit in the otherwise confused thinking of our time. A character, whose destiny with others of this kind may be that greatness which only future generations can fully recognize. It was an offense to the British official world that I should thus be addressed by the people whom they were trying to persecute, and their spite long pursued me in a trivial and often comical fashion. A ridiculous incident is worth recording which normally would merit no notice, because it is typical of this attitude and practice. Years later a British official was in very free circulation in a German city. His exact position was obscure to me, but he was undoubtedly and openly in the employment of the British government. He had apparently the habit of attempting to ingratiate himself in a social way with the Germans by the difficult and always rather ludicrous process for an Englishman of behaving in a manner more German than the Germans. This worthy of the English establishment approached a friend of mine at a party, presumably because he was prominent in the industrial and social life of Germany, and said after much circumlocution, "Why waste time with Mosley, who politically is a dead man?" This did not go well, as he was met with the reply, "Why then do you waste time in trying to kill a man already dead?" After further preamble, he launched another attack. "Anyhow, you know that Mosley is a Jew." This was all related to me with much merriment at a subsequent gathering where everyone was well aware of my ancestry and antecedents. "What is the man like?" I asked, and one of the ladies replied with general assent, "Ein ekelhafter kleines Bein." Once again love's labor appeared to be lost. This man's salary was paid by the taxpayers, a curious employment for public funds, and it seemed to me a strange idea after all had been said and done, that the British government's cause could be advanced by a play on supposed German antisemitism, which in that circle did not exist. Did this kind of thing make me bitter? Not at all, if you have long been the professional recipient of custard pies from the principal clowns of the political circus, with every opportunity to throw them back carefully removed. You are not annoyed by the antics of the chap who sweeps up the dirt in the corner. The fight for freedom to express my opinions on the continent of Europe continued. Nothing else was involved except this liberty, which was one of the freedoms for which the Allies claimed to have fought the war and was afterwards consecrated in the instruments of the United Nations which were signed by these and other powers. The next milestone in this arduous journey to liberty was a libel action in Italy against the communist paper Unita, which followed closely on the conference at Venice, whose outcome had apparently alarmed and enraged it. This was the most powerful communist journal in Europe, supporting the strongest communist party. I was told this party had not been successfully challenged in the law courts on the continent since the war. Nevertheless, I brought an action for criminal libel. They were condemned and fined in the first court in front of 3 judges, and their conviction was upheld by 5 judges in the Court of Appeal. The suggestion of the newspaper was that I was the British Hitler, and was responsible for political crimes. The court found that I could not be called the British Hitler, and pressed the other side closely on the point of political crimes. It was then admitted that there was not a shred of evidence to support this allegation, but it was contended that such was my personality and character that I must be the fans et rigo of political crimes in general. It was not surprising that the judges rejected this defense, and to the considerable indignation of the communists present, they went down with a bump. The next lawsuit of note was in Germany in October 1962 against the Stuttgarter Nachrichten. In the course of a long general attack on me, it made a suggestion which had already been dealt with in the English courts. The beginning of the story was a small anti-Semitic society founded around the year 1920 by a veterinary surgeon called Arnold Leese, with the name Imperial Fascist League. After languishing in obscurity for nearly half a century without any increase in the handful of members with which they began, and despite a change of name to the National Socialist movement after the war, it received some continental publicity which suggested that the leader of the group at that time, a Mr. Colin Jordan, had something to do with me. In the course of some interlocutory proceedings in the appeal court on October 9, 1962, Lord Denning made it quite clear that on the evidence presented this was not the case. The quite unfounded suggestion that this group had something to do with me, however, continued until I proceeded in the German courts against the Stuttgarter Nachrichten, which, on learning the facts, apologized, paid costs and thus made honorable amends. It has often been the habit of my opponents to give obscure people publicity and then to fasten them onto me. The method was even more marked before the war, when little societies of all kinds used to abound and odd people I had never heard of were alleged to be in some way my associates. Directly you are in unorthodox politics, every freak, and there is always a plentiful supply in my native land, is ascribed to you, sometimes in innocence but more often in malice prepense. Caricature is after all one of the oldest and most effective weapons in English politics. It may take the form of a clever, denigratory drawing, or even more effectively of a man made up to look like you in some respects walking down the street and behaving in a ridiculous fashion. There was quite a bit of that kind of thing before the war, but since then the usual supply of crackpots has seemed to me to have no motive except their own folly. Law actions on the continent were necessary not only in my own defense but to enable my ideas to be freely discussed throughout Europe by serious people in a manner worthy of real politics. They certainly have been so discussed, analyzed, and often I gratefully acknowledge acclaimed by people whose opinion I deeply value. It may be asked why I tried to advance European policy in this way instead of seeking to support Mr. Churchill in the efforts of his Fulton and Zurich speeches to promote European Union. The answer is twofold. Firstly, the policy then suggested was roughly the policy I had proposed in 1937 in the World Alternative, which I felt was outdated and surpassed, and someone must point the way to a far more complete and advanced policy for Europe. Secondly, while I thought Mr. Churchill was sincere in this new impulse, I did not believe these utterances represented the view of the Tory party, and my view was soon proved correct, for the future Conservative Prime Minister, Mr. Eden, said of Britain's entry into Europe, "This is something which we know in our bones we cannot do," January 19, 1952. And the Conservative Party was thrown into precipitate retreat from the policy Mr. Churchill had proposed to them. Labour, of course, was always a non-starter for the Union of Europe until the threatened collapse of their 19th-century system and the fatigue of America with the purposeless orbit of its neo-socialist satellite impelled them toward the outer darkness of Europe which they had so long feared and so consistently rejected. My idea was Europeanation, first stated in East London in 1948, for years advocated by me in my own country and subsequently discussed and widely supported in Europe. All I have ever asked is the freedom to advocate this idea openly and publicly and to invite men of all parties and past opinions to support it. I believe that nothing but a clear, great and decisive idea can surmount the past and make Europe. For this freedom to discuss ideas I was prepared to fight to the end. I wrote long ago, "First comes the idea, the rest will follow." My ideas were conceived in the service of Europe, and many of them have certainly won a far wider measure of acceptance today than when they were first advanced. Much more remains to be done, and in Europe as in Britain I strive for the acceptance of ideas which I hope will first win the assent and later the enthusiasm of the peoples, when they feel the necessity for new politics and learn to love a new vision. Another account of Mr. Churchill's own attitude was published in the Times on September 23, 1967, under the heading, "Churchill's None to Europe." Professor Meyer Burstein, 41, a former consultant to the United States Defense Department, who is here to take up the first chair of the Economics and Finance of Investment at Warwick University, blames Sir Winston Churchill for Britain's lack of rapport with Europe. After the war he developed this close relationship with America in order to maintain Britain's position as a major power, says Burstein, who hastens to add that he is a great admirer of Churchill. In his second term as Prime Minister he was invited to join Europe, but declined. 24, North Kensington. Later renewal of communist violence. I shall now describe how a sudden renewal of violence, in conjunction with the government's attitude and action, effectively brought to an end the large and orderly public meetings which I addressed throughout Britain during 14 years, from 1948 to 1962. Even before the post-war foundation of the party in February 1948. During the period of book clubs and conferences, we held some public meetings which were successful and undisturbed. In the 50s they were the largest then being held in the country and often very enthusiastic. The only trouble of any kind I remember was one boy being put out of Birmingham Town Hall for throwing a firework. Television was already taking its toll of the old English habit of public meetings, and even the main party leaders were finding it difficult to get audiences, but our meetings continued to fill some of the largest halls in the country. The policies we were advocating will be described, but there is not much more to relate during a long period, because of the tranquility of the whole experience. Also, my picture of the post-war years is deliberately foreshortened in order to avoid too much entry into contemporary controversy, which is not the purpose of this book. The main event in these years was my candidature at North Kensington in the election of 1959. Our local branches had fought local elections on their own initiative throughout the post-war years, but this was our first parliamentary fight. It was what Mr. Asquith described as a dark and difficult adventure before his successful by-election at Paisley, but the background of my political enterprise on this occasion made it a good deal darker and, for example, Free Trade Hall Manchester, and Birmingham Town Hall, more difficult than any normal election. We had given warning ever since 1952 that the government's policy of permitting unlimited coloured immigration was a grave error which would inevitably cause trouble. In fact, it gratuitously imported into Britain difficulties already evident in America. There had been considerable white versus black riots in North Kensington during the previous summer of 1958, and feeling on this matter was still smouldering. I thought that someone should give this electorate the opportunity to express legally and peacefully by their votes what they felt about the issues involved, and clearly I had the best chance to establish these difficult conditions and get a fair verdict. Yet I knew that my entry would be misrepresented as an attempt to exploit the situation, and that the excitement of my arrival might be alleged to have caused further violence if anything of the kind should occur. It was a difficult decision to take, but I felt it my duty to stand and to face the problem. Otherwise history might well record that the British people had never been given a chance to express their opinion on the acute question of coloured immigration. We had one local branch covering South and North Kensington, where there had never been any trouble until the sudden riots, in which our people took no part except to hold meetings asking for calm and order. My first act in the election address was to reiterate our appeal to settle the issue by votes and not by violence, and I asserted my whole personal influence to secure order, and fair, peaceful discussion. The result, at least in this respect, was a success. For after all the previous disorder there was no trouble of any kind in this election, and from that date to this there has been no revival of mass violence in North Kensington. This was a surprise to many people. Even the usually sensible Sir Patrick Spence, Conservative MP for the next constituency of South Kensington, said, "It is absolutely certain that there will be more trouble in the area if Sir Oswald Mosley persists in the views he expressed in his recent speech in Kensington, which, of course, advocated the end of immigration." He was proved wrong, and I admit it required some effort to keep things in the control of reason. The meetings were the largest open-air gatherings I have ever addressed since the war, and the development of the campaign produced an extraordinary mass enthusiasm. I had one indoor meeting to launch the campaign in the large hall of the local municipal baths, which was packed. An outside questioner asked me why I had come to North Kensington, and the whole audience shouted, "Because we asked him." The wider issues involved will be considered later in discussing the African question and the complex of black and white interests, but the main principles on which we fought this election can be briefly stated. I stood on the general policy of the party covering British, European and world issues, which was summarized in more detail than is usual in an election address, but our attitude on the question of coloured immigration was made clear beyond a shadow of doubt. This was not a racialist policy, for I held to my principles already described of opposing any form of racialism in a multiracial empire. Our empire was gone before 1959, and it was already clear to me that much of the new Commonwealth would not last long and that the future of Britain now lay in Europe. Nevertheless, hostility to other peoples or the domination for any purpose of one people by another. In my reiterated definition, the sole reason on which a charge of racialism can rest, remained as alien as ever to my beliefs and policy. The principles of racialism had nothing whatever to do with the issue in North Kensington. The injury to our people in suddenly importing to already disgracefully overcrowded areas a large population with an altogether different standard and way of life would have been just as grave if it had been Eskimos or Angels instead of Negroes. For nearly 2 generations the repeated pledge to rebuild the slums and to house our people properly had been broken. Without lifting a finger to fulfill the 40-year-old promise, the government piled a new population on top of people already suffering from an acute housing shortage and widespread slum conditions. The state of housing in much of North Kensington was already monstrous before the new influx. British people and Jamaican immigrants were equally the victims of these conditions. The Jamaicans had already been hard hit by British government policy in their own country through the breach of binding undertakings to buy their sugar, which had resulted in widespread unemployment and mass hunger. These poor people were driven to Britain by the lash of starvation, and their arrival created inevitably a still more acute housing shortage, coupled with the threat of unemployment to British people if the competition for jobs became more acute. An industrial crisis, a situation which was bound to make trouble, was created by the deliberate policy of British government, and has resulted in a series of new laws ineffectively attempting to remedy or mitigate the error. Much damage had already been done, but not nearly so much as was to follow from continuing and increasing immigration. My proposal was simply to repatriate immigrants to their homeland with fares paid and to fulfill the government's pledge to buy sugar from Jamaica by long-term and large-scale contracts, which together with other measures, such as bauxite production, would have restored that island to prosperity. It was always made clear that no colored people with roots in the country, for example, who had been here before the Second World War, would be in any way concerned. Also that students would be welcome as they always had been. The problem was a sudden, large influx of recent immigrants as a result of such errors as reducing sugar purchases from Jamaica and buying from Cuba. The overwhelming majority of these people would have been only too glad to go home in these conditions. I held a press conference after the election, sitting between an Indian and a Negro who had won the DFC in the war and had wide contacts and experience in the colored community. He stated that most of the people he knew would be delighted to return home for as little as 2/3 of the wages they were getting in Britain, if they could find employment in their own country. This problem was economic and social, not racial. It is true that it was complicated and aggravated by a different way and standard of life. If you are living in badly overcrowded conditions, it irritates you to have a lot more people dumped on top of you, and it annoys you still more in these circumstances of compulsory intimacy if they live in an altogether different way. Add to this the inevitable arrival under cover of a mass immigration of gangsters and vice peddlers seeking a larger and more affluent market than they had in their own island and finding it in a confined area of Britain. You then have every ingredient of trouble gratuitously imported. North Kensington quickly became alive with rackets, white and black, touching chiefly accommodation and what some regard as amusement. The government appeared either entirely impotent or quite unwilling to deal with the resultant situation. They apparently feared that any attempt to cope with the problem of immigration might have adverse reactions on their general Commonwealth policy, a policy I considered equally mistaken. It appeared to me right in my election fight to give the British people as a whole some idea of what was happening in this area. Even half a mile away up the hill in the same constituency, they had no idea, as well as giving its inhabitants the chance to vote for another policy. If the policy of the old parties were followed further, it seemed to me that in Britain would be all the ingredients of a tragedy. Coming events in America were already casting their shadow. The Americans had inherited their problem, but British government deliberately created our problem. This seemed to me in long-term policy to be raving insanity. The situation was aggravated in Britain by the low payment of skilled people like doctors and nurses, which drove them abroad or out of the profession, while still lower paid substitutes were provided by immigrants whose services were urgently required in their own countries. The brain drain derived from the anarchic economic policy of the old parties, who for years had rejected government intervention in favor of the highly skilled, so long advocated in my post-war policy of using the wage-price mechanism. The main parties were almost equally responsible for this whole complex of muddle and weakness, and once again it rested on me to oppose what I felt to be a vast error. It needed both skill and resolution to get through an election fight in these conditions just after serious rioting in the neighborhood, and to do it with the fixed determination to prevent any form of disorder or violence. I was, of course, extremely careful to treat both black and white with equal fairness, going even beyond my usual practice in courtesy to a black questioner. I entered their houses and talked to their leaders when invited. Some of them were men of considerable intelligence. It seemed to me, incidentally, that this experience might be valuable in possible later dealings with the problem of black and white relations in a far larger sphere. It certainly gave me an insight into psychological questions I could never otherwise have acquired. My relations with the white electorate apparently went from strength to strength. Not only were the open-air meetings enthusiastic, but on all sides I was received with the warmest friendship. The canvass was a winning canvass, if I ever saw one. It is true that the process of election canvass was reputed to have become much less reliable since the war and the far-off days when I used to make the winding-up speech for Labour at most by-elections. After the eve of the poll rally I had been able in the company of the skilled election agents to calculate from the canvass returns with a tiny margin of error what the result next day would be. It was true also that such fantastic legends had been spread concerning the alleged ferocity of our party members before the war that electors might have been chary of giving an adverse reply to our canvassers, but the number of women among them, including Diana, and my habit of walking alone or with one other man or woman through the constituency quickly dissipated most of this nonsense. Nevertheless, when everything was taken into account, it looked all over like a winning fight. More significant than any canvass to the experienced eye was the reception from the children who swarmed in the streets on polling day and greeted us with a favor as extreme as the disfavor they showed to our opponents. Electors may conceal the truth from canvassers but not from their own children in the free and intimate life of North Kensington. We looked like being in by thousands. It was therefore one of the chief surprises of my life when we polled only 8% of the votes recorded. I was determined if possible to find out what had happened, and sufficient irregularities had occurred to get an election petition on its legs. It was admittedly to some extent what the lawyers call a fishing expedition, but I had to make a start. As usual in the English courts during recent years, I took the case myself, and as usual was treated with the utmost fairness and courtesy by the judges. Nothing of much substance came to light, and we got nowhere. The rules of British electoral procedure had been sufficiently fulfilled, and the rest was a matter of criticizing the system and not of securing any redress from the law courts. As everyone is aware who knows anything of our electoral system, we are far from the method employed in some of the more suspicious Latin countries, where representatives of all parties remain within view of the ballot boxes throughout the poll, not to see how anyone votes but to ensure there is no substitution of boxes, and at the close of poll accompany the precious receptacles on the ceremonial drive to the place of the count with the hands of all party representatives firmly resting on the boxes in case anyone is around who is a good enough conjurer to make votes disappear. This procedure may seem exaggerated to the English tradition, but I would suggest there is room to tighten up the electoral procedure at present laid down by our law. The election remains a mystery to me, but I do not accept the view of many of my friends that the result was necessarily incorrect. There is another explanation for the disparity between appearance and fact, between all the overt evidence to the experienced eye of a winning election and the decision of the ballot boxes. In fact, the contrary explanation coincides with the analysis I have already made of the movement of mass opinion, both historic and actual. An electorate never moves decisively except under severe economic pressure, which is nearly always unemployment. There is no doubt from the reception we got in North Kensington that the sympathy of the people was with us, that they liked my policy and me, but they were practically all enjoying full employment and the high and increasing wages of the affluent society. Most of them, too, had either personal or childhood memories of unemployment, the misery and mass starvation of the 30s. They might be very angry at the conditions gratuitously imposed upon them by the old parties through sudden mass immigration, but they would think twice before upsetting the apple cart of the affluent society. The thought that Dad was on the dole and any mischance occasioned by a vote might put the elector there, could be a stronger influence on polling day than the new social habits of the neighborhood, however remote from reality was the apprehension. A glance at the television set and car on hire purchase, and indignation would cool at the thought of possibly losing them through the uncertainty of some big change. Keep your fingers crossed and do not move until you have to, is a natural reaction of any electorate which, in newly comfortable condition, has bitter memory of the recent past. The father of a fine young man who later was an enthusiast in our cause in another constituency said to me soon after this period, "He is earning £50 a week now, but when I was on the dole I had to bring that boy up on £2 a week." Most people think twice before they risk change, and I do not blame them. It is only relatively few who in the stress and preoccupation of their daily lives can look ahead and see what is coming. This issue in North Kensington must remain for the present uncertain. The area at that time combined the conflicting factors of the affluent society with the people's irritation at sudden mass immigration and the concomitant complications of some of the most highly organized gangsterism yet seen in Britain, later revealed in certain aspects by public inquiry, but at that time rampant under the nose of supine authority. After the North Kensington election our meetings continued to be large, orderly and enthusiastic. There was in this respect no repercussion of any kind from this contest. It was not until nearly 3 years later, in 1962, that the whole situation changed abruptly, and the reasons were not far to seek. In March of that year we had the conference in Venice, which perturbed the Italian Communist Party sufficiently to be the occasion of the attack on me which resulted in my successful lawsuit against the paper UNITA. Clearly this conference had sent a shockwave through the closely knit framework of the European Communist parties. Something even more significant to their apprehension happened 2 months later in the local elections in Britain. Test fights were made throughout the country in the most diverse possible places and conditions, on the initiative of our local branches and with their own personnel and resources. The result was to give Union movement candidates a national average vote of 5%, which on the proportional system of the continent at a parliamentary election would have given us some 30 seats in the House of Commons. It is true that new parties tend to poll slightly more in local elections than in parliamentary constituencies at a general election. Nevertheless, this would seem a significant event to the political expertise of the Communist Party. Unlike the vote for new parties in the proportional system of the continent, this vote could not possibly have the practical result of securing any representation. It was a demonstration by people willing to throw away their vote without any practical effect, as a mark of their feelings, a vote of dedicated enthusiasts. Violent disorders at our meetings all over Britain in July 1962 followed the conference in Venice on March, and the local elections of May. This was clearly something more than a coincidence. After 14 years of orderly meetings, we were back in the situation of the 30s before we overcame red violence, with the difference that we were now prevented by law from keeping order at our outdoor meetings, which are the normal activity of summer. Was it spontaneous combustion all over Britain ignited by the suddenly awakened indignation of honest burghers after 14 years of slumber? Were communists or fellow travellers as innocent as the church lads' brigade of the sudden revival of disorder at the very moment of our first considerable successes since the war? The reader can judge. The highly trained but always anonymous specialists in street tactics, who have sympathy but usually no overt connection with the Communist Party, were moved to action at this point by quite clear reasons. They did not interfere during the 14 years of successful meetings because they thought we should get nowhere in the conditions of the affluent society and were therefore no immediate menace to them. They had the bitter memory of their attacks upon us before the war, which had not only been heavily defeated but in their view of politics had actually stimulated the growth of our movement. There is nothing so disastrous for them as a challenge which fails. Yet things were different after the war, because the Public Order Act prevented our self-defense. When they found to their surprise we were making progress, they felt that some risk must be taken to stop it. Violence began again. They can turn it on and off like a hot water tap. Two clashes are worth considering. We organized a march and meeting in Manchester, which we had often done before in peace and order during the preceding years. My part was to lead the march and to address the meeting. On the assembly of the march we were heavily attacked, and in the course of the fight I went down for the first time in my experience of such occasions. My fall was not due to being knocked down, but to tripping over a curbstone in the course of the melee. We reformed and marched for nearly 2 miles, fighting all the way. I then made the speech I had come to deliver. The behavior of the Manchester police was magnificent throughout. Their numbers were inadequate to stop us being attacked by assailants who in some cases had been brought from as far afield as Glasgow, but they were determined to allow the march and meeting to go through, and they did. Oswald Mosley walking to public meeting. The second occasion was a meeting at Ridley Road, Dalston, East London, where I and other speakers had frequently addressed large gatherings in perfect peace and order ever since the war. East London in the 30s and even at the beginning of the war was one of the places where I was well known as a speaker and on the best of terms with the local population, whether they agreed with me or not. In innumerable meetings before and since the war one had never previously met disorder of any kind in East London. This time, however, a reception committee was awaiting me from far afield. On arrival at the meeting I found to my surprise that the police had placed 2 green buses across the path to the platform, and that I must walk alone through a narrow aperture between them to reach it. My supporters were thus prevented from accompanying me. Directly I emerged from this passage I was set upon by a group of men standing near the platform and knocked to the ground, with some of them falling on top of me in their eagerness to get blow or kick in first. I then saved myself from serious injury by holding one of them closely on top of me and rolling from side to side with this protection from blows which were imminent with weapons as well as with fists and boots. This remarkable incident was described by the press in the following terms: Sir Oswald and his supporters marched through a police cordon to the lorry from which he was to speak. As he walked between 2 police buses, a section of the crowd surged forward and Sir Oswald was knocked to the ground. He lashed out at his attackers and quickly got to his feet, to reach the microphone. He stood under a hail of coins, oranges and other missiles, until Police Superintendent climbed onto the lorry, took the microphone from him and told him the meeting had to end. Daily Telegraph, August 1, 1962. Sir Oswald Mosley was knocked down, punched and trampled on in the Battle of Ridley Road, in London's East End, last night. Jewish ex-servicemen, posing as his supporters, infiltrated the cordon of 200-foot police and 15 mounted police guarding the meeting place in Dalston. When Sir Oswald, 65-year-old leader of Union movement, appeared from a side road, he was knocked down in a sudden melee. Daily Mail, August 1, 1962. Sir Oswald Mosley was jumped on and beaten to the ground as soon as he arrived to speak at a meeting last night. He rolled in the roadway, lashing out at his attackers. As police stopped the fight, Sir Oswald directed a well-aimed blow at the chin of a hefty spectator. His son Max, aged 22, was among 54 people arrested. Police held him when he went to his father's aid. Daily Sketch, August 1, 1962. The treatment of my son Max, who with other supporters came to my assistance, was one of the most curious incidents of the day. Subsequent court proceedings were reported in the press as follows: Max Mosley, 22, Sir Oswald Mosley's son, was cleared at Old Street yesterday of threatening behavior at a meeting at Dalston on Tuesday when his father was knocked down and kicked. It was not only my right, but my duty to go to his aid, he said. Superintendent said in evidence, I saw Max Mosley engaged in a fierce fight with members of the crowd. I pulled him away and restrained him. Max Mosley said that when he and his father arrived they were rushed and attacked. He pushed a man down and tried to reach his father, who was on the ground struggling. I cannot be expected to stand idly and watch a gang of roughs kick my father while he is struggling with assailants on the ground, he added. Daily Telegraph, August 2, 1962. Many of my friends then believed and still believe there was a deep-laid plot to kill me. I do not think it was anything of the kind, and have another explanation. The first question is why the police placed those two buses in that particular position with the clear object of preventing my supporters accompanying me, thus ensuring that I should arrive alone at the platform. My answer is that the news of these meetings became so hot that it could not be suppressed, and after years of boycotting completely my large and orderly meetings, TV cameras turned up to record these events in films which were shown all over Europe. In the view of authority, it would not have looked well if I had arrived at the platform surrounded by cheering supporters with the rest of the crowd, whether hostile or friendly, too far away to be recorded. Things had to be so staged that this was prevented, and I arrived a lonely figure at the platform, while a few subsequent shots of hostile groups of spectators would have provided the necessary mise-en-scene. However, the best laid plans of whomever it was went badly astray, and the fun nearly went too far. Mr. Henry Brooke, the Conservative Home Secretary, was technically responsible for the affair, as political chief, but I do not suppose he knew much about it, and subsequent questions in the House of Commons were not pressed sufficiently to cause him any embarrassment. He had at least the fairness to say in answering questions, "The full reports I have received and studied make it clear that the disorder did not result from any words uttered at the meetings by those who organized them, but from the determination of others to prevent the meetings from being held." The Times, August 3, 1962. A meeting of our movement I was to have addressed in Trafalgar Square during this period is worth recording because it had a most remarkable result. The Guardian on July 23 and 24, 1962 wrote, "Violence was in the air even before the meeting had begun. Those who had come intent to break up the meeting arrived early and packed the front of the square. Sir Oswald Mosley had addressed 7 meetings in Trafalgar Square since 1959 without provoking a serious incident." The Daily Telegraph reported the same meeting as follows: "Most of the 15,000 people estimated to be in the square were onlookers, and police believe that not more than 1,000 people, both men and women, took part in the attack." A notable figure was reported in the Wolverhampton Express and Star of July 24, 1962, as giving an account to the Home Secretary in the following terms: "Mr. Henry Brooke has had an eyewitness account of Sunday's Mosley riots from Mr. George Whig, Socialist MP for Dudley and Stourbridge, who was in Trafalgar Square throughout the trouble. Yesterday Mr. Whig met Mr. Brooke to tell him his 3 conclusions. The behavior of the police was magnificent, there was no incitement by members of the union movement, the trouble was caused by about 300, out of a crowd of several thousands, mostly young people obviously determined to break the meeting up. The evidence is conclusive that the trouble was caused by a small minority in a large crowd which had come to listen in the usual fair, British fashion. I had addressed meetings in Trafalgar Square ever since the war without trouble of any kind. The result of this incident was indeed strange, for the government then banned all meetings by union movement in Trafalgar Square. Thus the recipe for closing down free speech in Britain is quite simple, although personally I do not propose to use it. Take along a few well-organized roughs to make a row in the middle of a large and orderly meeting. The government will then close down not the roughs but the speaker. Having passed a special Act of Parliament, curiously known as the Public Order Act, to remove our right to defend ourselves, The government then also removed our free speech by closing meetings at the behest of any small but highly organized bunch of red hooligans. At this point we could not speak in the open air, and we were at the same moment denied the use of halls for indoor meetings throughout the country. The reason given was that damage might be caused to the halls by the new wave of violence which now might happen anywhere. Yet even in the heavy fighting of the 30s no damage whatever had been done in these halls, which are solid structures. Even after the Public Order Act we still had the right to maintain order with our own stewards at indoor meetings and had proved ourselves just as capable of doing it after the war. The real reason was that in the interval the control of municipalities which owned the halls had changed from Conservative to Labour, and in these matters the left is much less fair than the right and far more disposed to use any means to deprive effective opponents of free speech. They fastened with avidity on the excuse that disorder had again been caused at our meetings by their own supporters in order to deny us the use of all halls under their control. At this stage only a single hall in the whole country remained at our disposition, and I gladly pay tribute to the Conservative majority controlling Kensington Town Hall for their unique distinction of standing for free speech. The right to speak in the hall was perhaps preserved as a showpiece, to prove that free speech still existed in Britain. Needless to say, despite plenty of threats and menaces of disorder, it was perfectly easy to maintain order in that building, and there was never serious disorder at my indoor meetings. In terms of pre-war politics, we have since then been completely denied free speech at both indoor and outdoor meetings. Yet in any realistic appraisal of the situation it must be admitted that by the time government action had brought our meetings to an end, this medium had become obsolete as a means of public expression. The arrival of television for all practical purposes brought the era of public meetings to an end. On television the people can see their men close up and judge them acutely. It is more interesting than seeing a man at the distance of the platform, and their view is from the comfort of their own fireside. The advantage to the politician is that he can address as many people in one night as in several years of public meetings. The medium of the platform has become obsolete. The old parties once again shot behind the bird when they suppressed our right to public meetings. Television poses a new question in the matter of free speech. If a denial of television time is added to the suppression of public meetings, free speech has ceased to exist. In any case, if television becomes the only effective medium, the question of free speech arises acutely if the established parties alone have access to it, and fix the whole matter among themselves. How can the newcomer, who once relied on the public meeting, ever bring his policies or his party to the notice of the public at all? This question must be answered by government if free speech is to continue in any real terms. Government and television authority often reply to inquiries for television time that the subject or person in question is not of public interest. Happily or unhappily, it is impossible for this reply to be made in my case, as I have been made the subject of very frequent discussion on BBC programs. In fact, I am in the peculiar situation that anyone may discuss me on the BBC except myself. I have been the subject of frequent comment and attack, but so far have always been denied the right to reply. As a result of some of these attacks, I brought a libel action against the BBC. The attacks continued even after the action had begun, so on February 16, 1966, I applied to the High Court for their committal for contempt of court, alleging that not only were libelous things said in a broadcast, but in the preliminary advertisement in Radio Times, with a circulation of 4 million, a photograph of me was shown and a libelous statement was attached. Lord Chief Justice Parker in his judgment, with the concurrence of Mr. Justice Sachs and Mr. Justice Widgery, made the following observations. May I say at once that for my part one have very considerable sympathy with this applicant. Here is a vast organization which is the ear of the whole public who can, within the law of libel, give free expression to their views. And yet the object of those views is wholly incapable of presenting his case in the same form of medium. It is perfectly clear that the respondents will not have him on their program. I am not criticizing them for that, but it does disclose a curious system whereby someone who has the ear of the whole nation can say things and the unfortunate subject has no means of answering back in the same medium. My application, however, was turned down, because in the words of the Lord Chief Justice, I am not satisfied that there is really any genuine intention on the part of this applicant ever to bring the action to trial. He has been perfectly open about the matter, both in the action itself and in these proceedings. His whole object has been to obtain a platform, if I may use the term, on which he can answer the allegations which have been made against him, and preferably a platform in one of the respondents' programs. The Lord Chief Justice, of course, was perfectly correct in his appraisal of the situation. I was not at all interested in the libel action or the obtaining of damages, but was simply using it as an attempt to obtain the right of reply. I do not mind in the least what the BBC or anyone else says about me, if I have the right of reply. I am ready at any time to meet their best men face to face on television, and can answer every word they have ever said against me. The people can then judge. The champions of the BBC have never yet faced me in public debate. The last time they even allowed me to speak on radio was after the Olympia meeting in 1934. I was told it was to be a debate with a well-known journalist. But when I arrived he was not present, so I made my statement and left. He was, however, kept in reserve in another room to comment on what I had said, without facing me. The method of the BBC has been to avoid confrontation, to attack, to deny reply. They can evade the consequences by sheer weight of money, which in the end is the money of the license payers. Private individuals are in no position to challenge corporations with these resources at the costs prevailing in our courts. I was advised that this action might cost at least £30,000. The result would depend, as I knew from experience, on the spin of a coin, the composition of a jury. Not only that, it seemed to me that over the long term continual and unanswered attacks must have conditioned almost any jury in their favor and against me. The cost was beyond any normal pocket, and the risk was beyond any sane man's calculations. This is the system I was up against, and in these conditions I am not asking for justice from the English courts. It is a sad and bitter thing for an Englishman to say that I have twice recently obtained justice in European courts, where the procedure is relatively cheap and expeditious, and the issue is decided by judges and not by juries, but the absence of these conditions in the English courts makes it impossible for me to fight a public corporation such as the BBC, which is supplied with £64 million per annum of the licence payers' money. I have had to fight many law actions, and in recent times have always put my cases in person. I am not by nature litigious, but go through with the time-wasting business when it is the only way to obtain redress. The litigant in this country can be sure of fair treatment from the higher ranges of the judiciary, and it is the only place he can be sure of it. I do not like the business, because it means so much hanging about in the precincts of the courts and attention to all the pettifogging detail of their procedure. Yet I admit the actual clash of argument is stimulating and even enjoyable. It is one of the finest of intellectual exercises. Encouraged by the courtesy and often by the kindly compliments of judges, I have on occasion been tempted to go to the bar, but have always been restrained by the feeling that my time was meant for other things. So the courts remain to me a last resort, also a memory of good argument and, at the high level, a fair deal. In these conditions of complete suppression of all effective means of political expression, we might well have asked ourselves how we could continue at all, how we could exist politically or our opinions be known to anyone. Naturally, the handicap is enormous, but there is a final answer to the problem. It is the party. I described what I mean in my book Europe, Faith and Plan, 1958. The party can be the greatest influence in the modern world, for good or evil. The organized political party, or movement as it is usually called, when it represents an idea which is fundamental, and a party method which is serious, can be a greater influence in the state than even the press, radio, television, cinema or any other of the multiple instruments of the established interest and the money power. This has always been the case in relatively modern times. The party must, of course, represent a clear and decisive idea of the period, an idea which the people want because its time has come. The party must also have a real national organization, which should aim at covering every street and village in the country. Then the party is paramount. To be effective in this decisive sense, the party must be a party of men and women dedicated to an idea, which continually functions in promotion of that idea. A real political movement is more akin to a religious order than a social organization. I describe the work of the party as follows: the party which really serves the people and is, therefore, organized to that end, should be represented by a single, responsible individual in every street of the great cities and in every village of the countryside. That person should be there to serve the people, to help them in need, to assist and to advise. Such a party would be a movement of continually available service to the people, it would be of the people and with the people, and interwoven with their daily life. The influence of such a party would naturally be very great, but nobody could possibly believe it was an oppressive influence. Any individual in any street could tell a party worker he never wanted to see him again, and the whole electorate could convey the same sharp message to the party as a whole at an election. And the attitude of the party worker would be the same as the position of the party as a whole in electoral adversity, a willingness to retire temporarily in a period of national fatigue, but a certainty of return in the moment of need and action. A party should be a movement of service, but also of leadership, a companion to the people, ever at hand to help, but also a leader on paths which lead upward to new and unproven heights. It should be the duty of a party to look ahead, think ahead, feel ahead, live ahead. Such a movement should seek always to be in the vanguard of the human march, a leader in all adventures of the mind and spirit. The evidence available, that in time of crisis such a party could prevail over the massive array of state and money power controlling all the instruments for forming public opinion, is first the power of the existing party machines, and the influence they wield in the canvass. Their intermittent organizations only function at election time, apart from their paid agents and a few devoted officials, but everyone who has been up against them knows how effective they are. A fortiori, a permanently functioning organization of dedicated men and women interwoven with the life of the people and trusted by them because of the continuous service they render, could wield an enduring influence. Another point is that even the present inadequate electoral machines of the established parties have to a large extent often defeated the opinion-forming power of the money machine. The Labour Party has never had anything like the press at the disposal of the Conservative Party, but even in the days when the press was the only organ for forming opinion, Labour often won. The political machine defeated the press. I have never checked to see if it is entirely correct, but I was brought up on the political legend that in the 1906 election the Conservatives had every newspaper in Scotland on their side, but the Liberals won every seat. Television is now possibly a more powerful political force than the press, yet it cuts both ways, it both advertises and reveals. A smooth personality providing a comfortable and successful emblem of the affluent society may become a disaster when things go wrong, and the people suddenly require a completely different image. Nothing could be so stable and enduringly effective as the pervading influence of a party which makes always available to the people in their daily lives trusted friends who speak for the local party. Yet in practice all this is easier said than done, because the genius of the English people is improvisation under the spur of crisis rather than organization before the necessity becomes evident. The English can do such things much quicker than most people, but they need stimulus. The most we can hope for before crisis is to get enough work done by volunteers to make most people aware of an idea worthy of allegiance. First comes the idea, always. How far had you got with the aim of creating a party when you withdrew to write the book, the reader may justly inquire. My answer is, further than I could have expected in the absence of a national crisis. I have already given reasons produced from historic experience and statistical analysis to show that a new party can never become effective as a mass movement winning power before crisis comes. Until then, a new movement can only be a powerhouse for new ideas. Union movement has been not so much a party as an apostle of national renaissance. The work has been done by dedicated men and women throughout the country with the character to endure through any adversity. They have made it possible for new ideas to live, and as a result many people are aware that other policies exist and that they can turn to them in time of crisis. During conditions of the affluent society this is the limit of the achievement. Serious ideas and serious men are not taken seriously until the times become serious. Then things happen very quickly. Branches on their own initiative fight local elections, and the party occasionally intervenes in parliamentary elections. In this way ideas can be brought before the people, but, of course, there can be no hope of success until these ideas are needed. Nevertheless, results are interesting. In the general election of 1966 I polled for 6% of the vote recorded in a prosperous constituency where there was no particular issue, like colored immigration. The average vote of our few candidates was 3.78%. Parliamentary general elections tend to give a new movement a lower vote than local elections or parliamentary by-elections, for the obvious reason that graver issues are involved. Throwing away a vote as a demonstration is then a more serious matter. What did our votes mean in terms of political reality? Our average vote of 3.78% exceeded by nearly I% the percentage swing between the two main parties of 2.7%. Our voters are not floaters, they go for us at all costs. It used to be said that the Bonapartist army knew what they fought for, and loved what they knew. It may with justice be said of our voters that they know what they vote for and love what they know. They have not only seen and heard us, but have withstood for years the storm of abuse from the powerful organs of opinion. This vote also considerably exceeds votes achieved in normal conditions on the continent by new parties which in crisis have obtained power very quickly. For instance, the National Socialist Party in Germany obtained only 2.8% of the votes recorded in 1928. But won power with over 40% 5 years later in conditions of widespread unemployment and national crisis. Our vote of 3.8% in 1966 thus exceeded their vote of 1928, and our average vote in local elections nearly doubled it. The proportional representation of the continent made these small votes effective in obtaining members of parliament, while our English system made a vote for us a pure demonstration without practical effect. We have been faced with the handicap of our voting system as well as the absence of crisis. The only test vote in anything approaching the crisis conditions which have prevailed in other countries was in a microcosm of the small ward of Moorfields, East London, in 1955 when a few typically English people became really enraged by execrable housing conditions. Again, this small event illustrates a large fact: party allegiances can dissolve under stress, and people will then vote for real change. The established order has little idea how quickly a modern electorate can change when conditions become really bad in a situation of crisis. It is an illusion to believe that in a time of continuing crisis a new party cannot be created to win power by votes of the people. We have proved before that it is possible, and could make it a fact in the graver crisis of the future. Nevertheless, I remain more than ever convinced that the English way is preferable, a consensus of a whole people for national action in peace such as we have known so far only in time of war. I withdrew from party warfare when I began to write this book, and union movement has since been conducted by a directory of 5 members. They continue vigorously to advocate new policies throughout the country. I detached myself from party politics in order to advocate a policy and action which is beyond party. If this again proves impossible, a new party may have to be created drawn from every vital element in our people. It would include those who had given loyal service to the old parties, but who may turn from them in disillusionment, and my friends throughout the country will make a contribution which the future will at least prove disinterested. In such a crisis the boundaries of party will disappear and men and women will come together in new alignments. Before this possibility is even discussed, everything should be done to secure a consensus, a temporary union of the whole people for national action, as in time of war, when crisis is overcome, normal party and political life can be resumed. It is not my habit to keep options open. I always have a clear order of priorities. My desire through most of my political life has been a union of the nation for the reconstruction of the national life, which I believe to be a vital necessity. This consensus of the nation is much the most desirable thing, because it unites and does not divide. I tried for it long ago, and only turned to other methods when the attempt failed in the conditions of that time. If it is impossible to achieve for great and necessary purposes a union of everything vital to the nation, drawn from politics, the business world, the trade unions, the universities, the civil service, the fighting services, a true consensus of our people, then something else must be tried. If it be impossible to unite, the division of conflict must be risked. Then a new, grassroots movement of the people must come from the still living earth in the final test of crisis to win by its passionate dedication a majority of the people to give it power. National union made possible by the particular instinct of the British genius in adversity is preferable. But division and strife, with all the bitterness which should be avoidable, is better than acquiescence in decline and death. My order of priority therefore is perfectly clear. There is no difficulty of choice or option. In the event of a national consensus to save the nation, our movement would be a dedicated service to the people, and I hope a source of inspiration for new ideas in the continuing search for ever higher forms of existence. If all attempts to secure union and action finally fail, and the nation we know and love is dying before our eyes, then again we should not shrink from the final test. A new party would then arise from the whole people and draw together the best, both from old parties and from the initiators of new ideas. New policies and new forms will arise from the ashes of the past, but the character of our people will in the end secure England lives. 25. Policies for Present and Future. Part 1. After the war my policies were deliberately in advance of the time, and I did not for a moment deceive myself that they could all immediately be implemented. The reader at this stage of the story may be willing to credit me with a residue of realism behind all my intransigence. In the end there must always be a considerable element of compromise to get practical things done. Moreover, in my experience of British politics there have always been several ways of doing what was necessary. The trouble so far has been the resistance to getting anything done in time. These policies therefore are a sign of direction, not a final encampment. At this point it was indicated that someone should try to see a glimpse of light through the surrounding gloom of passion and confusion. My key policies were Europe a nation, the use of the wage price mechanism first by British government and ultimately by European government, and of course always the linking of science with an effective machine of government. It may be convenient in a review of these ideas to consider external policy before the home policy, on whose success all else depends. I was the first to use the phrase Europe a nation, in 1948, and it was preceded by my advocacy of an extension of patriotism, 1946. I wrote in Europe, Faith and Plan, 1958. Europe a nation is an idea which anyone can understand. It is simple, but should not on that account be rejected. Most decisive, root ideas are simple. Ask any child, what is a nation? He will probably reply, a nation has a government. This is the right answer, for a nation consists of a people or of peoples who have decided to have the same government. I believed and I still believe this is the way in which Europe will be made. No lesser idea will arouse the enthusiasm of the peoples to make changes so far-reaching. Yet it is probable that neither this nor any other idea will awaken the will to bold reform until the urge of economic necessity is felt. At a moment of supreme crisis the will to Europe a nation can arise everywhere from the soil of Europe, like a primeval fire. First must come the idea. The tragic paradox of our existing situation is that the fear of losing our individual cultures is the main impediment to a true union of Europe, while in practice nothing less than the power of united Europe can protect and maintain our present national civilizations. Not only are the industries of our relatively impotent and divided nations taken over by the power of the dollar, but the culture of the large and the powerful tends to absorb the small and the weak. This is the inevitable penalty of being a dependent of America as the only alternative to being the victim of Russia. A union of equal peoples within Europe, a nation, would save us by an adequate power of economy and defense from all necessity of dependence, and would expose us to no more imposition of each other's cultures than we can freely enjoy or reject at present. The desire for this independence is felt in varying degree by the peoples of Europe at present. They will the end but reject the means. Independence from America or the other large external power can come only from a near equality of strength. Otherwise we can have much posture of independence, but no reality. It is impossible to deploy the policy of Europe without the means of Europe. An attempt by any of our relatively small European countries to pursue a policy for which alone the power of a united Europe is adequate must fail because the strength and substance are lacking. No man can play the part of a giant with the muscles of a pygmy. All European countries are doomed to ultimate ineffectiveness until Europe is made. It has been to me a tragedy that my own country was for years the main impediment to the making of Europe. We have passed beyond the days when British policy tried to straddle the world between America, Europe and the Commonwealth, with an end as inevitable as it was ignoble of falling between three stools. We have evolved beyond the point when a future Prime Minister could say he knew in his bones we should not enter Europe, with more than full support from the ardent obscurantism of the Labour leaders, headed in the past by their most admired Foreign Secretary, Bevin. The British government now stands at the end of a queue of humble applicants to enter Europe.